This is ChestertonRadio.com.
And now meet the press. Our guest today is the Attorney General of the United States, Robert Kennedy. Our panel consists of James Reston, New York Times, Richard Wilson, Cowles Publications, Herbert Kaplow, NBC News, and Lawrence E. Spivak. Here is our moderator, Ned Brooks.
Our guest today is the Attorney General of the United States, Mr. Robert F. Kennedy. He is the country's top law enforcement officer and one of President Kennedy's chief troubleshooters. He recently was appointed by the President as a member of a four-man group to develop a program for waging psychological warfare. And now here's the first question from Lawrence E. Spivak, our permanent member of the Meet the Press panel.
Mr. Kennedy, Senator Margaret Chase Smith said in the Senate the other day that the Kennedy administration apparently lacked the will to use nuclear weapons. Now, you know your brother probably better than almost anybody else. Do you think he has the will to use nuclear weapons if necessary?
Well, I would say first that that's probably a matter that takes more of his time and more of his thoughts than anything else, because when we're talking about using nuclear weapons, we're talking about almost the destruction of the human race, at least a very large proportion of it. But on this question of Berlin, and on a question of principle, a question of whether, when in a particular set of circumstances, if we retreat, that we'll never be able to stand up again, that in that particular area, as we are in Berlin at the present time, there's no question that he's prepared to use nuclear weapons. If it comes to that, he will use nuclear weapons.
Now, he evidently hasn't convinced Senator Smith. Is there any evidence today that he has convinced Mr. Khrushchev?
Well, of course, I think that's the great gamble that Mr. Khrushchev is taking. He's going to push it. He's going to continue to push it to the wall. A dictator has a position that the leader of a free society does not have. And he can continue to push. If he miscalculates, and that's the great danger in all of these matters, when dealing with a dictator, if he miscalculates, the world could be destroyed. I would hope that within the last few weeks he's come to the realization that the President and the free world are willing to use nuclear weapons to preserve our position in Berlin, to ensure that the people of Berlin remain free and that we have access to that city. I think, as the President said continuously, that, again, if we do not stand up on Berlin, when can we ever be expected to stand up? And he's going to stand up.
Mr. Kennedy, the United States has been building up its conventional forces in Europe, and this has confused a great many people. Isn't there danger, as some military men believe, that this serves to confirm in Mr. Khrushchev's mind that the United States would not use nuclear weapons?
Well, I think we've built up our nuclear weapon force also. As Secretary of Defense, Mr. McNamara, has said, we spent more than $2 billion extra on nuclear weapons. What we're talking about, Mr. Spivak, really is this tremendous destruction and quick destruction. If we use nuclear weapons. The President doesn't want the decision to be one of surrender or the use of nuclear weapons. He wants to be able to have even a possibility of a third alternative, to at least explore a possibility. And maybe it's going to come to that. But at least if we have conventional forces, as well as our nuclear forces, maybe at in the last moment, in the last analysis, we're going to be able to preserve peace. I think we're going to have to take every calculation, make every effort to try to keep it out of nuclear warfare. If it comes to that, he's prepared to do it, but we would hope that it wouldn't come to that.
Well, can conventional forces be of any use, considering what the Russians have there, if the warship broke out?
There's no question that they can be.
You say they can be?
Yes.
We'll continue the questions with Mr. Reston.
Mr. Attorney General, I want to get into your own field of the Department of Justice, but I'd like to clear up one point that Mr. Spivak raised. You said that we and the Allies would be prepared to use nuclear weapons. Now, is there an understanding of the point at which we would do this with the Allies?
No, I think there's been a great deal of conversation and discussion, Mr. Reston, in connection with that. And
is there agreement on this point?
You mean at the exact moment? I think that there are certain agreements as to when nuclear weapons might be used. There are other discussions regarding other contingencies or other possibilities.
Now, in this other field, during the last session of Congress, you introduced what was widely regarded as a very tough wiretapping bill. What was the theory in your mind at that time, and why do you think this was rejected by the Congress?
Well, it hasn't been rejected by the Congress.
Never got out of committee, did it?
No, but it hasn't been rejected yet. It hasn't been voted on. We feel that in the field of espionage, in the field of some areas of organized crime, that there is a growing problem. We're having a more and more difficult time fighting it. We have suggested and recommended that with the approval of a court, approval of a judge, that in cases of espionage, which is much more active now, Mr. Reston, than it's ever been in the history of the United States. The communist espionage here in this country, run and operated by representatives of bloc countries, is much more active now than it has ever been. Much more active now, for instance, than it was 5 or 10 years ago. We need the weapons in order to deal with that, to be able to present this evidence in court. So we have asked that with the permission of the court, that we should have the right to put wiretaps on. Also in the field of kidnapping, where kidnapping takes place. So it's not a very wide or broad bill that we have suggested or recommended. It's restricted in these areas where we think it's particularly needed.
Would you spell out what you've just said about, would you give us some evidence of how much more active this espionage is at the present time?
I couldn't do that.
All right.
Mr. Kaplow.
Mr. Kennedy, some months ago the President asked you and a couple of other people to look into the Central Intelligence Agency. What have you found out?
Well, we made a report to the President of the United States.
Are we going to hear anything more about that
You'll
report?
have to ask him.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're also given the chore recently of serving with a few other people in government on a board. It's sort of hard to define actually what they're calling it. A group to look into psychological and political aspects of the international struggle. What have you done there so far?
Well, I think it's been given more attention than it perhaps deserved. We were a preliminary group. I think everybody in government and anybody who's been in Washington or paid any attention to this subject at all realizes that we haven't used all the assets that we have in this area. That we have the USIA, that we have certain labor groups that cooperate, make efforts, but that we have a lot of individuals here in the United States who would be willing to help and assist in other countries, who have contacts and connections in other countries, to help and assist getting across the message of the United States by pointing out in various foreign countries, neutral countries, and countries that are allied with the United States, what this country's position, what we are trying to accomplish, and what the Soviet Union is attempting to accomplish. That it shouldn't be handled just through the United States government, that we have other areas that where we can get some assistance.
Have you actually started to set this up?
What we have done is first to see what the problem is, and then we have made a recommendation to the President in the last week as to certain steps that might be taken in order to deal with this.
Would you expect that we'll hear about that pretty soon?
Well, I would expect, once again, you'd have to ask the President.
Mr. Attorney General, was there no such organization in existence until this was set up? Have we not been doing these things?
We have been doing it on really an uncoordinated basis, and in addition, using just a small proportion of our assets in this field. There's a great deal more that can be done than has been done. I think the fact that there was such little attention around the world, for instance, when the Soviet Union put up their wall in Berlin. If the United States had ever taken any action such as that, you would have heard about it everywhere. There would have been bombs thrown. There would have been flags hauled down in front of our USIA headquarters. Windows would have been broken. The Soviet Union started their testing. There was really very little attention given to it. There was some around the world, but very little. If we had done the same thing, there would have been a great attention. We made our study to find out why that was so and what we could do to improve the situation.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Attorney General, I believe you have studied the Cuban problem, at least what happened during the invasion. In retrospect, do you think it was a wise course to have denied the Cuban nationals air cover for their invasion of Cuba?
Well, again, we made a study of that. You're making a statement of fact which I'm not sure that I could agree with. We made a study of that situation, and a report on that went to the President. He has already stated that he takes full responsibility for the failure of that operation, and feels that it's within the national interest not to try to find any other scapegoats. The responsibility is where it should be, which is in the President of the United States.
I wouldn't suggest that this was a case of finding scapegoats. I would suggest that it's a case where the public may feel it's entitled to know what happened in connection with the Cuban invasion.
Well, we made a report to the President. I would agree very strongly with the decision that it would not be within the national interest to make that study or report public. I don't think that it would be helpful at all at this time.
Is this because it puts the United States in a bad light?
Well, I think I just let it rest at that. The President has taken responsibility for it and will continue to take responsibility. If there were errors that were made, it's his responsibility. To get beyond that and get into specific actions that were taken, why they were taken, and who took them, would not be helpful to the United States at the present time.
You deny that air cover was canceled?
As I say, I'm not going to go into the matter.
What, Mr. Attorney General, do you attend meetings of the National Security Council?
I do.
As a regular thing?
I do.
Were you present when the decisions were made with respect to Cuba?
I was not.
No. What is your role, general role in the government, outside of being an Attorney General?
I'm Attorney General. And occasionally the President has asked me to take on some other tasks.
But you don't go into a broad field of presidential advice. You're not are you the second man in the government or not? I don't mean to suggest that in any invidious way, but you do have your brother's confidence, unquestionably, and I wondered to what extent this gets you into many other fields.
Well, occasionally, as we mentioned one or two here, the President has asked me to perform particular functions. They are limited, and I know that he asks many others within government to undertake a particular task in this very difficult time. I happen to be one of them, but there are Arthur Goldberg, he asks, Douglas Dillon, he asks, and he also asked the Attorney General.
Mr. Spivak.
Mr. Kennedy, during the presidential campaign, I believe the President pledged himself to work for civil rights legislation early in the session. What decided him not to?
Well, there was a study that he set up a committee made up of Congressman Seller and Senator Clark to study this whole field, and they have submitted some legislation based on their study. We have taken, Mr. Reston, a great deal of action in many fields in the area of civil rights, which, in my estimation, accomplished much more than could ever have been accomplished by any possible legislation, or any legislation that might have been possible to get passed in Congress.
Am I to understand by that even in the next session you're not going to have any comprehensive civil rights bills?
I think that we'll make a study of it at the end of this year and determine whether legislation would be helpful or necessary.
It's been estimated that about 6,000 Negro children have been integrated in the public schools this year, making the total of about 220,000 out of some 3 million in the southern and border states. Would you say that at the present rate of school desegregation, we're meeting the Supreme Court's injunction of with all deliberate speed?
Well, of course, this is in the hands of the local courts at the present time, the district courts, not in the hands of the executive branch of the government. Where we have responsibility and where we can take action, great action has been taken. For instance, in the field of voting and registration, a great deal more has been done over the period of the last 8 months than has ever been done in the history of the United States. For instance, at the time, as of January 20th, there were some 9 actions that were taken in court in connection with registration and voting cases. Since the January 20th, we've taken over a dozen. There were some 6 investigations that were going on at that time. Since we've taken over, there are more than 50 investigations. A great deal more has been done in this field. We've done a great deal as far as employment is concerned. A great deal has been done where no action had been taken to try to desegregate the airports. The orders that were issued by the ICC at the request of the executive branch of the government, just issued last week, are the most far-reaching orders that in this field that have ever been issued by an executive order in the field of civil rights. But there should also be recognition of what they have been able to do under very difficult circumstances. They maybe it's not as quick and as fast as some of us would like, but there has been a great deal of progress that has been made over a period of the last year or so. I think that they will continue to make progress, but this situation is not just going to go away. It's not going to disappear. I think that there will continue to be affirmative gains. Maybe, as I say, it's not as quick as we might hope, but I think we'll continue to make them.
Mr. Reston.
Mr. Attorney General, in 2 fields you seem to have introduced in the last 8 months a new principle or a new emphasis. First, in the field of executive privilege, where you seem more willing than previous presidents and administrations to give information sought by the Congress. And secondly, in the antitrust field, you seem more willing to go to criminal prosecution. Would you give us your philosophy on these 2 fields?
Well, first, as far as executive privilege is concerned, I was associated with a congressional committee for 5 or 6 years. And had battles with the executive branch of the government regarding obtaining information. I think it's terribly important to ensure that the executive branch of the government is not corrupt and that they are efficient, that the legislative branch of the government has this ability to check on what we're doing in the executive branch of the government. So in every instance that has been brought to our attention in the Department of Justice so far by various departments of the executive branch where this question has been raised, we have suggested and recommended that they make the information available to Congress. We will continue to do that. I don't say that there might not be an instance where executive privilege might have to be used, but I think that it's terribly important, with the executive branch of the government as powerful and strong as it is, that there be some check and balance on it. And in the last analysis, the group that can best check and ensure that it's handling its affairs properly is the Congress of the United States. So we will lean over backwards to make sure that they get the information that they request. As far as the criminal cases, this has been chiefly in the field of antitrust. It's been chiefly in the field of price fixing. We have found, going through past cases, that there have been antitrust violations by companies continuously, that there is a fine paid and the practice continues. For instance, in General Electric, there must have been dozens of violations of the antitrust laws by General Electric over a period of years. It didn't have any effect on them. When an individual conspires with another group, or a group get together and conspire to fix prices, to put other competitors out of business, or defraud the consumer, or defraud the United States government, as many of these people do, I think that they should be held responsible themselves. That it's not sufficient that the company come in and pay a fine. I think that the individual who is responsible for the act should pay for it. This is a criminal offense, and I think that the penalty, as provided by law, should be levied.
Mr. Kaplow.
Mr. Kennedy, school desegregation may be moving next time around into some pretty tough areas of the South in the sense of pronounced segregationist sentiment. Is your department doing something now to prepare for this?
Well, we went into all of these areas that had problems this September. We met with the school board. We met with the chiefs of police.
This was before
yeah, over the period of the last 4 months. In all of these areas where there was anticipated that there might be some difficulty or trouble. We have spent this time conferring with them, giving them the benefit of any ideas or advice that we might have, and getting whatever suggestions they might have. We will continue with that practice. We have found, I might say quite frankly, great cooperation from many of these officials in these southern states. They are facing a major problem which has to be recognized. But we have found in these registration cases, in these voting cases, great cooperation. We have gone in and without any publicity to attempt to try to work these things out smoothly. In many instances, in many instances, that's been successful. I think they appreciate the fact that you're just not putting out a press release and trying to get publicity about what is being done in a particular community.
Well, I'm referring here primarily to school desegregation. You were talking about, you conferred with state officials about...
Also in the field of school. That's what I've been talking about.
And you're going to continue to do that?
That's correct.
From now, say, through next September.
We're having conferences at the present time in connection with that.
With which people? With which
I'd rather
states?
not get into that.
Would you be... what do you tell these people, the school people involved with school desegregation? I know you've often talked about, you get together and you talk about this informally and you try and establish a rapport. What do you say to them?
Well, we go into how it's been handled badly and how it's been handled successfully in other communities. Now, what the difference was, how it was accomplished successfully in a particular community without any stir, what you need, what steps should be taken in order to prepare a community. We've had some experience in that field, and that's what we give them that advice and ideas, and some of them they accept.
Gentlemen, we have about 2 minutes remaining. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Attorney General, I believe you have stated that your monopoly policy on enforcement of the Sherman Antitrust Acts and other acts of that kind are not illustrative of any anti-business attitude on the part of this administration. Yet, how do you jibe the fact that pressure is continually on the steel companies and other companies not to raise prices, and yet the government does not enter the General Motors wage settlement at all? And this settlement is described by some people as the most inflationary wage settlement in many years. How do you make those two positions come together so that you don't seem to be taking your entire action against business, but you also include labor in this?
Yeah. Well, I think that the President has explained that this applies to both labor and to business. I think that he, together with many others, including former ex-Senator Taft, have made the point that a great deal turns on steel prices in the United States. If steel raises its prices, you might very well have inflation here in this country. This is terribly important. This is the most important area. So he's asked them, he said on January 20th, people are going to have to do something for their country. He has gone to the steel companies and said, this is a chance to make a contribution for your country. He hopes they will. He said that also that labor organizations are going to have to make some contribution. We've been able to get this country out of its recession period, back on its feet, without any inflation at the present time. And if the steel prices go up, that might very well be badly hurt.
Well, hasn't the pressure been greater on the companies, though, than it has on labor? You don't really intervene. In the case of the steel companies, you actually intervened.
Well, the President of the United States has requested the steel companies. That doesn't seem terribly drastic to me.
Well, you had Mr. Blau at the White House.
I'm sorry. I wish we could go on, but I see that our time is up.
Thank you, Ned Brooks.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The First Nighter Program, a copyrighted feature coast to coast, presented by Campana, the makers of Solitaire, the new cake makeup, and Campana Balm, the famous hand lotion. Theater time. Broadway is buzzing with excitement and eagerly waiting to welcome an opening night performance at the Little Theater off Times Square. There'll be a crowd of onlookers and autograph fans on hand at the entrance to greet the celebrities who always attend the premiere on the Great White Way. So let's not miss a minute of the excitement. It's just a short walk around the corner. Will you join me? There are lots of uniforms in the crowd tonight at Broadway and 42nd Street. Shall we cross the street here? Well, here we are at the Little Theater off Times Square.
Have your tickets ready, please. Have your tickets ready, please.
Good evening, Mr. First Nighter. The usher will show you to your box.
Thank you. We'll go right in. Well, here we are, and every seat is taken. Advance theater notices have heralded tonight's play as a thriller, packing plenty of excitement in every scene, with the biggest surprise coming at the very end. Its title is The Chinese Gong, and it was written by Arch Oboler. Topping an all-star cast is our popular leading lady, Barbara Luddy. And opposite Miss Luddy is her guest leading man, Olin Soleil. The play is pure fiction, of course, and does not refer to real people or to actual events. And now, before first curtain, let's listen to Eric Sagerquist's First Nighter Orchestra.
Well, when do we eat?
John.
Well, this is a dinner party, isn't it?
John, will you behave yourself? We're waiting for Mr. Wilson. He was unavoidably delayed.
Well, I wish he'd hurry up. I'm hungry. What a room. Looks like a Chinese junk shop.
John, how can you say such a thing? The Wilsons have one of the finest collections of Oriental art in this part of the country. I think this room is simply fascinating.
Fascinating? I think it's nothing but junk. Look at this thing. What's it good for?
Now, John, that's a genuine Chinese gong. The chances are it's twice as old as you and me put together.
Looks like a tin soup plate to me. I wonder what it sounds like.
John, don't you dare strike that gong.
Oh, I'm not going to hurt it.
There. Now you've done it.
Hi, George, that's got a nice tone. Just listen to it.
John! Oh, Mr. Clark, no. Don't do that.
Oh, it's you, Mrs. Wilson, huh? I thought you were out of the room.
I'm sorry, my dear. I told him not to strike it.
Well, will someone please tell me what harm there is in striking a gong?
None whatsoever, Mr. Clark, but, well, you see, this doesn't happen to be an ordinary gong.
What do you mean?
This gong is... Oh, here comes Bob.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I'm so late.
Good evening, Mr. Wilson.
Hello, Wilson.
I'm so glad you came, Bob. Mr. Clark was just asking me about the gong.
Say, that reminds me. Did someone strike that gong just before I came in?
Yes, dear. Mr. Clark struck it twice. I stopped him before he hit it the third time.
Good.
Say, what is all this? Is there something wrong with me or with the gong?
Oh, everything's all right, Mr. Clark. Just a little family superstition, that's all. You see, this gong is... Oh, well, let's forget all about it.
Forget it, nothing. Young man, I want to know what this is all about.
Yes, please tell us. It sounds simply fascinating.
Well, Look here, Jeanie, you tell the story. I don't tell it very well.
All right, Bob. Shall we sit down?
Yes, sure.
Well, the story of the gong begins in Shanghai. Bob and I went there, on our honeymoon. It was almost 10 years ago. We were very young and very much in love. And our stay in China would have been simply perfect if it hadn't been for a certain man who decided that he was in love with me. We'd met him on the boat. His name was Count Brennikov.
The Count? Oh, how fascinating.
Don't interrupt.
Well, the Count's attentions to me became more and more insistent until finally Bob decided to take matters into his own hands. One night, without my knowing anything about it, Bob went to see Brennikov to demand that he stop annoying me. The Count was staying at the same hotel that we were.
Yes, please? Is Count Brennikov in? What name, please?
Who is it, Juan? Well, if it is not the bridegroom himself. Come in, Wilton, come in. Right, this is an unexpected pleasure. Here, take this chair by the window.
Thank you.
Juan! Now, where did he go? Juan!
Yes, please?
There you are. Yeah, that will teach you to come the first time I call you. Now then. No callers, Juan. I do not want to be disturbed while I'm visiting with Mr. Wilton. Understand?
Yes, please.
You may go. Go on, get out! Well, now, Wilton. And what do I owe the pleasure of this little visit?
I'll be as brief and to the point as I can, Brennikov. I came here to ask you to stay away from us.
You want me to stay away?
Yes. On the boat, we couldn't help ourselves. We had to endure you. But now that we're in Shanghai, we want you to leave us alone. Do you understand?
I understand better than you think, my young friend. So, you are jealous, huh?
My own feelings have nothing to do with this. I'm here because of my wife. You're annoying her, Brennikov, and I want you to stay away from her.
So, I am annoying a little American woman, am I? It is most amusing.
It won't be so amusing if you persist in playing the Don Juan. Great Scott, man. Can't you see when you're not wanted? My wife doesn't want your hand-kissing, your cheap compliments. Shanghai is full of women who'd appreciate your expert continental lovemaking. Why not give it to them?
You are insulting, sir.
And you're annoying. I've been as patient with you as I could possibly be. I thought an old man like you would have more sense.
That is enough. You will go. Tomorrow I will speak to the little one myself. I will tell
You
her.
annoy my wife again, and I'll hit you so hard I'll jar your ancestors.
You threaten me?
Yes, Brennikov, I threaten you. What are you going to do about it?
I will report this threat to the authorities.
Report and be hanged. But I'm warning you for the last time, stay away from me and stay away from my wife.
Is that you, Bob?
Yeah.
Well, Bob, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for hours.
Sorry, dear. I had some business to attend to.
Bob, you didn't go to him.
Well...
Oh, Bob, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I've stood all I'm going to stand from that hand-kissing four-flusher.
What did you do?
I told him to leave us alone from now on.
Oh, Bob, you didn't.
Certainly I did. Gosh, Jeanie, now you're not going to be angry at me, are you?
Angry at you? Oh, Bob, I've never been more pleased in all my life.
Oh, you
That
darling.
big ape. He might have been God's gift to the women on the Volga, but he certainly is the pest of Shanghai to me.
Well, I guess I settled that. I'm sure he won't spoil our honeymoon anymore.
Spoil our honeymoon? Oh, Bobby, how could anyone spoil that? I love you so.
And I love you.
Oh, Bob, I'm so happy. It's been the most glorious honeymoon a woman ever had.
Has been great, hasn't it?
We could only stay like this forever.
You mean here? In China?
No, you silly. I mean so terribly, terribly in love.
We will stay in love, Jeanie. I'm going to see to that.
Yes, Bob. You see to that no matter what happens.
Jeanie? The trouble with you is you've been cooped up in this hotel room too long. Come on now, get dressed. We'll go places.
Oh, no, Bob, I'd rather stay in.
Stay in nothing. You realize we've been in Shanghai almost a week and you haven't even bought a souvenir?
Haven't I?
You know doggone well you haven't. Gosh, Jean, that isn't normal behavior for a woman. Come on now, get dressed and we'll go shopping. I'll buy you anything. Anything at all. From a Chinese pagoda to a chop suey factory. And the curtain comes down on the first act of tonight's play in the little theater on Times Square.
Smoking in the outer lobby or downstairs, please.
Hollywood to New York and right across the country, girls and women are saying,
Goodbye, winter. Hello, springtime. I'm changing my complexion. Yes, I'm facing the world with a dewy, fresh solitaire complexion because I love its thrilling smoothness, its springtime color tones. And when it comes to hiding freckles and small skin blemishes, solitaire is just too clever for words. I know, too, when I use solitaire, my makeup will look fresh and faultless for hours and hours without redoing. So won't you join me in a beauty salute to springtime? Greet Easter with one of the most important changes you can make in your appearance. A thrilling, exciting change in your complexion beauty. Once you try Solitaire, Campana's new cake makeup, you'll want to start every day with the long, lingering loveliness of a Solitaire complexion. For nighttime dates, Solitaire will give you a bewitching charm that you never dreamed possible.
and is Solitaire kind to your skin?
Adorably kind, because Solitaire has a rich lanolin base that helps prevent skin dryness.
All right, ladies, isn't that a challenge to match the new season's loveliness with the new loveliness of your own? Ask for Solitaire cake makeup in any one of 6 flattering shades. And remember, Solitaire gives you a big compact, 3 inches in diameter for only 60 cents. There's also a handy 25-cent trial size. Insist on Solitaire cake makeup containing lanolin, a product of Campana.
Dimmed, and here's the second act of the Chinese Gong.
But, Bob, we simply have to buy something. We pawed over practically everything the old man has in the shop.
Yeah, but his prices, Jeannie. I'll bet he doubled them the minute he saw us coming.
Here he comes.
Here, Missy, a bracelet I speak of. Handcuff, good jade, no glass.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Very cheap. $50.
$50? Now, look here, Mr. Sentai. We'd like to do business with you, but get this straight. We're not millionaires by a long shot.
Too much money?
Well, that's the general idea, yes.
All right. $45.
No, really, Bob, I don't want this jade at any price. Listen, Mr. Ty, what we would like is something we can take home with us to use around the house. I mean, a vase or a lamp or something of that sort.
Yeah, I know. Look, see, very fine vase. Very old.
No, wait. This gong, how much is it?
No gong.
Yes, gong. Mrs. Wilton wants that gong. She gets it. How much?
Well, wait, Bob. I want to hear the tone first. Oh, that's beautiful.
That's all right. Hit it again.
Oh, I want this gong, Bob.
Not so enthusiastic. You want $1 million for it. Well, come on now. It's my turn. Let me hit it.
No more.
What? You mean you don't want me to hit it again?
No hit. 1 time, all right. 2 time, all right. 3 time, no good.
You mean it's bad luck to hit the gong 3 times?
Yes, Missy, bad luck. Very bad luck. Terrible thing happen.
Oh, yeah? All right, what's the bad news? How much?
You want buy?
Sure, I won't buy. How much?
$15.
Sold. Gene, the gong's yours.
I'm not so sure I want it now.
What, you mean because of what he said?
Mm-hmm.
Forget it. It's one of those silly superstitions. Come on, Mr. Ty, wrap it up. We're taking it with us.
All right, Mr. But don't forget, don't never hit gong 3 times one day. Bad luck, Mr. Very bad luck.
You big baby. Will you please get away from that gong?
Gosh, Gene, this thing intrigues me. What do you say we swat it again and see what happens?
Now, Bob, you don't really think anything would happen, do you?
Well, don't forget what the old man said. Don't hit 3 times one day. Very bad luck. Terrible thing happened, mister. Terrible thing.
Bob, wouldn't we be embarrassed if you hit it and the hotel caved in?
Yeah, wouldn't we? And me in my pink pajamas.
That'd be terrible, all right. Well, go on, hit it.
You mean hit the gong?
Certainly. Maybe it'll start a nice, exciting earthquake. Or don't they have earthquakes in Shanghai? Well, what are you waiting for?
Well, I was just thinking.
Bobby, don't tell me you've lost your nerve.
Oh, gosh, Jeannie, it isn't a matter of nerve, but I was just thinking, after all, this is the Orient, and funny things do happen.
Oh, you big baby, give me that mallet.
Well?
Now hold on to your hat because I'm going to give this gong the fatal third stroke if it's the last thing I do. Here it goes.
You did it.
Certainly I did it. Well, when does the excitement start? When does the... Oh, Bob.
I'll go see who it is. Yes? What?
Mr. Robert Yilton?
Yes?
I am from Shanghai Police Department. You will come with me, please?
But why?
I have here a warrant for your arrest. You are charged with the murder of Count Nicholas Renikoff.
Isn't there something I can do?
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Wilton. All we can do is wait.
Oh, and Bob in that filthy cellar. I can't bear it any longer.
Please try to control yourself, Mrs. Wilton. You make it very difficult.
I'm sorry.
As your lawyer, I assure you I've done everything possible. But, well, to speak bluntly, the law must take its course.
But Bob didn't kill Renikoff. I know he didn't.
Of course he didn't, Mrs. Wilton. But I assure you there's nothing further I can do. We can only wait.
Wait. I'm going crazy waiting. Day after day in that hotel room. I tell you, I can't stand it anymore. Why won't they believe Bob? He didn't kill that man. Everyone knows he didn't.
Unfortunately, Mrs. Wilton, the evidence in the case indicates otherwise.
What?
Now, please understand me. I'm not saying that I believe the evidence, but there it is, and it's quite damning to say the least. Your husband was overheard quarreling with Count Renikoff. He threatened the man with bodily harm, unless he ceased his, might I say, unwelcome attentions to you.
But that doesn't prove anything.
No, perhaps not. But a few hours later, Count Renikoff was found murdered. A knife in his back. And on that knife were the fingerprints of your husband.
Oh, no.
I assure you I'm telling you the facts, Mrs. Wilton. Your husband's fingerprints were right there on the handle of the dagger. I saw them there myself.
But that's impossible.
Quite. And yet it's the very evidence that will put a noose around his neck.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait. It's best to face it now, I know. Bob will hang unless we do something. I know he will.
Those fingerprints on the dagger. I tell you, it's almost as if some power of evil had put them there. As if some supernatural... Why, Mrs. Wilton, what's the matter?
I just remembered.
What? Speak up, child.
It was nothing at all.
Oh, let's say you gave me a bad turn for a moment there. Your face went so white I thought something was wrong. I say you had a pretty rocky time of it, haven't you? Look here, my child, why don't you appeal to the American consul again? Perhaps he can do something.
I just came from the consulate.
Oh?
He says there's nothing he can do.
Yes, I expected that. Count Renikoff is a very influential figure in Chinese nationalistic circles. An issue, you know. If the American authorities try to interfere, well, all sorts of international complications might arise.
International complications? What do they mean to me? It's Bob I want.
You have 3 minutes. In there, please.
Bob.
Oh, Jean.
Oh, Bob, what have they done to you?
Oh, my darling, let me hold you close.
Oh, Bobby, what's happened to us? We were so happy.
It's that gong, Jeannie, that confounded Chinese gong.
Oh, no, Bob, that can't be it. It just happened, that's all.
I'm half crazy with worrying. Tomorrow they're going to try me for murder. Jean, me, Bob Wilton, murderer.
Oh, Bob, please.
I'm sorry, dear. These weeks in this filthy hole, I'm just not myself, I guess. Oh, my darling, what a horrible honeymoon I've given you.
Oh, no, Bob, please don't say that. Those days we had together, let's not forget them. Glorious days, and we'll have them all over again. I know we will.
Yes, Jean, we will. I'm going to be brave as you are. The one thing that's kept me sane all these horrible weeks, knowing that you were outside, waiting for me.
Yes, Bob, I'm waiting for you. I'll always wait, darling.
And the curtain comes down on the second act of tonight's play in the little theater off Times Square.
Smoking downstairs or in the outer lobby, please.
Everywhere you go, women are doing extra work, subjecting their hands to extra punishment. Yet have you noticed how some women keep those busy hands well-groomed, soft and youthful looking?
You can do it, too, by choosing original Campana Balm when work and weather threaten to make your hands look coarse and unlovely. Begin tomorrow using original Campana Balm before you start work as protection against dirt and grime. And be sure to use it every time after your hands have been in water also to help bring back the soft, adorable smoothness that your skin loses when you scrub it frequently with soap and water. Original Campana Balm acts so quickly and with such positive results that you, too, will soon be calling it the before and after lotion. Remember that smooth, protected, unchapped hands add to your efficiency, bolster your morale, and please the man who holds them.
Lack of certain basic ingredients for a while caused a shortage of original Campana Balm. We're happy to say that these ingredients are again available, and your dealer can now obtain supplies of original Campana Balm. If he does not have it, ask him to order it for you from his wholesaler.
If you prefer a lighter lotion, ask for the new Campana Cream Balm, the creamy lotion with lanolin.
Be sure you get either original Campana Balm in the green and white carton or the new Campana Cream Balm in the yellow and white carton.
Want to see you, please?
No, I don't want to see anyone today.
He say must. Please, Missy.
All right, show him in, whoever he is.
Thank you, please. You come in, please.
Well, what is it? What can I do for you, Mr. Suntai?
You remember me, please, Suntai?
No, I'm afraid I don't. Oh, yes, I do. You're the old man in the antique shop.
That's right. I sold you gong.
Yes, you did sell us the gong, didn't you?
Yeah, I sell.
Well, what is it you want? I don't want to buy anything.
Suntai no come sell.
Then what do you want?
Mr. Wilton, he very much trouble, no?
Yes.
Clive tomorrow looking very bad, no?
Yes, very bad.
Mr. Wilton, no kill that man.
No, of course he didn't. Please go away. I'm very tired. I'll see you some other time.
No, wait, please. I help.
You can't help it. No one can help it. No one.
Please, Missy, don't cry. I help. Mr. Wilton, good man. Lenikoff, evil. I know.
Please go now.
No, Missy, please listen. Suntai, very old man. He know many things. He know Mr. Wilton no kill man.
But what good does that do? They're trying my husband for murder tomorrow, and neither you nor I nor anyone else can stop them.
Oh, yes, please. Suntai, stop.
What do you mean?
Suntai know who killed everyone.
You know who killed Renikoff?
Yeah, I know.
Who? Tell me. Who?
My son.
Your son killed Renikoff?
Yeah. My third-born, Wang. Wang Lenikoff 7. Lenikoff, evil man. He beaten Wang many times. Wang killed him.
But my husband's fingerprints were on the knife.
I know. Wang tell me. Mr. Wilson come talk Lenikoff. Mr. Wilson very angry. He pick knife up from table while talk. Put knife down. Go away. Wang wear kitchen gloves. No show a knife.
Oh, I see. Bob handled the knife while he was talking to Renikoff, but in his anger he didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Then when Bob went away, Renikoff shipped your son. Your son stabbed him. And since your son was wearing gloves, only Bob's fingerprints appeared on the knife.
That lie.
Oh, but what's the use? The police will never believe that.
Oh, yes, police believe. See, Wang like everything down on paper.
You mean that's a confession?
Yes, please. Wang like everything. Chinese. Police savvy.
But I don't understand. Your own son, they'll hang him.
No hang Wang. Wang, good boy. China so big, won't go far away.
But why are you helping me, a stranger?
My family very old, very humble. no can see good man die. So I come see you.
Oh, bless you. Bless you.
Oh, no, Missy, please, no cry. Everything fixed. Everything all right. Goodbye, please.
Well, Jean, we're on our way.
Yes, Bob. On our way home.
It's a grand word, isn't it?
Oh, Bob, dear, put your arm around me. I always want to remember my last glimpse of China like this. You beside me and your arm tight around me.
China. I suppose I should hate the place after what happened to us there, and yet somehow I don't.
Of course you don't. We'll always remember China. Not for those terrible weeks, but because of what we've been through. It's brought us so very close together. As if we'd been married for many years instead of just a few weeks.
Yes, I guess that's right, isn't it? We are close together, aren't we?
Oh, yes, Bob. We're going to stay that way forever.
Oh, dear, I forgot to ask you, that gong. What did you do with it?
It's down below in one of the trunks.
You mean to say you didn't throw it away?
Well, of course not. Why should I throw it away?
Well, because of the bad luck it brought us. Don't tell me you've forgotten already.
The gong didn't bring us any bad luck, Bob. It was a stroke of good luck, our buying it.
How do you figure that?
Well, if we hadn't gone to Sun Tai for the gong, he'd never have known who we were. He'd never have come to me with his son's confession.
Well, that's one way to look at it. But believe me, I'll never strike that gong 3 times again. You can bet on that.
So there's the story of the gong, folks. From that day to this, neither Bob nor I have struck it 3 times. We're not superstitious,
No, but we know when to leave well enough alone.
Hi, George. That was an interesting story.
Oh, wasn't it, though? Oh, John, just think what might have happened if you'd hit it a 3rd time.
Yes. I'll have to admit, Mrs. Wilson, that I'm glad you stopped me before I struck this thing. It certainly was a close call. I had my hand raised like this.
John, you hit it.
I didn't mean to.
Good heavens, that was the 3rd time. What'll happen now?
Well, I don't know, but...
Bob, it happened. Just like that night in Shanghai.
I'm going to faint.
Come in. Well, what is it?
Just for heaven's sake, speak up. What is it? What's happened? Jenkins?
Beg pardon, madam, but dinner is,
Times Square. Miss Lottie and Mr. Soleil are in front of the footlights. Did the first nighters like it? Listen to the applause. Let me invite you to be with us again next week at the same time. By special request, we are presenting next week a beautiful play about Easter. It's entitled The Third Day. Special Easter music will accompany the drama. Be sure to tell your family, including your children and your friends, to listen to this special Easter performance. Are you saving old newspapers, magazines, paper bags, and boxes? Paper is a vital war material, and there's a serious shortage. Sell your waste paper or give it to a local charity. And now we move out of the theater and into the street. What do you say we stroll down Broadway?
Good night, Mr. First Nighter.
Good night.
The First Nighter program is a copyrighted radio feature.
Don't be tormented by itching. You can get soothing relief in a jiffy with DDD prescription. This soothing, greaseless, medicated liquid brings quick relief from itching caused by eczema, skin rash, industrial allergy. Get a 35-cent trial bottle of DDD prescription from your druggist now. This is...
I'm afraid my business is about the funeral.
Oh, you're from the undertaker's. Why didn't you say? You can sit down if you like.
Thank you.
No, not there, if you please. That was her chair, Mrs. Black's. My poor Miss Edwina's. No one else ever sat there in her lifetime and shouldn't do now. Death can be very tragic, Mr. Martin, especially for those who are left, for those who loved her.
Yes, indeed. Are you staying in service here, ma'am?
Oh, why shouldn't I? It was her house. I was with her ever since she was 21, and no servant ever had a better mistress, nor a more stylish and graceful one. Did you know all her clothes came from Paris?
They say she was a fashionable old lady.
Old? She wasn't old. She had the figure of a girl of 20. Oh, she loved that wind bell. She used to say it was like her laughter when she was young. It was, too. Now she's lying up there, just waiting to be buried.
How is your master taking it?
Quite well, thank you.
I've no doubt his schoolmastering keeps him from brooding. I'll just tell my cabby not to wait, if you'll excuse me, ma'am.
You'll have to walk back to the village if you do.
Oh, that's all right, ma'am.
Who was it, Helen?
Oh, someone to see the master about the funeral, Miss Lisa.
He's taking a longer walk than usual tonight.
Oh, that must be him now, Miss Lisa. Oh, yes. There's a Mr. Martin called to see you, sir, about the funeral. You'll be back again in a little while. I'll be in the kitchen if you want me.
Lisa, I see your dress has arrived.
Yes.
The first dress I've given you.
And it's black. I hate black. I long for colour, rich, exciting colour. I seem to have worn dull, drab things all my life. Now, the first dress you give me, black. Gregory, I don't want to go to her funeral. I can't bear the idea.
It'll be over in an hour at the most.
She had so many friends. They'll all be there. What will they be thinking and saying about us?
You mustn't let it worry you. We're not staying in this house much longer. In a month or two, we'll be in Italy.
Yes. Sometimes I can scarcely believe we'll never hear her knocking on the floor of her room again. Never hear her sharp voice. Never have that feeling of guilt when we look at her.
I love you, Lisa.
Gregory, no. Only when we get to Italy will I believe she's really dead. I found a wonderful picture of Menagio in the travel booklets from Mr. Long the other day. Shall I show it to you?
Not now.
But it's here, on the desk.
We must remember Ellen. Who's that, I wonder?
The gentleman I told you about, sir, Mr. Martin.
Good evening, sir. I hope you'll pardon this late call, but my business is urgent.
It's certainly rather late. Won't you sit down? Oh, this is Miss Graham.
Evening, miss.
Good evening.
What do you wish to see me about, Mr. Martin?
It's a delicate matter, sir.
Shall I leave?
No. You can speak in front of my secretary, Mr. Martin.
I believe you've just lost your good lady, Mrs. Edwina Black.
The funeral takes place tomorrow.
Please accept my sympathy, sir.
Thank you.
I understand the lady was ill for some time.
About 6 months. Why do you ask?
It now appears that Dr. Prendergast is worried about your wife's death certificate and regrets having signed it.
What?
He is dissatisfied with the apparent cause of death. Therefore, I've come to ask you to delay the funeral.
Who are you to interfere like this?
I'm a police officer, Miss Graham. I've been sent here to discover the cause of Mrs. Black's death. You see, Dr. Prendergast speaks of certain symptoms which now strike him as strange.
Surely you're not suggesting that my wife died by other than natural causes?
Let's say the suggestion will always be there unless the matter is cleared up.
But if you stop the funeral, the whole village will gossip.
I'm afraid there's no other course left, miss. A pathologist's report, though, should ease everybody's mind.
But this is an intolerable situation. What excuse can I give the vicar, the undertaker?
Leave all that to me, sir. The burial can take place following the post-mortem, possibly the day after tomorrow.
But this may start the most terrible rumors.
It's to stop any rumors that we must have the post-mortem, sir. I'll just get my hat. I left it here on the desk. What's this? Touring booklets? You're planning to go abroad, sir?
Holiday.
From London? No, very good. Well, I'll be off. Expect I'll have the report through by Thursday.
You'll keep me informed, I suppose.
I'll come at once, sir. Good night.
Good night, Inspector. My apologies if I've taken the matter rather badly.
But you haven't, sir. You've taken it very well indeed. Good night, miss.
Good night.
That stupid fool of a doctor.
I knew it. I knew Edwina would stop us.
But how can she stop us, Lisa? Now, do be reasonable.
I'm frightened.
But why?
I don't know, but you're frightened too.
Nonsense. Why should I be frightened? Edwina died a natural death.
Yes, but can't you see how she's stopping us from going away? She might almost still be here, laughing at us, telling us we can't escape her.
Lisa, control yourself. Everything will be cleared up in a few days. In the meantime, we must carry on as though Inspector Martin and the whole of Scotland Yard didn't exist. Now, let's get down to business. I've had a letter from the bank asking for Edwina's passbook. Could you get it for me, please?
It's in her room. I hate going there now.
But she's dead, Lisa. Can't you get that into your head? Edwina is dead.
Is she? Is she?
Mr. Martin, you've been in and out of Miss Edwina's room at least 20 times this morning.
And you're quite sure you've moved nothing from it, Ellen?
I most certainly am. Apart from the things you took away the other day, that is.
My good lady always says I need telling everything 10 times over.
She asked for it, marrying a policeman.
Good morning, Miss Graham.
Good morning, Inspector. I expect you want to see Mr. Black. I imagine he must have gone down to the village.
I've no doubt he'll be back shortly. Well, if you'll excuse me, ladies, I'll go upstairs again.
Better keep an eye on him, Miss Lisa. He's forever disarranging things upstairs.
Oh, I'm glad you're back early, Gregory. The inspector's here, upstairs.
Oh. Did he say anything?
No.
But the post-mortem was held 3 days ago. The funeral the day before yesterday. Surely he knows the result by now. Why didn't you ask him?
I'm only your secretary. It isn't easy for me to ask. Why don't you go up and ask him now?
Yes. No, it might look odd, my being so anxious.
Oh, it's your laundry, Miss Lisa. She starched the collars a bit better this week. Thank you, Ellen. Oh, I'll have that cloth for the plant table. I can change it now. Mrs. Smith hasn't washed it very well. Oh, you mean this stain? Oh, she can't move it, she said. That's the master's fault. It was all muddy when he gave it to me the morning Miss Edwina died.
Then throw the wretched thing away.
I couldn't do that. Miss Edwina brought it back from Paris. Hush, Ellen. Inspector.
Good morning, Inspector.
Morning, sir.
I'll get along with the lunch. For two.
Just a moment, Ellen. I understand that you acted as nurse to your mistress. And a very good nurse, I imagine you were, too.
At the end, we got in a proper nurse, Mrs. Bloom. But I did my best, sir, for as long as I was needed.
I'm sure of it. And you were responsible for carrying out the doctor's instructions, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
For example, you saw that Mrs. Black had her medicine without fail.
Of course, sir.
You never forgot once?
No, sir.
Then we have a little mystery to solve. Because the post-mortem revealed no traces of medicine at all. You ought to know better than to lie to the police, Ellen. Yes?
I tried to make her take it, sir, but she never would. She'd just pour it away. Once she ruined a bottle of toilet water by pouring the medicine into that. She made me promise not to tell the doctor or anyone.
An obstinate invalid. I see. Well, that solved my little mystery. So I'll not keep you any longer, Ellen, from preparing your lunch for two.
Yes, sir.
Now, the mystery has been solved to your satisfaction. I hope we've heard the end of this affair.
The end, sir? Oh, I'm afraid it's more like the beginning. You see, we have discovered arsenic in your wife's body.
Are you suggesting that my wife died of poisoning?
That would be the inference, yes.
Prendergast must have made an error in his dispensary.
But you heard your housekeeper say your wife never took her medicine.
She might have had one dose.
One dose would make her ill, but it wouldn't kill her. Besides, I've traced all the medicine bottles, found them in the local dust tip. The bottles contain nothing but harmless medicine.
But if arsenic was found in her body, how did it get there?
That's what I'm here to find out. I found a tin of weed killer in your greenhouse, sir. I understand you ordered it from the general store on the 2nd of November. It was delivered that afternoon.
Yes, I did order some.
The particular brand you ordered contains a high percentage of arsenic. I see the tin has been used, sir.
We've always used weed killer on the gravel path.
Do you mean Mrs. Black was accidentally poisoned by the weed killer, Inspector?
We'll hope, accidentally, Miss Graham.
Then, have you considered that perhaps my wife... Well, I hardly know how to put this.
Suicide, you mean? No, sir. No, impossible. How could she have risen and gone to the greenhouse where you kept the stuff? The doctor says your wife couldn't stand on her feet.
That's true. She was too ill.
And nobody in their senses would take the tin up to her, would they?
Of course not.
Now, what about the housekeeper?
Ellen? Oh, but she was devoted to Mrs. Black.
Old ladies have been known to do strange things sometimes.
Oh, but not Ellen. The idea's ridiculous.
Do you think the old lady had a motive, sir?
I know she was left a small annuity, but Ellen wouldn't do anyone an injury to get it.
Exactly, sir. The motive isn't large enough.
You mean Mr. Black has a larger motive since he will inherit the fortune?
I don't mean anything. Yet.
There's another possibility, of course. Mrs. Bloom, who nursed Mrs. Black for several weeks.
I hadn't forgotten Mrs. Bloom.
Mr. Black dismissed her for thieving, and she said something at the time about paying him back for it. She might have done it to get Mr. Black into trouble.
Do you sincerely believe that, miss? so good, miss, I'd like to know something about Mrs. Black's daily routine.
Very simple. Oh, that is, after she took to her bed about 5 months ago. Every morning at 8 o'clock, I'd help her wash and brush her hair. Then Ellen would bring her breakfast tray at about 8:30. At 10 o'clock, Mrs. Black would give us our orders for the day. In my case, letters or a little shopping. I used to read to her every afternoon. And then, after a light dinner, when Mr. Black would come up to sit with her, I would leave.
How did Mrs. Black call anyone when she wanted attention?
She'd knock on the floor with her stick. Her room was directly above this one.
Mr. Black, did your wife ever take any wine?
She used to, before her illness, but Dr. Prendergast absolutely forbade it.
No stimulants. Yes, I see. Did she have anything to drink apart from tea and so on?
Ellen used to take a cup of warm milk to her every morning, about 11.
Did she take it up the morning in question, miss? The morning Mrs. Black died?
No. It was I who took it up that day.
About the weed killer. Is the greenhouse locked at night?
Yes, but the key is kept hanging in the hall.
Now I want you to think hard. Can you recall who was last in the greenhouse on the night before your wife died?
Yes, I remember distinctly. It was Ellen.
And yet Ellen told me it was Miss Graham here who watered some plants.
Did you, Miss Graham?
I must have done, if Ellen says so.
Was the tin of weed killer in the usual place on the shelf?
I can't remember.
You can't remember? Well, I don't think there's anything else at the moment. I'm sorry we've delayed you from taking your holiday, sir. You're going to Italy, aren't you, sir?
Yes.
Yes, I saw those travel books from Lunds on your desk. I must say, the date on them puzzled me.
Why?
To have sent for them 5 weeks in advance of your wife's death seems somewhat pessimistic.
I ordered those booklets because I had intended traveling so often during the past few years.
But you didn't order them, sir. Miss Graham did. So you intend going alone, sir?
Why do you ask?
Oh, just curiosity, sir. Well, I'll be back tomorrow morning, should either of you require me.
Why should we require you, Inspector?
Oh, well, you may just discover something I've overlooked. Good day.
I wonder what Inspector Martin meant by overlooked before he left this morning.
I don't know, my dear. You really must try not to think about it all the time.
Are you as calm as you pretend?
Yes, of course I am. Lisa, come and sit beside me. What is it? But we're alone in the house. I sent Ellen to the vicarage.
I'm sure I heard a sound upstairs.
Only your imagination.
Do you remember how she would knock on the floor? Beginning softly. And something more and more.
You must forget her, Lisa. She's gone now. She can't hurt us anymore.
That was the door of her room. She's clinging to the house she loved.
Her door is locked. Ellen must have left the box room door open. I'll go and see.
No. Don't leave me.
You're trembling.
Oh, my nerves have been dreadful since Inspector Martin came here.
You've no reason to be nervous of him. You've nothing to conceal.
Oh, it's silly of me. I'm sorry. After all, we've done nothing wrong. The pathologist has made an error, that's all. How could she have died of poisoning? Who would want to poison her? Mrs. Bloom? Ellen? Why should they? And who else is left?
Nobody but us.
But we know we didn't. So that's that.
Lisa.
Yes?
What made you send for those travel booklets?
I've often sent for such things. You know I've always wanted to travel.
Yes.
What are you thinking?
Why did you send for them so early?
You're looking at me as though you were the inspector. As if I was lying.
I only meant it must have seemed odd to Martin. You're sending for the booklets weeks before Edwina's death.
I think you mean you found it odd, Gregory.
You're twisting my words.
You're thinking that... Surely it's not possible.
She was in our way, wasn't she? And because you loved me... Lisa, did you? If you did, I'll understand. I love you, but I must know.
Do you really think I would murder? Yes, I can see you do. Supposing I confess I did kill her.
No, it wouldn't make any difference to my love for you.
Are you sure, Gregory? Would you ever really forget? While I was in your arms, wouldn't you see me stealing from the greenhouse, a small tin in my hands, waiting and listening until it was time for a milk?
Oh, don't say that, Lisa, please.
You see? Oh, Gregory, how can you accuse me? How can you?
Edwina was poisoned. There's no question about that. But I've got to know who did it.
I swear to you, it wasn't me.
Forgive me, Lisa.
No. Don't touch me.
I've hurt you. Forgive me.
Ellen can never come back in all this rain.
Please forgive me.
Huh. She hasn't watered the azalea again. Quite dry.
I didn't know what I was saying.
Gregory, what was it Ellen said this morning about the cloth under the azalea?
I don't remember.
I do. She said you gave her the cloth on the morning of Edwina's death. But I don't remember seeing the azalea here before then. Did you bring it to the house the morning of her death?
I forget. Why?
Because if you did, it proves you were in the greenhouse after me.
Lisa, we must stop this. Don't you realize what we're doing to each other? It's this house. It's alive with malice.
Edwina is alive.
Only in our minds.
What do we know, the dead or what happens after death? How do we know that at any moment she may not walk quietly down those stairs, smiling as she used to?
Lisa, stop thinking about her. We know we didn't kill her, either of us. Trust me, my darling. Surely you can trust me.
Oh, I wonder what would have happened if we had told Edwina about us.
That would have been the most dreadful scene. I would have been made to resign from school.
Yes. You have no money. And Edwina was so rich.
Oh, Lisa, don't.
But why did you bring in the plant in that morning?
The house was so bleak and dark. The azalea looked so cheerful.
And you knew that Edwina was leaving you her money.
Lisa, you must stop.
But if the pathologist made no mistake, what is the answer?
I don't know.
Look. It's going out.
Oh, well, they must have forgotten to fill the registry again.
Oh, light the other lamp.
Where are the matches?
On the chiffonier, by the candle. Gregory? Where are you? Why don't you answer me? Gregory!
Lisa, I can smell her perfume. I swear I can.
She's in this house.
No, it's not possible.
Her perfume. I can smell it too.
There. I've got the second lamp going.
Oh, Gregory.
Stop it, Lisa. Stop it. Do you hear?
Their embroidery silk. The perfume is clinging to the silk she was using on that altar cloth she was making. Ellen brought them down for me to sort her up.
Shall we never stop being reminded of her?
Not in this house.
Shall we have some coffee?
I'm afraid there isn't any.
What happened to those 6 tins I got? What does Ellen do with it all?
Ellen? You should say Mrs. Bloom.
I should have prosecuted the woman. I was far too lenient. I told you I saw her take a brooch from Edwina's jewel box and put it in the pocket of her coat on the very morning Edwina died.
No. You didn't tell me.
Oh, I thought I had. Probably forgot. So much happened afterwards.
But you were in the sick room only twice. At 10 o'clock, when I was there with Mrs. Bloom, and not again until Ellen called you to the bedside at 12.
What of it?
If you saw Mrs. Bloom in her cloak, then she was leaving the house at 11:30 as usual.
after I gave Edwina the milk and before Ellen called you at 12.
The explanation's quite simple. Edwina was dead when I went up to her room at 11:30.
Dead?
Yes, dead. Don't you believe me?
No. Gregory, if you killed her, and you have destroyed every hope we ever had.
But I'm innocent. You have to believe me. Look, here's Edwina's Bible. I swear to you, I did not kill my wife. How could you imagine I could kill anyone? Lisa, what's the matter?
Can you hear it? Her stick. She's tapping with her stick. She's coming down here.
Ellen.
All right, miss.
When did you get back, Ellen? What are you doing with that stick?
Stick, sir? I just went up to fetch it. You promised it to the vicar's wife as a keepsake from Miss Edwina. Don't you remember, sir?
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid I forgot it when I went down with the altar cloth earlier.
We didn't know you were back.
Oh, I got home just before the rain started, so I went up to Miss Edwina's room for the stick. I've been sitting there ever since, remembering her. So very quiet and peaceful. We never set our clock again, sir. That's why it was so quiet.
You shouldn't have come down like that. You startled us.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I know I shouldn't have sat there so long, but time just slipped by. What with the clock still standing at 12. Just as we stopped it the morning she lay dying. Do you remember how still and peaceful it was in the room when we did that, sir?
That's enough, Ellen. You may go now.
Very well, sir.
The old fool.
Then Edwina was alive when you went into her room at 11:30. She only died at 12. What were you doing in that missing half hour?
If you loved me, you wouldn't talk like that.
Would you tell the inspector about your visit to the sick room?
You really want me to do that?
An innocent man would.
I'm rather stupid, haven't I? You want me to shoulder the blame for her death because you're afraid of the police. Yes, you want me to be guilty.
Gregory!
You poisoned her because you've always wanted to be the mistress of a large establishment. You killed my wife for it, and now you want me to take the blame.
Stop!
I would do anything to gain your end. I believe you'd poison me. You could poison the coffee. That would make it easier for you, now that everything's gone wrong.
Easier for me?
You could say I'd committed suicide because I'd murdered my wife. Was afraid now the police were making inquiries. You'd be safe if they thought that would be true.
I'm not trying to poison you. But no doubt you want me to swear that on the Bible, too.
Yes.
Well, you can save your breath. I've no intention of doing it. Wait a minute. This isn't Edwina's Bible at all. It's a Latin primer.
I thought it was her Bible.
You knew it wasn't. Were you afraid to swear on her Bible because you knew you were going to tell a lie?
No.
You did kill her. You told me lie after lie.
I won't have you say that, do you hear?
You shout at me. I'm not one of your schoolboys.
You're trying to dominate me as she did.
I should have known that a man who was capable of living on his wife's money was capable of anything.
That's not true. I have my own salary.
Your salary never paid for your servants, your luxuries, your expensive clothes.
You can say that to me after making love to me.
You made love to me.
Indeed, then I succeeded very easily.
I didn't mean to do that.
Now, I will tell you why I lied and said Edwina was dead when I went up to the sick room. When I went up at 11:30, Edwina told me that you wanted to get rid of her. She said she was sure the cup of milk was poisoned.
Why did she tell such a lie?
I realize now that she was trying to make trouble between us.
Then she knew about us?
Yes. You'd always comforted yourself by saying that Edwina never knew. I didn't want to take that comfort from you.
Gregory. Oh, Gregory, to consider my feelings like that.
I loved you.
Oh, Gregory, I've been such a blind fool. Oh, forgive me.
Oh, I do. Now, come. This calls for a grand gesture. We'll drink to Italy, Lisa.
Oh, you know I never touch port.
Well, you're going to touch it this time. I don't argue, my love. The toast is Italy. Here you are.
Yes. Let's drink to the Bella Vista, The Adriatic, the sunlight.
We're going to be happy at last. It'll be the end of worry for both of us.
Then drink to it, Gregory. Gregory, why aren't you drink...
Who's there? Lisa? Is that you?
Yes.
But Ellen told me you were too ill to leave your room.
I am ill. I've strength enough to come down to be here when the inspector arrives. You know he's coming, don't you?
I hadn't forgotten.
This time I shall tell him the truth. I shall tell him you murdered your wife and then attempted to poison me. You realize that pork was poisoned, don't you?
Yes.
Think I loved you.
Here's the inspector now. You'll be able to denounce me, Lisa. You're clever enough to make him believe you.
Oh, you're up, miss, and I was just telling the inspector.
Good day, sir. Good day, Miss Graham.
Good day.
I hear you've been ill. I'm sorry.
I am ill, Inspector, but not as dangerously as I might have been.
I'm pleased to hear it, miss.
Inspector, Mr. Black has something to tell you.
Have you, sir? Well, there's just one question I want to ask Miss Graham first, and then we'll hear what it is. Now, miss, I want you to cast your mind back to last April. You went to the village and called in at the chemist for some toilet soap and tooth powder. Now, can you remember buying anything else?
Of course I can't remember. So long ago. Inspector, you will see that all this is a waste of time when you hear what Mr. Black has to say.
I think it was about the second week in April.
Oh, never mind April. Last night I was nearly killed.
Really, miss?
I was given a glass of port from that bottle. It was poisoned.
Indeed. How do you know?
Because I was violently sick after being given a glass of it by Mr. Black.
It was harmless as far as I knew. I'd poured myself a glass as well.
You didn't drink yours.
It was only sheer chance that I didn't. I'm afraid, Inspector, I must tell you that in my opinion, Miss Graham poisoned that port herself. She took just enough to become ill and to make me look guilty when she accused me of murder.
That's a very serious charge.
He knows I didn't poison it, Inspector.
Now, you each had a glass and only one of you drank. Where is the untouched glass?
Ellen threw it away.
When did you last have a glass of port?
Not for several weeks.
And you, miss?
I've never had a glass before in this house.
So, bearing in mind that Ellen is teetotal and Mrs. Black forbidden to drink, this bottle would have been in the cupboard for some time.
Yes.
Then how is it that when I made inquiries at your wine merchant, I learnt that a large number of bottles of port came into this house regularly during the last 6 months, sir?
I knew nothing about it.
And you can't throw any light on it either, miss?
No.
Then we'd better ask the housekeeper.
I'll ring for her.
Thank you, miss.
But this is a complete waste of time, Inspector. Mr. Black poisoned his wife and then tried to poison me.
And what motive would you give Mr. Black for doing this?
He knew he was going to inherit her money.
But that's not strictly true, miss. I visited Mrs. Black's solicitor this morning. I believe he's due here tomorrow for the reading of the will. He told me a most interesting fact. That you, miss, inherit half of Mrs. Black's fortune. Did she ever say anything to you about it?
She did say once that she'd make me wealthy. I thought it was only one of her jokes.
But you never told me. Now, you see, Inspector, there is a motive.
But you have a motive too, sir. I wonder what's keeping Ellen.
Oh, I'll ring again.
I hope you won't mind my saying so, miss, but you have very attractive hands. beats me how you ladies keep your hands so white. One of those feminine secrets, I suppose.
You rang, sir?
The inspector wishes to ask you a question, Ellen.
It's about the port, ma'am.
Well, I'm teetotal, as I told you, sir, so I can't help, can I?
Oh, but I think you can, ma'am. A considerable amount of port has come into this house lately, and I'm trying to discover what has happened to it. Did you ever give the late Mrs. Black any?
Why, Dr. Prendergast strictly forbid it.
But you never took any notice of the doctor, ma'am. You admitted to me that Mrs. Black never took her medicine, that she used to pour it away.
Well, that was different, sir.
Ellen, you can go to prison for telling lies, you know. Have you ever seen this bottle before?
I found it in Miss Edwina's room the morning she died. She used to hide it away from the doctor. I brought it down and put it in that cupboard.
So you did give Mrs. Black port? A lot of it?
She used to crave it, sir. Brought the colour back into her cheeks and made her feel better.
You came into an annuity by her death, Ellen. I suggest you might have tampered with this last bottle of port.
You feel... Oh, what a wicked thing to say. As if I'd harm her. Besides, Mr. Black knew she was having the port, sir.
That'll be all. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Mr. Black, why did you tell me your wife did not have any stimulants during her illness?
I didn't want anyone to realize that I had to give in to her about everything.
You gave her the port, knowing it was dangerous in her condition?
What did he care about that? It was simply an easy method of giving her the weed killer. He was in the greenhouse after me. He brought in that azalea. What other evidence do you need?
If only it were as simple as that, miss. You see, we analyzed the weed killer. Less than half of it is composed of pure arsenic, which would dissolve in liquid. The rest is like sand and will not dissolve in anything. Now look at this bottle. You see, the wine is quite clear.
Then this bottle does not contain weed killer.
No, sir, no. Because you see, Mrs. Black was not poisoned by weed killer.
Don't understand.
You will, miss, you will. Now we come to that little purchase you made in April again. Apart from soap and tooth powder, you also bought a certain preparation which is quite fashionable nowadays. So I think it was for your hands, miss.
Yes. I bought something to whiten the hands. A powder which I had to dissolve in water.
Exactly, miss. Oh, the chemist ought never to have sold it to you. But I suppose they're very lax in these country districts. You see, that powder was pure white arsenic.
Arsenic? But I never knew. I swear I never knew.
Now, you ordered a second packet in June. A packet which Mr. Black collected for you.
I don't remember anything about it.
Yes. It was the time Ellen was in bed with a cold, and you said you'd get it for me on your way back from school.
Oh, yes. Miss Graham told me to fetch the preparation. I just gave it to her.
Now, miss, did you use all that packet on your hands?
No.
Where is the remainder?
In my room.
It's not there now.
Well, then I must have mislaid it.
You mislaid it, eh? That's a pity. Because the remainder of that packet killed Mrs. Black.
Oh, no.
Did you always keep that preparation in the packet?
Yes.
Yes, I ask because the chemist says he suggested it should be in a container, as long exposure to air would discolor it. He said he generally told his customers this.
That's right, Inspector. I remember telling Miss Graham that she ought to do it when I gave her the second packet.
Oh, yes, I remember now. But I never bothered about it.
But you did bother, because I saw the stuff in a silver bowl.
Where did you see it?
I can't remember.
Where is it now?
I don't know.
Do you know, miss?
Oh, how can I? I've never seen it.
I must confess I find myself at a loss. Both of you stand to inherit a considerable sum of money. Both of you had access to arsenic. Miss Graham mislays a quantity of it, which later poisoned your wife in a drink, possibly from this bottle of port. A silver bowl which may or may not contain arsenic, and which would or would not reveal traces of this, is missing. If we could find the bowl, we could verify one or other of the conflicting stories. But since we can't find it, I shall have to ask you both to accompany me to London, where we can go into the affair a little more deeply.
You mean you're arresting us?
Let us rather say that you've been called in for further questioning. Right, it'll be a cold journey up, so with your permission, sir, I think it would be a good idea if we had some tea before we left. I'll tell the housekeeper.
So, you've won, Lisa. No matter what he says, they'll arrest us when we get there. Charge us with murder.
Why don't you admit that you stole the arsenic from my room and put it into the pot?
I never even knew it was arsenic.
Neither did I.
What's the good of arguing? Unless one of us confesses, they'll believe we did it together.
I feel between us watching it all.
Yes. It's as though we're bound together by her death. We can't escape her. There's one thing we can do. We can run away now, at once. If we get abroad, it'll be all right. There must be somewhere in the world where they couldn't find us.
Oh, what would our life be like? Living in shabby hotels, afraid to go out into the sun, starting an alarm when anyone knocked on the door. And Edwina would be with us. Always.
Mr. Martin tells me you're going to London with him, sir.
That's right, Ellen.
About the house, sir?
Oh, you can see to that.
Yes, the train is at 10:30. That gives us plenty of time. I hope you'll excuse the liberty in your kitchen, Ellen, but the kettle boils, so I made the tea. Now, where shall we have the tray?
Oh, over there will do. Oh, but you've the wrong cups.
Have I now? Never mind. Now, Miss Graham, do you take sugar?
One, please.
And you, sir? One or two?
One.
Now, Ellen, you'll have a cup with us too, won't you? I'm sure you'd like plenty of sugar.
Oh, thank you, sir.
This is a very attractive sugar bowl, isn't it? I like the way the designers entwined the letters E.B. with the pattern of the leaves. Your wife's initials, of course.
Obviously.
Where did you get that, sir?
The sugar bowl.
You didn't find that in the kitchen?
Where else would I find it? Under some bushes in the garden?
But you put some in my tea.
Sugar, do you mean, Ellen?
It wasn't sugar.
Heavens. It was arsenic.
You put it in my tea.
I've done nothing of the kind, ma'am. But I suggest that you put it in Mrs. Black's pot.
I only gave her her milk. No, they did it. The two of them. They were the ones who wanted to get rid of poor Miss Edwina.
But you threw the bowl away, Ellen.
They asked me to throw it away.
It's a lie, Inspector.
When did they ask you to throw it away?
The day after Miss Edwina died.
But how did you know that the contents were poisonous?
I guessed it.
No, ma'am, you did not. I suggest you knew it was poison because you'd already given it to Mrs. Black in her port.
But why should I harm her? I loved her. I loved her, I tell you.
I suggest you stole the hand preparation from Miss Graham's room and put it into the bottle of port before you took it up to your mistress.
I didn't steal it. I didn't. Miss Edwina asked me to get it. It was she, Miss Edwina, who put it in the silver bowl.
And then you poisoned her.
I tell you, I didn't poison her, sir. She poisoned herself.
Poisoned herself?
Yes. Yes.
Try to be calm and tell us the rest, Ellen.
Just before Miss Edwina died, she told me she'd taken some of the stuff. I was beside myself with grief, but she told me she'd done it because of them. They'd made her so unhappy she didn't want to live anymore. She begged me not to tell anyone and to throw the bowl away.
It was your duty to tell. You knew that Mr. Black and Miss Graham might be accused of her death if you didn't.
No more than they deserve. They'd hurt her so cruelly, and I was going to let them suffer in return. That's what I promised, Miss Edwina. And now you've tricked me into telling you, and everybody'll know. They mustn't. Miss Edwina'd never forgive me. I don't care what you do to me, but nobody must know about Miss Edwina killing herself. You mustn't tell the police. You mustn't tell anyone.
Now, ma'am, you calm yourself. We'll go and have a little talk, Ellen, shall we?
Nobody must say anything against her.
I remember it was Edwina who recommended that I should buy the preparation for my hands. She must have known it was arsenic. Edwina was the only one who did know.
She meant to hang us. She knew she had to die, so she schemed to use her death against us.
Ellen's quieter now. She'll be all right. I hope you forgive the rather clumsy ruse of the sugar bowl, but there was no other way out of it.
Can't understand, though. Ellen said the poison was in the milk, and yet I became ill when I drank from the bottle of...
If you remember, Miss, Mrs. Black had the habit of pouring away her nasty medicine anywhere to get rid of it. This bottle of port happened to be handy, so she popped the medicine into that.
But I became ill, Inspector.
Well, of course, Miss. You took an overdose of Mrs. Black's medicine, a wine glass neat, and in your overwrought condition.
Just medicine. And all the suspicions we built.
Yes, sir, yes. We human beings are very open to suggestion. In the dark, an overcoat hanging on a door becomes a monster, and medicine grows into deadly poison.
And Edwina was behind everything. Edwina.
Can we blame the poor sick lady entirely, miss? She couldn't have succeeded as far as she did unless...
Unless what, Inspector?
The ground has to be fertile, sir, if the seed is to flourish. Well, I'll be off. You'll be hearing from us shortly, sir, should we decide to prosecute Ellen. And now, good night to you both.
Do you realize, Lisa, that we're free now?
Free? No, Gregory. Edwina's won, hasn't she? She succeeded in parting us. Even after her death, she's managed to part us.
But our love...
Our love. Oh, what a shoddy, tawdry thing it turned out to be. We suspected and accused each other. I'll go upstairs and pack now.
You're leaving me?
Yes.
We could try again, couldn't we?
Could we live together? Love each other without remembering the dreadful things we said? I could not.
We know each other now. We really know each other. We have no romantic illusions left. It's true, only ourselves, our real selves.
I'm leaving, Gregory.
If you leave me now, I shall be alone. Alone with Edwina.
I shall leave tonight.
No, please don't. Lisa!
You have just heard The Late Edwina Black by William Dinner and William Morum. The part of Gregory Black was played by John Hayter, and as Lisa Graham you heard Elaine Lee. Tony Jay was Inspector Martin, and Ellen was played by Patricia Saunders. The Late Edwina Black was adapted for radio and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Fiona Bonnell.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, waiting to explore with you what is often puzzling and always slightly beyond rational understanding. This story is real, and what happened goes back almost 100 years when Joseph Conrad recorded it. Then, even more so than now, the word Congo had acquired sobering connotation. Sobering indeed, as a commercial trader was to discover.
Chaos. Wake up. Wake up, man. Well, what is it? Listen. What do the drums mean? How should I know? Go back to bed, Carl. I can't sleep. I'll ask my coach. You stay inside the house. That's an order, Carlia. I don't want to lose you.
Our mystery story, The Warriors from Luanda, is adapted from a story by Joseph Conrad and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Bob Dryden and William Griffiths. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Man is gregarious. He likes the company of others. When men are deprived of human companionship, they undergo subtle changes. They hold conversations only with themselves. Solitary confinement is brutal punishment. It requires strong nerves to endure it. Mental change causes physical change, and a man released from isolation looks different and sounds different. Keep that in mind as we meet the director of the Dutch Great Trading Company. He is saying goodbye to Caertz and Collier aboard his steamer.
Have you any questions, Caertz?
No, Herr Director.
You are in charge. Collier takes his orders from you. Is that understood, Collier?
Yes, Herr Director.
This is not Amsterdam. It is the Congo. The jungle is dangerous and enveloping. I have left you with 10 men, all employed by the company, but responsible to you. They will keep the trading post clear. Mikola and his wife have survived here for years. He keeps the storehouse with its cloth and trinkets for barter.
I will rely on him.
The responsibility of the post is yours. We expect you to collect ivory. The company is generous with rewards for agents who are industrious. I am proceeding upriver. I will not return for 6 months.
By then, Herr Director, I will have filled the storehouse with tusks.
Good. You have ample food, and if you treat Gabila's tribe with decency and consideration, his hunters will bring you game and produce. Is there anything more?
No, Herr Director, we understand perfectly.
Then I will say goodbye.
We will step ashore.
Goodbye, Herr Director.
Well, Collier.
Oh, he's wonderful.
I feel like an overlord. A raised house with a veranda that overlooks the Congo. 10 men to do the work. Mikola and his wife to manage the storehouse. What more could we want?
And the ivory tusks everywhere in exchange for a piece of cloth or a trinket.
6 months, Collier. 6 months, and we will be rich.
You'll be rich.
Your turn will come. And after you've made your fortune, I will meet your boat in Amsterdam and we'll celebrate our wonderful adventure in Africa.
Look how the sun casts a bar of gold across the river. Surface doesn't seem to move. I haven't seen Mikola since... Oh, he's coming down to us.
Well, Mikola, we have been admiring the view.
You must be careful, Tuan. It is a dangerous river.
Ah?
The crocodile is very swift. You see there? What looks like a branch. It does not move downstream. Crocodile. You turn your back and he is upon you. That is why our house is on stilts. We fear the crocodile more than any other animals in the jungle.
Just how do we go about the bartering, McCullough? I don't speak the native language. I suppose I could manage the sign language.
I speak the tongues. The natives come with tusks. I speak with them. You make the decision, Tuan.
The director says that Skibola, is that right, Skibola?
Yes, he is chief of the local tribe. Very friendly.
Does he supply tusks?
No, Tuan. His people hunt only for food and have a village. They do not wander through the jungle. It is the wandering tribes who hunt for ivory, and they bring the tusks to our trading post.
And they exchange ivory for cloth and trinkets?
Knives, bells, beads. We have many things.
That's extraordinary.
The director speaks to me about the 10 men, Tuan.
Oh, he did? And what did the director have to say?
Tuan, it is very hot here. Men must be made to work. If they plant seeds, you will have plenty of produce. Over there was a clearing for growing vegetable.
There? Good heavens, it's a thicket. So you say there was a garden there?
Agent before you had men clear the land.
He also had the house built, didn't he?
Yes, Tuan. He was artist. He spent many hours painting on canvas.
Kurt, look up there on the hill behind our house, close to that huge banyan tree.
A cross. A tilted cross. Is that where the first agent was buried, McCullough?
Yes, Tuan.
Chewed up by a crocodile, McCullough?
No, Tuan. Of fever.
Well?
They are no better than first agents I have to bury in ground.
Oh, do you like these men?
They seem nice men.
You should be the agent.
Perhaps one day. But the director pays me well. We will see.
The Congo is not good for these men who come from where it is cold and where heavy fog creeps over the shore and the land has no sun.
This is our land, and the land is their enemy.
Last, the sunset. Day after day after day after day. Like a cauldron of red-hot metal pouring over the black jungle. That silent, deadly river. Sometimes I think I shall go mad, Gaius.
Only a month now, Galia. The steamer will be along in a month. If it weren't for my daughter, Mary, you wouldn't catch me here.
If it hadn't been for that brother-in-law of mine, maybe I'd still be in the army. Or any place but here. He got me this appointment knowing I'd be miserable in the heart of this blasted continent.
Did your brother-in-law persuade you that you'd make your fortune as a trader? Did he urge you to leave the army? No?
That's neither here nor there.
I see.
What do you see? Were you discharged from the administration of telegraphs? Is that why you're here?
No. I left to earn a dowry for my daughter. She's 17. She's all I have. Mary lives with my sister. My wife is dead. When I have saved enough for her dowry...
You'll never have it. You were supposed to collect ivory. Supply is pitiful. The trading station looks abandoned and the men do nothing.
That will do. Shall I remind you, Collier, that I am the agent and that you are my assistant?
Oh, yes, sir. What will you tell the director when he asks to see the ivory? And asks about the garden and the fencing and the new landing stage, that the men wouldn't work?
Hold your tongue, Collier.
If you weren't in charge...
Yeah, but I am, and don't you forget it. Now get down to McCullough's hut and tell him to come here to the house. Well, look. on there, Kyle. Huh? I've never seen them before. In front of the storehouse with McCall and his wife.
Fierce-looking devils, aren't they? I wonder where the tribe comes from. I'd better go down.
No, wait. McCall's wife is coming up here. McCall seems to be quarreling with her leader, pacing back and forth and gesturing. They don't appear to be friendly.
McCall sends me to Anne.
Oh? Well, speak up, woman. What is it?
McCall says you are not to leave house. They are dangerous men, Tuan.
Get your revolver, Carl.
No, Tuan. They also have guns.
I will not have McCall threatened.
He will barter with them. Do not go down there.
They have brought tusks.
Well?
Oh, they are fierce men, Tuan.
Well, who are they? Where do they come from?
From the coast, from Luanda. They are warriors. McCullough will talk with them, but you stay here. The natives from Luanda are dangerous.
I won't be intimidated by ignorance.
I think you will be, Cats. I will. Against 10 men armed with spears and guns? They'd leave us dead. Our director wouldn't like that, would he?
Shut up. Now, when McCullough has gotten rid of them, tell him to come up here.
He will come up here, Tuan.
I should thank you, Cats. Not that I would have obeyed you.
When I give an order...
But you didn't, because you're afraid to go down there. So am I. But I admit it.
The men are leaving.
And McCullough has gone into his heart. Look, there's his wife coming up from the shore. She circled the clearing. She's afraid, too.
We should always carry our revolvers with us. I intend to.
You cannot, McCullough. The director will be angry.
He will never know. I cannot stand up to the men from Luanda. They threaten all of us. They have guns.
But the trader and the assistant...
There will be no trouble.
Oh, they will know.
That may be. I am loyal to Great Trading Company, but also to you, to the children. The warriors threaten to kill us.
How is it to be done?
I have arranged it in my head. It is better you do not know. Better for them, too.
A 100 years ago, the jungles of Africa were impenetrable. It truly was the dark continent. 2 men are isolated there. What happens to them will unfold when I return shortly with Act 2. From the beginning of recorded time, man has been driven to explore and to plunder for survival. And from England, Belgium, the Netherlands, explorers lay claim to the riches in undeveloped regions. And they were followed by traders, such as Cairds and Collier, who manned outposts on jungle rivers to barter for ivory. 2 isolated men who await McCullough and his explanation about those unfamiliar warriors from Luanda.
Takes his own good time, doesn't he?
The sun's gone down. That's a blessing. It's positively balmy. Can't be more than 95 degrees. Perhaps we should go for a swim.
You're a fool. Congo gives me the shivers.
For heaven's sake.
Huh? What is it?
Isn't that smoke?
Huh?
See there, off the right. Isn't that smoke rising above the trees?
Yes, it is. 3 columns of it. McCullough?
Yes? Yes, one chance. Yes?
What's that over there?
Smoke?
Yeah, I can see that.
Fire. Village is burned.
Shouldn't we take our men and try to help?
No. It is too late.
Is that Gibola's village?
I do not know. It is close by.
And you don't care? Gibola's our friend.
Let's call out the men, Kayats.
Ring the gong.
No, Herr Kayats. When villages are burned, natives have been driven out. No one will be there.
Who drove them out?
Could be the Luanda.
The blighters who were here late this afternoon?
They are bad men.
Did they threaten you, Makola?
We argue about tusks.
Oh. They have ivory?
Very much. Do you get more ivory?
Yeah, certainly. We haven't collected very much in the past 5 months. Of course I want ivory, as much as they have.
Then I arrange for it. The director will be pleased.
I should hope so.
Director also asked about fencing and new landing stage.
The men he left with me simply won't work.
Well, maybe, Tuan, if you show them good time, tomorrow they will work. Give them party tonight.
What a wonderful idea. You to give them a party for doing nothing. Isn't that novel?
Palm wine has gone sour. I give it to them and they enjoy themselves. Tomorrow they will work.
Well, go ahead. Why not?
You stay in house, yes? It is dangerous.
You stay with me, Kalia. One of them might go off his head. That's an order.
Oh, you and your orders. Ridiculous.
You have fever, Tuan. You stay quiet. Fever will burn away. I will take palm wine to men. You do not leave house, Tuan.
Why should we have anything to fear from our own men?
Let me point out something I have said before. I am the agent in charge here, and you are my assistant.
The person in charge is Makola, and don't try to deny it.
You will not call me ridiculous in front of a servant. I won't stand for that kind of insubordination. If it happens once more...
Yes, what will you do?
I'll discharge you.
You mean throw me out of our castle on stilts? This vermin-infested hutch of a platform? You're welcome to the whole place. I'll head downstream to the coast.
Well, you may do what you please, but you won't survive a day in the jungle. I've warned you, Kalia. Now go to bed. Take your quinine and go to bed.
You may go to hell.
It couldn't be worse than this.
Kayats, wake up. There's trouble in the camp.
Who? What is it? Well, we'll go back to bed.
That's a yell for help. Go down there. Take your revolver.
No, it's just one of the men drunk on the palm wine.
Oh, do you hear that? Go down there, Kayats. That's one of our men.
Makola.
You're in charge here. That's what you tell me all the time. What kind of man are you?
Intelligent enough not to risk my life for a dead native.
And I'm dizzy.
Fever. Forget what you heard and go back to sleep. We will find out in the morning.
Oh, I have to go to the camp.
No, do what you please, but remember the cross on the hill.
He died of fever.
That's right. Do you prefer a bullet? You're up, Kalia. You look better.
Where are the men?
Well, they will straggle down shortly. I'll call again.
Oh, there's Makola.
Come up here and Makola.
He doesn't appear to be excited. Maybe he didn't hear the gunshot.
When did you wake me up?
It was almost 3 o'clock.
Yes, Tuan Kayats.
Where are the men?
They went last night with the coast people, the Luanda.
What? They deserted?
They go away, Tuan.
But they can't. They're company men, employed by great trading companies.
They were no good.
The director will be furious.
He will like the ivory.
Ivory?
Down there, Kayats. In front of the storehouse.
Good Lord. I never saw such a collection. The Luanda returned and...
You say barter with them, and they have Many tusks. You wish to see it, one?
Good work, McCullough. I will certainly mention this to the director. Wonderful. Are you coming, Collier?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
You should stay in bed here, Tuan Collier. You have fever. The sun is hot.
First, I must see the ivory. That's why we came to this desolate place.
Ah, beautiful. I never saw such tusks, McCullough.
I will weigh and store for the director.
What did you have to give for it, McCullough?
No regular trade. They bring ivory. I tell them to take what they want. The Luanda need carriers very badly. Our men were no good here, Tuan. No trade, no entry in books. All correct.
You gave them our men? You exchanged the company men for these tusks? You sold them into slavery?
The men were no good to us.
Oh, you scoundrel. What a vile thing to do, sell our men for ivory. The director will hear about this, I swear it. I've never heard of a more despicable act. You have no more duties here, McCullough. You and your family are to leave at once.
You are very red, Herr Kurtz. If you are so irritable in the sun, you will get fever and die, like our first chief.
We will return to the coast, to my people, McCullough.
No.
You heard Herr Kayer.
He spoke out of anger.
It was wrong to sell the men.
No. The chief of the Luanda would accept nothing else. If I do not agree, he and his men kill us, take everything. We have the ivory and we are alive. Do not worry about Herr Kurtz. He will not drive us away.
Oh, what will the two men do now for food?
They have rice, things in tins. The steamer will be here soon.
Oh, let us travel with the director down to the coast, McCullough. I no longer feel safe on this outpost.
Where have you been?
I went up to the camp.
You're mad. Have you no sense? You have fever. You're weak. You want to die.
I found one of Gibola's men lying dead in front of one of the workmen's huts.
What?
The way I see it, McCullough carried the palm wine up to the workmen. They got drunk and fell asleep. That's when that tribe from Luanda pounced upon them and carried them off. One of the men from Gibola's village was there and stayed sober. He protested. I was shot and killed. What will you do now?
We can't touch the ivory, of course.
What a frightful thing to have done. Made slaves in exchange for animal tusks. It's very wrong, Chaos.
They were walking down from the house, McCullough.
Of course. Now you will see.
Collier found one of Gibola's men lying dead in front of a workman's hut. You tell Gibola to have him removed.
Yes, Tuan.
What do you intend to do with these tusks?
The sun is very strong here for tusks. I must weigh them, place them in storehouse. They are very heavy.
That really is a splendid collection.
The Luanda are great hunters, Tuan.
Yeah, and marauders.
No, when I have stored them, I will go to Gibola as you have ordered.
I will help you, McCullough. Oh, one man could not carry so big a tusk.
I can't see a woman doing that work. All right, if I give them a hand.
You do as you please.
You are not well, Tuan Collier.
Oh, the fever will
Can't leave these beautiful pieces of ivory in the sun.
You will kill yourself.
No matter. I've given up. I don't expect to leave this place alive.
6 months.
Remember when we first put ashore?
Well, perhaps tomorrow the steamer will come.
Well, that's a great store of ivory cats. It's a shame. We should get credit for it.
I have been giving that a good deal of thought.
You need some credit. The clearing is overrun with rank grass, the fences...
That will do.
6 months, and you haven't accomplished a thing. The station's a disgrace. No ivory, you've lost the company of workmen, you've discharged McCullough, but he's still here. I'm sick and tired of listening to you talk about position. Where does your face it, Cayets? We're like two blind men in a dark room.
But I intend to emerge from that dark room. With credit. You will be dead.
Credit?
Yeah. Credit for the ivory.
You said you wouldn't touch it.
I've changed my mind. Selling the workmen into slavery was despicable. McCullough did that. I'm still horrified by it. But the men he sold to the Luanda were company men. They worked for the company. They were paid for their work. So the ivory is company ivory.
I see. And McCullough and his wife?
He, too, is a company man. If 10 workmen choose to desert...
Preferring to become carriers for the Luanda? Yes, I begin to see. Well, you're not an absolute fool after all, Cayets.
As compensation, the Luanda brought us a fortune in ivory.
The men were worthless to us and to themselves.
Yeah, we've done them a favor, and the Luanda have rewarded us.
The logic is peculiar.
Well, who will know the truth? The director has seen worse things done on the quiet, believe me.
I do, and I'm relieved.
Earlier, I mentioned the effect that solitary confinement can have on a man. We will soon discover the fate of Cayets and Collier when I return with Act 3. We're unfolding a story written by Joseph Conrad, who in the year 1890 commanded a small Belgian Congo steamboat. He contracted fever, dysentery, and in his words, everything became repellent to him. Men and things, but especially men. From that experience, he wrote this story about the disintegration of a trader and his assistant. 3 more weeks have passed, and McCullough's wife is concerned.
The 2 men quarrel and break things, McCullough. I have heard them.
Stay away from their house. They have revolvers. They are no longer responsible for what they do.
Oh, they are starving.
They have rice.
But nothing else. The boldest people do not bring game or fruit. They are weak and they are starving.
I do not care. I have no respect for them. They do not belong here.
Have pity on them.
No. Leave them alone. Time will tell against them. The steamer is late. The director is busy with other stations. I do not know when he will arrive.
The men will be dead.
Then Gibola's wish will be granted.
We need food. We're rot of fever and starvation. You sit there.
You're in charge of this pest hole. Do something, Kayat.
The steamer
Oh, for all you know, the steamer's passed us by. We have to do something.
I have ivory for the director.
Ivory. Blast the ivory. And the jungle. Burn it down, exterminate the natives, set fire to the whole continent.
Oh, you are crazy.
You sit there moaning over that picture of your maiden.
I warn you, Kaya.
Free me from this place. Free me. I'm so sick.
The solitude. It is absolute. Everything has gone out of me. Images of home gone. Those I loved recede into the distance, become indistinct. The great silence of the wilderness, its hopelessness, envelops me. I've lost the will to resist. Death stalks us, and I have no will to resist. No will. Talia? You're alive.
Get away from me.
You've slept all day.
Good.
Get up now. Don't lie there and rot. I fixed supper.
I can't choke down any more ice.
There's coffee.
Then bring out the sugar. What are you holding it for?
Only a few lumps left.
Well, bring it out.
It's for when we're sick.
Sick? I'm sick to death. Bring out the sugar or I'll strangle you to death.
I forbid you to speak to me that way.
You what?
I'm your chief.
Chief? Who's chief? There's no chief here. There's nothing here but you and me. Fetch the sugar, you blundering idiot.
Shut up, Kaya. I dismiss you. You miserable scoundrel.
You flabby, good-for-nothing civilian.
Put down that stool.
Make me.
Stop it.
Come back here. Open that door. Open it, you coward.
He's mad. Revolver. Where is my revolver? I have to control my nerves.
If you don't bring out that sugar, I'll break the doors down. I'll show you who's master.
I have to get out of here. The window. Drop to the ground and run for the river. Past McCullough's hut and the storehouse. Run. My legs. This morning I couldn't walk a yard without groaning. Run. Run for my life. He's mad.
I'm waiting for you, kids. You can't escape. Better jump in the river. You come near the house, I'll kill you. Come on now. You're out there someplace and I'm waiting for you.
What is this all about? This madness? What did we quarrel about? Sugar. A lump of sugar. How preposterous. I will remain hidden behind the house.
Where are you, kids? I'm coming for you.
I hear him. Which way do I run? To the left or to the right?
Yes, you are.
I'm hit. My shoulder. He'll fire again. I don't hear him. Kalia! McCullough! McCullough!
Yes, Tuan, yes.
Help! I can hardly walk. Help me to the front of the house.
Yes,
please.
yes, Tuan. Here, hold my arm.
He tried to kill me. Get me back to the porch. A lump of sugar. Civilized men quarreling and killing over a lump of sugar. Thank you, McCullough. What's that?
It's Herr Collier. He's been shot and killed.
But my shoulder... The gunshot... Let me... He's dead, McCullough.
Yes, Tuan.
I don't understand. He came round, threatening to kill me. We collided in the dark, and there was a shot. And my shoulder...
You are not shot, Tuan.
Isn't that wonderful?
I will see to Herr Collier, Tuan.
That miserable brute, that pompous, lazy, insolent misfit, he's dead. I'm well rid of him. Threatening me. He didn't learn very much in the army about obedience. There was mutiny. The director will understand.
Tuan, is this your revolver?
Yes. Yes, that is mine.
There is only one revolver, Tuan. Where is his?
I don't know. He came after me to shoot me.
I will look.
Now, what will I do? Bury him, I suppose. Order McCullough to build a cross. Place him next to the first agent. I killed him. Killed in self-defense.
Tuan, I did not find the revolver near Herr Collier. It was in his room. This is his revolver.
I shot an unarmed man.
Herr Collier died of fever, Tuan. Yes, I think he died of fever. Bury him tomorrow. For tonight we leave him on the porch.
I'm dreaming. Collier is dead. What difference does that make? Thousands die every day. I'm at peace with myself. What if I'm not Collier was dead? But I'm not. I must wake up. The mist is all around me. Penetrating, silent, white, deadly. Carrying my guilt through the jungle. Calling me to justice. Calling me. Help! 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 Help!
He's gone mad.
He runs wildly to the shore.
The steamer. Kids! Kids!
He's gone. He runs into the jungle. Oh, how do we explain what happened to Herr Kerr?
He went mad from fever, ran into the forest. Both men are gone. That is all the director will need to know.
And we go downriver to the coast with the director?
Yes. The company sends stupid men to the station. I want no more of them. They offend the natives. We do not collect enough ivory.
You have a great store of ivory, McCullough.
Thanks to the Luanda.
And to the workmen who are now their slaves.
Come aboard, McCullough. Tie your canoe to the ladder. Well, I'm pleased to see you.
I am honored, Herr Director.
May I ask where Kayatz is? And that assistant whose name I've forgotten?
Collier.
Ah, yes, of course. Well?
They are dead, Herr Director.
Ah. The usual, McCullough?
Fever. Herr Collier died of fever. He is buried.
And the agent?
Herr Kayatz became wild in the head and ran into the jungle.
Madness. He cannot survive. And this station, has the work been done?
No, Sir Director.
I feared as much. Imbeciles.
The company men did not work. Last full moon, they leave station. They join Luandas. This unlucky station, Tuan.
Well, there's nothing wrong with this station. It's the fools the company sends me to man them. Any ivory?
You come ashore to see.
McCullough. It's a marvelous collection. Heaven's name, how did you collect such superb tusks?
I barter for it, sir.
Yes, well, you bartered well. I see you still have half the supplies I left with you. What tribe brought you this wonderful collection?
Luanda.
Ah, I understand. And it was with the Loanders that the workmen went?
Yes, sir.
Amusing. We think alike, McCullough.
Yes, sir.
Both of us have a shrewd understanding of real values. I think that you could become an outstanding agent for a great trading company. I'll have my men load the ivory aboard. Then you and I will talk further?
Yes, sir.
Strangers in a foreign land, isolated and destitute. Cairds and Collier gave up respectable positions to become ivory traders in the middle of equatorial Africa. Unqualified, they degenerated so swiftly that in 6 months they died, both violently. Greed drove great trading company, and greed drove the two men. Only a heartless man, such as a director, or a shrewd man like McCullough, can survive the challenges of exploitation. I shall be back shortly. Conrad wrote this tragic story in 1895. The days of colonial exploitation have ended. Those who hunt and sell ivory are no longer cheated with gifts of cheap cloths, glittering beads, and trinkets. Now they get value for what they sell. This is advancement of a sort. And the dignity we formerly accorded only to each other is now, we hope, accorded to all mankind. Our cast included Robert Dryden, William Griffiths, Joe Silver, and Joan Ollis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Your level best. That's how you'll feel when you light up a Lucky. Because Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's important to you as a smoker to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And every smoker knows
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Mild, ripe, light tobacco. Remember, more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined. It's good to know that fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, by putting you on the right level to feel and do your level best. That's the Lucky level.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Get on the Lucky level, where it's fun to be alive. Get a carton of Luckies and get started today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
and gentlemen, in the life of Jack Benny, Saturday is a hectic day of rehearsals. Sunday is an exciting day of the broadcast. But Monday, Monday, that's the day for rest and relaxation. So if you promise not to disturb him, I'll take you out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills and see how he spends his day of leisure.
This is wonderful. Nothing to do but just sit here by the fire in this easy chair and smoke a cigarette.
Are you comfortable, boss?
Oh, yes, very comfortable. Rochester, move that ashtray a little closer, will you, please?
Here you are.
Rochester, move my chair a little closer to the fireplace, please.
Yes, sir.
What a way to relax. Rochester, flick the ashes off my cigarette. Will you, please?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to lift your eyelids so you can see the fire?
No, I'll do it myself. But with these long lashes, they are kind of heavy. Yes, sir, there's nothing like sitting by the open fireplace. What was that?
I just threw one in to help you out.
Thanks. Gee, this is wonderful. You know, I think I'll doze off for a while. This chair is so comfortable. Whoops. I'll have to get that spring fixed. You know, Rochester, I hope nobody stops in today. I just want to sit here and forget everything.
Boss, what are you fidgeting for?
My back itches. Scratch it for me, Rochester, will you please?
Okay.
A little higher. To the left. Lower. Up a little. Higher. Higher. Rochester, remember that Chinese back scratcher I used to have?
Yeah, why'd you ever fire him?
Now, Rochester, stop with those jokes. You know, your irrevocable propensity for jocularity is just an inept endeavor to be facetious.
Well!
Now, look, I want to be alone, so just let me... No, there's somebody at the door.
I'll get it. Oh, hello, Mr. Wilson.
Well, hello, Rochester. Is Mr. Benny in?
Yeah, he's right in the den. You know, Mr. Wilson, the boss was kind of upset last week after you got in that argument with him about Rudyard Kipling and Shakespeare.
He was?
Yes, sir. When he found out he was wrong, he felt so ashamed, he ran upstairs, threw himself across the bed, and cried like a baby.
No.
Yeah. What a pathetic sight. A gray-haired old baby.
Who's out there?
It's me, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. Come on in the den.
Hey, how come you're not dressed?
Well, Don, this is my day off, and I'm sort of relaxing. Later on, I'm going to have a masseur come over and give me a massage.
Well, Jack, I did the same thing yesterday, only I had 2 masseurs.
2 masseurs?
Yes, they started working on me at noon. And at 6 o'clock, when they came up over my stomach, I introduced them.
Don, a masseur couldn't get over your stomach with a pick and a rope. I'm just kidding, Don.
Well, by the way, Jack, regarding that argument we had last week about Shakespeare and Kipling...
Yes,
I want to thank you for that letter of apology you sent me.
That's quite all right. Forget it.
Did you receive my reply?
Forget it, Don.
No, Jack. This whole argument was ridiculous.
Forget it, Don.
And I meant every word when I wrote to you and said that my irrevocable propensity for jocularity was just an inept endeavor to be facetious.
Uh-oh.
Where are you going, Rochester?
When that line came out of you, I thought you were delirious and called the doctor.
I didn't tell you I made it up, and besides, it wasn't easy memorizing it. Now, Don, what'd you come over to see me about?
Well, Jack, your quartet's here, and they prepared a commercial that they want you to listen to.
The Sportsman?
Mm-hmm.
But, Don, not today. I want to relax. I'll hear it tomorrow.
Oh, you've got to hear it now, Jack. They're going away on a little vacation tomorrow.
They are? Well, where are they now?
In the living room.
Oh, for heaven's sake. A fella tries to have just one day to himself, and all he gets is... Don, who's that guy on your back?
I'm his third masseur. He hasn't met me yet.
Well, get off of him. We got work to do. Oh, hello, fellas. Boys, Don tells me you're going away for a few days. Where are you going?
If you know what we know, then you'll go where we go, where they grow tobacco. Oh, LSSSMFFF, LSMFT, you'd be so happy when you'd see a Lucky. You cannot measure the pleasure that you will get from smoking Lucky Strike.
Very good, Don.
So, Jackson, bye-bye, and don't cry. We're
Boys,
all
stop marching
happy,
around the room.
happy day.
Boys, be
So
careful.
take it down.
Hey, fellas, watch out for that goldfish boat. Watch out.
That's where we belong. Forward men and stay in line. It's onward to Caroline with Lucky Strikes in hand. Our favorite brand. Oh, LSSSMFFF, LSSSMFF, it's LSMFF for me.
How do you like that? They marched into the closet. Fellas, the front door is over there.
Forward men and stay in line. It's onward to Caroline with Lucky Strikes in hand. Our favorite brand. Oh, LSSSMFFT for me.
How do you like that? What dumb guys. Imagine them going into my closet.
Boss, they aren't so dumb.
What?
They marched out wearing 4 of your suits.
My suits? Hey, fellas! Don Wilson! Oh, darn it, he's gone, too. Oh, well, I'll see him when they get back. I'm not going to let it spoil my day of relaxation. Now, let's see, what'll I do? Read a book or a magazine or maybe...
Read a book.
Hello, Polly.
Hello. Boss, is there anything you'd like me to do for you?
No, Rochester, I'm fine. I just want to take it easy.
Well, the television's on. Why don't you watch that?
Say, that's a good idea. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dee. Ah. Hey, look at that prize fight. Gee, television is wonderful. Say, those two fighters are really mixing it. A right, a left. Wow, he's on his knees. The referee's counting. 1, 2, 3. Oh, darn it, the Colemans pulled their shade down. Gee, I wish I had a television set. Hey, maybe my cast will chip in and buy me one for Christmas. Maybe my writers will give me one. Say, maybe my sponsor will give me one. Or maybe on New Year's Eve I'll have an extra glass of sherry and buy one myself. Oh, well, I'll see what happens.
Mr. Benny, my money, please.
Huh? Gee, Polly, you sounded just like my violin teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Come to think of it, you look a little like him, too. Well, I think I'll go back in the den now. Oh, darn it. I'll get the phone, Rochester. Hello?
Hiya, Jackson.
Hey, Jackson, I'm all alone at the house, and I want you to help me out.
What is it, Phil?
Well, I'm writing a letter to a friend of mine, and I'm stuck. How do you spell entertainer?
For heaven's sake, Phil, why do you call with the silly things like that? Why don't you look it up in the dictionary?
I did, and it ain't in there.
Entertainer? Of course it's in the dictionary.
No, it ain't. I looked all through the ends.
Phil, naturally you won't find it in the ends. Entertainer begins with an E.
Entertainer starts with an E?
Certainly, the E is silent, like the P in your first name.
My name starts with a P?
Phil, don't you even know how to spell your name? What do you do when you sign a check?
The same as you. I cry a little.
I don't mean that. Look, Phil, today is my day off. I'm trying to relax.
All right, Pops, relax. Maybe if you rest up real good, you can come along with me on the next hunting trip. The one I went on last week was a pip, Jackson. We went up in the high Sierras.
I know. You told me you were going. Tell me, Phil, did you hunt bear?
Well, one day we... Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Hey, ask me that again.
Oh, no, he caught me on that last week. You're not going to catch me this
time. Come on, Jackson, ask me that again.
Okay. Tell me, Phil, did you hunt grizzly?
No, we shaved every day. Oh, Harris, the P in your first name may be silent, but the rest of you's dynamite.
Philsy, boy.
Hey, no kidding, Jackson. I wish you'd have been with us. Really exciting, especially when you've got good hunting dogs. You shoot down them ducks and the retrievers bring them right back to you.
Oh, the retrievers, eh? Who went on the trip with you?
Just me and Remley.
Say, you guys are really pals, aren't you? You never go hunting without Remley.
I have to take him. He's one of the retrievers.
Remley?
Yeah, you ought to see him, Jackson, swimming across the lake with a duck in his mouth.
Oh, for heaven. Why doesn't he carry it in his hand?
What, and let go of the bottle?
That does it, Phil. Goodbye.
So long, Marcia.
I never saw a guy like Phil. Doesn't worry about a thing. Gee, I was hoping that call was from Daisy.
Daisy who, boss?
Daisy Dickinson. She's Mr. Osborne's secretary of Batten, Barton, Durston, and Osborne. I got a date with her tomorrow night. She's cute, too. She makes $85 a week. Her take-home pay is $63.40. Well, what'll I do now? Maybe I'll read a... Say, Rochester, what's this package here on the table?
It came in the mail this morning, boss. It's for you.
For me? I wonder what it is. Gee, it's a little phonograph record. That's funny. I can't understand. Well, I might as well play it and see what it is.
Hello, Jack. This is Eddie Cantor. Hey, Jack, I just want to remind you, you're going to be a guest on my program Friday night.
You didn't have to send me this record. I knew I was going to be on.
So long, Jack. I'll sign off now. This is Eddie Cantor.
Rochester, lift up the arm. The record is stuffed.
No, it isn't. I made it this way. Cantor.
What a hand! Imagine making a record just for that. Say, while I'm relaxing, I might as well put some other records on. Let's see, here's Brahms' Lullaby by Spike Jones. Here's White Christmas, sung by Bing. The last name is scratched out. I wonder who that is. Here's a new one. Who put the microfilm in Mrs. Murphy's pumpkin? Here's one. Oh, What a Beautiful Morning by Patrick J. McNulty. Hey, here's one that Dennis Day made with Phil's orchestra. You Must Have Been a Beautiful Baby. See, that's an old favorite of mine. I think I'll play it.
Must have been a wonderful child when you were only starting to go to kindergarten. I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have shown the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause baby, a little baby, look at you now.
Gee, that's a good number, and Dennis sings it so well, too. Phil's music didn't spoil it a bit. Well, what else can I do to while away the time? I think I'll read a book. I must have been a beautiful baby. I must have been a wonderful child. When I was I don't know what to read. When I was only starting to go to kindergarten, I really drove the little girls wild, oh yes. And when it came... Oh, here's Billy Rose's new book, Wine, Women, and Words. Yeah, I read that. It's great. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, I really showed the other kids how. I can see... Gee, I don't know whether I'd like to read a mystery or something romantic. I can see the judge's eyes as he handed me the prize. I'll get the door, Rochester. I made the cutest little bow. Oh, I must have been a beautiful baby.
But, brother, get a load of you now.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. I'm going to do a little Christmas shopping. Would you like to join me?
No, I'm not going to shop till next week. This is my day of relaxation. You know, Mary, a man should begin to take things easy, when he's pushing 40.
Pushing 40?
Yeah.
You went through it like a Michigan halfback.
All right. Come on in for a minute. You can shop later.
Okay. You alone?
Yeah, Phil called a little while ago. He just got back from a hunting trip up in the High Sierras.
The High Sierras, eh? Did he hunt bear?
Well, he... Uh-oh. Hey, Mary. What'd you say?
I said, did he hunt bear?
No, he took his razor with him. Oh, Jackson, you may not be a retriever, but anyone who throws you a lead is a dead duck.
Jack, what are you talking about?
It's over your head, sister. It's over your head. Come on in the den, Mary. I want to get back to that old fireplace again.
Don't bother, Jack. I'll answer it.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello. Can I please speak to little old Jack Benny?
Just a second. I'll call him.
Oh, are you his mother?
No, are you?
Goodness, no, honey. I'm just little old Daisy Dickinson. Will you please call Mr. Benny for me?
Okay, just hold a little old while. Oh, Jack, it's for you, Daisy Dickinson.
Well, hello.
Hello, sugar.
Hello, Daisy.
Oh, I just called to thank you for the lovely bouquet of flowers you sent me.
Oh, did you like them?
Oh, yes. Oh, and I just loved what you said on the card. Daisies for Daisy.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I wrote that without my writers.
You did? Oh, but golly, sugar, you know, when I saw Daisies for Daisy, it made me wish my name were Orchid.
Oh, but that would sound silly, Daisies for Orchid, you know? You know, I've been waiting for your call, honey.
Well, everything's okay for our little old date tomorrow night.
Good. We'll do something special. You know, we'll have an early dinner, and then I know the most romantic place to park on Wilshire Boulevard.
But, sugar boy, Wilshire Boulevard romantic?
Have you ever watched the moon come up over the Bank of America? Huh?
Oh, you're so cute. I'll see you tomorrow night, you little old bold weevil.
Okay, you little old possum, you. Goodbye. Gee, Mary, she's so nice, you know? She's awfully nice.
How'd you meet her, Jack?
She's a secretary at my advertising agency, Batten, Barton, Durson, and little old Osborne. You know?
Oh, well, Jack, I can't wait any longer. I've got to go shopping.
Okay, Mary, see you later.
So long. Oh, by the way, Jack, maybe you can help me out. Can Rochester hear us talking?
No, he's in the kitchen. Why?
Well, I want to know what to get him for Christmas, and it's kind of tough to think of a suitable gift.
Yeah, Rochester is a problem at Christmas time. What can you get him? He's been with me 10 years. He's got nothing.
I know. Say, Jack, do you think Rochester would like it if I got him a pair of bedroom slippers?
Sure, Mary. Bedroom slippers would be fine.
Well, thanks a lot for helping me. I'll be running along now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, size 8.5.
Rochester, that wasn't very nice. You know what happens to people who eavesdrive?
Yeah, they get the right size.
I guess you're right. I just didn't get the right line. You got the right size. Well, I think I'll go back in the den and read a book. I must have been a beautiful baby. See if there are any books that I haven't read. Here's a good one. The City Boy by Herman Wouk. Oh, he's the fellow who used to write for Fred Allen, and then he left Allen and went to war. A coward. Say, I think I'll read that one. Oh, darn it, why can't I? Come in! Come in! Oh, hello, Dennis.
I came to say goodbye. I'm going to jail.
Jail?
Unless you can straighten out this traffic ticket.
What'd you get a traffic ticket for?
I took a 4-way cold tablet on a one-way street.
Dennis, let me see that ticket.
Here.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Dennis, you got this ticket for riding your bicycle up the escalator in the May Company. I don't blame him for being mad.
Neither do I. I bought it at Bullock's.
Look, kid, I'm trying to have one day of complete rest, so I don't want any more of this silly talk. What'd you come over here for?
I thought Phil was here. I wanted to talk over an arrangement with him.
Well, he's not here. He called me up a little while ago. He just got back from a hunting trip in the High Sierras.
Oh? Did he hunt bear?
Hey, Dennis. Dennis. Ask me that again.
Ask you what?
Did he hunt bear?
No, he had his clothes on.
Oh, Dennis, you've got...
Well, I'm glad I got rid of him. How can a kid think of such silly things out... Hello?
Oh, Dennis, you've got 2 shows and a head for each one of them.
Dennis, how did you get to a phone booth so fast?
My bicycle's got a motor on it.
Goodbye! That kid's gonna drive me nuts. One of these days... Oh, now, who can that be?
Goodbye.
Well, I'm too tired to try and figure it out now. I'm going in the den and relax.
Look at him curled up in that chair fast asleep. I won't wake him. I'll just pick him up and carry him upstairs and put him to bed. Just look at him. Not a care in the world. Look at the way he snuggles in my arms like a little child. He must have been a beautiful baby. He must have been a wonderful child. When he was only starting to go to kindergarten, I'll bet he drove the Indians wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, he must have shown the other
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. You see, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's good to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And that's why it's so important that you select and smoke the cigarette of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
And as every smoker knows,
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. No wonder Lucky Strike is the overwhelming favorite of tobacco experts. For more independent auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky's regularly than the next two leading brands combined. So...
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Get on the right level, the Lucky level, where there's real joy in living, where it's fun to be alive. The Lucky level, where you feel your best and do your best.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
And remember, here's a gift every smoker on your Christmas list is sure to appreciate. A carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes in beautiful holiday wrapping. And for that special someone, get Lucky Strike 500s, the handsome gift box of 25 packages of Lucky Strike cigarettes.
I'm sorry I woke you up, boss.
That's all right, Rochester. I'll go right back to sleep again. Good night.
Good night.
Well, I guess my day is just about over. I'll have to make the cutest little bow. Next is Phil and Alice Faye, Dennis Day on Saturday. Be sure to listen there a while. Oh, they must have been such comical babies. 'Cause, brother, get a load of them now. They both got 2 shows. Brother, get a load of them now.
Be sure to hear the Lucky Strike Hit Parade starring Frank Sinatra on Saturday, and don't forget the Lucky Strike program, Your Lucky Strike.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
These are my recollections of a very unusual young man with whom I was thrown into contact at long intervals. He's not famous. It even may be that when his life is over, he will leave no more trace of his sojourn on this earth than a stone thrown in a river leaves on the surface of the water. And yet, I met him first in the summer of 1919 in Chicago. A friend of mine, Elliot Templeton, whom I'd known in Paris, invited me to a sort of family dinner party at a country club.
Oh, there you are, Mom. Welcome to this benighted city. Let me present my sister, Louisa, Mr. Somerset Maugham, my sister, Mrs. Brand.
How do you do?
He's really quite famous abroad, Louisa, so pretend you know all his books. But how much longer must we wait for dinner?
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll try to find out about it now.
Of course.
I should never have left Paris.
Well, why did you?
To visit Louisa and Isabel. Oh, Isabel is my niece, Louisa's daughter. She's round here somewhere.
I'd like to meet her.
You'll also meet her young man. His name is Larry Darrell, and I don't approve of him. Oh, I have nothing against him, but he hasn't any money.
We can't all be millionaires.
The fellow hasn't even got a job. He doesn't want one.
And that must be a great shock to a man like you, Elliot, who's never earned a penny in his life.
It may have escaped your notice, my dear fellow, but I am not an ordinary man. For the run of mankind, industry is essential. Oh, there's Isabel now.
She's very lovely. And that other girl?
Her name is Sophie Nelson, a sort of country cousin. Well, come, I rather think I require a cocktail.
A few minutes later, seeing that Sophie was alone, I walked over and introduced myself.
Quite a party, isn't it, Mr. Maugham? Oh, I wish I had a drink.
Well, let me bring you one.
Oh, don't tempt me. I promised Bob I wouldn't.
Bob?
My fiancé. He doesn't like me to drink.
Now, which one here is Bob?
Oh, he hasn't arrived yet. You see,
He's putting himself through law school, and he doesn't finish till late. Mr. Mom, you're a great friend of Mr. Templeton's, aren't you?
Elliot has no friends, my dear, only acquaintances.
Oh, he's an awful snob, isn't he?
Awful. But he's kind and generous. In Paris, people laugh at him behind his back, but they never hesitate to drink his wine and eat his food. Oh, is that Mr. Darrell there with Isabel?
Oh, no, that's Gray Maturin. His father's a millionaire stockbroker. He gives us class.
I see.
Gray's really wonderful. And he's so much in love with Isabel he can't see straight.
And she's in love with Larry Darrell. I suppose that could complicate matters.
Oh, speaking of Larry, there he is now. Come, Mr. Mom, I'll introduce you. Well, now that everybody knows everybody, excuse me.
What's the trouble, Brown Eyes? You're nervous.
Oh, of course I am, Larry. I'm waiting for Bob.
Is tall, dark, and legal standing you up?
Oh, I'd like to catch him trying it, Isabel. Now be nice to Mr. Mom.
You're old friends, Mr. Darrell, you and Sophie?
They grew up together, Mr. Morm.
Sophie was probably the best shortstop our neighborhood ever had.
Mr. Morm, since you're a novelist, I'd better warn you that Larry's very stupid. He knows nothing about anything but flying. But when he came back from the war, he looked so lovely in his uniform. I just camped on his doorstep until he consented to marry me. The competition was awful.
Isabel's not a bad girl, Mr. Mom. She's just a terrible liar.
Larry, I think we've time for a dance before dinner.
Will you excuse us, Mr. Mom?
Of course, run along.
Oh, hello, Uncle Elliot.
Isabel? Oh, I thought you were still cavorting at that horrible country club. What's the matter? And where's Larry?
He dropped me off and fled. Hello, Mr. Morm.
Your uncle insisted on bringing me home for a brandy. He thinks...
Just a moment. Isabel, about Larry, did you have a talk with him?
Yes.
Well, may I venture to inquire the result?
Larry's decided to go to Paris for a while.
Why?
To loaf.
Don't be ridiculous.
Well, that's what he told me.
Really, if you had any spirit, you'd have broken the engagement.
What can I do? I love him. Mr. Morm, I'm sorry to have inflicted this on you, but you know Uncle Elliot. Well, I'll say good night.
Good night, Isabel.
You think I'm upset, don't you, Mom?
You've made it fairly obvious.
Well, I'm not upset at all. In Europe, Darrell will be out of the way. And I don't see why Isabel shouldn't marry Gray Maturin before the year is out.
You've lived in France too long, Elliot. You've forgotten that in this country, a girl doesn't marry a man because her mother or even her rich and worldly uncle wants her to.
You know, I don't mind admitting I have a sneaking sympathy for this Darrell fellow. I'll keep my eye on him in Paris. I'll look for an apartment at a really smart quarter. Oh, I'll do him proud. I'll lend him the rose and my chauffeur now and then. Yes, Mom, I may even make Darrell my protege.
Poor Elliot. All the wonderful things he was going to do for Larry in Paris. Unfortunately, Larry would have none of it. And Elliot flicked him off like a speck of lint in his impeccable lapel. Larry spent his year in France. Then, quite suddenly, Isabel and her mother arrived.
Now, don't look so unpleasant, Uncle Elliot. Of course I'll see Larry. Darling, don't be hurt. But I didn't come to Paris just to see you.
He met you at the boat, I suppose.
Oh, and it was wonderful to see him again. Mother, doesn't Larry look marvelous?
I must admit, Isabel, he's thrived beautifully in your absence.
Indeed. Well, I haven't a very good account of that young man.
Oh?
When he first arrived in Paris, I invited him to a luncheon. I planned to introduce him to the Princess Novamale. He told me that he doesn't eat lunch.
Perhaps he doesn't.
And then when I asked him to dinner, he said he had no evening clothes.
Maybe he just didn't want to come.
That's the most incredible reason for refusing my invitation I've ever heard. Well, Louisa, how long are you and Isabel remaining?
Oh, I don't know.
We'll stay about a month, Uncle Elliot. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if Larry's with us on the boat back home.
You tired of walking, Isabel? There's a taxi.
Oh, no, Larry. It's delightful. All these wonderful little shops and everything. Larry, do you know I've been here nearly a month?
Impossible, darling.
I've seen you every day, and I still don't know a thing about what you've done all year.
Well, there's nothing to tell. Not really. I've traveled around the countryside, read a lot, gone to lectures, and, well, that's about it.
Have you found that peace of mind you were looking for?
No.
How much longer do you think all this is going to take you?
I don't know, Isabel.
And after that, what are you going to do with all the wisdom you will have acquired?
Well, if I ever acquire wisdom, I suppose I'll be wise enough to know what to do with it.
You know what Uncle Elliot says?
Nothing to my credit, I'm sure.
He says you have a cozy little hideout somewhere.
Well, come and see for yourself. The cozy little hideout's only a step from here.
In this neighborhood? But, darling...
Oh, Isabel, it only looks dirty. Come on. I'd like you to see it.
A room 4 flights up. In a tenement. Oh, Larry, how can you bear to stay in this backwash when America is living through the most glorious adventure the world has ever known? You just can't go on loafing forever. How can you?
Well, it's possible.
But what's all this going to lead to?
Oh, I don't know, Isabel. Maybe nothing at all. But it may be that when I'm through, I'll found something to give that people will be glad to take. I mean, a way of life. Oh, I'm talking like a fool, and I know it. I'll probably fail. But if I do, I won't be any worse off than the fellow who's gone into business and hasn't made a go of it.
I see. And there's nothing more to be said.
Isabel, what are you doing?
Giving you my engagement ring, Larry.
You're all dressed up, Isabel. Where are you going?
Oh, where in particular, Uncle Elliot? Larry and I are going out on the town.
Larry? But you gave him up.
Yes, dear, I know, but we thought we'd like to spend my last night in Paris together.
If he had any sense of decency, he'd never ask you. I'm profoundly shocked.
But he didn't ask me. I asked him.
No doubt there were moments that night when Isabel and Larry forgot their engagement was ended. But most of their evening was sad and strained and filled with a yearning that neither music nor champagne could quite overcome. When Larry brought her back to Elliot's home...
5 hours, you'll be on the boat train. How does one say goodbye, Isabel?
Must we say goodbye now, Larry? Oh, stay for a moment. We could have one last drink together.
I'd like to. Isabel, I've never seen you so beautiful.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Oh, what will I do without you? I love you so much I can't even...
You better go. Larry, no, please, no. Don't kiss me again. Please, Larry, for heaven's sake, go.
Goodbye, Isabel.
Larry.
That was a brilliant performance, my dear.
Oh. Hello, Uncle Elliot.
I've been waiting in the next room. I left the door open just a little. Do you still want that drink? I expect you need it.
Oh, you think you're very clever, don't you?
Oh, come, child. I guessed you were up to something. Even your poor mother noticed the pains you went to make yourself particularly alluring tonight.
You're hateful.
Oh, but no fool, mon ange. Isabel, you're a beautiful woman. You had him trapped just now. You know you did.
Yes, I know. But when I looked at him, and I saw he hadn't the slightest idea, I just couldn't play such a dirty trick. I couldn't help myself. I suppose it was my better nature.
Nonsense. It was your sound Midwestern horse sense. Isabel, in less than a year, you'll be Mrs. Gray Maturin with $20 million in the bank.
I'll forget Larry within a year.
I said less than a year. Trust your Uncle Elliot, my girl. He's a very wise old party.
I wonder.
They were married, and in less than a year, Isabel and Gray Maturin. I doubt if anyone was more pleased with this turn of events than Elliot Templeton.
I must say they make a most attractive couple, Mom. All's well that ends well.
I hope they'll be happy. By the way, was that Sophie Nelson I saw a few minutes ago?
Oh, Isabel's country cousin, yes. She's married now to that lawyer fellow. Isabel insisted on inviting them to the wedding. Why, I don't know.
Did she invite Larry Darrell?
Are you trying to bait me? You know very well Darrell's in Europe.
Yes, I saw him last spring, Elliot. He mentioned something about going to Strasbourg and working in a coal mine.
Working in a... Most undesirable young man. Now, about your plans, dear fellow, did I hear you say something about India?
As a matter of fact, you did. I'll be in India by the 1st of the year.
Well, look me up when you're back, old man. Naturally, I shall be in Paris.
It was in Strasbourg, as I subsequently learned, that Larry Darrell came to a great decision. He had made a friend, a fellow coal miner named Costi.
You're late for our glass of beer, Monsieur Darrell.
Sorry, Costi. I've been over at the university. I've enrolled for a night course.
You're a fool. Why should a man who wants to develop his brain work in a coal mine?
I just wanted to, I suppose.
Hiding out, Larry? Police after you?
No.
A woman, maybe?
No, I just thought, well, a coal mine might do me good.
And when you've had enough of it, you go back to America, huh?
I suppose so.
And do what?
Sell stocks and bonds.
But what about the answers to all your profound questions? Peace of mind, happiness, how to live. Don't you know people have been asking those same questions for thousands of years?
They can't help asking them.
You know what you sound like, Larry? Like a very religious man who does not believe in God.
I'm not sure I believe in anything.
Look, have you ever thought of going to the East, India, for instance?
India?
I went there once. I met a very strange man, a saint. People from all over India go to him for guidance, for teaching.
Did he help you?
No. But that was not his fault. It was mine.
A few weeks later, Larry Darrell arrived at a sort of monastery at the foot of the Himalaya Mountains in northern India.
Why have you come here, my son?
I've come to learn. Ever since the war, I've been searching for something. Something that I'm not able to put into words. In France, I met a Polish coal miner. He told me that you might help me.
God is the only help.
I've traveled, I've studied. I've read everything I could get my hands on, but nothing seems to satisfy me.
And should you find what you are searching for?
It will be something good. Something to be shared with others, but how to find it? Where?
The whole world is like you, my son. Restless, confused. It will always be so as long as men set their hopes on false ideals. The road to true salvation is difficult to pass over. Difficult as the sharp edge of a razor. But this much we know. There is in every one of us a spark of the infinite goodness which created us. And when we leave this earth, we are reunited with it, as a raindrop falling from heaven is at last reunited with the sea, which gave it birth.
May I stay here? Will you help me?
Of course you may stay. Our life is very simple here. There are books. We will talk together. You can work in the fields if you wish.
Thank you.
Come, my son.
I don't know if Larry Darrell ever thought of Isabel in the years that passed. For there in India, he was as one lost to the rest of the world. One day, he returned to the monastery from a solitary pilgrimage in the mountains. Eagerly, he sought out his venerable teacher.
Well, my son?
Do you remember what it was you told me the day I left here?
I told you that sometimes, alone in that mountain, strange things may happen.
Well, something very strange did happen to me. One morning, I suddenly awoke and walked out of the little hut. I just stood there on the mountaintop. And gradually, the light began to filter through the darkness like some mysterious figure stealing through the trees. And then the first rays of the sun came up, the mountains. The mist caught in the treetops. I never felt or saw anything like it.
I know.
I felt that I'd been released from my body. And all the things that had been confused before suddenly became clear to me. I had a sense of knowledge more than human. I felt that I'd broken away and was free. I felt that if it lasted another moment, I'd die. And yet I was willing to die if I could just hold on to it. Because for that short time, I had the feeling that...
That you and God were one.
Yes. I'm going back there. I'm going back.
No, my son. Your place now is with your own people. It's been given you to see the infinite beauty of the world, which is only the reflection of the beauty of God. That vision of beauty will remain with you, fresh and vivid, to the end of your days. Go now, my son. Go back to your world.
Much had happened by the time Larry Darrell was once again in Paris. Our meeting in a little Italian cafe was entirely accidental, but I had considerable to tell him.
And what about Elliot Templeton, Mr. Mom? Have you seen him lately?
Oh, yes. He's given up his Paris home. He's taken a villa on the Riviera. All the better people are on the Riviera now.
I don't suppose you've had any news from home. That is, my home, Chicago?
Some, Larry. For one thing, there's been a great stock market crash. Gray Maturin lost everything. But wise old Uncle Elliot sold short. He made a fortune.
And what about Isabel? And Sophie and her beau? They were married, of course.
Yes, they were married. They had a little girl. The husband and child were killed last year in an automobile accident.
And Sophie?
Elliot didn't know too much about it, other than that Sophie just about lost her mind. I understand she disappeared. No one knows where she is.
Sophie. And now what about Isabel?
It may surprise you to know that Isabel and Gray and their 2 children are living not 5 miles from here.
Here? In Paris? Isabel?
After the crash, Gray had a nervous breakdown. He hasn't been well enough to work. Elliot's been very generous. He insisted they take over his home here.
Oh, poor Gray. I should look them up.
Now suppose you let me ask some questions. What did you do in India, Larry?
Well, I learned something about myself. I was very happy there. About Gray and Isabel, if you could give me their address, I might...
Better yet, I'll meet you there this afternoon. Here's the address.
Mr. Mom, how nice of you to drop in.
Hello, Isabel. How's Gray?
Oh, another one of his horrible headaches. He's lying down.
Oh, what a pity. I was hoping you and Gray would dine with us tonight.
I'd love to, but I don't see how we can. Did you say us?
Yes. Larry Darrell is back in Paris.
Larry Darrell?
He lunched with me today. He'll be dropping in any minute.
Larry. Where has he been?
India.
India? Do you realize I haven't seen him for years? Oh, yes, Marie.
Excuse me, madame. Monsieur Darrell is calling.
Isabel.
Larry. Oh, Larry, I can't believe it.
Hello, Isabel.
Larry, let me look at you. You haven't changed. You haven't changed at all.
Well, is Gray home? And where are the children?
Oh, I'd so like to show them off. But their nurse has taken them to the park. Gray's here in the library. Gray. Gray, dear, look. It's Larry Darrell.
Larry?
Hello, Gray.
Oh, I'm glad to see you, Larry. Sorry you caught me like this. Blinding headache.
Gray, Mr. Morn wants to take us all out this evening.
Do you feel up to it, Gray?
Oh, I wish I could say yes, but go anyway, please.
Wait a minute. Gray, would you let me see if I can help you?
How?
Your headache. I might be able to help you. I'd like to talk to you.
Well, sure.
I think Dr. Darrell would like to be alone with his patient.
Do you mind, Isabel? It won't take long.
I can't understand it, Isabella. It's practically gone. My headache's gone.
Larry, what on earth did you do?
Well, he just talked to me, and then he told me to go to sleep, and I did.
Whatever it was, Larry, you learnt the trick in India, didn't you?
Well, there's nothing so unusual about it. Sort of a hypnosis, I suppose. I merely put an idea into Gray's head that he would feel better. He did the rest himself.
Larry, do you think you could cure him permanently?
Well, I can't work miracles. But there's no reason why he couldn't cure himself in time.
But that was a miracle. I know how miserable he felt.
Can we reconsider dinner, then?
Oh, sure we can. I'd like to go out.
Excellent. Powder your nose, Isabel. I'll phone for reservation. Where'd Larry go, Isabel?
I asked him to get my wrap. What did you do with my husband?
Well, Gray's getting the car. I was watching you and Larry dance. Isabel,
I know what you're thinking. Go on, say it.
you're not going to be so silly as to fall in love with him again, are you?
I've never stopped loving him. Never loved anyone else in my life.
Gray's such a good fellow. It would be a pity to hurt him.
I'll never do anything to hurt him. I'm too fond of him for that.
Well, it's your business, not mine. Well, where shall we go now?
Oh, how about the Rue de Lac?
Rue de Lac? What a neighborhood.
But I've never been there. At least it'll be different, please.
Well, if you really want to go, of course. But I think you'll be sorry. It's dirty and it can be dangerous.
That's ridiculous. Here they come. Gray, guess where we're going? The Rue de Lac.
Isabel, I can't believe it. It couldn't be Sophie.
But it is. Look at her. Here in a dive in the Rue de Lac.
She's seen us.
Oh, it's not possible.
Well, look who's here.
Oh, Sophie.
Well, who'd you think it was? Oh, don't get up, don't get up. Well, fancy meeting you all like this. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Brown Eyes. How are you?
I'm thirsty. Let's all have a drink. Patron.
Vous connaissez, monsieur, cette fille, Sophie?
Certainly I know them. They're my childhood friends. Donnez-nous une bouteille de champagne.
Très bien.
Well, I can't say you seem so terribly pleased to see me.
I heard rumors you were in Paris, Sophie.
Well, you might have called me. I'm in the telephone book. Well, Gray, you went bust, didn't you?
Yeah.
Tough. I guess it must be pretty grim in Chicago. Lucky for me, I got out when I did. Well, drink up. It's champagne.
For you, Sophie.
Thanks, Larry. When they were killed, Bob and my baby, I went to pieces. And then I put the pieces together again without them. My loving in-laws kicked me out.
I think that gentleman's trying to get your attention, Sophie.
Oh, that's my boyfriend. That's Coco. Oh, la paix! Tu ne vois donc pas que je suis avec mes amis? Coco's Annie. You living in Paris now, Larry?
Yes. Yes, I am, Sophie.
You remember the summer before the war?
Sure.
Well, we saw a lot of each other then.
Oh? When?
When you and your mother were being social. We used to read poetry together. Remember, Larry?
I remember.
Well, maybe I better get back to my boyfriend. He'll raise the roof.
Sophie, we'd really like...
Oh, so long, folks. Come and see me again when you've got nothing better to do. I'm here every night.
Well, I guess we better get out of here. Let's all go home. You never saw two people so crazy about each other, Larry. Sophie and Bob.
After the accident, we did all we could to help her. It was just no good. A normal person recovers in time. She just never did. She was always unbalanced. Even her love for Bob and the baby was exaggerated. Don't you think I'm right, Larry?
Sophie was as normal as any person I've ever known.
Was she in love with you, Larry?
Oh, good heavens, no. Just a skinny little girl with a ribbon in her hair. I remember her crying once when I was reading a note of Keats because it was so beautiful.
All girls of that age are emotional.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so. Well, I'd better be getting along.
Don't run now, Larry.
It's late, Isabel. And Gray here had better get some sleep.
Oh, but I feel fine, really.
Larry, we will see you.
Of course, Isabel. Good night. Good night, Mr. Mom.
Well, I should be going, too. I'll give you a lift, Larry. When I inquired of Larry where he was living, he asked me if I'd mind taking him instead to the Rue de Lac. I left him at the cafe with Sophie. For 2 weeks, I saw nothing more of Isabel, Sophie, or Larry. Then one day, in answer to a telephone call, I rushed to Isabel's home.
The idiot. The stupid, blind idiot.
If you'd calm down, Isabel, I might figure out what you're trying to tell me.
He's going to marry her. Larry is going to marry Sophie.
How do you know?
He called me on the phone. I'm frantic.
Well, it's his own affair, isn't it?
He says she stopped drinking. The fool thinks he's cured her.
Oh, that's possible. Have you forgotten what he did for Gray?
Gray wanted to be helped. She doesn't.
How do you know?
Because I know women. She's no good. Do you think for 1 minute she'll stick to Larry? What's the matter with you? Do you think I've sacrificed myself only to let Larry fall into the hands of a woman like that?
How did you sacrifice yourself, Isabel?
By giving Larry up. For one reason, because I didn't want to stand in his way.
Come off it, Isabel. You gave him up for a square-cut diamond and a sable coat.
Get out of here. Get out. I hate the sight of you.
I'm sorry for that, Isabel. Because the sight of you always gives me great pleasure. You're beautiful. You're fascinating. And smart enough, I've always thought, to make the best of a bad job.
No.
Larry's in the grip of the most powerful emotion that can beset the breast of man. Self-sacrifice. He's got to save the soul of the wretched woman whom he knew as an innocent child. And there's nothing you or I can do to prevent it.
But he's going to be so miserable.
Do you love him very much, Isabel?
It's a nuisance, isn't it? I can't help it.
Then why lose him altogether? Make friends with Sophie. Be nice to her.
Yes, I could ask her to lunch tomorrow. Oh, but I can't. Not after the awful things I said about her to Larry on the phone.
If I ask her to lunch, will you behave?
Oh, like an angel of light.
1 o'clock tomorrow at the Crillon. Isabel, you're not hatching up anything, are you?
Don't be hateful. Just terribly curious to see what she looks like, now that Larry's reformed her.
Luncheon with a reformed alcoholic and a jealous girl can be something of a strain. Larry was the only calm one among us. There were cocktails on the table. They seemed to fascinate Sophie, but she spoke readily and openly of having stopped drinking entirely. Isabel actually behaved beautifully. She insisted on giving Sophie a Molyneux gown for her wedding dress. Sophie was to call at the house the next day, and Isabel would drive her to the shop for a fitting.
I'm so glad you're early, Sophie. As long as the fitter can't see us until 4, we can have a nice long talk.
That's what I want, Isabel. Because there's something on my mind. You hate me for marrying Larry, don't you?
Oh, I don't hate you at all. But I'd hate anyone or anything that came in the way of his happiness.
I'll be a good wife, Isabel. I was before.
Yes, I know you were. Would you like some tea, Sophie?
No, thanks. What's in that bottle?
That? Oh, it's called Przofka. It's a sort of Polish brandy. Uncle Elliot sent us a case of it yesterday. It's really wonderful.
Oh, and to think I shall die without ever having tasted it.
Don't you love the color? It's like the green you sometimes see in the heart of a white rose. Oh, poor Sophie.
I have a great desire to drink, Isabel. But give me about 2 more weeks, though. I haven't had a drop since that night in the Rue de Lappe.
It must be awful. I mean, breaking off completely, all at once.
Sometimes when I've been alone, I've wanted to shriek the house down. But this is my only chance. Larry's giving me my only chance. I know that.
Excuse me, Madame, the car is here.
Oh, thank you, Marie. Sophie, my little girl's at the dentist. As long as I have time to pick her up, perhaps I'd better.
Of course. Is that her picture, Isabel? Your little girl?
Oh, this is my other one. This is Priscilla. She's 7.
Linda. My baby, Linda, would have been 9 in November. This November that's coming.
Well, I won't be long, Sophie.
Linda. My baby. My baby. 1 drink. Just 1 drink. I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
Isabel did not return till quite late. By then, Sophie was gone, and the bottle of Przofka was empty. 4 days later, Larry finally found her. She was back in the Rue de Lappe, and worse than ever. There was a fight when Larry tried to take her out of the place. He was badly beaten. When he recovered consciousness, Sophie had disappeared. That was the last I saw or heard of her until almost a year later, when I received an urgent telegram from the police department of the city of Toulon.
How good of you to come here, Monsieur Maume. Well, I will not beat around the bush. Here is a book, a novel. You recognize it?
I ought to, Inspector. I wrote it.
Did you also write the inscription here on the flyleaf?
Yes, I did. I gave this book to Sophie Nelson several years ago in Chicago. Have you found her?
We have found her. She has been murdered.
What?
We fished her body out of the harbor. The throat was cut from ear to ear. Monsieur, how does it happen that a person of your age and respectability should be acquainted with such a character?
I knew her very slightly.
Your book was found in her room. Monsieur, we wish merely to establish a few facts about her and arrange for a burial.
Of course.
Right on, Inspector. Monsieur Darrell has returned.
Come in, monsieur.
Hello, Mr. Maume. So they sent for you, too. Have they told you?
Yes, it's dreadful.
I've been at the morgue. I had to identify her.
Well, messieurs, we think we know who perpetrated this crime. Finding him may be another matter. Meanwhile, if you care to arrange a funeral, I can give you the necessary authorization.
We'd like to very much.
So happens, I have a personal friend who is an undertaker. Very reasonable, messieurs. Here, his card.
Thank you.
May I see where she lived?
Follow me. I shall be happy to take you there. The deceased apparently had occupied this room for about 5 months.
Mr. Maume, look.
Yes.
Ah, yes, that photograph. A man and a child. You know who they are?
Her husband and her baby.
Oh, where are they now?
Dead. A long time ago. Could the picture be buried with her?
If you wish, monsieur.
Poetry. She still had this book of poetry. An ode of Keats. I read this to her when she was just a little girl. Fades the sight of beauty from my eyes. Fades the shape of beauty from my arms. Fades the voice, warmth, whiteness, paradise. Vanished unseasonably at shut of eve.
After the funeral, Larry came with me to Nice to call on Elliot Templeton. I had heard from Isabel that Elliot was very ill.
Uncle Elliot, you have visitors. Look.
Elliot.
Oh, my dear fellow. How very nice to see you. And Larry. Well, this is a surprise.
Mr. Maume said you were sick.
Did he? Well, I am sick.
But you don't look it. You look extremely well.
Well, really now, that's the most sensible thing I've ever heard you say. I've got the Grand Duke lunching with me on Sunday, and I've told my doctor he must put me to rights by then at all costs. Oh, too bad this should have happened just now. It's a particularly brilliant season. Are you going to Princess Novamali's party?
Of course not.
Has she asked you?
She's asked everybody in Europe, Larry. She's giving a great do. Fancy dress.
Fancy dress. She hasn't asked me. It's a deliberate insult.
Come now, Elliot. Why should she want to insult you? It's just an oversight.
I'm not a man that people overlook.
Well, perhaps she doesn't know you're in the south of France.
Don't be ridiculous. Everybody knows I'm in the south of France. It's going to be the best party of the season. If I were on my deathbed, I'd go to it.
Never mind, old boy. It may rain the night of the party. That'll ruin it.
You know, I never thought of that. I shall pray for rain as I have never prayed before. The old witch. She'd never have got anywhere if it hadn't been for me. Now she doesn't invite me to the greatest party of her career. Fireworks, my dear fellow. They're going to be fireworks. So unkind, I hate them. I hate them all. They've eaten my food and they've drunk my wine. I've run their errands for them, and I've made their parties for them. And what have I got out of it? Got nothing. Now that I'm old and sick, they have no use for me. They don't care whether I live or die. Not one of them. It's so cruel. I wish I'd never left America.
Elliot.
Go out. Go out, please. I was carried away. You must not see me like this. Come back later, please.
Of course.
Mr. Maume, I know Princess Novamali's secretary. I think I can do something about that invitation.
It would make him feel so much better.
You're not leaving, Larry.
I'll be back later, Isabel. Where did he go, Mom? Larry?
Oh, I don't know, Elliot. I imagine he'll be back.
I didn't tell you before. The bishop is here today. The bishop himself. Great honor. Now I shall enter the kingdom with a letter of introduction from the prince of the church.
I'm afraid you'll find the company very mixed.
Don't you believe it? I shall pick and choose my company there, as I always have. Where is Isabel and Gray?
We're here, dear.
Oh, now, if you're going to make a scene, Isabel, leave my room.
Oh, Uncle Elliot.
Gray, I understand you have a job in prospect.
Yes, if I can raise enough money to start up my father's old firm again.
Well, you have the money now, my boy. I'm a rich man. I've left you and Isabel everything I have.
Mrs. Maturin, I beg your pardon, but this note just arrived for Mr. Templeton.
Oh. Mom, read it to me, please.
Why, it's an invitation. Princess Novamali's party. There, didn't I tell you?
Have you got a piece of paper?
Yes, Elliot.
I want to reply.
Not now, Uncle Elliot, please.
I've always been a man of the world. There's no reason why I should forget my manners as I'm leaving it. Mr. Elliot Templeton regrets he cannot accept the Princess Novamali's kind invitation, owing to a previous engagement with his blessed lord, the old witch.
That night, Larry Darrell told Isabel he was leaving at once for Cherbourg. There was a boat sailing for New York.
What are you going to do when you get there, Larry?
Oh, I thought I might take a job in a factory or a garage. I don't know. Might even buy a taxi.
Taxi?
Why not? It's a good life. You're always on the go. Meet a lot of different people.
Oh, Larry, for heaven's sake. Just look what you've done with your life. And with mine. What are you trying to prove? I'd hoped you'd come back to the States with us. Gray's going into business again. He'll need all the help he can get.
Gray's all right, Isabel. He doesn't need me.
But, Larry, suppose he does. Suppose something goes wrong again. He has another breakdown. You can't imagine what he went through the last time. I honestly believe if it hadn't been for the children, he'd have killed himself.
Well, that's the wonderful thing about life, Isabel. Most of us always get a second chance. I got a second chance right at the moment when I thought there was nothing in the world worth living for. Do you know what it means to see another man give up his life for you? To walk the streets at night knowing that someone deliberately died so that you might go on living?
You asked me that question some years ago. I didn't understand then. I don't now.
And I told you I didn't think I'd ever find myself. Well, I haven't yet, completely. Oh, I found some of the things I was looking for. And someday I may find them all. But I know what lies ahead, Isabel. I know where I'm going. And Gray, in his own way, can do the same thing, because this is his second chance.
What about me? Doesn't it mean anything to you that I love you? That I've never loved anyone else but you? That my children might have been your children? Look at me, Larry. You know you love me. You know that. You've always wanted me. Say it's true. Say you know it's true. Oh, Larry, I love you. I love you. Please, promise you'll come back with us. Promise you will.
Tell me about Sophie, Isabel.
Sophie?
That afternoon she came to your house. Did she have anything to drink?
Yes. She helped herself. I had to leave to pick up my daughter at the dentist's.
But when you found Sophie gone and the bottle empty, weren't you surprised?
I just thought she got tired of waiting. When I noticed the bottle, I thought the butler had drunk it. I very nearly spoke to him about it.
You never were a very good liar, Isabel.
You don't believe me?
Not for a moment.
All right. If you want the truth, you can have it. I did it, and I'd do it again. I was determined to stop at nothing to prevent her marrying you. Nobody else would do a thing. They didn't care. Oh, Larry, you men are such fools. I knew that sooner or later she'd break down. It stuck out a mile. You saw how jittery she was. I knew she'd give her soul for a drink. I made up my mind that if I found Sophie had not touched the bottle, I'd make the best of things, try to be friends with her. Now, that's true, I swear it. Then when I came back and saw the bottle was empty, I knew I'd been right all along.
That's pretty much what I thought. Sophie's dead, Isabel.
Dead?
In Toulon. She'd been murdered.
Oh, how horrible. They know who did it.
No. what I do. There's no need to be shocked about Sophie any longer, Isabel. I've had a feeling all day that Sophie is where she'd want to be most, with Bob and Linda. Oh, I know it's a very simple way to look at it, but it's comforting. Goodbye, Isabel. And take good care of Gray. He needs you now, more than ever.
Mr. Morn, he's gone. Larry's gone.
I know.
I've lost him. Lost him for good. And I love him. I love him so tenderly. And now I've lost him. Do you suppose we'll ever see him again?
It isn't likely. His America will be as remote from yours as the Gobi Desert.
Oh, it's all so crazy. So useless. What is he trying to do with his life? What does he hope to find?
My dear, Larry has found what we all want, and very few of us ever get. I don't think anyone can fail to be better and nobler, kinder for knowing him. You see, my dear, goodness is, after all, the greatest force in the world. And he's got it.
Introduction to American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. American Notes by Rudyard Kipling. Introduction. In an issue of the London World in April 1890, there appeared the following paragraph. 2 small rooms connected by a tiny hall afford sufficient space to contain Mr. Rudyard Kipling, the literary hero of the present hour, the man who came from nowhere, as he says himself, and who a year ago was consciously nothing in the literary world. 6 months previous to this, Mr. Kipling, then but 24 years old, had arrived in England from India, to find that fame had preceded him. He had already gained fame in India, where scores of cultured and critical people, after reading departmental ditties, plain tales from the hills, and various other stories and verses, had stamped him for a genius. Fortunately for everybody who reads, London interested and stimulated Mr. Kipling, and he settled down to writing. The Record of Bandalia Herodsfoot, and his first novel, The Light That Failed, appeared in 1890 and 1891. Then a collection of verse, Life's Handicap, being stories of mine own people, was published simultaneously in London and New York City. Then followed more verse, and so on through an unending series. In 1891, Mr. Kipling met the young author Woolcock Balestier, at that time connected with the London publishing house. A strong attachment grew between the two, and several months after their first meeting they came to Mr. Balestier's Vermont home, where they collaborated on The Naulahka, a Story of West and East, for which the Century paid the largest price ever given by an American magazine for a story. The following year Mr. Kipling married Mr. Balestier's sister in London and brought her to America. The Balestiers were of an aristocratic New York family. The grandfather of Mrs. Kipling was J. M. Balestier, a prominent lawyer in New York City and Chicago, who died in 1888, leaving a fortune of about $1 million. Her maternal grandfather was E. Peshine Smith of Rochester, New York, a noted author and jurist, who was selected in 1871 by Secretary Hamilton Fish to go to Japan as the Mikado's adviser in international law. The ancestral home of the Balestiers was near Battleboro, Vermont, and here Mr. Kipling brought his bride. The young Englishman was so impressed by the Vermont scenery that he rented for a time the cottage on the Bliss Farm, in which Steele Mackay, the playwright, wrote the well-known drama Hazel Kirke. The next spring Mr. Kipling purchased from his brother-in-law, Beatty Balestier, a tract of land about 3 miles north of Battlesboro, Vermont, and on this erected a house at a cost of nearly $50,000, which he named the Naulahka. This was his home during his sojourn in America. Here he wrote when in the mood, and for recreation tramped abroad over the hills. His social duties at this period were not arduous, for to his home he refused admittance to all but tried friends. He made a study of the Yankee country dialect and character for The Walking Delegate, and while Captains Courageous, the story of New England fisher life, was before him, he spent some time among the Gloucester fishermen with an acquaintance who had access to the household gods of these people. He returned to England in August 1896, and did not visit America again until 1899, when he came with his wife and 3 children for a limited time. It is hardly fair to Mr. Kipling to call American Notes first impressions, for one reading them will readily see that the impressions are superficial, little thought being put upon the writing. They seem super-sarcastic, and would lead one to believe that Mr. Kipling is antagonistic to America in every respect. This, however, is not true. These notes aroused much protest and severe criticism when they appeared in 1891, and are considered so far beneath Mr. Kipling's real work that they have been nearly suppressed and are rarely found in a list of his writings. Their very caustic style is of interest to a student and lover of Kipling, and for this reason the publishers believe them worthy of a good binding. G.P.T. End of The Introduction. From Kipling's American Notes. Reading by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Chapter 1 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. American Notes by Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 1. At the Golden Gate. Serene, indifferent to fate, thou sittest at the western gate. Thou seest the white seas fold their tents, O warder of 2 continents. Thou drawest all things, small and great, to thee beside the western gate. This is what Bret Harte has written of the great city of San Francisco, and for the past fortnight I have been wondering what made him do it. There is neither serenity nor indifference to be found in these parts, and evil would it be for the continents whose wardship were entrusted to so reckless a guardian. Behold me, pitched neck and crop from 20 days of the high seas into the whirl of California, deprived of any guidance, and left to draw my own conclusions. Protect me from the wrath of an outraged community, if these letters be ever read by American eyes. San Francisco is a mad city, inhabited for the most part by perfectly insane people, whose women are of a remarkable beauty. When the city of Pekin steamed through the Golden Gate, I saw with great joy that the blockhouse which guarded the mouth of the finest harbor in the world, sir, could be silenced by 2 gunboats from Hong Kong with safety, comfort, and dispatch. Also, there was not a single American vessel of war in the harbor. This may sound bloodthirsty, but remember that I come with a grievance upon me, the grievance of pirated English books. Then a reporter leaped aboard, and, ere I could gasp, held me in his toils. He pumped me exhaustively while I was getting ashore, demanding of all things in the world news about Indian journalism. It's an awful thing to enter a new land with a new lie on your lips. I spoke the truth to the evil-minded custom-house man, who turned my most sacred raiment on a floor composed of stable refuse and pine splinters. But the reporter overwhelmed me not so much by his poignant audacity as his beautiful ignorance. I am sorry now that I did not tell him more lies as I passed into a city of 300,000 white men. Think of it. 300,000 white men and women gathered in one spot, walking upon real pavements in front of plate-glass windowed shops, and talking something that at first hearing was not very different from English. It was only when I tangled myself up in the hopeless maze of small wooden houses, dust, street refuse, and children who played with empty kerosene tins, that I discovered the difference of speech. "You want to go to the Palace Hotel?" said an amiable youth on a dray. "What the hell are you doing here, then?" "This is about the lowest ward in the city. Go 6 blocks north to the corner of Geary and Markey. Then walk around till you strike corner of Gutter and 16th, and that brings you there." I do not vouch for the literal accuracy of these directions, quoting but from a disordered memory. "Amen," I said. "And who am I that I should strike the corners of such as you name? Peradventure they may be gentlemen of repute, and might hit back." "Bring it down to dots, my son." I thought he would have smitten me, but he didn't. He explained that no one ever used the word street, and that everyone was supposed to know how streets ran, for sometimes the names were upon the lamps, and sometimes they weren't. Fortified with these directions, I proceeded till I found a mighty street, full of sumptuous buildings 4 and 5 stories high, but paved with rude cobblestones, after the fashion of the year 1. Here a tram-car, without any visible means of support, slid stealthily behind me and nearly struck me in the back. This was the famous cable car of San Francisco, which runs by gripping an endless wire sunk into the ground, and of which I will tell you more anon. 100 yards further there was a slight commotion in the street, a gathering together of 3 or 4, something that glittered as it moved very swiftly. A ponderous Irish gentleman, with priest's cords in his hat and a small nickel-plated badge on his fat bosom, emerged from the knot supporting a Chinaman who had been stabbed in the eye and was bleeding like a pig. The bystanders went their ways, and the Chinaman, assisted by the policeman, his own. Of course this was none of my business, but I rather wanted to know what had happened to the gentleman who had dealt the stab. It said a great deal for the excellence of the municipal arrangement of the town that a surging crowd did not once block the street to see what was going forward. I was the 6th man and the last who assisted at the performance, and my curiosity was 6 times the greatest. Indeed, I felt ashamed of showing it. There were no more incidents till I reached the Palace Hotel, a 7-storied warren of humanity with 1,000 rooms in it. All of the travel books will tell you about hotel arrangements in this country. They should be seen to be appreciated. Understand clearly, and this letter is written after 1,000 miles of experiences, that money will not buy you service in the West. When the hotel clerk, the man who awards your room to you, and who is supposed to give you information, when that resplendent individual stoops to attend to your wants, he does so whistling or humming or picking his teeth, or pauses to converse with someone he knows. These performances, I gather, are to impress upon you that he is a free man and your equal. From his general appearance and the size of his diamonds, he ought to be your superior. There is no necessity for this swaggering self-consciousness of freedom. Business is business, and the man who is paid to attend to a man might reasonably devote his whole attention to the job. Out of office hours, he can take his coach and four and pervade society if he pleases. In a vast marble-paved hall, under the glare of an electric light, sat 40 or 50 men, and for their use and amusement were provided spittoons of infinite capacity and generous gape. Most of the men wore frock-coats and top hats, the things that we in India put on to wedding breakfast if we possess them, but they all spat. They spat on principle. The spittoons were on the staircases, in each bedroom, yea, in the chambers even more sacred than these. They chased one into retirement, but they blossomed in chiefest splendour around the bar, and they were all used, every reeking one of them. Just before I began to feel deathly sick, another reporter grappled me. What he wanted to know was the precise area of India in square miles. I referred him to Whittaker. He'd never heard of Whittaker. He wanted it from my own mouth, and I would not tell him. Then he swerved off, just like the other man, to details of journalism in our own country. I ventured to suggest that the interior economy of a paper most concerned the people who worked it. "That's the very thing that interests us," he said. "Have you got reporters, anything like our reporters, on Indian newspapers?" "We have not," I said, and suppressed the "thank God" rising to my lips. "Why haven't you?" said he. "Because they would die," I said. It was exactly like talking to a child, a very rude little child. He would begin almost every sentence with, "Now tell me something about India," and would turn aimlessly from one question to the other without the least continuity. I was not angry, but keenly interested. The man was a revelation to me. To his questions I returned answers mendacious and evasive. After all, it really did not matter what I said. He could not understand. I can only hope and pray that none of the readers of the Pioneer will ever see that portentous interview. The man made me out to be an idiot, several sizes more drivelling than my destiny intended, and the rankness of his ignorance managed to distort the few poor facts with which I supplied him into large and elaborate lies. Then, thought I, the matter of American journalism shall be looked into later on. At present I will enjoy myself. No man rose to tell me what were the lions of the place. No one volunteered any sort of conveyance. I was absolutely alone in this big city of white folk. By instinct I sought refreshment, and came upon a bar-room full of bad salon pictures, in which men with hats on the backs of their heads were wolfing food from a counter. It was the institution of the free lunch I had struck. You paid for a drink, and got as much as you wanted to eat. For something less than a rupee a day, a man can feed himself sumptuously in San Francisco, even though he be a bankrupt. Remember this if ever you are stranded in these parts. Later, I began a vast but unsystematic exploration of the streets. I asked for no names. It was enough that the pavements were full of white men and women, the streets clanging with traffic, and that the restful roar of a great city rang in my ears. The cable cars glided to all points of the compass at once. I took them one by one till I could go no further. San Francisco has been pitched down on the sand bunkers of the Bikanir Desert. About 1/4 of it is ground reclaimed from the sea. Any old-timers will tell you all about that. The remainder is just ragged, unthrifty sand-hills, today pegged down by houses. From an English point of view, there has not been the least attempt at grading those hills. And indeed you might as well try to grade the hillocks of Sind. The cable cars have for all practical purposes made San Francisco a dead level. They take no count of rise or fall, but slide equably on their appointed courses from one end to the other of a 6-mile street. They turn corners almost at right angles, cross other lines, and, for aught I know, may run up the sides of houses. There is no visible agency of their flight, but once in a while you shall pass a 5-storied building humming with machinery that winds up an everlasting wire cable, and the initiated will tell you that here is the mechanism. I gave up asking questions. If it pleases Providence to make a car run up and down a slit in the ground for many miles, and if for 2 halfpenny I can ride in that car, why shall I seek the reasons of the miracle? Rather, let me look out of the windows till the shops give place to thousands and thousands of little houses made of wood, to imitate stone, each house just big enough for a man and his family. Let me watch the people in the cars, and try to find out in what manner they differ from us, their ancestors. It grieves me now that I cursed them in the matter of book piracy, because I perceive that my curse is working, and that their speech is becoming a horror already. They delude themselves into the belief that they talk English. The English. And I have already been pitied for speaking with an English accent. The man who pitied me spoke, as far as I was concerned, in the language of thieves. And they all do. Where we put the accent forward, they throw it back. And vice versa. Where we give a long A, they use the short. And words so simple as to be past mistaking, they pronounce somewhere up in the dome of their heads. How do these things happen? Oliver Wendell Holmes says that the Yankee schoolmarm, the cider and the salt codfish of the Eastern States are responsible for what he calls a nasal accent. I know better. They stole books from across the water without paying for 'em, and the snort of delight was fixed in their nostrils for ever by a just providence. That's why they talk a foreign tongue today. Cats is dogs, and rabbits is dogs, and so's parrots. But this here tortoise is an insect, so there ain't no charge, as the old porter said. A Hindu is a Hindu, and a brother to the man who knows his vernacular, and a Frenchman is French because he speaks his own language. But the American has no language. He is dialect, slang, provincialism, accent, and so forth. Now that I've heard their voices, all the beauty of Bret Harte is being ruined for me, because I find myself catching through the roll of his rhythmical prose the cadence of his peculiar fatherland. Get an American lady to read to you How Santa Claus Came to Simpson's Bar, and see how much is under her tongue left of the beauty of the original. But I'm sorry for Bret Harte. It happened this way. A reporter asked me what I thought of the city, and I made answer, suavely, that it was hallowed ground to me because of Bret Harte. That was true. Well, said the reporter, Bret Harte claims California, but California don't claim Bret Harte. He's been so long in England that he's quite English. Have you ever seen our cracker factories or the new offices of the Examiner? He could not understand that to the outside world the city was worth a great deal less than the man. I never intended to curse the people with a provincialism so vast as this. But let us return to our sheep, which means the sea lions of the Cliff House. They are the great show of San Francisco. You take a train which pulls up the middle of the street. It killed 2 people the day before yesterday, being unbraked and driven absolutely regardless of consequences, and you pull up somewhere at the back of the city on the Pacific beach. Originally the cliffs and their approaches must have been pretty, but they've been so carefully defiled with advertisements that they are now one big blistered abomination. 100 yards from the shore stood a big rock covered with the carcasses of the sleek sea beasts, who roared and rolled and walloped in the spouting surges. No bold man had painted the creatures sky blue or advertised newspapers on their backs. Wherefore they did not match the landscape, which was chiefly hoarding. Some day, perhaps, whatever sort of government may obtain in this country will make a restoration of the place and keep it clean and neat. At present, the sovereign people, of whom I have heard so much already, are vending cherries and painting the virtues of little bile beans all over it. Night fell over the Pacific, and the white sea fog whipped through the streets, dimming the splendors of the electric lights. It is the use of this city, her men and women folk, to parade between the hours of 8 and 10 a certain street called Cairn Street, where the finest shops are situated. Here the click of high heels on the pavement is loudest, here the lights are brightest, and here the thunder of the traffic is most overwhelming. I watched young California, and saw that it was, at least, expensively dressed, cheerful in manner, and self-asserting in conversation. Also, the women were very fair. Perhaps 18 days aboard ship had something to do with my unreserved admiration. The maidens were of generous build, large, well-groomed, and attired in raiment that even to my inexperienced eyes must have cost much. Cairn Street, at 9 o'clock, levels all distinction of rank as impartially as the grave. Again and again I loitered at the heels of a couple of resplendent beings, only to overhear, when I expected the level voice of culture, the staccato, "Says he, says I," that's the mark of the white servant girl all the world over. This was depressing, because, in spite of all that goes to the contrary, fine feathers ought to make fine birds. There was wealth, unlimited wealth, in the streets, but not an accent that would have been dear at 50 cents. Wherefore, revolving in my mind that these folk were barbarians, I was presently enlightened and made aware that they also were the heirs of all the ages and civilized after all. There appeared before me an affable stranger of prepossessing appearance, with a blue and an innocent eye. Addressing me by name, he claimed to have met me in New York at the Windsor, and to this claim I gave a qualified assent. I did not remember the fact, but since he was so certain of it, why then, I waited developments. "And what did you think of Indiana when you came through?" was the next question. It revealed the mystery of previous acquaintance, and 1 or 2 other things. With reprehensible carelessness, my friend of the light blue eye had looked up the name of his victim in the hotel register, and read Indiana for India. The provincialism with which I had cursed his people extended to himself. He could not imagine an Englishman coming through the States from west to east instead of the regularly ordained route. My fear was that in his delight in finding me so responsive he would make remarks about New York and the Windsor which I could not understand. And indeed he had ventured in this direction once or twice, asking me what I thought of such and such streets, which from his tone I gathered to be anything but respectable. It is trying to talk unknown New York in almost unknown San Francisco, but my friend was merciful. He protested that I was one after his own heart, and pressed upon me rare and curious drinks at more than one bar. These drinks I accepted with gratitude, and also the cigars with which his pockets were stored. He would show me the life of the city. Having no desire to watch a dreary old play again, I evaded the offer, and received, in lieu of the devil's instruction, much coarse flattery. Curiously constituted is the soul of man. Knowing how and where this man lied, waiting idly for the finale, I was distinctly conscious, as he bubbled compliments in my ear, of soft thrills of gratified pride, stealing from hat-rim to boot-heels. I was wise, quoth he. Anybody could see that with half an eye. Sagacious, versed in the ways of the world, an acquaintance to be desired, one who had tasted the cup of life with discretion. All this pleased me, and in a measure numbed the suspicion that was thoroughly aroused. Eventually the blue-eyed one discovered, nay, insisted, that I had a taste for cards. This was clumsily worked in, but it was my fault, for in that I met him half-way, and allowed him no chance of good acting. Hereupon I laid my head on one side and simulated unholy wisdom, quoting odds and ends of poker talk, all ludicrously misapplied. My friend kept his countenance admirably, and well he might, for 5 minutes later we arrived, always by the purest of chance, at a place where we could play cards, and also frivol with Louisiana State Lottery tickets. Would I play? Nay, said I. For to me cards have neither meaning nor continuity. But let's assume that I am going to play. How would you and your friends get to work? Would you play a straight game, or make me drunk? Or, well, the fact is, I'm a newspaper man, and I'd be much obliged if you'd let me know something about bunco steering. My blue-eyed friend erected himself into an obelisk of profanity. He cursed me by his gods, the right and left bower. He even cursed the very good cigars he had given me. But the storm over, he quieted down and explained. I apologized for causing him to waste an evening, and we spent a very pleasant time together. Inaccuracy, provincialism, and the too hasty rushing to conclusions were the rocks that he had split on. But he got his revenge when he said, "How would I play with you? From all the poppycock, Anglice bosh you talked about poker, I'd have played a straight game and skinned you. I wouldn't have taken the trouble to make you drunk. You never knew anything of the game. But how I was mistaken in going to work on you makes me sick." He glared at me as though I had done him an injury. Today I know how it is that year after year, week after week, the bunco steerer, who is the confidence trick and card-sharper man of other climes, secures his prey. He clavers them over with flattery as a snake clavers the rabbit. The incident depressed me, because it showed that I had left the innocent East far behind, and was come to a country where a man must look out for himself. The very hotels bristled with notices about keeping my door locked and depositing my valuables in a safe. The white man in a lump is bad. Weeping softly for Otoyo, little I knew then that my heart was to be torn afresh from my bosom, I fell asleep in the clanging hotel. Next morning I had entered upon the deferred inheritance. There are no princes in America, at least with crowns on their heads, but a generous-minded member of some royal family received me a letter of introduction. Ere the day closed, I was a member of the 2 clubs, and booked for many engagements to dinner and party. Now, this prince, upon whose financial operations be continual increase, had no reason, nor had the others, his friends, to put themselves out for the sake of one Briton more or less. But he rested not until he had accomplished all in my behalf that a mother could think of for her debutante daughter. Do you know the Bohemian Club of San Francisco? They say its fame extends over the world. It was created somewhat on the lines of the savage, by men who wrote or drew things, and has blossomed into most unrepublican luxury. The ruler of the place is an owl standing upon a skull and crossbones, showing forth grimly the wisdom of the man of letters and the end of his hopes for immortality. The owl stands on the staircase, a statue 4 feet high, is carved in the woodwork, flutters on the frescoed ceiling, is stamped on the note paper, hangs on the walls. He is an ancient and honourable bird. Under his wing 'twas my privilege to meet with white men whose lives were not chained down to routine of toil, who wrote magazine articles instead of reading them hurriedly in the pauses of office work, who painted pictures instead of contenting themselves with cheap etchings picked up at another man's sale of effects. Mine were all the rights of social intercourse, craft by craft, that India, stony-hearted stepmother of collectors, has swindled us out of. Treading soft carpets and breathing the incense of superior cigars, I wandered from room to room, studying the paintings in which the members of the club had caricatured themselves, their associates, and their aims. There was a slick French audacity about the workmanship of these men of toil unbending that went straight to the heart of the beholder, and yet it was not altogether French. A dry grimness of treatment, almost Dutch, marked the difference. The men painted as they spoke, with certainty. The club indulges in revelries which it calls jinks, high and low, at intervals, and each of these gatherings is faithfully portrayed in oils by hands that know their business. In this club were no amateurs spoiling canvas because they fancied they could handle oils without knowledge of shadows or anatomy, no gentlemen of leisure ruining the temper of publishers and an already ruined market with attempts to write, because everybody writes something these days. My hosts were working, or had worked for their daily bread with pen and or paint, and their talk, for the most part, was of the shop. Shoppy, that is to say, delightful. They extended a large hand of welcome, and were as brethren, and I did homage to the owl and listened to their talk. An Indian club about Christmas time will yield, if properly worked, an abundant harvest of queer tales. But at a gathering of Americans from the uttermost ends of their own continent, the tales are larger, thicker, more spinous, and even more azure than any Indian variety. Tales of war I heard told by an ex-officer of the South over his evening drink to a colonel of the Northern Army, my introducer, who had served as a trooper in the Northern Horse, throwing in emendations from time to time. Tales of the law, which in this country is an amazingly elastic affair, followed from the lips of a judge. Forgive me for recording one tale that struck me as new. It may interest the up-country bar in India. Once upon a time there was Samuelson, a young lawyer who feared not God, neither regarded the bench. Name, age, and town of the man were given at great length. To him no case had ever come as a client, partly because he lived in a district where lynch law prevailed, and partly because the most desperate prisoner shrunk from entrusting himself to the mercies of a phenomenal stammerer. But in time there happened an aggravated murder, so bad indeed that by common consent the citizens decided, as a prelude to lynching, to give the real law a chance. They could, in fact, gamble around that murder. They met, the court in its shirt-sleeves, and against the raw square of the court-house window a temptingly suggestive branch of a tree fretted the sky. No one appeared for the prisoner, and, partly in jest, the court advised young Samuelson to take up the case. "The prisoner is undefended, Sam," said the court. "The square thing to do would be for you to take him aside and do the best you can for him." Court, jury, and witness then adjourned to the veranda, while Samuelson led his client aside to the court-house cells. An hour passed ere the lawyer returned alone. Mutely the audience questioned. "May it please the court," said Samuelson, "my client's case is a bad one. A damn bad one. You told me to do the best I could for him, Judge. So I've just given him your bay gelding and told him to light out for healthier climes. My professional opinion being he ought to be hanged quicker'n Hades if he dallied here. But by this time my client's about 15 mile out yonder somewheres. That was the best I could do for him. May it please the court." The young man, escaping punishment in lieu of the prisoner, made his fortune ere 5 years. Other voices followed with equally wondrous tales of riata throwing in Mexico and Arizona, of gambling at army posts in Texas, of newspaper wars waged in godless Chicago. I couldn't help being interested, but they were not pretty tricks. Of deaths sudden and violent in Montana and Dakota, of the loves of half-breed maidens in the South, and fantastic huntings for gold in mysterious Alaska. Above all, they told the story of the building of old San Francisco, when the finest collection of humanity on God's earth, sir, started this town, and the water came up to the foot of Market Street. Very terrible were some of the tales, grimly humorous the others, and the men in broadcloth and fine linen who told them had played their parts in them. And now and again, when things got too bad, they would toll the city bell, and the vigilance committee turned out and hanged the suspicious characters. A man didn't begin to be suspected in those days till he'd committed at least one unprovoked murder, said a calm-eyed, portly old gentleman. I looked at the pictures around me, the noiseless, neat-uniformed waiter behind me, the oak-ribbed ceiling above, the velvet carpet beneath. It was hard to realize that even 20 years ago you could see a man hanged with great pomp. Later on I found reason to change my opinion. The tales gave me a headache and set me thinking. How in the world was it possible to take in even 1/1000th of this huge, roaring, many-sided continent? In the tobacco-scented silence of the sumptuous library lay Professor Bryce's book on the American Republic. "It is an omen," said I. "He has done all things in all seriousness, and he may be purchased for half a guinea. Those who desire information of the most undoubted must refer to his pages. For me is the daily round of vagabondage, the recording of the incidents of the hour, and the intercourse with the travelling companion of the day. I will not do this country at all." And I forgot all about India for 10 days, while I went out to dinners and watched the social customs of the people, which are entirely different from our customs, and was introduced to men of many millions. These persons are harmless in their earlier stages. That is to say, a man worth $3 or $4 million may be a good talker, clever, amusing, and of the world. A man with twice that amount is to be avoided, and a 20 million man is just 20 millions. Take an instance. I was speaking to a newspaper man about seeing the proprietor of his journal, as in my innocence I supposed newspaper men occasionally did. My friend snorted indignantly. "See him? Great Scott, no! If he happens to appear in the office, I have to associate with him, but, thank heaven, outside of that I move in circles where he cannot come. And yet, the first thing I have been taught to believe is that money was everything in America." End of Chapter 1. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with "Ma, He's Making Eyes at Me." Here, ladies and gentlemen, are two of the most welcome sights in the world. The fat, saucy robin hopping on the lawn, first happy sign of spring, and that perfect dessert for spring, the shimmering mold of rich, radiant Jell-O. Yes, Jell-O is a gay, tempting treat with brilliant flower-like colors that promise a true feast of flavor and keep that promise in a big way. It's simply full of grand, exciting goodness that makes friends quickly and keeps them long. And when you serve any one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, you can be sure everybody will like it, because Jell-O has a delightful, refreshing taste, as inviting as the fresh, ripe fruit itself. So, folks, enjoy this rich, striking dessert just as often as you can. Help yourself to Happy Meals by always asking for Jell-O. And when you buy, be sure to look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a perfect dessert. He's making eyes at me, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this is the beginning of spring. Tiny blades of grass are peeping through the soil. Blossoms are bursting into bloom. The harsh winds of winter have changed to soft, balmy breezes. So without further ado, we bring you a man who is still wearing his longies, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't mind your kidding about my age or my dramatic ability or my work in pictures or a lot of other things. But I think that my underwear is my own business. Is there nothing sacred around here? Heavens.
But, Jack, spring is here. Don't you think you ought to change into your shorts?
Don, this is only the first week in April. When the butterflies come out of their cocoons, I'll come out of mine. Until then, I'm taking no chances.
Now, Jack, aren't you being just a little overcautious? The winters are so mild out here.
He's right, Jackson. You're the only guy in Southern California that wears long underwear.
What did you say, corn fuchsias? What was that?
I said you're the only guy in Southern California that wears long underwear.
Oh, yeah? Did you ever see Tyrone Power's backyard on a Monday morning? Don't tell me those are Annabella's. And another thing, Phil. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Another thing, Phil, that reminds me. I wish you'd stop running around telling everybody that I wear pajamas with feet in them.
Well, you do, don't you?
That was one night when I forgot to take off my inner socks. Just one.
Inner socks? My goodness, Jack. What's the idea of wearing two pair of socks?
He bought some big shoes cheap.
Now, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. Don started out with a beautiful poetic introduction about blades of grass and blossoms on the trees and balmy breezes, so let's stay in the mood.
You're right, Jack. Spring is beautiful.
I'll say it is.
You know, I was out in my yard this morning, and I saw the cutest little robin.
Yeah?
Gee, he was sweet.
Oh, I love robins.
And he just got in from the south.
How do you know?
He wasn't unpacked yet.
Now, cut it out! Heavens to Betsy. You have to make a gag out of everything. Now, isn't there any romance in this crowd at all?
I was up all night, if that's what you mean.
I don't mean that. I'm talking about spring, birds, nature, flowers. Gee, doesn't a buttercup mean anything to you, Phil?
Yeah, but don't let it get around.
I won't. But no kidding, fellas. This is the season of the year when we should have joy in our hearts. We should be happy and gay.
I'm happy, Mr. Benny.
I know you are, Dennis. You're always happy.
What a mallet his head would make.
Mary, believe me, it's a real pleasure to have one person around here that's contented and glad he's working for me. That kid's going to get a raise.
What are you going to do, let him stand on a box?
No, I'm not going to let him stand on a box. I'm going to give Dennis an increase in salary.
I've heard that too, Dennis. Don't go out and buy a car.
Now, just a second, Phil. I don't know what you're complaining about. Remember that day you came to me looking for a job 4 years ago? Mr. Benny, you said. You called me Mr. Benny then. Mr. Benny, you said, please put me to work on your program. My beer garden job is all right, but I want to improve it. I want to get somewhere. Remember that, Phil?
Yes, but...
And I said to you, cheer up, young man. I'll take you under my wing. Well, Phil, I've kept my word, and you've been with me ever since.
That's true, Jackson, but I still think that I'm not getting enough dough.
Listen, Phil. Listen to me. Always be loyal and always be true to those who have toiled and struggled for you. It isn't the salary or money you get. It's the smile of a friend that counts. You can bet. For Benny's your pal, your buddy, your friend. He won't let you down. He'll stick to the end. So if it's money you want, pal, speak up, that's all. And I'll have a new orchestra beginning next fall. Applause. Thank you. Now, Mary, you're next. Have you any complaints to make, young lady?
No, Jack, it's wonderful working for you. It's heaven, it's paradise. Skies are all blue.
Well.
You're so sweet and charming, and you never irk. But in spite of all this, I think you're a...
Now, Don, have you anything to complain about?
No, Jack, I'm happy here working for you. There's no other thing that I would rather do. I'm glad to be able to stand up and shout that Jell-O's so tempting it melts in your mouth.
Is it easy to make, Don? Oh, tell us, pray do.
Not only that, it's economical, too.
Then what should I tell my dear cousin Mo, sir?
Tell him to run to his neighborhood grocer.
Well, we dragged that in beautifully. And now let us hear from our own Dennis Day. Have you got a song, something mellow or gay?
Oh, yes, sir, I have, and it's really brand new.
Well, go ahead, swing it. Come on, let it go. Or go. Sing, Dennis. Doesn't spring make you silly, folks?
There lies my kind of country. Round that last bend we're heading for. Old-timer, stay with me, and tonight we'll see my kind of country once more. There lives my kind of people, where that sundown smiles bright and red. Old-timer, I'll strike gold when these eyes behold my kind of country ahead. Travel home, maybe 9 more miles, maybe 10. May I ever grieve if I ever leave my kind of country again. Travel home, maybe 9 more miles, maybe 10. May I ever grieve if I ever leave my kind of country again.
Very good, Dennis. Very good. That was My Kind of Country, written by Frank Lesser and Jimmy McHugh for that forthcoming Paramount picture, Buck Benny Rides Again.
Starring Phil Harrison, thanks for the plug.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Let's straighten this out right now. You're not the star of Buck Benny Rides Again.
Well, I stand out in it, don't I?
Phil, you stand out in that picture about as much as an oyster in Chesapeake Bay. In other words, son, you could be left out entirely and not affect the plot, the length, the suspense, the write-ups, the audience, and you take it from there. A fine star.
By the way, Jack, when will the picture be finished?
Oh, we're through with it, Don. In fact, I have a little surprise for you. Buck Benny is going to have his world premiere in New York in a couple of weeks, and we're all going.
Oh, New York!
Yes, sir.
When are we leaving, Jack?
Right after next Sunday's show, we're going to do 2 broadcasts there. Wait till the big city gets a load of me in my 10-gallon hat.
Well, Jack, that's the kind of a He-Man part you've always wanted to play. So you finally made it, huh?
Yes, and I don't want to brag or anything, Don, but I think I make a pretty good cowboy.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Tell him about the trouble you had with your horse.
Oh, you mean Abdul? Yeah. What a ham that animal was. He tried to steal every scene from me.
Why didn't you turn him around so he wouldn't face the camera?
He did, and the horse still had more personality than Jack.
He did not. But you should have seen that horse, Don. He was always looking right in the camera and flashing those teeth of his. What an animal.
Well, why didn't you do the same thing?
Because in the first place, Phil, my teeth aren't as big as a horse's.
You could have ordered them any size you wanted.
That's so. Well, you're just making things up, Mary. Because if I have false teeth, how is it I can crack nuts with them?
You take them out and hammer.
All right, Mary, all right. You can get on more subjects. We were talking about Buck Benny Rides Again.
That's a swell title for a picture, Mr. Benny. How'd you happen to think of it?
Well, you see, we used to do a series of... Dennis, didn't you ever listen to this program before you came to work on it? Didn't you?
There goes my raise.
Well, anyway, and you're right, Dennis. Anyway, we used to do those Western plays, and we called them Buck Benny Rides Again. Oh, boy, they were fun. I used to be Sheriff Buck Benny. A rootin', tootin', shootin', hootin', galootin', fig Newton. That was me.
And I used to be your deputy, remember?
Yes, sir.
And I was Daisy Carson, your sweetheart. Remember how you'd always ride over to my house and visit me?
Yeah.
And we'd sit in the parlor and hold hands.
Uh-huh.
And then you'd put the lights out.
Uh-huh.
And then you'd show your home movies.
Oh, boy, was I romantic. And then there was your pappy, Frank Carson, the town cut-up.
That was me, folks. Where's my jug, Daisy?
And didn't we have an awful time trying to catch Cactus Face Elmer, the villain? You know, fellas, I've got a great idea. Let's put on a Buck Benny tonight and show Dennis how we used to do them. Would you like to hear another one, folks? Well, I'm glad to hear that the horse opera is still popular. So immediately after the next number, ladies and gentlemen, we will bring you a brand new episode of Buck Benny Rides Again. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
You can be one of my deputies and work with Don. You're sort of a dumb stooge type.
Well, gee, I don't know if I can handle it.
Dennis, believe me, you'll come through. All right, Phil, let's have a number, and then we'll go into our sketch.
Okay, Jackson, do you want us to play loud or soft?
There's no choice, and you know it. So just blast away. Hold it a minute. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I begged and pleaded with you not to call me in the middle of a broadcast. Now, what do you want?
Well, boss, I was just listening to the program, and I heard you say you were going to New York a week from tonight.
That's right.
Do your plans embrace your ambassador to Harlem?
Yes, Rochester, you're coming along. But we're going to be awfully busy in New York, so I don't know if you'll have time to go to Harlem.
Let's get to New York and worry from there.
All right. Now, as long as you know we're going, you might as well start making preparations. First of all, tell Mr. Billingsley, our boarder, that we're going to be gone a couple of weeks, so he'll have to make his own coffee in the morning.
Okay. By the way, what are we going to do with that polar bear and ostrich?
Carmichael and Trudy? I don't know.
Maybe we can get him a week at the Orpheum.
I doubt it. Carmichael hasn't rehearsed on his bicycle in a month, and he's all butterfingers with those Indian clubs. They'd never get booked.
I don't know about that. Trudy does a mean striptease.
Striptease?
Yeah, she pulls her plumes out one by one.
I know, but what have you got after the first show? Besides, they work much better with me. Now, Rochester, go down in the basement and bring up my big trunk and start packing.
That old thing? I don't think it'll stand another trip, boss.
Oh, it'll do. I only bought it 4 years ago and was practically new then.
That auctioneer must have lied to you.
I don't want to hear another word about it, Rochester. That trunk isn't so old.
It's got a bustle compartment.
That's for sure. Now, hang up, Rochester. I got a program to do.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
What?
Did you see our new picture yet?
Yes, they ran Buck Benny for me at the studio last night.
How am I in it?
Very good, Rochester. You're swell. You're a big hit.
I think I'll treat you to a new trunk, boss. So long.
Wait a minute. Rochester. And he hung up. Oh, well, if he wants to, he wants to. Bless his little heart. Play, Phil. was I Hear Bluebird, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the 24th episode in our Western melodrama entitled Buck Benny Rides Again, or Strange Cargo. The opening scene is the office of Sheriff Buck Benny in the thriving little cow town of East Moo, Texas. Curtain. Music. Hello? Sheriff's office, Buck Benny speaking. Oh, hello, Red. What? Did I hear about Deadeye? Oh, did I hear about Deadeye? Plugged, eh? What did Deadeye die? I mean, is he dead, Red? Oh, his dad. Deadeye's dad's dead. Red. Well, how'd he happen to get shot? Oh, he thought he found a horse. Well, thanks, Red. Goodbye.
What's up, Sheriff?
Deadeye's dad's dead. Deadeye's father just sold his last horse. Too bad.
Good riddance, Saul. Now, if we could just get rid of Frank Carson, this town would be fit to live in.
Now, hold on there, Deputy. That low-down, no-good skunk is my gal's father. Besides, he's reformed.
Reformed? Why, last night he slept in the gutter in front of the East Move Biltmore.
Well, that's the best hotel in town, ain't it? I remember when Frank used to sleep in front of the firehouse. They had to take the hook and ladder out the back door. Where's Deputy Day? Oh, Day?
Yes, please.
Not too low, Deputy. You're liable to stay there. Now, look here, Day. I want you to go out and catch some crooks. We ain't got a single prisoner in this jail.
With these beds, no wonder.
Never mind that and hang out the vacancy sign. That always helps. And remember, Dave, the next time you go out...
Did you hear that shooting, Buck?
Yep, that's either 5 aces or her husband came home. But that's life, I guess.
Say, Sheriff, I hate to keep harping on this, but when are we going to catch Cactus-Faced Elmer? We've been looking for him for 3 years.
I don't know, Wilson. That vomit is harder to find than art in the Mighty Allen art player. But I'll get him one of these days. Well, see you later, Deputy.
Where you going, Sheriff?
Next door to Deadeye's barber shop and get a haircut. Then I'm going over and propose to Daisy Carson.
Why, you've been proposing to her for over 10 years. When's she going to say yes?
I don't know, but if she don't say it soon, it won't be worth it. So long, Deputy. Hello, Deadeye.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Did you hear about your father getting shot a few minutes ago?
No, was it fatal?
Yep.
Too bad. What'll it be, haircut or shave?
Haircut. Put the bowl on and let's get going. Hello, Goldie. Give me one of them manicures, will you?
Okay, Sheriff. Slip me your paw.
There you are. Watch out for my ears, Deadeye. I declare, Goldie, you're getting prettier every day.
I am?
Yep, but you've got a long way to go. A mighty long way. How was that, Deadeye?
That's a good one. Say, Buck, at the time they plugged my old man, was he stealing a horse?
Yes, he was, Deadeye.
Bad habit. Sure you don't want to shave now?
No, not today.
There's a long hair growing out of your ear, Sheriff. Should I pull it out?
Sure, go ahead.
Now hold steady.
I'm a-holding.
Here we go.
Yikes! That got it. Well, I guess I'll run over to Daisy's now. What do I owe you for that manicure, Goldie?
15 cents, and that's final.
15 cents for all the other boys only pay a dime. What's the extra nickel for?
You're the only guy in town with 10 fingers.
That's right. There is a lot of shooting going on here. Well, so long, Deadeye. I'm going over and see Daisy.
So long.
Come on. Giddy up there. Well, here's the Carson house now. Whoa, partner. Whoa. Steady, partner. Steady now, and here's a note to chew while I'm gone. Hope Daisy likes my haircut.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and bow-legged.
Well, gal, you don't exactly have to detour when you come to a fire hydrant yourself. I just came from the barber shop, Daisy. What do you think of my haircut?
Can't tell with that beanie you're wearing.
That's the haircut.
Oh.
Well, Daisy, I suppose you know what I came here for. I've been a-courting you now for over 10 years. You meant everything to me, and you still do. Now, what do you say, gal? Will you marry me?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute! No use rushing into this like a couple of school kids.
Buck, I was only kidding. I told you before I can't never marry you as long as Pappy is alive. I gotta stay home and take care of him.
Well, don't you care for me?
Yes, but I care more for him.
Same old story. Where's your Pappy now?
Upstairs. He filled the bathtub full of dry martinis, and he's diving for olives.
Doggone him. You know, Daisy, if your old man don't give up drinking, he's going to start seeing things.
Start seeing things? He runs all over the house now trying to trap them.
No fooling.
Why, Buck, you know that big empty closet we got upstairs in the attic with nothing hanging on the walls?
Yes?
That's his trophy room.
Well, I think I better have a talk with Frank and see if I can straighten him out. Well, hello, Buck. Have an olive. Thanks.
Come on, Buck. I think we better go downstairs and join Daisy.
You're downstairs now.
Then I'm going to take them steps out. I don't need them.
Well, Frank Carson, I'm disgusted with you. Look at him, Daisy. Look at him standing there with a jug in each hand.
If I take one away, you'll fall over.
I'll say you will. Now, you go back upstairs, Frank, and get some sleep. It'll do you good.
Okay. Come on, boys.
Boys? I don't see anyone.
That's his elephants. He's got a herd of them.
Well, Daisy, now that we're alone again, how about a kiss? Come on, pucker up, gal.
Open up! Open up the door, Sheriff!
Yeah, open up!
Unpucker, Daisy. We got company. Come in. What's the trouble, boys?
Sheriff, we got bad news for you. Catch-his face Elmer's back in town. He's just robbed the First National Bank.
He did?
Yep, he got $8,000 in my gun.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go after him.
We never find him, Sheriff. We don't know where his hideout is.
That's right. That varmint always gets away.
You better do something, Buck. If you don't find Catch's face this time, it'll cost you your job.
I know it will. Doggone, I wish I could find him. I wish I knew where his hideout was. Can't anyone help me?
I'll help you, kid.
What?
I am the Blue Fairy.
That was last week. This ain't Pinocchio. What are you doing back here?
I didn't get paid yet.
Oh. Well, wait a minute. Maybe you can help me. Do you know where Catch's face Elmer is hiding?
Yes.
Where?
You will find Catch's face Elmer at the...
This, ladies and gentlemen, will not be continued next week. If you want to know the ending of this little play, eat a Welsh rarebit, a dish of chocolate ice cream, 4 dill pickles, doze off, and go to town. Play, Phil.
Here's a real prize winner of a recipe that's sure to prove a real praise winner every time you serve it. It's Jell-O Swell New Dessert, Cherry Pie Glacé. A rich, colorful combination of bright red cherry Jell-O and ripe, juicy cherries with a gay, beguiling flavor that will make everybody pass their plates for more. All you have to do is just make up a package of cherry Jell-O and fold in 2 1/2 cups of canned red cherries, which have been drained and sweetened. Then after you've poured it into a cold baked pie shell and let it chill until firm, serve it up plain or with whipped cream. And take it from me, you'll have a grand treat that will win smiles and cheers from the whole family. So plan to have this tempting dessert for tomorrow night's dinner. Cherry Pie Glacé, a striking blend of delicious red cherries and rich crimson cherry Jell-O.
last number of the 27th program in the current Jell-O series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And, Dennis, that's the way we used to do Buck Benny. Did you like it?
Yes, but I'd like to know where Cactus Face is.
You're the only one that cares. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper or movie and radio guide for time and station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Around Dodge City and into territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, the United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Evening, John.
Oh, Miss Russell. Evening.
Hello, Chester.
Oh, Miss Kitty.
Why are you sitting over here all by yourself?
Oh, it's my new boots. I just could not stand on my feet another minute.
New boots?
Yeah.
Oh. Hey, they're mighty good looking, Chester.
Yeah, but I'll be thankful when they feel as good as they look. Here's your coffee, Chester. Oh, my, I sure do thank you, Sam. Waiting on me hand and foot this way.
Well, it ain't every day that you get new boots, Chester.
You sure ain't, and that's a fact.
Oh, look. The man at the door.
What do you mean?
Good heavens.
Did you see his face?
Yeah, I did.
Hey, you. He means you, Sam. Say, look, maybe I better go get Mr. Dillon.
I want to talk to you. I guess I better go see what he wants, Kitty. What is it, mister? Can I get some food here? The store is closed. You put it in this bag, I'll take it with me. Well, okay, mister. Charlie, put some bread and meat and some ground coffee in this bag right away.
Okay, Sam.
The food will be right out, mister. Thank you. He just wanted something to eat, Kitty.
I know. Sam, I can't bear to look at him.
Well, maybe he'll leave when Charlie brings him food.
I hope so, Sam. I really do.
It'll be 35 cents, mister.
Oh.
Thank
you. Yeah, he's leaving now, Kitty.
Sam, I need a drink.
Oh, me too. I never seen nothing so frightful ugly in all my life.
I don't know where he come from, but I'll tell you boys one thing. That critter ain't you.
Matt?
Hello, Kitty. Sam. Kitty,
Pale as a ghost. What's going on here?
Or didn't Chester tell you?
Tell me what? I haven't seen Chester.
A man was just in here, Matt. A man with his face that was horrible.
Well, there are some faces still here that won't take any prizes, you know.
Oh, no, it's no joke, Marshal. This was worse than anything I ever seen.
That's true, Matt.
Well, what'd this fella do?
Nothing. He just bought some food and left us all.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah. What is it, Frisbee?
If you want some help to run that critter down, me and the boys are ready.
Now, wait just a minute. As I get it, an ugly man walked in here and bought some food and left, and that's all.
He was more animal than man, Marshal. Ask anybody.
Now, hold it! Now, we don't arrest people around here for the shape of their faces.
Matt, it wasn't a face.
No, it was all twisted and slick-looking, like tallow that had commenced to melt.
You mark my words. You leave that critter run loose in this territory, and you'll have trouble.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
That ugly-looking man, he's after Doc.
What?
Yes, sir, I seen him. There was a light in Doc's office, and that man was sneaking up, and when he seen me, he busted right in on Doc.
Well, Marshal?
You stay out of this. All of you. I'll handle it.
You see what I mean, Doctor?
Yes, just tilt your head back a little more, Bruno. My, that's unbelievable.
Doc? You all right?
Well, of course I'm all right. Now, why wouldn't I be? Come in. Come in. Yeah. Oh, this is Bruno Thayer, Matt. Matt Dillon is the marshal here.
How do you do, Marshal?
I'm glad to meet you there.
Bruno, you're going to have that pain no matter what.
I figured that, Doctor.
Now, when it gets to bearing down, well, use hot packs and hold hot salt water in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
That's about all I can tell you. You can just put your shirt back on now.
How much do I owe you, Doc?
Oh, nothing. When Bruno was 16, Matt, he tried to outrun a buffalo stampede and his horse fell.
Oh? Yeah. You run right over me, Marshal. Well, I better get going.
He's going to take over the old Jenks farm, Matt.
Oh, that's so.
I'm going to try it.
How old are you now, Bruno?
I guess I'm 26, Marshal. There's a year or two I don't remember much about.
It's a miracle you lived at all.
It was a bad bargain, Doc.
Oh, no, I don't say
Doc,
that.
with a face like this, would you want to live? Would you, Marshal? My horse and my dog, the only ones don't care what I look like.
Well, Matt?
I don't know about you, Doc, but I'm not sure that I would want to live.
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not so little. It's sort of a tall tale. It's about the pride of Company 40. Mose was his name, a fireman and a legendary hero of firemen. They say old Mose had feet like East River barges. His beaver hat measured 2 feet from crown to brim, and his fireman's helmet was about the size of a pup tent. Yes, Mose was big, and he was strong. And in addition, he had the speed of a panther. Mose was always the first to reach the scene of a fire, and it seemed that no rescue was impossible for him to execute. He could climb buildings using the windows for a ladder, jump over alleys like a cat, tear through walls with his bare fists, blow a path through smoke using his lungs like a bellows. And when he'd come across a small one-room fire, he'd close the doors and windows and inhale. And the fire would be smothered from lack of oxygen. Oh, he was quite a man, old Mose. And when Mose wasn't fighting fires, he was the terror of the East Side toughies and the plug uglies. Mose just naturally didn't like bullies and lawbreakers, and he'd fight them singly or in groups of any size. If the occasion called for it, he'd rip a tree out of the ground and use it like a policeman's nightstick. Yes, sir, the lawless element gave old Mose a wide berth, you bet. But Mose was a bashful sort of feller. And when public admiration got too strong for him in New York and folks got to sending in false alarms just to see him, why, he just faded out of sight. Later, people in Illinois swore they saw him put out the Chicago fire in 1871. And Californians credit him with countless rescues and the final smothering of the San Francisco fire of 1906. Yes, sir. Stories about old Mose, the pride of Company 40, are easy to believe, aren't they? Say, isn't it nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze, and write and read and worship, too? Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
Warm sun, cool air makes for a nice day, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Sure does, Kitty.
What are you thinking so hard about?
What? Oh, Bruno Thayer, Kitty.
Huh.
Yeah, he's been out on the old Jenks place 2 weeks now. Maybe I ought to ride out there and see how he's doing.
Why?
Well, everybody else in Dodge has, judging by the number of wild stories going around. He murders travelers and buries them in his garden. He conjures up evil spirits, calls the coyotes to counsel with him in the middle of the night. All kinds of crazy stories like that.
I'm not so sure it's all crazy than that.
Kitty, will you...
Look, 3 different friends of mine swear they've ridden by and heard Bruno talking to something, but there was nothing there to talk to.
Sure there was.
What?
His dog. Come on, let's get some dinner.
Hurry up, Doc. Come on, hurry up.
I'm coming. What happened?
It's Hazel Perkins. They found her out south of town, scared half out of her wits.
Oh, Doc, he was right over me.
Now, all right, Hazel. All right, just calm down now. You're all right.
Who was it, Miss Perkins? Was it that Bruno?
Yes, that's who it was.
Now, she's no condition to talk now, Frisbee.
I ran, but he came after me, and he chased me, Doc.
No. Doc, what are those gashes on her arm?
Well, I don't know yet, Sam. Looks like some animal clawed her.
You mean some half animal, don't you, Doc?
Now, Frisbee, you're a fool. Get out of the way. No. Come along, Hazel. Right up here.
Fool, am I? Maybe I'm just fool enough to believe that the women folks ought to be protected. I say it's time something was done. I say we got to stop that ugly brute and stop him for good, like they used to do in the old country.
Yeah, but how do you mean, Frisbee?
My grandpappy knew. He told me when a hateful, unnatural monster like Bruno was found, they burned it. And they took what was left and drove an oak stake through it. Then they were safe. And not before.
Well, I never heard of that. Seems to me the marshal...
The marshal had his chance.
A chance to do what, Frisbee?
It was you let that critter loose on us, Marshal. What happened to Hazel Perkins is your fault.
Hazel Perkins?
Bruno grabbed her, Marshal. She's all bit up and scared half to death.
Where is she?
She's up in Doc's office.
What are you aiming to do, Marshal?
I'm aiming to find out what really happened, Frisbee.
We've had about enough talk. We want action.
Just one more word out of you, and I'll give you more action than you can handle. After I've talked to Hazel, if Bruno Thayer needs bringing in, I'll go get him and I'll bring him in, but I'll do it without you or anybody else.
Get killed before
you better hurry.
You sure better hurry, Marshal.
Hand me that bottle, will you, man?
Yeah, sure.
Just hold still now, Hazel.
Oh.
Well, that stings a little, doesn't it? But it's better than getting blood poisoning.
Now, Hazel, I know you're still upset, but try to think clearly this time, huh? Now, just once more. Before you saw Bruno, what happened?
Well, my horse shied and threw me.
And what did your horse shy from?
I don't know. But the next thing I remember is that hideous face bending over me.
And then what?
He grabbed me, and I felt his long nails sink into my arm.
This arm here, where the scratches start?
Well, yes, of course.
And then?
Well, then he began to laugh.
To laugh?
That's right. Oh, it was dreadful, just dreadful. I tried to fight him off, Marshal, but he was terrible strong. And...
Well, Hazel, why didn't Bruno laugh the last time?
Well, what do you mean, Dr. Adams?
Well, I mean that every time you tell this story, it gets better. You figure you're pretty important because you've been chased by Bruno Thayer. I think you're beginning to enjoy it.
Enjoy it?
Yes, enjoy it. Sure, he's ugly, and perhaps you were shocked by his face, but you're not entitled to tell lies about him, to be sopped up by some of the fools in this town.
Oh, Doc,
These scratches were made by a dog or a coyote or maybe a wolf, but not by a man. And the only reason that animal didn't kill you is because somebody killed it first. Bruno saved your life, didn't he? Didn't he?
Oh, yes. Yes, he did. The wolf that made my horse shy came after me, and Bruno killed it. But he scared me half to death, Doc, with that face, that horrible face. And I didn't mean to.
Marshal.
Yeah, what is it, Sam?
Frisbee and some others just left the Long Branch to get Bruno. I sent Chester after your horse.
Oh, thanks, Sam.
They was talking wild, Marshal. They're going to kill him, sure.
Kill him? Oh, I didn't realize, Marshal. I'm sorry.
It's not me you owe an apology to, Hazel.
Oh, Bruno, I couldn't. But I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Well, that's what I'll tell him, Hazel, if I get there in time.
There he is. He ducked in his shack. We got him trapped now, just like we wanted. We'll spread out and circle him.
I'm going to go this way.
Watch me. We'll close in on my signal.
Hey there! Hold it,
We're just saving you some trouble, Marshal.
What are you planning to do with that wood stake, Frisbee?
I'm going to nail down a monster with it, that's what.
All right, Frisbee. Don't you try to get up or I'll splinter this piece of oak across your skull. Now, the rest of you men, get back on your horses and don't stop in Dodge City. If I see any one of you there again, I'll lock you up. Now, move! Chester.
Yes, sir.
You hold Frisbee right here. If he makes a move, you kill him.
Yes, sir.
Bruno, it's Matt Dillon. Can I come in?
Sure.
You saw those men out there, huh?
I saw them.
You knew that they were out here to get you, didn't you?
I figured somebody'd be coming out here. That girl got pretty scared of me. But there wasn't anybody else around to help her.
Aren't you even going to defend yourself?
I hadn't decided, Marshal. I saw what you did to them, though. I'm grateful.
Grateful? For what?
Well,
for saving your life?
Yeah. Yeah, for saving my life.
Well, it looks like you really wanted to live after all, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess it does.
Hazel Perkins says to tell you that she's awful sorry for the way she acted.
Oh?
Yeah. Well, I'll see you, Bruno. Oh, here's a nice piece of oak wood for you. Make yourself a hat rack, huh? I think you'll be having some friendly callers one of these days.
So long, Marshal.
So long, Bruno.
Section 42 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the ugliness of utopia. It is a pity that the people who are trying to attack the worst sort of Bolshevism have got hold of the very worst way of doing it. I have been called a reactionary, and in one sense I am a reactionary. But I am quite sure there is one golden rule for all good little reactionaries to learn. It is no good to give a superficial answer to a fundamental suggestion, even if it is fundamentally false. Indeed, if it is fundamentally false, it is all the more necessary to answer it with what is fundamentally true. There is no answer to anything radical, even radically wrong, except being more radical still. If the other man has dug deep enough to have almost torn the plant up by its roots, we must dig deeper and see that it brings its own soil with it, so that it can live. If the enemy is mining, we must be countermining, and the countermining must be undermining. If the wrong sort of revolutionist is indeed undermining society, he will most certainly blow up society unless we can undermine him. The revolutionist will win unless we can be more revolutionary than he, in the fundamental sense of being at once more skeptical and more visionary. Now, our real hold on the skeptic is almost always in this, that there is something which he does not doubt, and we do. Challenged upon his own first principles, he finds the whole of his movement checked. Thus, for instance, as long as we tell the Bolshevist that his ideal is a beautiful and bewitching illusion, he will lead men to worse fates in the future, if they follow it now. He will not altogether unnaturally say that it seems odd to refuse to follow an ideal because it is beautiful, and that even by our own account there is as yet nothing to show that it is deceptive. But if we tell him at the beginning that we think his ideal is ugly, that it is ugly as an ideal and not merely as a reality, and that as it is ugly in itself, we are naturally not going to be bothered to follow it. If we tell him that, he is brought to a much more serious standstill. In order to convert us, at any rate, he has to show that his ideal is not ugly, but beautiful and worth following. Now, the modern materialist will find it much more difficult to charm like a poet than to plan plausibly like a company promoter. He will be less insinuating when he woos like a lover than when he takes chances like a tipster. It is not really so difficult for him to convince people that his idea is attainable, that he has figured it all out, like a man with a financial tip or a system for Monte Carlo. But we, by hypothesis, are not telling him that his idea is unattainable. We are telling him we do not want to attain it, whether it is attainable or not. What he has to create in us is a motive, that is, a thing that makes other things move. And it is not an easy business to create a motive. Not half so easy is to assume a motive and explain a plan. What he has to do, if he can, is what the great prophets and religious founders did. He has to make a sort of music in the air, to which things stir and march, even when they have seemed stiff as hedges or rooted as trees. And the modern economic materialist is no Orpheus. In short, it is easier to refute Bolshevism as an ideal than Bolshevism as a business proposition. And this for a very vital and interesting reason, that business can be mystifying, whereas idealism must be plain. Anyone can see this by imagining any working example. Suppose a man knocks at the door with a proposition for providing everybody with a pair of stilts, so that they can henceforth all walk about undefiled by mud and breathing a purer air on a level with the tops of trees. It would take a long time to prove to him that he cannot provide everybody with stilts. You might spend many happy hours with him in your library, looking up encyclopedias, uncovering papers with calculations, before you had proved to him from the census, or the reports of the timber trade, or the blue books on afforestation, that the thing was impossible. Perhaps it isn't impossible, an idea to be kept in mind about the other ideal also. If you want to get rid of the gentleman selling stilts at the door, it is much quicker to tell him that you don't want any stilts, that you don't like stilts, and that he has aroused no stilt motive like music in your mind, or in short that walking on stilts forms no part of your ideal. In short, the idealistic answer is short, sharp, and practical, whereas the practical answer is long-winded, elaborate, and tiresome. If a man proposes to take you to Johannesburg on one of those new amphibio-automatic oil bicycles, which are, for all I know, among the brightest and briskest business propositions advertised in that brilliant seat of culture, it will take a long time to disprove to the tout that the bicycle can travel over land and sea. It will need very complicated scientific calculation to demonstrate that the design is a swindle, though since it emanates from the high places of imperial and scientific finance, it very probably is. It is much simpler to tell him the truth that burns immortally in the breast of every plain, true-hearted Englishman. It is better to tell him that you do not want to go to Johannesburg, any more than to hell. That is what I have to say to the Bolshevist about the Bolshevist utopia. But the point here is that it would take a long time to go into the merits and demerits of the bicycle, whereas it takes a very short time indeed to dismiss the merits and demerits of the South African city. To get to the ideal is to get to the goal, and be done with it. To linger on the practical process may be interminable. The idealistic method is businesslike. The businesslike method is the devil of a business. In the same way, the really swift and simple modes of attack on Marxian materialism and collectivism is simply pointing out that it is ugly, not proving that it is unpractical. It is in preventing people from desiring what the innovators think desirable, much more than in merely prophesying whether they can get what they desire. For a prophecy, however practical, is always arbitrary and mystical, whereas a desire is a definite and objective fact, like a dog or door-knocker. All men know what they want, but only inspired seers know whether they can get it. If men want property and liberty and the life of the distributive state, as we maintain, we will attempt to follow it up by proving it to be practical and probable. But if men do not want collectivism and regimentation and compulsory labor and the rest of the Bolshevist utopia, then it will be a waste of our time to prove it impossible. None of us will sit down to discuss the baffling difficulties of starting a pestilence or the little hitches and worries in the way of procuring a mad dog. There is a truth, probably unconscious, in the common phrase that utopian revolutionists hope to make a new heaven and a new earth. It is true that nobody makes a new earth without first making a new heaven, and this is no more specially true when the heaven is full of gods and angels than when the heaven is empty of everything but ether and stardust. It is quite as true when the heaven is only an abyss or bottomless pit of space. It is quite as true when the heaven is rather like hell. The higher thing, towering over the earth and typifying the general nature of the universe, is still the dominant condition and determining factor in all the earthly regulations and reforms. The heaven of the atheist makes the earth of the atheist, as much as the heaven of the saint makes the earth of the saint. The basis of the whole Marxian business is the religion of monism and materialism. Every man gets his economics from his religion. Only this religion is so laboriously topsy-turvy as to teach the opposite. The notion that the religion came from the economics. The answer to this is really quite simple. The Marxian socialist says that mental states come only from material conditions, to which I reply that his material conditions are bad by his own account, and therefore his mental conclusions are wrong by his own argument. If the situation makes the soul, and if it is a bad situation to be a proletarian, then it is probably a worse situation to be a class-conscious proletarian. If capitalism is a mood of material origin, socialism is a mood of the very same material origin, and that admittedly a very bad and misleading origin. If economics produces ethics, we have no more reason to trust the psychology of a proletarian brought up in a capitalist state than that of a capitalist brought up in a capitalist state. The truth is that this is one intrinsically impossible and intolerable school of thought, because it is thought against thinking. The man who says that ideas are mere material results has in that very sentence destroyed all ideas, including that one. But there is an even deeper element among these elements of the case. It is perhaps the element of emotion rather than thought. Why should a man want to maintain that his will is a blind plant of the swamp, or that his ideals are idols made of mud? Why should men desire to entertain such a dogma as the materialist version of history? I do not speak here of puzzle-headed skeptics who reluctantly digest such dogmas, because they cannot reason their way out of them, but of men who shout them like a war cry and intone them like a creed. We can only say that there seems to be some such pessimistic perversity and spiritual suicide, and that this sect must be counted among the strange sects so afflicted. In practical fact, I think they are often fighting against very real plutocratic tyranny. But in truth, there are two very different fights against tyranny. There is the revolt against the tyrant by the slave, and there is the revolt against the tyrant by the free man. What Nietzsche said of Christianity, what was emphatically not true of Christianity, actually is true of Marxian materialism. It is a slave morality, a protest against particular authorities made by the spirit of slavery, and not by the spirit of liberty. For if it were really working from the love of freedom, it would certainly begin with free will. End of section 42.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun in A Doll's House.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's your purchases of our products, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, ladies and gentlemen, that make this program possible. For the splendid loyalty you show us, our sincere gratitude. Last week, we announced an offer of a beautiful compact. So many of the ladies in our audience have taken advantage of this offer, that we are making it again tonight at the end of our program. So please listen carefully and have your pencils ready. Starred tonight are Joan Crawford, Basil Rathbone, Sam Jaffe, Netta Harrigan, and Vernon Steele in A Doll's House. As special guest, Miss Frances Manson, head of the story department of Samuel Goldwyn Productions. Our orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play is the work of one of the loneliest figures in literature, Henrik Ibsen. Poverty-stricken as a boy, Ibsen exiled himself for many years from his native Norway because of the lukewarm reception that country gave his plays. First produced many years ago, A Doll's House provoked a storm of angry criticism because the playwright dared express the belief that a happy marriage must have a foundation of truth, freedom, and intellectual companionship. Like all masterpieces, A Doll's House has a deathless quality and has brought fame to a score of world-renowned actresses, to which list we add tonight the name of Joan Crawford. And no one is less conscious of her success than Joan herself. She tackles each new job with the same I've got to make good attitude that she had when she first arrived here, fresh from a Schubert chorus. A Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, Joan is seen next in The Shining Hour and is heard tonight as Nora Helmer. Co-starred as Torvald Helmer, a part more sympathetic than his usual roles, is that master of glistening villainy, Basil Rathbone. One of Hollywood's more gentle and considerate citizens off the screen. This splendid actor is currently flaunting his darksome deviltry in The Adventures of Robin Hood and is with us this week straight from the set of Paramount's If I Were King. Sam Jaffe, who gave such a remarkable performance of the ancient llama in Lost Horizon, plays Krogstad, the same role which brought him unstinted praise when A Doll's House played on Broadway this season. Netta Harrigan plays Mrs. Linden, and Vernon Steele is Dr. Ronk. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone in A Doll's House. The year is 1890. We're in a little town in Norway on a gray September afternoon. Along the windy street in a quiet section of the city, a young woman walks hurriedly, her long dress whipping out behind her, her face half buried in an old-fashioned muff. She glances frequently over her shoulder, as if to assure herself that she's not been noticed. Then she stops, and after a final nervous glance, darts quickly into a doorway.
Well?
It's I, Mrs. Helmer.
Oh. Come in, please. Sit down, Mrs. Helmer.
Thank you.
Wasn't it a little indiscreet of you? To come here, I mean.
Oh, I was very careful, Mr. Krogstad. I'm quite sure no one saw me.
I hope not.
Did you think it over, Mr. Krogstad? The matter we spoke of yesterday?
Yes. The lending of money, Mrs. Helmer, is a serious business.
Oh, I know it is.
It's even more serious when the loan is to be made to a wife without the consent or even knowledge of her husband.
Oh, but he mustn't know. He mustn't even dream that I've borrowed the money. That's why I came to you. You've known him at the bank.
Yes, at the bank and at school. But we were never very friendly.
Well, you worked with him. You must know how he feels about being in debt. He has a dread of it, Mr. Krogstad. He thinks debts are immoral, almost criminal. He'd never allow me to owe the butcher or the baker a single krona.
And now you wish to borrow a great many kronas.
Because he needs it. Oh, you know how ill he's been. And now the doctors say that he must go away to rest. A long rest in Italy. And if he doesn't go, he'll never be well again. I want to save my husband's life, Mr. Krogstad.
Mrs. Helmer, I wish I could help you.
Does that mean you won't? Oh, but I'll pay it back. I promise I will. I'll save and
And I could make money other ways. I'm very clever at copying.
Mrs. Helmer, is there anyone you could get to sponsor the loan?
Sponsor it?
To sign the note with you and act as surety. I mean a man, of course.
Well, I don't know. There's no one I'd like to ask for fear Torvald would find out. And...
Well, you have a father living.
My father? Oh, would he do?
If he'd sign the note with you, yes.
Oh, then he will. I'm sure he will.
Very well.
Oh, thank you.
Now, here is the note.
Yes?
When you come back to me with the note signed by you here and your father's signature down here, I'll let you have the money.
Oh, how wonderful. It really isn't difficult at all, is it? Oh, I almost wish Torvald could know. Then perhaps he'd see how clever I really am. Oh, but he mustn't. All he must know is that we have money from somewhere and that we're going away to Italy.
Nora, come and sit down. Don't tire yourself out dancing like that. Now, sit down, Nora, please.
Oh, Torvald, isn't it wonderful? I feel as if I belonged here, as if I'd lived in Italy all my life. Oh, and now I've learned to dance the tarantella.
Yes, and you dance it beautifully, Nora.
Oh, it's so easy to dance here, where your heart is life. Aren't you glad I teased you until you brought me?
Very glad.
Oh, and the rest has been good for you, Torvald. So good.
Oh, nonsense. I never needed a rest.
Oh, no, of course you didn't. It was just for me, and I love you for it.
Well, you can hardly thank me. I could never afford a trip like this. It was strange, your father leaving you that money.
Strange, Torvald?
I always thought he was rather improvident. I was sure that he'd die quite penniless.
Well, he must have had some put away.
Yes. Yeah, nevertheless, it's almost gone, my dear. We'll have to be leaving for home soon.
Oh, I know. But I'm so anxious to see the children again. Ellen, you can put these flowers in water.
Oh, flowers, too, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Ellen, and so awfully expensive. Oh, did the Christmas tree come yet?
Yes, ma'am. I put it in the kitchen so the children wouldn't see it.
Is that you, Nora?
Oh, Torvald, I'm so glad you're home. Come and see all the presents I have. Look, Torvald.
You mean to say you've bought all these?
Oh, just a few little things for the children and Ellen and Anna and Dr. Ronk and...
I suppose you spent every penny I gave you.
Oh, no, I did have some left, and then I saw those heavenly roses.
Oh, but that's so extravagant.
Oh, I know, Torvald, I know, but I just couldn't resist.
And what did you buy for yourself?
Oh, I don't need anything.
Nonsense. Tell me, what'd you like? Something useful, something sensible.
Well... If you really do want to give me something, you could give me money.
Now, Nora.
And then I could buy myself something, just what I needed.
But there's no Christmas spirit about cold, hard money.
Oh, yes, there is.
But you're so extravagant, Nora. On that trip to Italy last winter, we simply can't afford to go on throwing money about, you know.
Oh, but you'll be making lots of money now, and we could always get a little credit.
Credit? Nora, have you ever known me to borrow money?
No, but it ought to be easy enough now.
I want no creditors in my life, thank you. We've held out all these years without ever owing anyone a penny, and we're certainly not going to begin now at the last minute.
Yes, darling. Of course, you know best.
At the same time, we're not exactly paupers. Look, what do you think I've got here?
Oh, Torvald, money? Oh, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Here, give that back.
Oh, Torvald, darling, thank you. This will go a long way.
I should hope so. No one would believe how much it costs a man to keep a little thing like you.
A lady to see you, Mrs. Helmer.
A lady? Well, ask her to come in, Ellen.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I must get back to the bank for a while.
Goodbye, darling. Come home early tonight.
I'll try.
This way, please.
Who is it, Ellen? Oh.
Nora.
How are you? You don't remember me, do you? No, I don't think I... Why, yes, Christina. Is it really you?
It really is.
Christina. And to think I didn't even know you, but you're so changed.
Yes, I guess I am in 9 or 10 years.
Oh, good heavens, has it been as long as that? But what are you doing in town?
I arrived on the morning boat.
Oh, yes, to spend Christmas. How wonderful. Oh, what a thoughtless wretch I am. Oh, darling, how can you forgive me?
Forgive you?
Oh, Christina, I forgot that Your husband?
Yes, my husband died 3 years ago.
Yes, I saw it in the papers, but, well, you know how it is. Did he leave you anything?
Nothing.
Not even any children?
No.
Nothing? Not anything?
Not even a regret.
Oh, darling, you must tell me the whole story. I never would have dreamed it. It must have been awful. And to be absolutely alone afterwards. Oh, you know, I have two of the sweetest children. Just wait till you see them. They're out with their nurse now, so there's nothing to disturb us, and you can tell me all about it.
No, dear. You tell me.
No, really, darling, I won't be selfish today. But I must tell you one thing. Have you heard of our wonderful luck?
No, what is it?
My husband has been appointed manager of the savings bank.
He has? Oh, how splendid.
It is. Oh, Christina, can you imagine how it makes you feel to have lots of money? Not only what you need, but just heaps of money.
Oh, Nora. Nora, you haven't changed a bit. You're still the same old spendthrift.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I've had to work.
You worked? Oh, but why?
Well, Torvald was ill, you know, and of course you mustn't tell Christina.
Tell what?
Well, we needed money, and of course we didn't have any, so I went... So Torvald thinks we inherited the money from my father.
Nora, wasn't it a little rash of you?
But it saved his life.
But won't you tell him?
Oh, after a great many years, perhaps, when I'm not so young. Oh, don't laugh, Christina. I mean when Torvald isn't so much in love with me. When it isn't fun for him any longer to see me skipping about and dressing up and acting. Well, then it might be good to have something in reserve.
Oh.
Now, what about you? What are you going to do, Christina?
Oh, I wish I knew, my dear. I'll have to find work, I suppose. I was wondering a while ago, Nora, if...
What, Christina?
Well, with your husband a bank official...
You mean he might be able to do something for you?
Well, I was hoping...
Oh, darling, that's a wonderful idea.
Nora, do you really suppose...
Oh, just you leave it all to me. I'll give you a note to him, and you go to the bank and see him. Oh, I know he'll give you the position if I ask.
Nora, you don't know how much this means to me.
Poor Christina. I'll write the note at once.
Let me go first. No, I want to see Mama. Ellen, make him let me. Where's Mama, Ellen?
Children, come in, darlings. Mama's here.
Mama, he threw a snowball and hit me. I did not. I hit him back.
Oh, my baby. Such cheeks. Darling, you've been out for hours. Aren't you frozen?
I'm warm. I saw a dog, Mama. He ran after a man and he growled. I saw the dog, too.
Oh, did you, my sweet?
And the man picked up a stick and the dog ran around biting people.
Really? Oh, I know he didn't bite you, though, did he, darling?
I'd like a dog.
I'll just take their coats, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Ellen.
Can we play now, Mama?
Of course, darling. Any single thing you want is Christmas Eve.
I want to play Blind Man's Buff.
Blind Man's Buff? All right, now you know what you do first.
I know, Mama.
Oh.
It's a man, Mama.
What do you want, Mr. Crookstead?
You see, the door was open, and I thought...
My husband's not at home, Mr. Crookstead.
Yes, I know.
Children, go to Ellen.
Come on, Emmy. Wait for me.
What did you come here for? It isn't the first of the month, Mr. Crookstead.
It isn't that. I wanted to ask you something. An hour ago at the bank, a lady asked to see Mr. Helmer. She said she had a note from you.
Well?
Would you mind telling me if that lady was a Mrs. Linden?
Yes. Do you know her?
I haven't seen her for a great many years. Naturally, I was surprised when I heard her inquire for your husband.
It isn't surprising. She's going to be given a position at the bank.
She is?
Why, yes.
But how?
Well, you see, sometimes a little influence with the right people, Mr. Crook.
You mean you had something to do with it?
Well, naturally, I did what I could for my friend. Why?
Come now, Mrs. Helmer. You know very well whose job it is your friend is getting.
What are you talking about?
So I'm just to be thrown out, am I?
What?
Oh, you needn't pretend you didn't know.
How dare you talk like that to me? I didn't know. My husband doesn't tell me his business.
Mrs. Helmer, I must ask you to use your influence for me.
But I have no influence whatever.
But you just said you had,
That's
Mrs. Helmer.
quite different. If someone is to be hired, and if Mrs. Linden is capable, being an old friend of mine might help with my husband. But this is different. Do you expect me to be able to tell my husband what to do? I'm truly sorry for you.
Mrs. Helmer, I don't want your pity. I want your help. You really can't refuse me.
You're trying to frighten me, but I'm not afraid of you anymore. In a little while, I'll have paid off the note, and I'll be through with the whole business.
Please listen to me, Mrs. Helmer. Try to understand that it's vital for me to keep my job at the bank.
I'm sorry, but really, I'm quite helpless.
I tell you, I've got to keep it, that's all. I've got children, and they're growing up. They need to have a father who's able to hold up his head in a respectable position. I tell you, my job at the bank is the only chance I've got to get anywhere.
I'm sorry, but I just can't listen.
You've got to listen.
Mr. Krogstad, you're threatening me.
I don't care what you call it.
Would you tell my husband I owe you money?
I don't know.
Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. When it's all my own secret, and I'm so proud of it. Why, if he heard about it that way, there's no telling how unpleasant it would be.
Unpleasant? Mrs. Helmer, I'm afraid there are some things you don't understand very well. Let me make them clearer for you.
You needn't bother.
When your husband was ill, you came to me to borrow a sum of money. I promised to find you the money in exchange for a written agreement which I drew up. Your father was to sign this agreement.
Was to? He did sign it.
Did he, Mrs. Helmer?
Well, you know he did. Anyway, haven't I made my payments on time?
Mrs. Helmer, your father was very ill, wasn't he?
Yes, he was on his deathbed.
Tell me, Mrs. Helmer, do you happen to remember the day he died? The day of the month, I mean.
It was the 29th of September.
Ah, that's correct. But you see, I made a little investigation for myself, and I discovered a rather remarkable fact, which I can't quite explain.
What remarkable fact?
The remarkable fact is, or seems to be, that your father signed this paper 3 days after his death.
I don't understand.
Well, neither do I, Mrs. Helmer. Here your father dies on the 29th of September, and here he signs his name on October the 2nd. There's the date, don't you see? Now, isn't that remarkable? Perhaps you can explain it. Your father really did write his name here himself, didn't he?
No. No, I wrote it.
Do you realize what you're admitting? That was a very dangerous thing to do, Mrs. Helmer.
But why? You'll have your last payment in a few days.
Mrs. Helmer, you really don't seem to understand what you've done. Do you know, Mrs. Helmer, that I did something just about like that once, and it ruined me?
You mean you took a risk to save someone's life?
The law, Mrs. Helmer, takes no account of motives.
Then the law must be very bad.
Bad or not, if I take this paper to court, the law will condemn you exactly as it did me.
I don't believe it. As if I didn't have the right to save my father from worry when he was dying. As if anyone should tell me that I hadn't the right to save my husband's life. I don't know very much about law, and I don't want to if that's the way it is. But I'm certain they'd let you do that. Why, the idea of not knowing they would when you're a lawyer. You must be a very poor one.
Maybe I am. But I do understand something about this business you and I are in together. And now, Mrs. Helmer, you can do exactly as you please. But let me tell you this one thing. If I'm thrown off into the mud again, there'll be others to keep me company.
I must go, Torvald.
No, not yet. It's Christmas Eve.
Well, I don't hear Nora persuading me.
Oh, what? Oh, yes, please say, Dr. Ron.
No. I have patients waiting for me in the morning. People are as sick on Christmas Day as any other day.
Then you must come again tomorrow.
I will, if I'm still alive.
Oh, what a way for a doctor to talk.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Well, I still have a little work to do before bed.
Oh, no, Torvald. I want you to talk with me.
Now, what would that be about? By the way, was anyone here this afternoon?
No, just Christina. You gave her the position, Torvald.
Oh, yes. Yes, but when I came home, I thought I saw Krogstad leaving the house.
Krogstad? Well, he really was here, but just for a minute.
Nora.
Well, it was just for a minute.
Nora, look at me. I'm very, very much surprised. Krogstad has been asking you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he?
Are you going to be angry with me?
And you were supposed to do it just as if you'd thought of it yourself.
Well, yes, but I...
No, Nora. And you could stoop to that, to speak to such a man, to make a promise and then to lie about it. To me. Now, you won't do that again, will you, dear? Will you? Well, we won't say any more about it.
Torvald, tell me, was it really something awful this Krogstad got into trouble over?
Oh, forgery, that's all. You know what that means.
But don't you think he might have been forced to do it?
Perhaps. And I'm not so hard-hearted as to condemn a man for a single slip.
Oh, no, of course not.
And a man can redeem his character if he admits his crime and takes his punishment.
Crime?
But Krogstad didn't. He dodged and used all kinds of tricks. He was disbarred, of course, but he Well, he should have been sent to jail.
But don't you think he had responsibilities? Children. After all, he might have done it for their sake.
Yeah, that's the worst of it. It's like a poison, especially for the children.
How do you mean?
Oh, I've seen it time and time again. It's really amazing to see how criminal tendencies in children can be traced to lying parents. This Krogstad has been contaminating his children for years.
But how?
Oh, by his life of lies and deceit, of course. They're all drawn into it with him. Sad, isn't it? I can sympathize with you when you feel sorry for him. But you'll promise not to say any more about it. Hmm? Well, I'm going to my study. I won't be long.
Oh, dear God.
Mrs. Helmer, the children want to come and say good night.
What?
The children. Shall I bring them in to you?
No. No, not now, Ellen.
So ends the first act of A Doll's House, starring Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone. Before they return in the second act, we want to present to you in verse our own version of a few historical love affairs. We must admit we've improved on history a little, which is just another way of saying that you'll find our verse historically inaccurate. Anyway, we think you'll find it amusing. Our first subject is the devastating Helen of Troy.
Greek Helen of Troy had a way with a boy that caused the upheaval of nations. To buy her a cloak, Menelaus went broke, and an army went short on its rations. But her jewels counted not, her robes were but aught we've learned from historical data. We'll give you the dope. She used Lux toilet soap, and her face was what launched the regatta.
We jump now to colonial times and to the comely maiden, Priscilla.
Priscilla was fair and had smoothly brushed hair when John came to woo her for Standish. But she wanted John with no pro or con. Why, the idea of Miles was outlandish. She got her own way, and her confidence lay, not in clothes so demure and colonial. It's easy. Why, shucks. It's because she used Lux. It's a passport to things matrimonial.
And now we come to Miss 1938, in whom we're all most interested.
The girl of today wears a suit and beret. She ponders on color selection. But though fashions vary, they are still secondary compared with a lovely complexion. And she knows it still pays, as it did in past days, to keep her skin clear and attractive. And, of course, if she's clever, she'll do it forever with Lux, for its lather is active.
The famous beauties of history understood the relation between lovely skin and romance. The famous beauties of our own day, the lovely stars of Hollywood, understand it, too. 9 out of 10 of them used Lux toilet soap to protect their beauty. Its active lather removes dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics thoroughly. Guards against choked pores that cause cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Protect the loveliness of your skin the easy Hollywood way. Use Lux toilet soap before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed. May I remind you that an important announcement comes at the end of our performance tonight. I suggest that the ladies have pencil and paper ready. Now, our producer.
Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone continue in A Doll's House with Sam Jaffe and Netta Harrigan. Christmas Day finds Nora in a state close to hysteria. Under the influence of her husband's stern philosophy, she's fearful of contaminating her children with her presence. And so she's not seen them for almost 24 hours. Now, late in the afternoon, she knocks timidly at the door of her husband's study.
Come in. Well, Nora?
Am I disturbing you, Torval?
Oh, well, just a little, but, what do you want, dear?
Torval, if I were to ask you for something, to beg you for something very prettily, would you do it?
Nora, you can't mean what you were hinting at yesterday.
Oh, yes, for my sake, Torval, you must let Krogstad keep his place in the bank.
My dear Nora, it's his place that I'm giving to your friend, Mrs. Linden.
Oh, yes, darling, and that's so good of you, but instead of Krogstad, couldn't you just dismiss some other clerk?
Dismiss some other clerk? What's the matter with you, Nora? Just because you were impulsive enough to promise to put in a good word for him, I'm to...
No, it's not that. It's not that I said anything to him, but it's for your own sake, Torvald. I'm so terribly afraid of him.
Why?
Well, I hear he's rather malicious, and There's no telling what he might say. That's why I begged you.
Yes, and the more you plead for him, the more you make it impossible for me to keep him on.
Oh, darling, please.
Now, there's no use going any further with this. The matter's closed. I've just sent a messenger out with a letter.
What letter?
A Krogstadt's dismissal.
Oh, call it back again, Torval. There's still time for my sake, for your own. Oh, listen, please, Torval. You don't know what might happen because of it.
Now, come, Nora. What do you expect me to do? Worry about being slandered or blackmailed by a wretched fellow like Krogstad? Really? I can forgive you only because I know it's proof of your love for me. And that's as it should be. Let what will happen when it comes to the pinch. I think you'll find my shoulders are broad enough to bear the burden.
No, you'll never do that. I won't let you.
Well, we'll do it together then. We'll share it. Man and wife. How would you like that? Now. Stop worrying. It's just your imagination. I'll tell you what. Take your tambourine and practice your tarantella.
Tarantella?
Yes. You're going to dance it at the Stenbogs' party tonight. You haven't forgotten, have you?
No, I remember.
Oh, Mrs. Helmer.
Is Dr. Rank here?
Why, yes, come in.
Come in, Nora.
Thank you.
Well, sit down, Nora. I was just about to leave for your house.
Dr. Rank, there's something I want to ask you. I'm not disturbing you, am I?
I always have time for you, Nora. I always will have. Just as long as I'm able.
As long as... What does that mean?
Does that frighten you?
Well, I think it's an odd expression, isn't it? Do you expect anything to happen?
Oh, something that's no surprise.
Is there something you've really discovered?
I've been auditing my life account, Nora.
Oh, you've discovered something about yourself.
Yes, and it looks as if I'm bankrupt. Before very long, my poor carcass will be rotting in the churchyard.
What a dreadful way to talk.
Dreadful? Well, it's a dreadful business. There's one final test to be made, and then we'll know exactly when disintegration sets in.
Oh, Dr. Rank.
As soon as I'm certain of the worst, I'll send you my visiting card, and then you'll know that really serious things have begun.
I won't listen. You know you're exaggerating. You just like to talk this way. You mustn't think of dying and leaving Torvald and me. You're our oldest friend.
Oh, you will get over it. The absent are soon forgotten.
Do you think so?
People make fresh ties. Although I do hate to leave it all.
Oh, nonsense. You shan't leave us.
And without leaving behind as much as a little token of gratitude. Nothing but some space. The first person that comes along can fill that.
And just suppose if I were to ask you for...
For what?
For a great proof of your friendship. For a very, very great service.
Would you, for once, make me so happy?
Oh, but you don't know what it is.
Then tell me. Don't you trust me?
Oh, I do, Dr. Rank. It's something you must help me prevent. You know how deeply, how really deeply Torvald loves me. He wouldn't hesitate a moment to give his very life for me.
Nora, do you think he's the only one?
What do you mean?
Who'd gladly give his life for you?
Oh.
I wanted to say it to you once, before I go away. I'll never find a better moment. Well, I've told you. Now you know you can trust me as you can trust no one else.
Dr. Rank.
Well?
How could you be so... Why did you say that? It was all so nice before.
Nora,
please.
I
can't tell you anything now.
You mustn't punish me, not that way. Let me help
No,
you, Nora.
you can't do anything for me now. Besides, it's not... Oh, I really don't want any help. I have to leave now. Goodbye, Dr. Rank.
Oh, I'm glad you've come home, Ma'am. There's a man here to see you. Mr. Krogstad.
Here? Ellen, where's Mr. Helmer?
He's out, ma'am. Gone over to fetch Dr. Rank.
Oh.
Mr. Krogstad's in the library, ma'am.
Thank you, Ellen. What do you want here?
I want some information, Mrs. Helmer.
Be quick, then. What is it?
You know I've been dismissed.
I couldn't prevent it, Mr. Krogstad. I fought and I stood up for you, but it wasn't any use.
Oh. Is that all he cares for?
Oh, please, you won't tell. Think of my children.
Why should I? Did you and your husband think of mine? However, I've come to tell you that you needn't take this matter too seriously. I'm not going to use this information I've got. Not for the present, anyway.
Oh, Mr. Krogstad, I knew you wouldn't.
In fact, no one need know. It can remain just between us three.
Oh, no. My husband must never know.
Why? Are you ready to pay off the balance?
Well, no, not at the moment, but it won't be long before it's all paid.
No. I'm going to hold on to that note.
Why? What would you do with it?
Just keep it, Mrs. Helmer. Don't worry. No one else will ever know anything about it. So that if you had any desperate scheme in mind, put it right out of your head. We all think such things at first. I did too, Mrs. Helmer. But I didn't have the courage.
Nor I.
No. You wouldn't have the courage either. Would you, Mrs. Helmer? It would be very foolish. Very, very foolish. Now, I've written a letter to your husband.
To my husband?
Sparing you as much as possible.
But he mustn't ever see it. Tear the letter up. I'll get the money somehow.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Helmer, but I think I've told you I don't want it.
Well, then what do you want?
I'll tell you what I want. I want to regain my foothold in the world. I want to get back to where I belong. I want to rise. And your husband shall help me.
No, he won't.
He will. I know him, Mrs. Helmer. He won't dare put up a fight. And when he and I are together there, you'll see. Yes, within a year, I shall be his right-hand man. It won't be Torvald Helmer. It'll be Niels Coates that runs the bank.
No.
No? Who will stop me?
Somebody who has the courage.
Oh, you can't frighten me. A petted, pampered creature like you?
Oh, you'll see. You'll see.
Under the ice, perhaps? Down in the cold, black water? The next spring to come up again ugly? Unrecognizable? No. People don't do that sort of thing, Mrs. Helmer. And anyway, what will be the use of it? I've got your husband in my pocket, no matter what you do.
Not after I'm gone. Not after
You forget. Your reputation is in my hands. You can think of that when you're planning to do something foolish. I'll drop this letter in the mailbox on my way out.
No, please.
I expect to hear from your husband very soon.
Oh, Christina.
What are you doing, my dear?
I'm trying to get the mailbox open.
But where's the key?
I haven't one. Christina, look. There's a letter in there, and it's from Krogstad.
Krogstad?
Yes, and now Torvald will know everything.
Oh, believe me, dear. It will really be best for both of you.
Oh, but you don't understand. I forged a name. I forged Papa's name.
Nora.
Listen, Christina. You must witness.
What is there to witness?
If anything should happen, if I should go out of my mind, if anything should happen so that I wouldn't be here.
Nora, you've lost control of yourself.
If anyone else should try to take the whole blame on himself. You are my witness that it was all my doing. No one else knew anything about it.
Nora.
Oh, I'm not out of my mind, Christina. I know what I'm saying. I did the whole thing. You will remember, won't you?
Of course I'll remember, but I don't know what you mean.
Oh, no. No, how could you? Because a very wonderful thing is going to happen. A miracle is going to come.
Miracle?
Yes, a very wonderful thing. But it's so terrible, too, Christina. Oh, it mustn't happen.
Don't, dear. I shall go to Krogstad right now and talk to him.
You? What can you do?
In the old days, he would have done anything for me.
Krogstad?
I knew him very well.
Nonsense. You must come tonight.
No, I'd better not.
Oh, listen.
But everyone will
It's Torvald and Dr. Wright. They're coming up the stairs. Torvald mustn't see
Go
me.
inside. I'll try to find
What in
Krogstad.
heaven's name are you
Don't give up
talking
hope,
about?
Nora.
A miracle. It must happen. Oh, it must.
Come in, Rank. And I still say you're quite mad.
Perhaps.
Well, Nora, home again?
Yes. How do you do, Dr. Rank?
Good evening, Nora.
Oh, what's the matter with you, Nora? You're quite upset. Have you been practicing too hard?
No, I haven't practiced at all yet.
But you'll have to.
Oh, yes, I must. I must practice a great deal. But, Torvald, I can't without you. I know I've forgotten everything.
Oh, well, when you've worked on it, it'll come back to you. Sit down, Rank.
Where are you going, Torvald?
Just have a look at the mailbox.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Oh, why not?
Torvald, I'm sure there are no letters there.
Well, just let me look
Oh,
at
no,
it.
if you don't rehearse with me, I won't be able to dance tonight.
What? You're really as nervous as all that about it?
Terribly, Torvald. Let's rehearse now. There's time before dinner. Sit down and play for me, and you can direct me. You know the way you used to do.
All right. What a creature.
Play, Torvald, play.
Slower.
I can't do it any slower.
Not so violently, Nora.
But I must.
Oh, Nora, that will never never do.
Oh, Torvald, please, I told you I needed to practice.
Let me play for her. Perhaps we can do it slowly.
Oh, yes, please. Now, look, Torvald, sit here, and then you can watch me.
All right. Now try to calm yourself.
Yes, darling, I will. How's this, Torvald? Is it better?
Nora, there's no need to dance as though it were a matter of life and death. Frank, stop. This is all out of control. Stop, I say. Nora, I don't see how you could have forgotten everything that way.
I told you I had. Oh, Torvald, you must practice with me right up to the last minute. Promise, Torvald.
Well, certainly, if you wish.
Well, you're to think of nothing but me. Not a letter, not a paper. You mustn't even look at the mailbox until after the party.
Very well, my dear. But you seem so overwrought. Now, let's all go in and we'll have dinner and then we can practice again later.
Thank you, Torvald.
Come along, Rock.
Thanks.
7 o'clock. 5 hours until midnight. And the tarantella will be over. 5 hours to live.
Nora, are you coming?
Coming, Torvald?
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain falls on Act 2 of A Doll's House. Before we hear Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun in Act 3, we spend this brief intermission with another personality from backstage Hollywood, Frances Manson, chief story editor of Samuel Goldwyn Productions. Miss Manson came here from Columbia University, where she taught short story writing and advertising. Today, she's one of that highly important group who, seeking for good motion picture stories, wade through the vast mass of material turned out by the world's authors. And now, Miss Manson, what's your story?
A complaint, Mr. DeMille. We've had a very definite lack of story material. If good stories were only half as plentiful around Hollywood as Lux soap, I'd be a lot happier. There's a cake of Lux in practically every dressing room in Hollywood, but there are only about 10 good motion picture ideas in every 1,100 stories. In spite of the fact that about half the letters that come to producers are from people claiming they have great ideas for film stories, we're still screaming for new material. Many of these unsolicited stories may be great, but every unknown writer who sends us one is certain of receiving it back promptly and unopened.
We can't give them a chance because we can't take a chance.
That's it. A lot of people think we're just waiting for the opportunity to steal their ideas. Obviously, that isn't true, and here's a typical example. We received a letter from a man who said, I have a great idea for Gary Cooper. Make him a cowboy in his next picture and let him fall in love with a society girl. Please send me a check for $1,000 immediately as I am going on my vacation next Tuesday.
I assume he went on his vacation without your assistance.
Right. You know as well as I do, Mr. DeMille, that such a vague suggestion doesn't mean very much. An idea like that is so obvious that it had already occurred dozens of times to writers at the studio and hundreds of times to people outside the studio. As a matter of fact, in reference to this particular case, Mr. Goldwyn had already started work on a picture called The Lady and the Cowboy with Gary Cooper and Merrill Oberon. Imagine how embarrassing it would be if we read every manuscript we received. Without a doubt, a manuscript would be bound to contain an episode somewhere in it that might slightly resemble part of our movie script. And human nature being what it is, we would never convince the would-be author that we had not stolen his play and changed it around to suit ourselves. The safest plan for all concerned is the one we follow, namely not to open any manuscript which comes in unsolicited. This is the firmest rule in Hollywood.
Then what outlets are open to the would-be screenwriter, Miss Manson?
My advice is this. Prove your ability first, write for the magazines, for the book publishers, or the play producers, and we'll grab you without further delay. In other words, if you want to write for Hollywood, don't write for Hollywood until we ask you.
Well, what do you think of the ones we've already asked?
As a rule, the important screenwriters are quite as temperamental as actors. But at times you can't blame them because the producers they work for are temperamental, too.
Heresy, Miss Manson. That requires explanation.
I can recall one producer who summoned in his writers and said he wanted the scope of the story to be much bigger. This isn't big enough, he said. I want it to be great. I want it to be infinitesimal. And the producer was not Mr. Goldwyn. Then there's the producer who reluctantly agreed to read a certain writer's story. All right, he said, I'll read it with an open mind, but I may as well warn you, I think it's terrible.
But writers, in turn, are often something of a problem to producers. For instance, Robert Riskin has to write every line of a screenplay in longhand. S.K. Lauren has to go away and do his creating in a shack. Joe Swirling will spend weeks at wood carving and not write a single line, then suddenly appear, call for a dictaphone, and give forth a complete shooting script without having put a word down on paper.
Still, in my opinion, the screenwriter is entitled to every bit of individuality he cares to assert. The fact remains that he delivers the goods and contributes what, to me, is the most important phase of pictures, the story. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Manson. Act 3 of A Doll's House, starring Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun with Sam Jaffe and Netta Harrigan. Later the same night, with Christina gone to use her influence with Krogstad, Nora dances at the party. Faster and faster she whirls about the room, her cheeks 2 spots of crimson, her eyes burning, and then the tarantella ends.
Nora, come here.
Oh, Torvald, did I dance well?
You were magnificent, my dear. You remembered everything I told you. Come now. We must go home.
Oh, no, not yet, darling. Just a little longer.
But it's late, Nora, and you're tired.
Yes. Yes, I am tired.
Come along, dear. We'll say good night. So slowly, Nora. Let me help you.
I'm even more tired than I thought.
There we are. You see, I was perfectly right not to let you stay any longer.
Yes, darling. Everything you do is right. Torvald, what are you doing?
I want to clear out the mailbox.
So late, Torvald. Won't tomorrow do?
Look at all the letters that have collected. Why? What's this?
What?
Dr. Rank's visiting card. It was right on top. He must have just put it in tonight. I wonder what this means.
What is it?
This black cross over his name. What a ghastly idea. You'd think he was announcing his own death.
He is.
What? How do you know? Has he told you something?
That card is his farewell. He's going to shut himself up alone and die.
Oh, poor old Rank. Of course, I knew we couldn't hope to keep him long, but so soon. And to go off alone, like a wounded animal.
When one goes, it's best to go silently, don't you think?
I just can't realize that he's gone. He'd grown into our lives so. Oh, well, perhaps it's for the best, at least for him. And for us, too, because now we have to depend entirely on each other. Go in, dear. Oh, it's a relief to be home again. Come here, Nora, you enchanting creature.
Torvald, don't, please.
Why not? Oh, I know what it is. You have the tarantella still in your blood, and it makes you all the more tempting.
Read your letters, Torvald.
Oh, but a moment ago, you asked me to wait. Oh, my darling, I can't hold you close enough. You know, I wish sometimes that you were in some great trouble, so that I could do something really marvelous for you, risk my body and soul, everything.
Please, you must read your letters, Torvald.
What an insistent creature. Very well. Let me see. This is strange. A letter from Krogstad. I wonder if he's going to ask... What's this? Nora, do you know what's in this letter?
Yes.
He says that you're a forger. That you forged your father's name. Is it true?
I loved you, Torvald.
Answer me. Is it true?
It was all because I loved you.
Stop saying that.
Yes, it's true.
You fool. What have you done?
Torvald, you're not going to take this on yourself. You're not to try to save me.
Oh, don't be melodramatic. Do you understand what you've done?
Yes.
You've ruined my future. Do you know that? You've put me in the hands of a scoundrel. From now on, he can do whatever he likes with me. Demand what he chooses. Domineer over me as much as he likes, and I must submit to everything.
When I'm out of the world, you'll be free.
Out of the world? Oh, this is no time for fine phrases. What good would it do if you were out of the world? He blabbed the story just the same, and people might even suspect me of having been a part of it. Did you ever stop to think of that? They'd say that I was at the bottom of it, that I'd egged you on. And it's you I have to thank for all this. You whom I've petted and spoiled all our married life. Now do you understand what you've done to me?
Yes.
I just can't believe it. I've got to keep him quiet somehow. That's it. People simply mustn't find out that there's anything at all out of the way. Well, we'll make things look as though nothing had happened between us. And, what can that be at this hour? What is it?
A letter for you, sir. Mr. Krogstad asked me to deliver it.
Krogstad, give it here. Oh, what more can he do to me now?
Torvald,
Be quiet. Why? What? Look. It's a promissory note. It's your note. He's returned it. I don't understand. What does he say? Returning your wife's note, I regret my actions in this matter. Mrs. Linden has convinced me that... Oh, Nora! Nora, thank God! I'm saved.
And I?
You too, yes, of course, darling. We're saved, Nora. It's all over. It's finished. I'll tear it up. I won't even look at it. The whole thing shall just disappear like a dream. Oh, Nora, these must have been terrible days for you.
Yes, they have been.
Yes, I see now. You did it because you loved me. It was just that you went about it in the wrong way, dear. You didn't have the experience to know how. But the next time, you see, dearest, you must come to me. You do realize that, don't you? Nora, you're not going to remember the things I said, are you? Why, the whole world seemed to be falling to pieces around me. It's all going to be forgotten. I forgive you.
Thank you for your forgiveness, Torvald.
Thank you. Is that all you have to say to me? Why do you look at me so strangely? Now, dear, you'd better go and get some sleep.
I shall not sleep tonight.
But it's late.
It's not so late. Sit down, Torvald.
Nora, what do you mean? Your face is so cold and set.
Sit down, Torvald.
Nora, you frighten me. I don't understand you.
That's just it. You don't understand me. And I've never understood you. Until tonight.
What do you mean?
Doesn't one thing strike you as strange as we sit here?
Nora, what are you talking about?
We've been married 8 years. Doesn't it occur to you that this is the first time we two have talked together seriously?
Oh, my dear child. What have you to do with serious things?
I've had a great injustice done me, Torvald. First by my father and then by you.
By your father and me?
Yes. When I was at home, Father used to tell me all his opinions, and I always agreed with them. He used to call me his doll child and play with me, just the way I played with my dolls. And then I came to live in your house.
Oh, what a way to talk about our marriage.
Well, I mean, I changed hands. From his to yours. And I heard your opinions and agreed with them. Or pretended to.
Nora.
I've been living here like a beggar by performing tricks for you. That's the way you would have it. You and my father are responsible. It's your fault my life has come to nothing.
Nora, haven't you been happy here?
No. Only merry. You've always been kind to me, but our house has been nothing but a nursery. I've been your doll wife, just as I used to be Father's doll child. And in the same way, my children have been my dolls. That's what our marriage has been, Torvald.
Well, perhaps there is some truth in what you say. But, Nora, from now on, it will be different.
Yes. Very different. I'm leaving you, Torvald.
What are you saying?
I can't stay with you.
You've lost your mind. I won't allow it.
I'll spend the night with Christina, and tomorrow I'm going home.
You mean that you propose to leave your home, your husband, and your children? And have you considered what people will say?
I don't care what they say. From now on, I must think things out for myself.
Oh, you talk like a child. Desert your home, you can't. These things are your duty. Your sacred duty.
I have other duties equally sacred.
Name them.
My duties toward myself. Before all else, I'm a human being, just as much as you are. And if I'm not, then I must try to become one.
Nora, you're ill. I almost think that you're out of your senses.
I've never felt so clear or so certain.
Clear and certain enough to forsake your husband and children?
Yes.
Oh, then there's only one possible explanation. You don't love me anymore.
Yes, that's just it.
Nora.
I'm sorry, but I can't help it. I don't love you anymore.
You're clear and certain of that, too?
Yes.
And can you explain to me at what moment you ceased to love me?
Yes, I can. It was this evening when the miracle that I expected to happen didn't happen. It was then I saw that you were not the man I'd imagined.
I don't understand you.
For 8 years now, I've been waiting for a certain wonderful thing to happen between you and me. And I've been waiting patiently because I know that really wonderful things can't happen every day. And when I saw that this catastrophe was hanging over me, I said to myself, it's coming. The miracle is coming.
When was this?
Torvald, when Krogstad's letter was lying in the box, it never occurred to me that you'd think for a minute of submitting to that man's conditions. I was certain that you'd say to him, all right, tell everybody, publish it to the whole world. And I was certain that after that...
After that, what? When I'd covered my wife's name with shame and disgrace?
Oh, then I was sure you'd come forward and take the whole thing on yourself. You'd say, I'm the guilty one.
I? But Nora...
Oh, I'd never have accepted such a sacrifice. Of course not. But what would my word have been against yours? That was the miracle I hoped for and dreaded. And to prevent that, I wanted to die.
Nora, I would gladly work day and night for you. I'd bear any sorrows and want. But no man sacrifices his honor even for the woman he loves.
Millions of women have done it.
Oh, you talk like a child. You think like a child.
When you got over being frightened, not for me, but for yourself, and you knew there was nothing more to fear, then it was as if nothing had happened. I was your doll again, and you would take twice as much care of it in the future because I was so weak and fragile. Torvald, it burst on me in that moment that I'd been married for 8 years to a man I hardly knew.
But you're still my wife, now and always.
Torvald, when a wife leaves her husband's house, as I'm doing, I've heard that in the eyes of the law he's free from all duties to her. At all events, I release you from all duties to me. Here's your ring. Give me mine. Here are the keys. Tomorrow when I've left town, Christina will come and pack up the things I've brought from home. I'll have them sent off to me.
Is everything over? Nora, will you never think of me again?
Torvald, I shall often think of you and the children and this house.
May I write to you, Nora?
No, never. You mustn't.
But I must send you.
No, I say.
Can I never be anything more than a stranger to you?
Perhaps. Someday. Oh, Torvald, to that the miracle would have to happen.
What's that?
Both of us would have to change so that... Oh, that I no longer believe in miracles.
Perhaps I do. Tell me, Nora.
So changed that our marriage would be real, with a real love to hold us together. Goodbye.
Nora, wait.
Goodbye, Torvald.
Nora! A miracle. Perhaps someday. Yes, that miracle will happen. It's got to happen.
And so we take our leave of Ibsen's play. A little later, Melville Ruick brings you the important announcement mentioned earlier tonight. But now, we meet the two principal tenants of A Doll's House, Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun. Basil, you're such a scoundrel in pictures, so persistently. How did it feel to take off the whiskers and play a less villainous role?
Well, C.B., getting into A Doll's House was like getting out of a dog's house. I've played villains on the screen so long that every time the steam radiators hiss at my house, I take a bow. But what's particularly interesting to me is that I've never been a villain on the air.
I've often wondered, Basil, what type of letters the fans write to you men who put the menace in the movies.
Oh, I get a lot of letters, Joan. The only trouble is they all seem to have the same idea. They just hope that someday I'll get the thrashing I deserve.
But the more disliked you are by the audience, the better the producers like you.
Well, that's comforting anyway. I've been perforated by swords so many times, I now train on a bed of nails. Rather sad, don't you think? I never know just how to save my skin from lunging heroes.
Did you ever try Lux soap? 9 out of 10 stars protect their skin with it.
Yes, but Lux soap makes me look so completely lovely, Joan. I'd soon be out of work. Yes, I'd get to look like you, and that would... Oh, I mean...
That's all right, Basil. I understand. And until I want to look like your partner in crime, I'm going to continue using Lux soap, because I don't think there's anything nicer for a lovely complexion. And now, having disposed of Basil's problem, Mr. DeMille, my sincere thanks for bringing A Doll's House to the air and allowing me to play Nora. And my appreciation, too, to Mr. Rathbun,
and to Mr. Jaffe, who made a special trip from New York to be here, and to Miss Netta Harrigan, Mr. Steele, and all the others in our cast. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Joan. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Joan. Good night, Basil. There's another real treat in store for you next Monday night. In a moment, our producer, Mr. DeMille, will be back to tell you all about it. But while we are waiting, I want to tell you about our offer of a compact for the ladies. The response to this offer last week has been overwhelming, and it is repeated tonight so that no one need lose out. If you have not already sent for your genuine Van-style double compact, by all means do so tomorrow. Or if you have obtained one and want one or two more for a gift or for a bridge prize, you may have it now. It's difficult for a man to describe this compact and do it justice. All I can say is that it's swell.
Perhaps I could help you describe it.
Oh, would you please? Just tell the ladies in our audience how this compact appeals to you.
Well, this is really the sort of compact every woman wants. Thin and lightweight, a delicate horseshoe shape of graceful design, curved in the front and square at the back. And, of course, there's no advertising on it. The top is finished in gold effect and set in gleaming black enamel. The bottom richly tooled in a harmonizing pattern. It will remind you of a piece of fine old antique jewelry, and it's just as smart as it can be. The black and gold color combination makes it harmonize with any costume. It's a double compact with two compartments, one for loose powder and the other already filled with a cake of fine neutral shade rouge. And it's so easy to get rouge refills to match your own complexion. The clear, gleaming mirror is the full size of the cover. In many stores, this type of compact usually sells for $1.
Well, thank you very much, but this compact does not cost our listeners $1. For the time being, our Lux Toilet Soap friends can get it for 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and only 25 cents in coin. Send for yours at once. Now, let me repeat that. You need only 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 25 cents in coin. Hold the coin into the wrappers and enclose in an envelope with a slip of paper on which your name and address is printed clearly. Don't send stamps. Address, Lux Toilet Soap, Box number 1, New York City. Your compact will be mailed to you promptly. This offer is good only in the United States. So, buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. Send 3 wrappers and only 25 cents in coin folded into them, together with a slip of paper with your name and address printed clearly, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box number 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. Mr. DeMille. From the stern drama of A Doll's House, we turn next Monday night to the gay romance of Columbia's highly successful comedy, Theodora Goes Wild. Starring in the title role will be the same delightful comedienne whom you saw in the picture, Irene Dunn. And co-starred with Miss Dunn, the seasoned sensational comedy find, one of the most versatile stars in Hollywood, Cary Grant. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Irene Dunn and Cary Grant in Theodora Goes Wild. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Our cast tonight included Celeste Rush as Ellen, John Russell as Ivar Helmer, Jackie Horner as Emmy Helmer, Frank Nelson as a messenger, and Eleanor Mitchell as Leah. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Josette. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Hi there. Welcome to Chesterton Radio.
Where a thriving audience loves its radio shows.
Don't take our word for it.
Here's what listeners say about Chesterton Radio.
TV is so overrated. Chesterton Radio rules.
I feel my IQ going up by the minute.
I am enjoying these so Much. I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Lying here on my sofa with my eyes closed, I can picture the whole story. I've seen the movie version. This was just as grand, if not more. I thought I'd doze off, but no.
I am hooked. Gotta listen to one story every night before bedtime.
I love this channel. It gets me through my workday.
I'm new to radio plays. Excellent story and played out wonderfully. Thank you for the hard work and love you put into bringing us these shows.
I found Chesterton Radio over a year ago. I'm forever thankful.
I love the Lord. This is a guiltless pleasure. I bet even he likes to listen to Chesterton Radio.
I love this channel. I've not watched TV in over 2 years.
I've never heard anything like this. Mind-blowing. Enjoy our shows? We need your help today. Keep Chesterton Radio afloat. For half of what you pay the cable guys, you can support Chesterton Radio. Go to chuckthetv.com for links to our pages on Patreon, Subscribestar, and Buy Me a Coffee. Or use the link in the description below this video. Thank you for your support. It means a great deal.
Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we broadcast our version of what is generally regarded as one of the greatest of the modern mystery murder novels. In some peculiar fashion, it seems to have become necessary to defend the murder mystery as a form of entertainment. Heavy artillery is brought up in its behalf. President Wilson, it is proclaimed loudly, could not go to sleep or could go to sleep, one does not remember the point exactly, until a certain number of conflicting clues had managed to efface the days from his proof. And with a mystery solved only after suspicion has been aimed at every adult in the neighborhood, he's not particularly shameful. I have never understood the need for this defense. Murder mysteries are, among other things, our most moral form of entertainment. The wrongdoer is regularly apprehended. If he is not, I have incredibly missed some fascinating black sheep of an author in a flock otherwise startlingly white. And one learns an obvious lesson that to be suspected wrongfully is in due course to be triumphantly cleared of suspicion. Life doesn't always proceed according to this admirable pattern. The apologists would do better to defend life, I sometimes think. To help us solve the mystery of the murder of Roger Ackroyd here tonight, we are fortunate in having a very powerful ally, a most distinguished lady and one of your favorite actresses. A lady in whose ears a nation's applause is still ringing for her latest brilliant success in Drums Along the Mohawk, Miss Edna May Oliver. But before we delve into the mysteries of this night's doings, Ernest Chappell has a comment to make on something which appears to be no mystery at all. Mr. Chappell.
Thank you, Orson Welles. I'd like to ask all of you if you'll do this. The next time you're out in the car driving along the highway, just note the great number of eating places that display as their main invitation to you the words chicken dinners. The reason, of course, is simply that the proprietors of these eating places know by long experience that to nearly all of us, one dish that is a symbol of good eating is chicken. Now, because chicken is a favorite dish with nearly everyone, it's really no mystery at all why Campbell's chicken soup continues to grow steadily in popularity. You see, in every drop of the glistening golden broth, there's the rich chicken flavor you like so much. Steeped in deep chicken flavor, too, is fluffy white rice in every fragrant plateful. And you'll also enjoy the pieces of melting tender chicken meat that Campbell's add. Yes, here is chicken soup, deep and full and rich, and you'll appreciate that from your first brimming spoonful. If you've already enjoyed this homey old-fashioned chicken soup as Campbell's make it, won't you remember to have it again soon? And if you haven't yet tried it, won't you do so at dinner tomorrow night? Because I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with our guest of the evening, Edna May Oliver. And ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I think you'd like to know that we have with us in the studio tonight, as a surprise visitor, none other than the celebrated Belgian detective, Mr. Hercule Poirot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you good evening.
If we had time, which we have not, I'm sure nothing would please us more than to hear from Mr. Poirot. Unfortunately...
Why unfortunately when we have here a microphone?
But, Mr. Poirot, you don't understand.
I understand only that since my arrival in your country some weeks ago, I observed that there is circulate an impression of my person which I must now publicly refute. I trust that the embarrassment of my presence here tonight in Mr. Wells' studio will ensure from him an honest and lifelike portrait. It has been said that I am a little man. Regard for yourself that this is not so. I have 5 feet 2 inches of high. My head is perhaps egg-shaped, and I carry it perhaps a little to one side, the left, but my eyes shine green when I am excited. Beyond this, my mustache are the largest in Europe, and my force is in my brain and not in my feet. If these things are made clear, and Mr. Wells is a little tribute to Hercule Poirot, I will be satisfied. The results of my little gray cells will speak for themselves. If you will show me where I am to sit, please. I thank you.
This is Mr. Poirot, Miss Oliver.
How do you do? Miss Oliver, you have often wanted to meet me, I am sure. I compliment you.
Please, Mr. Poirot. Ladies and gentlemen, our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd.
Well, only to start with, give you some idea of the little village of King's Abbot, of which I have so many years been the leading, I must admit, also the only physician and surgeon. My name, by the way, is Shepherd, James Shepherd. We have a large railway station, small post office, 2 rival general stores, very few able-bodied men, a staggering number of unmarried ladies, none of whom are getting any younger, and an amazing number of retired military officers, all of whom are getting older. In fact, the only newcomer for many months lives next door to me, concerning whom little is known, despite the earnest and tireless investigations carried on in respect to him by my sister Caroline. Caroline and her little group of earnest ferrets, or maiden ladies like herself, have been forced to content themselves with the simple fact of his nationality, which is alien, of his name, which is Poirot, the obvious fact that he putters around his garden all day growing cucumbers, and the suspicion, based chiefly on malicious deductions, he's a retired hairdresser. Let's see now. The main house, very important to King's Abbot, is Fernley Hall, owned by Roger Ackroyd, who's always looked more like a country squire than any country squire could really look, but who's actually an immensely wealthy manufacturer of wagon wheels, nearly 50 years of age, rubric and effaced, and genial of manner, in general, the life and soul of our, up to this week, the peaceful village. The other house, very important, has been left to Mrs. Ferrars by her late husband. Mrs. Ferrars died on the night of the 16th of September, a little less than a week ago. It seems longer than that. I was sent over for 8 o'clock the morning of the 17th. There was nothing to be done. She'd been dead some hours. I turned to my home as soon as I decently could, looking forward happily to the warm breakfast I'd missed, and rather unhappily to the certainty of a relentless cross-examination by my sister Caroline.
Is that you, James? What on earth are you doing out there in the hall?
Just hanging up my overcoat, my dear.
Oh, Mrs. Ferrars died in her sleep, didn't she?
Bacon is cold. How did you know? Out with the dawn securing information instead of warming the bacon, is that it? I suppose you're going to tell me she died of heart failure.
Annie told me. The milkman told her. He had it from Ferrars' cook.
Since you're bound to hear sooner or later, Caroline, from the greengrocer or the postman, I might as well tell you myself. She died of an overdose of sleeping medicine. She hadn't been sleeping well lately.
Nonsense. She took it on purpose.
Well, why on earth should Mrs. Ferrars wish to commit suicide? A widow, still fairly young, very well off, good health, nothing to do but enjoy life.
And looking forward to marrying Roger Ackroyd. Don't forget to leave that out.
That's an item of fact only in your local gossip circle.
A fact's a fact. And There is such a thing as remorse, James, even if you're as wealthy as Mrs. Ferrars.
Remorse?
I have always been convinced she poisoned her husband, and I'm more than ever convinced of it now. If you'd arranged an inquest a year ago, as I suggested you should...
You're talking nonsense, Caroline.
Then you're absolutely satisfied it was an accident?
I'm satisfied this bacon is not going to get any warmer by itself, and it's time I went to the surgery to see my patient.
All right, James. You don't have to be grumpy about it. Oh, by the way, Mr. Ackroyd's butler, Parker, called.
What about?
Mr. Ackroyd wants to know if you'll dine with him this evening. He says he'd regard it as a great favor if you cancel any other engagement.
Of course I'll go. And don't worry, Caroline. I may tell you all about the dinner tomorrow.
Oh, then I'll give you something to tell Mr. Ackroyd tonight. Rafe Peyton is back.
Rafe Peyton?
Yes, and he's staying at the Dog and Whistle. I know he's taking particular pains to be sure that Mr. Ackroyd doesn't find out about it.
I wouldn't dream of telling him. Roger Ackroyd's relations with his stepson are his own affair. Believe me, Caroline, according to every interpretation except your own.
I can't help it if people tell me things.
In answer to questions.
Well, you'd better rush along to that precious surgery of yours. You've got 4 patients waiting.
How do you know?
Well, one can't help seeing through a window if one is looking through a window.
The distance from my house to Fernley Hall, Roger Ackroyd's home, is a little over 2 miles. I remember that evening as I walked that the subject of Caroline's latest piece of gossip kept returning to my mind. Rafe Peyton was in King's Abbot. Rafe Peyton, whom I'd known and liked since he was a child. Adopted by Ackroyd upon the death of his mother, he'd grown up to be a handsome but what our narrow little village regarded as a rather wild young man. There'd been many stormy scenes between his stepfather and himself before he finally left for London. According to Caroline, he was secretly engaged to Flora Ackroyd, Roger Ackroyd's niece, who with her mother was now living in Fernley Hall. According to Caroline, I say, and Caroline's information, I'm afraid, is always exact. However illegitimate her source may be. What's the trouble, Ackroyd? A bit under the weather?
Yes, Doctor. I've had a little of that pain after food lately. You must give me some more of those tablets of yours.
I thought as much, Ackroyd. I brought some up with me. In my bag in the hall. I'll get them.
No, don't trouble. Make certain that window's closed, will you, Shepard?
Of course. Well, that one's open.
I'll put the latch across, will you?
All right. I think what's really bothering you, Ackroyd.
The door's closed, isn't it?
Yes.
Shepard, nobody knows what I've gone through in the last 24 hours.
What's the trouble?
You're an old friend, Doctor. My oldest friend, perhaps. You attended Ashley Ferrers in his last illness, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did it ever enter your mind that he might have been poisoned?
Well, frankly, Ackroyd, I don't think I...
He was poisoned.
By whom?
His wife. She told me so herself yesterday.
Yesterday? You mean a few hours before she died, she told you?
Yes. Some weeks ago, I asked Mrs. Ferrers to marry me. She refused. Last week, I asked her again, and she consented. Yesterday, I called upon her. I noticed that she'd been very strange in her manner for some days. Now, without the least warning, she broke down completely. She told me everything. Her hatred of her swine of a husband, her growing love for me, and then, a year ago, the dreadful means she had taken to free herself. It was poison, Shepard. Murder in cold blood.
Murder? Are you sure?
That wasn't all. It seems there's one person who's known all along what she did, who's been blackmailing her for huge sums. It was the strain of that that drove her nearly mad.
Who's the man?
She wouldn't tell me his name.
Have you any suspicion?
I don't dare have a suspicion. Something she said made me think that the person in question might actually be a member of my household. But that can't be so. I won't let it be so. I must have misunderstood her.
What'd you say to her?
What could I say? She made me that promise to do nothing for 24 hours, and she refused to give me the name of the scoundrel who'd been blackmailing her. I never dreamt she'd kill herself. Shepard, will you hand me that letter on the table there, in the blue envelope?
This one?
Thanks. It's from her. It arrived during dinner. She must have written it just before she...
You think she wrote you the little bit she didn't tell you, is that it? Name of the man?
Yes, I think so. I've got to open it, and yet I'm afraid... What's that?
What?
I thought the latch of the door gave a bit.
Yes? I'll see if there's anyone there. No one.
Nerves, I expect. Are you sure you shut the window?
Yes, it's closed.
Well, I'll read it. If I read it to you, it won't seem so bad. I won't be facing it alone, no matter what the name. My dear, My very dear Roger, a life calls for a life. I see that. I saw it in your face this afternoon, so I'm taking the only road open to me. I leave to you the punishment of the person who made my life a hell on earth for the last year. I would not tell you the name this afternoon, but I propose to write it to you now, dear Roger, now that I have nothing more to fear. Will you forgive me, Shepard, but I see I must read this alone. It was meant for my eyes, and my eyes alone.
Do you think that's wise, Roger?
I'd rather wait.
Well, if you insist on not letting me help you.
If you must put it that way, yes, my dear friend, I do insist. I'm sorry.
I left Fernley Hall at 9:15. From Fernley Hall to my house, it takes, as a rule, about 3/4 of an hour. The night there was the moon shining, and I did it in less. On the road, I noticed the lights blazing in our parlor. Caroline was entertaining. Through the window, I caught sight of an egg-shaped head, partially covered with suspiciously black hair, 2 immense mustaches, and a pair of watchful eyes.
James, come in. You're just in time for hot milk and crackers.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. Oh, excuse me.
This is my brother, Dr. Shepard.
I am enchanted.
James, this is Mr. Hercule Poirot.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Poirot is our new neighbor.
If I may be permitted one slight correction, my name is Hercule Poirot. Your good sister proceeds on the familiar English assumption that we are not English, do not know how to pronounce our own silly names.
He's just making fun of me, James. He has a very dry wit. We've had quite an interesting conversation.
I question that it was two-sided.
And you know what Mr. Poirot told me? He's a policeman.
Pardon, mademoiselle. Not yet. I see. Do you appreciate Hercule Poirot? His true worth. The name Poirot, mademoiselle, is known today in every continent, every land, nay, in every city of the world. I am become the last word. I am as much a specialist as an Harley Street physician.
Well, that's what I said, didn't I? A detective.
Yeah, consulting detective.
That's what I said.
I'm afraid, Mr. Poirot, you find little to occupy a man of your talents in this village.
Mr. Poirot tells me what he's looking for just now is peace and quiet.
Precisely, mademoiselle. That and the correct soil, which you have in so great abundance here in King's Abbot for the cultivation of cucumbers.
Oh, I'll answer it. It's probably Mrs. Bates and her rheumatism.
Never mind, Caroline. I'll take it.
Oh, all right.
Hello. Hello. What? What's that? Certainly, of course. Of course I will at once.
What is it?
It's Parker, the butler, calling from Fernley. Just found Roger Ackroyd. Murdered.
Why, Dr. Shepard.
Where is he, Parker?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Mr. Ackroyd, don't stand there staring at me. Have you notified the police?
The police,
What's the matter with you, Parker? You called me to tell me your master's been murdered.
The master murdered?
Didn't you telephone me not 5 minutes ago and tell me Mr. Ackroyd had been found murdered?
Me? Oh, no, sir.
My English is not of the best, Dr. Shepard, but there seems to be a peculiar misapprehension.
Why, Dr. Shepard,
I'll
never...
give you the exact words I heard just now on the phone. This is Parker, the butler at Fernley speaking. Will you please come at once, sir? Mr. Ackroyd has been murdered.
But, Doctor,
Where is Mr. Ackroyd, Parker?
Why, he's in the study,
If you don't mind waiting down here a moment, Monsieur Poirot, I won't be a minute.
This way, sir.
But of course.
I'd rather not intrude on him, sir, if you don't mind.
Well, I will, then. Door's locked.
Mr. Ackroyd must have locked himself in and possibly just dropped off to sleep, sir.
Ackroyd! Ackroyd! Look here, Parker. I'm to break this door in, or rather we are.
But, Dr. Shepard...
I'll take the responsibility.
Oh, if you say so, sir.
All right, here we go. Together now. 1, 3. Inspector? Head is sideways, permitting the dagger to penetrate the jugular. Death was instantaneous.
Has the body been moved?
Beyond making certain that life is extinct, I haven't disturbed the body in any way.
You didn't touch the dagger, did you, Doctor?
No, Inspector.
No, good. Well, we'll want that for fingerprints. Rummy-looking thing, isn't it? Foreign-looking.
Moorish silver. Mr. Ackroyd was quite a collector. There are his silver cases over against the wall.
Who are you?
My name's Raymond. And Mr. Ackroyd's private secretary.
That's right, Inspector. He's been with Mr. Ackroyd almost 2 years now.
Oh, very well. Now, Doctor, how long should you say he's been dead?
Half an hour at least, perhaps longer.
You had to break down the door, eh? What about the window?
The English people, they have a mania for the fresh air. The big air is all very well outside where it belongs. Why admit it to the house?
Hey, who are you? How did you get in here?
You call yourself, unfortunate man, an inspector of police, and you say to me, who am I? Hercule Poirot, master detective, possessed of the finest brain in Europe, known in every continent, in every land, nay, in every city.
Not in my part of the world, you ain't. I never heard of you.
How about Monsieur Poirot, Inspector? It's my house the phone call came. Mr. Ackroyd's death.
Oh, well, all right then. You can stay. But this is my case, and don't you forget it. Now then, when was Mr. Ackroyd last seen alive?
I don't know, probably by me, and I left, let me see, a little before 9.
Mr. Ackroyd was certainly alive at 9:30. I heard him in here talking.
Who to, Mr. Raymond?
I don't know. I just heard his voice. But I know it was 9:30.
You didn't hear any of their conversation, did you, Mr. Raymond?
I did catch a fragment of it. It did strike me as a trifle odd.
Remember, please, the words exact. It is very important.
Not sure that I can.
The words exact.
Wait a minute, Mr. Pilot. Who's conducting this case? You or me? Now then, Mr. Raymond, what was these words you heard Mr. Ackroyd say at 9:30? Well, come on.
I'd swear under oath the exact words were, the calls on my purse have been so frequent of late that I find it impossible to accede to your request.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond, very much.
I beg pardon, Inspector.
Well, what is it, Parker?
I just remembered. Miss Flora saw Mr. Ackroyd later than 9:30, about 9:45. She was just coming out of this room.
You mean she was just closing the study door?
No, sir. She'd already closed the door when I saw her. She told me Mr. Ackroyd was not to be disturbed again tonight.
Where's Miss Flora?
Upstairs in her room. Shall I ask her to come down?
No. I'll go up.
One moment, if I might be so humble, Monsieur Inspector. Could I ask our friend Parker for a little information?
Well, what is it?
Thank you for your so gracious permission, Inspector. Tell me, Parker, is this room exactly as it was when you entered it with Dr. Shepard?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, I felt myself that this chair here was drawn out a little more. It has been puzzling.
The grandfather chair between the door and the window.
That's right, sir.
That's very curious. No one would want to sit in a chair in such a position.
What are you talking about? When a man wants to sit, he sits, don't he?
Who pushed it back in place, I wonder? Did you, Parker?
No, sir. I was too upset at seeing the master and all. It isn't important, is it, sir?
It is completely unimportant. That's why it is so interesting.
You're very late for breakfast, James.
I was up quite late, Karen. I'm afraid I forgot your natural anxiety to learn details you're not supposed to know.
Well, don't worry about me, James. Mr. Poirot was working with cucumbers at daybreak this morning. 6:37 it was. And I've been with him ever since.
Good. Perhaps you have some information for me, Caroline.
Perhaps I have. Or are you going to pretend you know what suddenly occurred to Mr. Poirot in the night? So that he couldn't sleep for an hour or two after he got home?
Inasmuch as I haven't seen our friend, he went to bed.
Well, I don't feel very much like telling you either. If I didn't know that he'd tell you himself, I don't think I would. Well, he was worrying about the prints of some shoes outside the window. The way the rubber studs were worn down, he says, should mean something to him. But he doesn't know what.
Did you explain it to him, Caroline? Hasn't the cook been of any help to you, or the milkman, or the Ladies' Aid Society?
You needn't always be facetious, James.
Isn't the bacon needn't always be cold, I dare say, but it is, and so am I. But not cold, but facetious.
James, you know what Mr. Poirot said? He said I had the makings of a born detective in me. He particularly admires my wonderful instinct into human nature. And he told me a lot about the little grey cells of the brain. He says his are of the first quality, slightly above that, in fact.
I'm sure they are.
He thinks you're very intelligent, too.
Good morning, good Shepard. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Poirot.
A beautiful morning, is it not? See, how is this for a cucumber? Beautiful, now, my friend, it is yours. I give it you. Altogether, my good Shepherd, I have a wonderful morning. Everywhere I learn things new and wonderful things. And all the time the grey cells of Hercule Poirot, they are working. Miss Caroline, she tells me so much about this Rafe Peyton. This morning I go to the hotel. It's what you call it.
The Dog and Whistle.
Thank you, Miss Caroline. And I think I will talk myself to Rafe Peyton. Then they tell me at the Dog and Whistle that was here last night another gentleman asking for Mr. Peyton.
Why, James, I certainly think you might have
know, Caroline, I thought someone ought to inform Rafe of his uncle's death. The least one could do, since no one but myself and the members of your intelligence service knew that he was in King's Abbot at all. Matter of fact, Rafe Peyton left the Dog and Whistle at 9 o'clock last night and never came back.
Well, what on earth do you think happened to him?
Rafe Peyton has a right to come and go as he pleases. He might have gone anywhere. He might even have gone back to London.
Leaving his luggage behind? I wonder.
Oh, by the way, my good shepherd, the telephone call.
Oh, you mean the one that came while you were at the house with Mr.
That
Perrott?
is the one. Tell me, do you think it is possible that someone could have telephoned you and imitated Parker's voice sufficiently to deceive you?
Well, he said it was Parker. James really doesn't know Parker's voice well enough.
Of course. But the telephone call was traced this morning by my friend Inspector Hempstead. It didn't come from Fanley Hall at all. It was put through to you at 9:50 last night from a public call office at King's Abbot Station, and at 23 the night mail is for Liverpool. It is the inspector's opinion that the murderer may have left King's Abbot on that very train.
Ah, then you do believe that Rafe Peyton?
I believe nothing, mademoiselle, until it is proved.
Well, what do you think?
I think, Miss Caroline, that Roger Ackroyd was murdered. Outside of that, I think that I will have to think a good deal more.
Oh, it's an outrage. That's what it is. A little man, not even an Englishman, a foreigner with moustaches, comes into this home, a British home, a house of mourning, unsolicited, unwelcome.
Oh, Mother, do be quiet.
Flora, I will not. He comes in here, into my own brother-in-law's house, questions us like a lot of criminals, besmirches our kith and kin.
Mrs. Ackroyd.
Mr. Poirot, you must excuse my mother. My uncle's death was a terrible shock.
I understand, mademoiselle. It is very little that Hercule Poirot does not understand.
Honestly, no, Mr. Poirot, you're on the wrong track. Rafe Peyton has nothing to do with this crime. The mere fact that he was hard-pressed for money...
Was he hard-pressed for money, Mr. Raymond?
Raymond, now you've made it seem as though...
Miss Ackroyd, I'm merely telling the truth. Yes, he was hard-pressed. He was always applying to his stepfather for money.
But,
Please, mademoiselle, had he done so of late, Mr. Raymond? During the last week, for example?
Mr. Ackroyd didn't mention such a fact to me. Of course, Mr. Peyton will never again have to apply to anyone for money.
You mean that Mr. Ackroyd's will...
Exactly. After paying certain legacies and bequests, servants, charities, and so on.
Aha, including yourself, Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Ackroyd was good enough to remember me to the extent of £1,000.
Well, it's not surprising. Go on, please.
Well, Miss Flora Ackroyd inherits £20,000 outright. The residue, including this property and an outstanding control in the business, goes to Rafe Peyton.
You have been familiar with this will for some time past, Mr. Raymond.
Roger Ackroyd's confidential secretary.
Of course. And Mr. Ackroyd possessed a very large fortune indeed, and in art.
Fortune that would have been regarded as large even in less tax-ridden times.
Then the immediate inheritance of such a large sum would have eased very considerably the present difficulties of Mr. Peyton.
Mr. Poirot, you don't...
Is that so, Mr. Raymond?
Yes, that is so.
You awful little man, talking that way, when you know how Flora feels about Ralph Patton. The idea that you suspect him of killing his sister.
Him no more than any other, madame.
You know what I think? I think Roger's death was an accident. Roger was so fond of handling curios. His hand must have slipped or something. He was really a very strange man. Would you believe it? He never gave Flora and me an allowance. His own family. And of course we didn't have a penny of our own. Why, this very
If
moment...
you need any ready money, Mrs. Ackroyd, Mr. Ackroyd cashed a check for £100 yesterday for wages and other expenses due today. The money was never spent.
And where, if you please, is this money?
He always kept his cash in his bedroom.
I suggest that we see if the money is there.
Why, Mr. Poirot, surely...
Am I to understand, you miserable little foreigner, that you're intimating that
I merely intimate, ladies and gentlemen, that we see if the money is still there. Ladies and gentlemen, there are here only £60.
Oh, that's impossible. Let me see. 10, 20, 30. The man's right. It is 60.
All right. This is terrible. Dr. Shepherd. Mr. Poirot. I hope nobody believes...
One must believe there are 60 pounds where there were 100. However, I'm sure no one would suggest that you, Mr. Raymond, or you, Mrs. Ackroyd, who alone knew of the money...
Mr. Poirot, I forget.
Just one moment.
Dora.
I took the money. I'm a thief. I'm a common, vulgar little thief. Now you know. I'm glad that it's come out.
I'm glad also, Miss Flora.
You are?
Yes, because now we comprehend why Parker thought he saw you coming out of your uncle's room at 10:15.
But he did see her coming out of the door. He said so.
No, that's just what he did not see. He saw Miss Flora outside the door with her hand on the handle. He did not see Miss Flora come out of the study for a good reason. Miss Flora was never in the study.
Well, where else could she have been?
Perhaps on the stairs.
Well, those stairs only lead to Mr. Ackroyd's bedroom.
Precisely.
Then you knew I took the 40 pounds.
I knew nothing, but I suspected much. As even now, I suspect that this money you have taken, you did not take it for yourself.
I took it for myself. You can take what steps you please.
I assure you, Miss Ackroyd, no steps will be taken. Only one thing. Why did you not tell me sooner? Me, Hercule Poirot, who in the end will know everything. Why do not all of you tell me the truth?
Just because Flora made a little mistake. That's no
Silence,
reason to...
silence, madame. Ladies and gentlemen, I am amazed. My powers might not be what they were. In all probability, this is the last case I shall ever investigate. But Hercule Poirot does not end with a failure. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you I mean to know, and I shall know in spite of you all.
How do you mean, in spite of us all?
But just that, monsieur. Every one of you in this room is concealing something from me. It may be something trivial, which is supposed to have no bearing on the case. Each one of you has something to hide. I appeal to you. Tell me the truth now. The whole truth. Miss Flora, my good shepherd, Mrs. Ackroyd, Parker, Mr. Raymond. Will no one speak? It is a pity.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with Edna May Oliver. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Meantime, I'd like to call your attention to this interesting fact. Authorities tell us the young people of today are healthier than the youth of any previous generation. And they say that a big contributing cause is the broader use of the right kind of foods. Take soup, for example. Women have always realized the value of good soup in the weekly diet. But it took a long time to make it. Then came Campbell's soups, and women, one after another, tried them. They compared them for wholesomeness and nourishment with their own homemade soups. They saw how much their families enjoyed the fine flavor of these soups of Campbell's. And because women no longer had to find time to make it, soup began to come to the table more and more frequently. Today, soup figures more importantly than ever before in the preparation of sensible, nourishing family meals. And now Orson Welles continues our presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with Edna May Oliver.
I am a village surgeon, and Hercule Poirot is a distinguished Belgian detective, so it was scarcely for me to tell him I thought he was wasting his time. He certainly enough for me to tell him that he was getting on my nerves. Not that I didn't admire his extraordinary cleverness and insight. Poirot was right, for instance, about the dagger. Police investigation confirmed his suspicion that the fingerprints on the handle of the dagger were those of Roger Ackroyd, the murdered man. Though the position of the dagger definitely precluded suicide. It was Poirot who established that it had not been Parker, the butler, who summoned me on the phone that night to what had become a house of death. And again, it was Hercule Poirot who made it indubitably clear that nobody had seen Roger Ackroyd alive after 9:30, at which time Raymond, the secretary, had heard Ackroyd's voice in the study. In spite of all this, it seemed to me that Hercule Poirot was making little real progress in solving the mystery of Roger Ackroyd's death. Furthermore, it seemed to me a curious thing for a detective of his self-proclaimed standing to be spending so much of his precious time in idle chatter with my sister, Caroline.
I had a very interesting chat with Mr. Poirot, James. He thinks me very intelligent.
So you've told me. Is it just a coincidence, Caroline, that on those occasional mornings when the bacon is both warm and crisp, it should be so far away from me that I can't reach it?
Too much bacon isn't good for you.
There's no such thing as too much bacon. And I'll be the judge of what's good for me. I rather fancy that at least is something I know best, Caroline.
You know so many things, James. You're so self-complacent. That's why it's difficult to talk to you. That's why you get the idea that people are trying to pump you.
Some more bacon, please.
Poirot says I'd make an excellent detective.
Did he?
We had a very interesting chat.
I wonder if Monsieur Poirot found it interesting.
He said I was more valuable than anyone he's met here. He told me a lot about his life, too. About a mad nephew of his. And you know that Prince Paul of Mauritania, the one who just married the dancer? Well,
I do not know her. You do not know her, and I do not care to hear about her or about his mad nephew either. Did he ask you any questions, Caroline?
No questions. We just chatted and chatted.
More bacon, please.
I have a little theory of my own, James. Mr. Poirot didn't ask me, but he might have.
Whom do you suspect?
I don't suspect anybody. I know. Parker was here in your surgery the morning of the murder. That place is full of poison. He's sure to have taken some. As a matter of fact, that's been my theory right along. Roger Ackroyd was poisoned in his food that night.
Nonsense. He was stabbed in the neck. You know that as well as I do.
After death, to make a false clue.
I examined the body, and I know what I'm talking about. That wound wasn't inflicted after death. It was the cause of death. And don't look so omniscient. Next, you'll be telling me you know more about medicine than I do. Perhaps you think you could take over my practice.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. You know I haven't a license.
That afternoon, Caroline had a mahjong party made up of her little group of village gossipers, in whose opinion, I now learned, Rafe Peyton was mysteriously concealed somewhere in Cranchester, the only big town anywhere near us. Of course, that was true. Miss Gannett's maid, it seems, had contributed the additional information that while taking a walk that afternoon on Cranchester Road, she'd seen Monsieur Poirot in a large black car coming from that direction. After that, I was not surprised to learn that Monsieur Poirot had been invited to my house for dinner. Caroline believes, whenever possible, in getting her information directly from headquarters.
A little more raspberry shake, Mr. Poirot.
Under no circumstances. I am already a man of a corpulence so great it would hardly become me if I, well, perhaps, yes. There is no harm in a little raspberry shake.
There you are, Mr. Poirot.
I beg your pardon, Caroline, if I might have my first helping.
Oh, I'll sort this out, Mr. James. There you are.
Thanks.
Mr. Poirot, sir, what do you think about Rafe Peyton now?
What I think would scarcely be regarded as legal evidence in the courtroom, mademoiselle.
Dear.
You are incredulous, mademoiselle Shepard.
I am incredulous.
You have a theory, perhaps.
I don't have a theory. I know.
Oh, Caroline.
James, don't meddle about in what you don't understand. There are several points to this case.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Point number one. Mr. Ackroyd was heard talking to someone after 9:30. Point number two. At some time during the evening, Rafe Peyton must have come in through the window as evidenced by the prints of his shoes. Point number three. Mr. Ackroyd was nervous that evening and could have only admitted someone he knew. Point number 4. The person with Ackroyd at 9:30 was asking for money. We know Rafe Peyton was in a scrape.
Admirable.
Oh, and one other thing, Mr. Poirot. I found out something for you today. The boots Rafe Peyton was wearing that night, they were not brown, they were black.
Ah, you have found that out for me. Thank you. You are sure, mademoiselle, they were brown, not black?
Positive?
Too bad. Too bad if they were only black, those boots.
I mean, if they were.
You mean... Yes, I understand. Rafe Peyton is guilty or innocent according to whether his boots are brown or black.
Really, Mr. Poirot?
It could easily be. For murder, there was with Mr. Peyton so many motives.
First motive, blackmail. Rafe Peyton may have been the man who blackmailed Mrs. Ferrers. Reason? His general money needs. The second motive, the certainty of a great inheritance through Mr. Ackroyd's death.
And the third motive, Caroline?
Very simple, very simple. Mr. Ackroyd's violent disapproval of Rafe's proposed marriage to Miss Flora.
Well, after listening to you, Caroline, I'd say the case is very black against him.
I haven't a case, James. I know.
Late that afternoon, Monsieur Poirot called on me to ask if I could arrange a little conference room at his home that night. There were to be present Mrs. Ackroyd, Flora, Raymond, and Parker. I think Caroline, who was present when he called, would have given 10 years of her life to have been added to the list. For my part, I would have been only too glad to yield up my place among those who, in that particular evening, gathered around the beaming countenance of the Belgian detective and cucumber breeder.
Yeah, I'm clearing my throat.
That is an accepted signal in this country that a meeting is about to begin. Quiet, everybody. I will read the list. You will please answer to your names. Raymond.
Yes?
Parker.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Ackroyd.
Yes, but I wanted to speak to you.
Yes, will be sufficient. Miss Flora.
Yes?
Mr. Poirot, what's the meaning of all this?
The list I have just read is the list of suspected persons. Every one of you present had the opportunity to kill Mr. Ackroyd.
I won't stand for this. I'm going.
You will not go, madame, until you have heard what I have to say. I clear my throat again. And now I commence at the beginning. Until now, ladies and gentlemen, we have all been trying to answer to ourselves one principal question. Who was in the room with Mr. Ackroyd at 9:30? Not Dr. Shepherd, since I myself can prove that he was at home. Not Miss Flora, nor Mrs. Ackroyd, nor Mr. Raymond, with whose actions on that evening we are well acquainted, nor Parker, who has furnished me with a satisfactory alibi. Who then? This is the part of Hercule Poirot, the cleverest, the most audacious question. Was anyone with him?
Are you trying to make me out a liar, Mr. Poirot? I tell you, I distinctly heard voices. I distinctly heard the words that Mr. Ackroyd was speaking.
Mr. Raymond, the words that Mr. Ackroyd said. The calls on my purse have been so frequent of late that I believe it is impossible for me to accede to your request. Huh. Does nothing strike you as odd about him? Their style, for example.
No, he frequently dictated letters to me using exactly the same style.
That is precisely what I seek to arrive at. Would any man use such a phrase in talking to another, huh? I think not. My friends, you have all forgotten one thing. The stranger who called at the house in the proceeding weekend, the firm he represented. You remember, Mr. Raymond?
Dictaphone company.
A dictaphone, that's what you think.
Mr. Ackroyd had promised to invest in a dictaphone, you remember. Me, I had the curiosity to inquire of the company in question. Their reply, Mr. Raymond, was that Mr. Ackroyd did purchase a dictaphone from their representative. Why he concealed the matter from you, his confidential secretary, I do not know.
Must have meant to surprise me with it. He had quite a childish love of surprising people.
Oh, there's only one man who could have done it.
You mean Rafe Peyton?
Mother! Oh, let's face it. If he's innocent, he should be able to prove it. If he isn't...
If only he'd come forward.
That is your advice, Mr. Raymond? That he should come forward?
Certainly. Do you know where he is?
Me? I know everything. Remember that. The truth of the telephone call, of the footprints on the window sill, of the hiding place of Ray Peyton.
Where is he?
Not very far away.
Where?
In Cranchester?
Where?
No. He is not in Cranchester. He is here, in the doorway of this room.
Ray! Flora, my darling.
Have I not told you all at least 36 times that it was useless to conceal things from Hercule Poirot? That always I discover the little secret. It is my business. From Dr. Shepard's sister Caroline, ladies and gentlemen, I learned that the doctor and Ray Peyton, they are old friends. Dr. Shepard knows that things look very black against his friend Peyton. He tells him the whole story.
Yes, he did. He explained to me how suspicion was bound to fall on me, and I had no real alibi.
And with the best of intentions, people sometimes make errors. That's why Dr. Shepard consented to do what he could to help Mr. Peyton. He was successful in hiding him from the police.
Where? In his own house?
No, indeed, Mr. Raymond. You should ask yourself the question that I, Hercule Poirot, did. If the good doctor is concealing the young man, what place would he choose? It must necessarily be somewhere near at hand. I think of Cranchester, a hotel. No. Lodgings, even more emphatically, no. Where then? I have it. A nursing home. I make inquiries. Yes, at one of them, a patient was brought there by the doctor himself early on Saturday morning. That patient, I had no difficulty in identifying him as Ray Peyton. He arrived at my house yesterday, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the point of this evening's meeting. Ray Peyton says he is innocent of the killing of Roger Ackroyd.
Oh, I am. I swear by heaven I am.
Please, Mr. Peyton, please. You have just heard Mr. Peyton declare he is innocent. Yet he has 3 motives for the murder and no alibi.
Well, I certainly don't see how you can sit there.
I am possessing the floor, Mrs. Ackroyd. Listen carefully, everybody. To save Mr. Peyton, the real criminal must confess. I speak to you, Hercule Poirot. I know that the murder of Mr. Ackroyd is in this room now, at this table. Tonight. Tomorrow in the morning, the truth goes to the police.
You mean you know who?
Yes. At the moment, I know. I alone. For the murder of Roger Ackroyd, there is only one way out. And that way does not lead to freedom. And it is to the murderer now that I speak. This is a matter of life and death. And I, Hercule Poirot, am not joking. Good night.
What are you doing out there in the hall?
Just hanging my overcoat, my dear.
Well, aren't you coming in to chat?
I'm very tired, Caroline.
But at least you can tell me what happened last night.
Mr. Poirot told us all about his little gray cells again.
Oh, does he think Rafe Peyton is guilty?
No.
Well, he's crazy.
You can go over and tell him so in the morning. Good night, Caroline. I'm very tired. My arm aches from writing. I've written it all out. Now Peyton will be cleared. As I think back, I'm not quite certain why I urged Ackroyd to read that letter before it was too late. Perhaps I subconsciously realized that with a pig-headed chap like that, it had the best chance of getting him not to read it. His nervousness that night was interesting psychologically. He knew danger was close at hand, yet he never once suspected me as the blackmailer of Mrs. Ferrars. The dagger was an afterthought. I'd thought of a very little weapon of my own, but I saw the dagger lying on the silver table. It occurred to me how much better it would be to use a weapon that couldn't be traced to me. I suppose I must have meant to murder him all along. As soon as I'd heard of Mrs. Ferrars' death, I felt convinced that she'd have told him everything before she died. So I went home and took my precautions. The dictaphone he had given me 2 days before to adjust. Something gone a little wrong with it, and I persuaded Ackroyd to let me have a go at it instead of sending it back. I did what I wanted to it. Took it up with me in my bag. Studied that evening. When it was all over, I looked around the room for the door. quite satisfied. Nothing been left undone. The dictaphone is on the table by the window. Time to go off at 9:30. The mechanism of that little device was rather clever, based on the principle of alarm clock, and the armchair was pulled out so as to hide it from the door. I never dreamed that Parker would notice that... Notice that chair. Certainly would not have remembered Poirot hadn't asked him. Having the American sailor with a toothache call me from King's Abbot that night is a stroke of genius. There's no way for anyone listening to have told that it was not Parker. Still don't know how Poirot thought that one out. My only regret is about Caroline, and yet I feel I can trust Poirot. She'll never know the truth, and I'm glad of that. I shouldn't like her to know she's fond of me, and then, too, she's proud. My death will be a grief to her, but grief passes. When I've finished writing, I shall enclose this whole manuscript in an envelope, address it to Poirot. And now, because I'm tired, take some sleeping powders. Because I'm very tired, I will take more sleeping powders than I should. More than anybody should. I suppose I ought to feel sorry. I am sorry. Sorry that Hercule Poirot ever came to King's Abbot to grow his cucumbers.
Concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with our guest of the evening, Edna May Oliver. Meanwhile, I'd like to take just time enough to say this to every woman listening. We at Campbell's know good cooking, and so, of course, do you. Speaking, therefore, as one good cook to another, we'd like you to try our chicken soup. Try it, if you will, in the same friendly yet critical way you'd sample a neighbor's good dish or send in one of your own for her to try. And if you'll do that, I know you'll find this soup deep and full and rich in chicken flavor from the first spoonful to the last delicious drop. Indeed, I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, here is Orson Welles with Edna May Oliver.
Never mind, Orson Welles. What about me, Hercule Poirot? Miss Oliver, have I not the little gray cells?
You and your gray cells. If you ask me, I think Rafe Peyton committed the murder.
After listening to my explanation so careful?
Especially after listening to your exclamation so careful. Now, in the days when I was a detective...
Scotland Yard?
No, RKO. You and your one little murder. Why, when I was a detective, no sooner did I establish the identity of the murderer than he was murdered, and I had to start all over again.
It is well for you, Miss Oliver, to belittle the genius of Hercule Poirot. But remember this. Hercule Poirot always laughs last. Attend. I laugh last. Ha, ha, ha.
I accept that as a laugh. Go on.
I have observed the proceedings here in the studio, and I have detected a circumstance which has indubitably escaped you are untrained to watch for such things. Almost it had escaped me myself. Not only did I discover that the gentleman who told the story, Dr. Shepard, was himself the murderer of Roger Ackroyd, but I now reveal to you that he was enacted in Mr. Wells' little anecdote by none other than that beloved portrayer of dramatic roles, that celebrated delineator of character, that unparalleled purveyor of protean portraiture, that internationally celebrated...
You refer to Orson Welles, I take it, Mr. Welles?
I do.
Now, I would like to be allowed a little observation of my own. Excuse me, Moreau. Avez-vous la bloom de matin?
What?
I'm not finished yet. Où est le chapeau de ma mère? That's all right, Mr. Poirot. I just wanted to see if you could really speak French. Attend, Mr. Poirot. I laugh last.
Good night, Edna May Oliver. And may I say I hope that this will not be the last time that you will put me in my place in this program.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, the role of Caroline Shepard was played by Edna May Oliver. The part of Roger Ackroyd was played by Alan Napier, Mrs. Ackroyd by Brenda Forbes, and Flora Ackroyd by Mary Taylor. George Coulouris was heard as Inspector Hempstead, Ray Collins as Mr. Raymond, and Everett Sloan as Parker the butler. Dr. James Shepard, who committed the murder, was played by Orson Welles, and Hercule Poirot, who arrested Dr. Shepard, was played by Orson Welles. The music for tonight's production, with the exception of the Noel Coward melodies, was composed and, of course, conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Mr. Wells, I feel we have just a moment. Can we have a word about next week's story?
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, it will be our proud pleasure to give you The Garden of Allah, starring Claudette Colbert. The Robert Hitchens masterpiece, both as a book and a play, has engaged the affections of the peoples of the world for 35 years with its ageless story of a great love and a greater renunciation. If Miss Colbert is listening in, I want her to know how eagerly we're all looking forward to the privilege of having her with us in the Campbell Playhouse. No other actress that I know is more ideally suited than Miss Colbert for the part of Dominique, the English girl who found in the great Sahara Desert the love that gave the final meaning to her life. And so until then, till next Sunday in Claudette Colbert in the Garden of Allah, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you The Garden of Allah with Claudette Colbert as our guest star. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. Are you one of those who believe that the voices of those you love can reach you from beyond the grave? And if you do, should you summon them up? Or is it wiser to leave the dead past to bury its past? I offer no answer. You decide for yourself on the basis of this story of men who flirt with death all their lives.
Joe.
If he can keep her on the track, he made that curve all right.
Yeah, but he's catching up on the straightaway, and he's going to try to... No!
What is it?
It's the same pattern that killed my father.
It's okay. He has plenty of room and enough speed if he just keeps his nerve. Oh, Judas,
what?
He chickened out. The damn fool's trying to come back inside, but the car won't hold it.
No.
Oh, good Lord, she's gone!
Our mystery drama, The Gray Ghost, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Betsy Palmer. I'll be back shortly with Act One. All of us have private ghosts of one sort or another, remembered terrors that lurk in shadows deep within us, or specters that lean over our shoulder, ghouls that haunt us by day or night, Psychiatry wouldn't be a very profitable area of medical practice if they didn't.
Can I get you another pillow, Mrs. Richards?
No, thanks.
Or a blanket?
No, I don't feel like sleeping.
Long night. It'll be 4.5 hours before we reach Rome. Maybe longer. We can't get around this headwind.
Well, I really don't want anything, thanks.
Well, if you're sure there's nothing I can get you. Oh, maybe a drink.
No. Unless you happen to have one labeled Guaranteed Peace of Mind.
I wish I could provide it. I'm sorry, Mrs. Richards.
Even that really doesn't belong to me. My husband's name.
Oh, dear. You lost him?
In a manner of speaking. He didn't die, just a divorce.
Oh.
That should make me gay, shouldn't it?
Oh, I beg your pardon?
Oh, just a bad joke. The gay divorcee, right? Isn't that the stereotype? Well, I'm not. I'm one of life's losers, and it seems to be a habit that I can't shake.
Oh, I just couldn't figure you for a loser. Not anyone as beautifully dressed and as lovely looking.
Beauty is only skin deep, and the clothes are someone else's design, not mine. That's another one of my failures.
If you want to talk, I'm technically on a break, and I'm a good listener.
Aw, thank you. I can't see your name.
Angie.
Angie, thanks. But I think I'd just soon be alone.
Well, if you need me, just ring.
I don't need you, Angie. I don't need Ken. And most of all, I don't need myself. What I need is...
Oh, Duchess. Long time no see.
Oh, Dad.
Not anymore.
Always. Always.
When you call on me, I have to show up. Running out again, Duchess.
You mean on Ken? Well, I did that months ago.
You sure? How was Rita? You didn't get over to Vegas and see any of my old gambling buddies, huh?
Nope. I stayed my legal time and got out of town fast.
Why, Duchess?
I couldn't cut it, Dad. I like Ken too much to be a drag on him. Now, before there were children and we got trapped, I thought I ought to get out, that's all.
Did he want it?
No. But then you see, he never would face the truth.
What?
That he married a loser. I didn't want to make him one, too.
Duchess, why do you call yourself a loser all the time?
Come on, Dad. What else am I? I took Mom away from you just by her having
The
me.
breaks, baby. I tried to make up for her the best way I could.
Could I have ever asked for more? You were it. My sun, my moon, the center of it all, Dad. And not only just my father and my friend and my special boyfriend, but you were somebody. Chip Stabile, right up there with Jackie Stewart, Stuart Moss, and Graham Hill. What do you think it was like at those last few indies? The two that you won. Even the one you lost, except
the one I really blew. The one you should forget.
I can't.
You must.
No.
Took me right out of this world.
No, I can't shut out the memory of you passing Alex high on the turn. And the way he drove you off and through the rail. And I can see the car in the air spinning and turning and then crashing. And the sheet of flame, that sheet of
All
flame.
right, Duchess, knock it off. There are real chances you must take. You don't win them all. Just stop remembering. Shut it out of your mind. Let me lie a little easy in my grave.
I can't. You were my whole world. You were never a loser, Dad. I've never been able to believe it really happened. You never died for me.
Oh, I'm dead enough. Why won't you accept it?
I know you're dead, but I can't accept it. And once I lost you, well, I became the perpetual loser. Then I met Ken. Sweet Ken. And he was kind and gentle. And he made me a buyer. I thought maybe that was the way out, but Ken fell in love with me. So I married him. And I thought maybe that was my way out. Well, it wasn't.
Why, Duchess?
Because I couldn't offer him enough in return for what he wanted to give me. He couldn't measure up to you, Dad. So, I'm running.
Where?
Did you ever play pin the tail on the donkey? Well, I picked Rome. On a buyer's trip, I was once kind of happy there, and as happy as I can be since you went out like a shooting star.
You know Freud isn't my bag, Duchess, but what are you going to find there?
I don't know. Maybe enough courage to keep myself from swallowing those sleeping pills that I've been saving up.
You wouldn't do anything stupid like that.
I'm not so sure.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mrs. Richards, but we're running into some turbulence. Will you please fasten your seatbelt?
What? What is it?
Are you all right? You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
Not seen a... I'm sorry, what did you say?
Oh, don't be alarmed. It's nothing serious. But we're running into a bad storm, so please fasten your belt. And excuse me, the pilot reports rough weather. Fasten your seatbelt, please.
Tad, maybe this would be the best way. Just to go out as you did. And have it all over with.
Well, Mrs. Richards, here we are, safe and sound.
Oh, I can't believe I'm here in Rome.
Do you have friends waiting for you?
Nobody. I'm flying solo.
Oh, well, where are you staying?
Just a hotel up above the Spanish Steps, the Umberto. You know it?
Oh, yes. Well, you won't be flying solo very long. Not between Italian men and...
Oh, and being a gay divorcee. You think the word would travel that fast, Angie?
Well... in Italy, the name of the game is amore.
But it is up to me whether or not I want to play it.
Sure.
It isn't bad if you want to go along with it, I guess. Sure beats skeletons in the closets.
Arrivederci?
Arrivederla, Angie. And maybe it might be a lot better than ghost bats in the belfry, I guess.
So, Senora Richards, how do you like your first night in Rome?
Oh, it's just beautiful, Senor Basso. And I love your restaurant.
Oh, my. Well, I hope that is for the music or anything besides me.
Oh, I promise you it's nothing but jet lag. I haven't slept for nearly 30 hours or something. I am beat.
But of course you are. I shall take you home subito to bed.
Oh, I am not quite sure how to accept that invitation.
Tonight, without the slightest suspicion, at face value. Tomorrow, we shall begin our romance, no?
What are you suggesting for tomorrow?
Well, I have my car. The weather is promised to be perfect. Let me drive you up the coast and show you my Italy and my love.
I'm afraid I'll be a disappointment.
Signora, you have had much unhappiness. You are moltissimo triste. That is not right for a woman so beautiful.
That's what I'm trying to...
Eh? What is it?
That waiter there. He looked just like... No, never mind.
But you looked as though you had seen a ghost.
Well, it's a habit I seem to have fallen into lately. Now, I really think I'm just too tired to make sense. Won't you take me home?
If you will promise we meet tomorrow for lunch.
All right. But late. I've got to sleep and sleep till I get all these cobwebs out of my head.
So, you will not be in Rome long, Mrs. Richards?
I don't know, Senor Basso. It depends.
On what?
My mood, I suppose. Not a very good one, I'm afraid.
L'amore. It kills and it heals. I have been sorry to hear about you and your husband. And the divorce.
Well, how did you know?
Oh, Signor Kerze, from whose firm you used to buy, has told me. That is why he introduced us. You must stay long enough in Italy for me to bring you back the sunshine.
Well, you are making a very good start. It's clouding up. Looks like rain.
Non importante. A shower, that's all.
Oh, it's getting very dark. And you do drive very fast.
I am an Italian, and I have the car to do it.
What time is it?
Does it matter?
I would like to get back to Rome in the daylight, Signor Basso.
Guido?
What?
Well, surely we know each other well enough by now, Caterina. Or may I say, Kate?
If you wish. And Guido is easier than Senor Basso. Guido, okay? I think maybe we'd better head back for Rome.
Do we really want to?
Now, look, you're not going to start all this over again, are you?
At every opportunity.
Did you ever get any rebuffs?
No, it happens, but then I do have many affairs of the heart also.
Well, score one for honesty. But I do think we should get back. It's getting quite misty.
Oh, there is no hurry. I can have you back in Rome in 40 minutes.
60 miles?
80 kilometers. Mia carissima, you are riding in a Ferrari Dino 2500cc displacement 2.5 liters. Nothing can beat this car when I let her out. Or her sister, whichever one I race at Monza. That's the track outside Milano 2 weeks from now. Will you come and see me win, huh? As my guest?
Well, that depends on how gentle a host you turn out to be today.
Oh, Kate, can you blame me for trying so hard to do...
What is it?
Look behind us.
Another car, so?
Oh, but what a car.
Oh, it does look a little strange. Hard to see in all this mist. What is it?
Who knows? Homemade. You find them all over Italy. It is our other love affair.
Women and cars.
Or sometimes the other way. This paisan, he is mad trying to race with my Ferrari and me.
Yes, poor paisan. And he's coming closer and closer.
This mule track I turned off on Que Diavolo, it winds like a snake. If I had a straight away... now, straight ahead. Now we show him our heel.
And where do you keep your heels, Guido? On your radiator cap?
What do you mean?
Just if you're going to show them to your paisan, that's where they'd better be. He's going to pass you.
Impossibile.
Not only possible, but there he goes. Guido, you're slowing down. And I thought you never gave up.
Well, you hear what's happened to my car?
Oh, serious?
No. She is due in the shop to be taken down on Monday. She needs an overhaul. I shouldn't have let her fall out in this condition. Now I am filled with, how do you say, superstition. Huh? Did we really see that car?
It passed us? Of course.
Who was driving?
Well, in a crash helmet and goggles, how can anyone tell?
What is it?
I don't know. Just a sudden cold feeling that came over me.
That it might not have been a car at all, huh? Just some phantom of the storm?
Driven by a ghost.
Was it a phantom car? And if it is, who is the racer who drove it? Was it a deterrent to Senor Basso's carefully planned seduction? Or was it part of his general plan to win Kate? Or at least, as we used to say more politely, her favors? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act Two. Whatever strange vehicle that passed him so unhappily, whatever it turns out to be, for the moment it is not occupying Guido's mind. His thoughts are far from the supernatural. No, something more natural and obvious is on Guido's mind, has been ever since he met Kate, and he little expects to see the ghost car again.
Do you think you can coax her back to Rome?
Oh, no, I could not think of it. But we are coming into Corvietto, a little town right ahead. We can garage her there for the night.
Won't they have a mechanic?
To touch a mia bambina? Oh, no. I phoned to Rome for my own.
Well, how long will that take?
Just overnight.
Oh. And this Corvietta, of course, there is no railroad, I suppose. No buses to Rome.
No, just a village. But there is a delightful little pensione, a charming little inn that is run by an old friend of mine.
I see. Well, I guess I do owe you an apology, Guido.
You do? For what?
Well, back there on the road, I was kidding you about never giving up. Guess I should have known better. You never do you?
Kate, I am a man. And Italiano.
Buonasera. You wish to register?
Per piacere. Come sta, signora Brandalione, huh?
Sta bene. Molto grazie, signor Basso.
Sì.
Nice to see you. You and the signora prefer a room on the garden or upstairs?
Neither.
Okay.
2 single rooms, one upstairs, the other down, and I'll take the ground floor.
But I do not understand, signora.
It's quite simple. I am not, technically anyway, a signora. I am a single girl, and I guess I'm a Ms.
Ms.?
She means that we are not married or...
a million pardons. And now I understand.
So does the signor, I hope.
I was only joking, Kate. Please forgive me for all this inconvenience. I'm sorry this had to happen, believe me.
I don't.
Don't what?
Don't believe you for a moment that you're sorry.
Oh, you are so right.
And I will tell you something else, I think.
What?
I think you're a heel, Senor Basso.
Would I deny it? Why don't you sign the register, Kate? And then the padrona will show you to your room, and while you freshen up, I will arrange for dinner with wine and candlelight. And I will hope that when you come back, you will be, you will be more forgiving. And I shall phone my mechanic in Rome to be here first thing in the morning to fix the car. Okay?
If you mean make a phone call, yes.
Oh, I am not forgiven?
Well, I'd like to do a little thinking about that first.
I will live on hope that you will be generous. Scusi, huh?
How to say, the Ms. has no luggage.
The only possible baggage you see is me. Now, where did the signor leave his car?
At the garage, right across the street.
Is there a mechanic there?
But the best, Giovanni. But if you would care to see your room...
I think I'd rather see Giovanni first.
But of course. Shall I tell the signor you are there?
Well, if you don't mind, any messages from me, I'd like him to get by himself. Oh, yes, Dad. If he knew whose daughter he was messing around with, he wouldn't be so smart. Giovanni?
Sì, un momento, per favore. Che faccio mi...
Something wrong.
Oh, not in your life.
Well, then why the...
Oh, American, too. Hey, lady, I haven't seen anything like you since the Miss America pageant, 1971.
Well, thank you. I feel like a wine. Was that a good year?
Oh, the best. Every one a winner. But not one could hold a candle to you.
And here I'd just about decided that you were all American yourself, Giovanni.
Joe will do. I am American. Born and bred there. It's my country.
You know, you sound as though you miss it.
Every minute of every day.
And why do you stay here?
Like this and that. Yeah, you know, when my mom died and nothing would do, but my pop had to come home to the old country, you know, that's for laughs in a way.
Why?
Oh, my pop was born in Little Italy, you know, Mulberry Street, New York. He didn't even speak Italian as good as I do. But the old ones, they get kinky ideas sometimes. You see, this place right here, this is where my mom was born.
Not very kinky. I can understand why he wanted to see the town.
Sure. And I went along. I made the trip back with him myself because, well, he was pretty sick. And I knew he wanted to die here. One thing led to another. I stayed on, had to make a living to keep us going, so I got the gas station and the shop and became a grease monkey.
In this little town?
Yeah, in this little town. I was stuck. Oh, come on. I didn't mean to break down and tell you the story of my life. It's just that talking American again feels so good. Anyway, no more running off at the mouth. What can I do for you, ma'am?
I just wanted to ask you about the Ferrari that you just gassed up.
Oh, this baby? Well, nothing wrong. I can see. Oh, yeah. Little over-choked.
Oh, that figures. You mean someone pulled the choke out?
Sure. Flooded the carburetor.
To make her sound as if she was breaking down?
Well, yeah, if a guy handled it right.
Couldn't have been accidental, could it?
Well, not on a car like this unless... Well, look, I don't know what kind of a driver your husband is,
And then he's not my husband. Signor Guido Basso.
Guido Basso? The billionaire sportsman, the racing driver?
That's our boy.
Holy Mac. In that case, it could only have been deliberate. Like, he must have had some reason to... Oh, like that, huh?
Yeah, like that. He had a cute little notion that we could register here at the Pensione, which I don't go for. Joe, have you got a car?
Have I got a car? Lady, follow me. Now, I warn you, when I unveil her, she may not look like much, but she is far out. I mean, there is nothing in Europe to touch her. Well, there she is, ma'am. I call her La Bellissima.
The gray ghost.
Huh? The what?
You passed us on the road a while back so fast that we weren't sure whether you were real or a mirage.
Oh, she's for real. Yeah. I figured this was the Ferrari I blew by. But I never figured I was kicking dirt on Guido Basso.
Joe, will you take me back to Rome? I'll pay you, of course.
Oh, no, forget it. I'm closing up anyway. Well, what business is there now? Besides, how often does a plain Joe get a chance to play Sir Galahad, huh? What do you want to leave?
As of 5 minutes before I even asked.
You are on your way right now, ma'am. Climb in.
The name is Mrs. Richards. But as long as we're going AWOL together, why not make it Kate?
Okay, Kate, but I feel a little bit shaky.
Why?
Guido Basso, holy cow.
What are you afraid of, that he might catch up with us?
Lady, I mean Kate, not while you're riding these white horses. 250 of them under that hood. Plus a special injection carburetor, which makes all the difference. A little gimmick of my own, you know. I call it the Ross Special.
Ross? Is that your second name?
Rossini, before it got cut down. Now listen to this chorus sing. The only thing faster is a jet plane, and you can't run them on the ground. Guido Basso, huh? Oh, I'll bet he popped the cork when I passed him. It's going to make him a hell of a lot madder that you passed him up.
Why are we slowing down?
Well, even Italy has a couple of speed laws. We're already in the outskirts of Rome.
It was so wonderful. Just like old times, sailing on the wind. Oh, she's a wonderful car, Joe. Just 8 up the road. Do you race her?
Are you kidding?
How would you like to race her in a couple of weeks at Monza?
Oh, no dough.
How much would it cost?
Well, entry fee, pit crew, replacements, parts, travel expense. What's the sense making a list I know by heart? Around 7 or 8 million lira, bottom line.
It's about $12,000.
If you can guess the exchange any given day. I mean, what's the diff? It could be 8 billion. She's not for racing.
Well, then why did you build her?
Is there any answer for that? I don't know. I love cars. She's all I've had since my pop finally cashed in. I'm just plain in love with her, I guess. It's all that holds me here. I should go home.
And what would happen to Bellissima?
I guess I'd sell her. To some rich dilettante like Basso. Except by now he's too mad at me to buy.
I mean, after all you have told me, you would sell him this car?
Well, why not?
Well, it's too much a part of you.
Yeah, but it's been done before. I'm in debt up to my ears. I could pay off and have enough to let me sneak back into the USA.
No, I can't let you do that. Pull over under the trees and park, Joe.
What's the point?
You know, it's not very flattering if you refuse my request.
Oh, put it that way. How can I refuse?
You mustn't sell this car.
Why not?
Because I think if you did, you'd be selling your own soul, Joe.
Oh, look, Kate, let's leave it lay, huh? I mean, even if I had cash, who's going to drive? I've got credentials. Besides, I got to be in the pit to handle and baby this lady through, you know?
Well, then we'll find another driver.
How? Where? You know what a racing driver is? He ain't built of blood and nerves, only guts and reflexes and iron. He doesn't think, he only reacts. He's got wrists of steel, eyes like a fly, and nothing but the will to win. And you know how he's made?
I should.
He isn't. He's born. In a race like Monza, you won't find a driver who's worth a damn within 1,000 miles of Italy who isn't already tied up. So where else do I find such a guy?
Just give me a moment to think. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, Duchess, how can I help?
You can't. But Alex could.
Alex? Well, he's never driven
Since the accident, I know.
Well, he dropped out of the game. Where would you find him?
I know where he is. I saw him last night, Dad, in Rome. He's a waiter. He ducked when he saw me.
Alice, Alessandro Corfi, a waiter?
A lot more than he deserves after what he did to you. But he can drive.
Oh, will you stop blaming Corfi for me? What happened was the chances you take.
Are you sure? He didn't panic or deliberately drive you into the wall on that turn. Why did he quit then?
We have to rake over the old ashes. Let it go, Kate, will you? We're well out of it. Why try to get back in?
But, Dad, you said I've been running away from things, that I'm afraid to turn around and face life. Well, I think it's time that I did, and this is just as good a place to start as any.
It's gonna run into some heavy dough, baby.
Well, I still have most of what you left me.
Yeah, little enough that was. It'll take most of it.
Dad, I am a gambler, just like my old man, and I'll win it back if you'll help me.
How?
When I talk to Corfi, coax him to come back to driving.
Oh, it won't be easy. Look, Kate, maybe you better let sleeping dogs lie.
Who is talking about dogs? I'm talking about horses, Dad. The kind you used to ride. Maybe not 4,000cc class yet, or the big purses. This is a sports car racing, 2.5 liters, but it's a beginning. And Joe will go on to build bigger and better cars and get bigger and better sponsors. And I want to help him buy that future.
And what about your own?
Well, maybe I can prove to myself I'm of use to someone again. And then I can find mine.
I don't know, Duchess. You don't know what you're asking.
Dad, you wouldn't let me down, would you?
That's the whole trouble, Duchess. I'm afraid I might have to.
Well, now, that's a rather uncooperative attitude for a so far friendly, or should I say, sympathetic specter. Why would that presence from beyond the grave not be eager to help the daughter he wants so desperately to find herself again? Does he know something about his old friend Coffee we don't know? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 3. Soft Italian moonlight filters down through the trees, sending a dancing pattern of light and shadow across Kate's face as she lies back in the car with her eyes closed. Sitting beside her, Joe watches with a small frown of puzzlement. Has she fallen asleep, or is it just a trick of rippling shadows that makes it seem as if, perhaps, she were talking to someone? Then, suddenly, she opens her eyes.
I know where to get your driver.
Where? Who?
Well, someone I saw in a restaurant the night before last. A waiter.
A waiter?
Named Alessandro Corfi.
Alessandro Oh, scrub it, Kate. He hasn't driven in over 4 years.
I think we can get him.
You don't understand. There was an accident at the Indy Speed Trials 4 years ago. His best friend got killed.
I know. He was my father.
Chips DeBeal was your father? But I thought you said Richards.
That's right. That's my married name.
Oh.
And, unfortunately, my divorced one.
Oh.
Does that bring out the Italian in you, Joe? Give you any ideas?
None I mightn't have had before.
Well, cool them. I told you this is a partnership, and it's strictly business.
What partnership?
Ours. I'm going to put up the money so that you can enter La Bellissima at Monza.
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute. I can't...
It's racing money, Joe. It's the money my dad left me.
Look, I told you what it's going to cost.
If we can hold it to $10,000, I know I can swing it. We can save on 2 items, the pit boss and the driver.
Well, look, me, you got, but you honestly think you can get Coffee to drive?
Well, I think he can be persuaded.
By you?
By me.
You know something? I wouldn't be surprised if you can.
Then we have a deal?
You get Corfi to drive La Bellissima, and you got 50% of the car.
And, Joe, it's so good to see a man come to life again.
Listen, we race under any color you choose.
I like the gray ghost just as she is.
The gray ghost?
Yeah, that's great. Let's call it that from now on. Oh, brother, I'm as happy as a kid on the last day of school.
Now you get me back to Rome so I can talk to Corfy. Hello, Alex.
Oh. So you did recognize me the other night?
Yes.
I tried to avoid you. Why you come back?
I want to talk to you.
About the what?
No, not here.
I don't want to talk about your father.
He may have to be part of it.
I go get excused by the head waiter. We can walk by the river. What do I think of Basso's Ferrari? Superb.
And what would you say if I told you I know a car that passed Guido as if he was standing still?
I would say it is the best car in Europe.
Well, how would you like to drive it at Monza?
No, I never drive again. Not after what happened to Chip.
You blame yourself for that?
Don't you, Duchess?
Well, I did. But I don't know, Alex. Now that it's far enough away, I think if the positions had been reversed, wouldn't have Dad done the same thing?
What?
Cut him off from passing on the outside, drive him to the rail, and...
that is what everyone saw happen. And so a friend is dead, and I, who would have died for him, am to blame. We leave it at that. I swore I would never drive again.
Not even if I tell you that I'm half owner of the car, and we have no one else to drive it. Don't you owe me that at least? For my father.
Forge. I must be mad. I am out of condition. My reflexes... 2 weeks. I will not know the car completely, but... All right, if you ask me, I shall drive. But, Kate, it will be a miracle if I can win for you.
Can't believe her first race.
He's lapped the field at least twice.
Yeah, except for Basso. He's holding on.
He's a full lap behind.
Oh, lady, stay with us. Hold up, baby. Hold up.
I can't see it. What is it?
It's a bad crash on a far turn.
Not Alex.
No, he barely missed him. Oh, damn, he hit something. The off-front wheel.
Is it bad?
We'll know in a minute. No, the wheel's out of line. He's signaled. All right, boys. He's coming in next lap for repair. Run out 2 spare wheels and grab the gas line.
What's the trouble, Joe?
Well, it's maybe just a wheel. We'll have to jerk it to see.
I suppose it isn't the axle.
Well, and we've had it.
Don't touch that wheel, Joe.
Come on, you crazy?
Baby, we can stop.
Well, sure, but...
This Madonna, she run better on 3 wheels.
Alex, you're not going out. You're not...
You think not. You see who that was? Basso. He's made up. Stand away.
Can he catch him, Joe?
If he can keep her on the track. He made that curve all right.
And he's catching up on the straightaway. He's going to try to... No!
Huh? What is it?
But that's the same pattern that killed my father.
No, it's okay, Kate. It's okay. He has plenty of room and enough speed if he just holds his nerve. Oh, Judas Priest.
What?
He chickened out. The damn fool's trying to come back inside, but she won't hold it. Oh, my God, she's gone! Well, I suppose we have to go in and see him.
Alex? Well, of course, he's hurt. He may be...
Oh, don't worry. I've talked to the doctors. Nothing serious. He got out lucky. We took the fall thanks to him.
What does that mean?
Well, you saw what happened. He chickened out. He let Basso fake him out on that last turn. The Ferrari didn't have the speed to pass, but Alex flinched and peeled off, went into a spin, and that's what took him over the rail. Boy, when I think of it... Before the race, Basso came and offered me 25 million lira for the Grey Ghost, and I turned him down. Now we're left with nothing but a pile of junk.
Because you think Alex panicked?
Well, you saw it with your own eyes. What else?
I'm just not quite sure, Joe. Look, go into Alex, please, and try to be nice to him. I want to be alone in this little waiting room here to think and maybe Maybe make a phone call.
Yeah, but Kate...
Please, Joe.
Okay. Only don't leave me too long with him.
No, I won't. It'll be so short. The end. After all these years.
So you finally know, Duchess.
I think I do.
And you're ashamed of me.
No, I didn't say that, Dad.
You have to be as ashamed as I am of myself.
What happened?
You saw it all today, Duchess. Almost the way it was at Indy. Like Basso, I had the outside. I thought I had the speed to take the lead on the turn, but there wasn't quite enough. I was so wide, I was afraid to brake. It might have put me through the rail. So even though I knew I couldn't make it by cutting in front, I panicked and cut on down, figuring that Alex would brake rather than take the chance my rear end would knock his front wheels out of alignment. But I cut too sharp, and I went into a spin, and that took me right up the side and through the guardrail.
Alex didn't ride you into it?
It looked that way, but that wasn't the way it was. He knew I was crazy, that I'd lost my head. Same thing that happened to Basso today.
Only he came through it all right.
And Alex took the fall for him just as he had to take it in another way for me. Well, I guess I'm glad it's out at last. You won't be calling on me again.
No, Dad. I don't think I will.
Goodbye, Duchess. Maybe now I can rest at last.
I've got to make a phone call.
I tell you I'm fine, Giovanni. A bruise or two, a black eye, a little something broken on the shoulder. So what? It has been broken before. The important thing is the car. She is a dream.
Yeah, that's the word. A dream that's over. Oh, hello, Kate.
Joe, you mustn't give up. How are you feeling, Alex?
Splendid. And Kate is right, Joe. One race we get the bad break, but next time...
Delfino next time. You won't be driving her again.
You cannot think I lost my nerve.
Well, what's the difference now?
A great difference to me. I have my pride.
Yeah, this time all you killed was an automobile.
Joe.
And what did I kill some other time? Oh, you mean...
If you mean my father, that was not Alex's fault. Tell him the truth, Alex.
No.
Then I will. This is just among us three. My father panicked and lost his head just the way Basso did today. So is it a crime? It only meant he was human. But I'm not going to let Alex take the blame.
Oh. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Alex. I'm sorry, but what good does it do? There isn't any car left. The gray ghost is gone.
Oh, no, she isn't. We're going to raise her from the grave.
Yeah, how?
With Guido Basso's money. He's waiting to pay me for my half. He's promised to back her till she proves exactly what she is. The best racing car in Europe. So, you have a new partner.
Oh, I don't know.
He's really sorry. And he'll be with you all the way, Joe.
Well, I mean, I just figure the guy for such a heel.
Only where women are concerned. Well, I guess it's time to board.
Arrivederci, bellissima.
Goodbye, Alex. Win them all from here on in.
Bye, Kate.
Bye, Joe. Send me a picture when she's rebuilt.
Oh, yeah, and the money I owe you. You know, I feel like such a louse. Alex is back driving again. I have my gray ghost, but what do you get out of this?
My husband when I get home again. I hope. And at least I grew up.
May I see your ticket, please? Oh, well, Mrs. Richards, it's nice to have you aboard again.
Nice to be going back with you, Angie.
Oh, you look a lot different. That's what Rome will do for a girl. You must have found yourself a real Superman.
I did. And he'll be waiting for me when we land in the States. I'm going to be married again, Angie.
Oh, that's nice.
Doubly nice, because it's the same man.
What? That's kind of like a miracle.
Sort of. Funny. I had to come 4,000 miles to finally put a ghost to rest.
4 months later, Mrs. Ken Richards received a photograph of Grey Ghost 2. And by the end of the year, she had established herself as the premier sports car in Europe. I'll be back shortly with a final thought. If you should hear a voice from beyond or feel someone at your shoulder, may I suggest that the best course to follow is the advice of Satchel Paige, and never look back. There may be something gaining on you. Our cast included Betsy Palmer, Ian Martin, William Redfield, Evie Juster. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, producer-director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
The name George Washington has become a symbol of liberty and freedom wherever man has read the records of history. In man's long and bitter struggle for the right to be free, for the right to govern himself, George Washington is a guiding beacon as enduring as history itself. 209 years ago today, George Washington, American, was born. To him, to his principles of freedom, of unity, of tolerance, of democracy itself, this program is dedicated.
The unity of government, which constitutes you one people, is also now dear to you. It is justly so, for it is a main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, the support of your tranquility at home, your peace abroad, of your safety, of your prosperity, in every shape of that very liberty which is so highly prized. The name of American, which belongs to you in your national capacity, must always exalt the just pride of patriotism more than any appellation derived from local discriminations. With slight shades of difference, you have the same religion, manners, habits, and political principles. You have in a common cause fought and triumphed together. The independence and liberty you possess are the work of joint councils and joint efforts, of common dangers, sufferings, and successes.
This is a decisive hour in American history. What George Washington said almost 200 years ago is pertinent and meaningful today. For this reason, we have restored with faithful accuracy, from documents, letters, and other historical records, the wisdom, the ideals, the thoughts, and the hopes of George Washington for America. Playing George Washington will be the distinguished actor, writer, director, Orson Welles.
I want you to hear a story of America. A story of a people who came here to find a refuge of hope and security. I want you who live today to hear facts from an historical diary of one who faced a world as difficult and as troubled as your own. I want you, my countrymen, to know how we met those problems, how we faced them, and how we overcame them. It is April 19th, 1775. A fateful day in American history. First blood is shed in the American War of the Revolution.
Who is it? Courier from the Continental Congress. Just a minute.
What is it?
Important dispatch, sir.
Let me see it. You are hereby requested to attend the special meeting of the Second Continental Congress, which will sit in Philadelphia in May this year, 1775, for the purpose, among others, choosing a commander-in-chief of the Continental Armed Forces. Signed, John Hancock, President of the Congress.
Order, gentlemen, please. Mr. President. The gentleman from Massachusetts, John Adams.
Mr. President, members of the Congress, I believe that the Commander-in-Chief of the American armies should be a man satisfactory to all. We want Virginia to support our New England cause. Therefore, we should give our suffrage to a Commander-in-Chief from Virginia.
Mr. President! The gentleman from Virginia, Edmund Randolph.
I propose Colonel William Byrd, Commander of the Virginia Forces.
No! I nominate General Andrew Lewis, that gallant soldier from Virginia.
No! He has neither the experience nor the ability.
I protest, sir.
And so do I, your
Order! Mr. President! The gentleman from Massachusetts, John Adams.
Mr. President, I propose we end this bickering. I name for your consideration Colonel George Washington as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army.
Mr. President, the gentleman from Virginia, Patrick Henry.
If you speak of eloquence, there are others more experienced. If you speak of solid information and sound judgment, Colonel Washington is unquestionably the greatest man on the floor. I propose we take a vote.
Order. All in favor?
Aye!
Opposed? Then it is carried. Colonel Washington, this Congress has nominated you to be General and Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the United Colonies. Will you accept the position tendered you?
Yes, gentlemen, I accept it. Though I'm truly sensible of the high honor done me in this appointment, yet I feel a great distress from a consciousness that my abilities and military experience may not be equal to the important trust. However, if the Congress desire it, I will enter upon the momentous duty and exert every power I possess in the service and for the support of this glorious cause.
Philadelphia, June 18th, 1775. My dearest Martha, I'm now stepped down to write you on a subject which fills me with inexpressible concern. I've used every endeavor in my power to avoid it, not only from my unwillingness to part with you and the family, but from a consciousness of its being a trust too great for my capacity, and that I should enjoy more real happiness in 1 month with you at home than I have the most distant prospect of finding abroad, if my stay here were to be 7 times 7 years. But as it has been a kind of destiny that has thrown me upon this service, I shall hope that my undertaking it is designed to answer some good purpose. Your affectionate husband.
Soldiers, last Thursday, the Continental Congress of our nation drafted the document which I hold here in my hands. The Declaration of Independence. I'll read it to you. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth a separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Our numbers were quite inadequate to the task of opposing General Howe, being reduced by sickness, desertion, and political death. We're obliged to retire before the enemy. New York, north into White Plains. We retreat across the river to New Jersey. Across New Jersey to the Delaware. Few people knew the predicament we're in. On 1,000 accounts. Fewer still would believe if any disaster happened to these lines, from what cause it flowed. I've often thought how much happier I should have been if, instead of accepting a command under such circumstances, I'd taken my musket on my shoulder and entered the ranks, or if I could have justified the measure to posterity in my own conscience, and retired to the back country and lived in a wigwam. So I shall be able to rise superior to these and many other difficulties. I shall most religiously believe that the finger of divine providence is in it. The hand of providence would seem to be in it indeed. For on Christmas Eve, we attacked Trenton, capturing 23 officers and 866 men. Justice to the officers and men, I must add that their behavior reflected the highest honor among them. Princeton, too, we established ourselves more firmly on the Delaware. The odds soon told. For at Brandywine, our small army was beaten and forced into retreat. Through the want of shoes and stockings, the hard frozen ground, you might have tracked the army from White Marsh to Valley Forge by the blood of their feet. Strong symptoms of discontent appeared in particular instances. Nothing but the most active efforts everywhere could avert a shocking catastrophe. Come in.
General Washington.
Yes, Colonel?
General Washington. The men are in a bad way, sir. 10,000 starving, frozen men. What you're asking them to do is impossible.
And what do you propose?
Surrender on whatever terms we can get, sir.
Mm-hmm. Are you cold, sir?
Of course.
Hungry?
Yes.
And discouraged?
Discouraged and beaten, too, sir.
Beaten? Huh. I'm cold.
My home's a shelter like yours. I'm hungry. My food's no better than yours. I'm discouraged. What man wouldn't be? We're beaten when we've nothing but a few wooden buildings to lose. Man, there's freedom to be gained.
The price is so great, sir.
We've fought long and hard together, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
And won sometimes, too. Haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Why can't we win again? And if we should win again, would the price then be too great? Would any price be too great for freedom? For liberty?
Colonel Washington, tell me, do you really think we have a chance? Do you really believe that after this sort of sacrifice, that we can hold out?
Before God, before the men who entrusted me with this command, before all that I love, I do believe it, Colonel.
I'll tell the men that, sir.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London.
The Black Museum, the repository of death. Yes, here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a skillet, a screwdriver, a photograph, all are touched by murder. Here's a .22 caliber pistol. It's a familiar object. You've seen one or its picture. You've never touched one. An elegant little weapon. Blue steel, mother of pearl inlaid grip. Beautiful in its dainty, snub-nosed wickedness.
A lady's weapon, wouldn't you say, Pepper?
Looks as if it wouldn't harm a fly. Pretty in its way, Inspector.
Pretty and dangerous. There ought to be a law forbidding the manufacture of these toys. Every one of them is capable of death.
Well, today, this little blue .22 can be found among the exhibits in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Well, here we are in the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. It's an impressive place. The kind of echoing awe which comes from a vaulted ceiling and somber lighting. Weird, fantastic, with a harsh, real fantasy that comes with murder. Here lies death, and so neatly. Each object placarded with a small white card labeled with black lettering, name, place, date, disposition of the case. Here's an odd-looking ashtray, soapstone. It's carved rather nicely with the crouching figure of a woman. Something decorative for your living room, but observe closely now the red-brown stain on the rim. Lift up the tray, hold it by the figure of the woman. Oh, yes, it's comfortable in your hand, and suddenly, this is a weapon. Ah, here we are, the little blue 22. Well, it's silent now. It was silent, too, during Vivian Davis's cocktail party in London's smart, sophisticated West End. In Vivian's quite chic apartment. It was not destined to be silent, though. Not very long. It's a nice place, Vivian's apartment, if you go for ultra-modern glass and metal combinations. Nice people, too. Well, nice looking, anyway. Young men are quite impeccable. The young ladies are lovely, lush, well aware of the well-put-together attractiveness. Oh, yes, these are the chic young people.
Larry, darling, have you been watching Vivian and Donald?
What else, sweet? They are at dagger points, aren't they?
Well, frankly, Larry, if Viv has one more martini, she'll kill Donald with a look.
An alcoholic look, at any rate. But why all the fuss and bother? If Donald wants to play, she ought to let him. I know at least 3 males who are perfectly willing to give Viv a time, really.
Mm-hmm. Including yourself, Larry, my sweet?
No, darling, I'm the 4th. But then why bother?
A trifle strange, isn't it? The ultra-sophisticated, the over-civilized, and yet, you know, beneath the polish, the same old jealousy that you can find in savages. Oh, yes, simple jealousy. For instance, at this moment, Vivian herself is approaching the chrome and plastic bar where Donald is mixing a drink.
Donald, haven't you had enough? You're quite tight, you know.
Am I? Really?
I asked you, Donald, haven't you had enough?
I don't believe I have. Will you have one, dear?
I've had enough, let me tell you. This is my party. You might be polite enough to pay some attention to me and a little less to that strawberry blonde.
Oh, she's quite attractive in a leggy sort of way.
Oh, yes, quite elemental beneath the polished surface. An interesting situation. It continues, of course, as long as the party lasts. It continues, as a matter of fact, well past the end of the party, even to the moment when May and Larry are making their farewells. The last of the guests to go.
Oh, it was simply marvelous, Viv, darling. Just delightful.
I always adore your parties, Viv. The liquor flows like water.
Oh, thank you both for coming. My little parties wouldn't be the same without you. Isn't that so, Donald?
Huh? Yes, yes, of course.
Coming, Donald, old son?
Well, I don't exactly know.
Larry, please.
What? Oh, put my foot in it, haven't I? I'm sorry, old man. Au revoir, Viv. Let the martinis run again sometime soon.
Bye, darling. Ring me, won't you?
Oh, soon, darling. Quite soon.
Donald's for it now. Did you see the look in her eye?
Come along, dear. Don't be catty.
Oh, I don't know.
The party's over now. Silence descends on the carpeted hallway. For a moment or two. And then, through the muffling walls...
You stupid little, silly little beast on that woman.
Oh, stop it, Viv. I'm not interested in her. I've told you
make me look such a perfect idiot.
Man versus woman. A jealous woman. Where does it go? Isn't it obvious? Of course. Somebody's bound to be hurt. Inspector Summers and Detective Pepper arrived quickly from the yard.
This seems to be the weapon, Inspector. A 22. Blue steel, mother-of-pearl grip.
A lady's weapon, wouldn't you say, Pepper?
Looks as if it wouldn't harm a fly. Pretty in its way, Inspector.
Pretty and dangerous. There ought to be a law forbidding the manufacture of these toys. Every one of them is capable of death.
Funny.
What is?
The body, out here, on the landing.
Yes. Well, we'll find the reason for that shortly. Not much blood. 22s don't make much of a hole. Stay here, Pepper. I want the pathologist to see the body before it goes to the morgue. You know the procedure. I'll be inside with the prime and only suspect.
Yes, sir. I understand.
All right. Tell me how it happened.
Don't you dare to talk to me like that.
Take hold of yourself, Miss Davis. I need the answers to a few questions. I'll answer that.
Don't you dare. That's my telephone.
Yes? No, this is Inspector Summers of Scotland Yard. I see. I'm sorry, Lady Munsey, you can't speak to your daughter just now. Yes, she'll be coming down to the yard. You can come there if you wish. Goodbye.
Now will you leave me alone? You know who my mother is.
Which do you prefer, to answer my questions here or to come down to the yard?
I refuse to answer anything.
That won't look well in the report, miss.
Oh, get out of here. Get out.
Take hold of yourself, Miss Davis.
I've told you and told you. Donald and I were arguing. I suppose I grabbed the gun from under the pillow where I keep it. He tried to take it away from me. And next I knew there was a shot and he was mumbling something about a doctor. And then he was dead. Oh, now leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Inspector Summers felt that further questioning was indicated. The location he chose was his own office at the yard.
Where did you get the gun, Miss Davis?
My husband gave it to me several years ago.
Are you married?
I was. I'm divorced.
Inspector Summers thought of many questions.
Where did you struggle over the gun?
In the bedroom.
I see. Why do you use linoleum for a floor covering in the bedroom?
Oh, because it's easy to keep clean and because it's chic and because... Oh, what has that to do with Donald?
I'm asking the questions, Miss Davis.
Oh, yes, there were many, many questions.
How long have you lived at that address? How long did you know Donald Martin? Have you ever bought any ammunition for that gun? What were you quarreling about?
It went on and on. And finally...
Very well, Miss Davis. We shan't hold you. But don't leave London. And your mother is waiting for you. You better go home with her. We're sealing your apartment.
An inconvenient matter, violent death from a gunshot wound. Apartments are sealed, people investigate. One's whole life is turned inside out. And then there are the experts.
The scientific facts contradict some of Miss Davis's statements, Inspector.
They do? For instance?
There's no evidence of any scorching of the clothing round the bullet hole. From that fact and the spread of the smoke stain, I deduce that the gun was held from 3 to 6 inches from Martin's chest. As the blood ran down the chest, he must have been standing at the time. It would be practically impossible for him to hold the weapon himself in that position.
Could he have clutched the barrel, say, in an attempt to take it away from Miss Davis?
In that case, his fingers would be singed, or at least blackened. They're not. I do not believe that the man was touching the weapon at all when it was fired.
An embarrassing conclusion, to say the least. There were other things.
I've checked Martin's shoes at the morgue, Inspector.
Well?
If they struggled in that bedroom, on that polished linoleum floor, his shoes would have had to scratch the floor. They're leather-soled, and they have metal taps on the tips.
Very good. Another discrepancy. Now, Pepper, I think we'd better have a bit of a talk with the neighbors. Are you certain of that, Mrs. Merritt?
I am positive. It's not the first time they yelled at each other, those two, and the walls are thin.
Do you have it down, Pepper?
Yes, sir. They had a quarrel about 2 weeks ago. He left. She leaned out of the window, only half-dressed, and shouted at him, "Laugh, baby, laugh for the last time." And then she fired a gun at him.
Thank you. Now then, Mrs. Merritt, before the shot last night, did you catch any of the words they said?
His? Oh, no, sir. But, well, her bedroom is next to mine, and I heard her say as clear as day and at the top of her lungs, "I will kill you."
Thank you, Mrs. Merritt. Anything else?
No, sir.
Very well. Let's go, Pepper. All right, Pepper. I think we have the makings of a case. Pick her up. We'll book her for willful murder.
And today, the little blue 22, which was to play such an important part in the case, can be seen among the other exhibits in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
As the inspector said, they felt they had a case. The evidence was piling up. Vivian Davis was arrested. Her defense counsel was a distinguished member of the bar, and the prosecutor assigned was no less brilliant. But some of the conversation about the case was, well, a lot less brilliant.
Why, if Larry and I had stayed, we might have seen the whole thing. And darling, those letters. Imagine leaving letters like that lying in your bureau drawer, where anyone might find them. And do you suppose the prosecution will use them for evidence? This is one trial I simply shall not miss.
Let me say here and now, if May owns a gun, I'm walking out, and at once. But Viv always was unstable, you know. That's the kind who'll pull a gun on you when you least expect it. Not for me, old man. Not for me.
I always said she was no better than you'd think. Wild parties at all hours, firing guns around, drinking. Oh, I dare say the woman wasn't happy. But then who is? Now I ask you, who is?
Poor Viv. I understand the food in prison is all starches.
Seen the headlines? This is a juicy one, what?
I'm to be a witness? You don't say. Really now, you don't say.
They tried the case in public gossip long before it came to proper trial. And when the proper trial began, the courtroom was crowded naturally with bright young women and polished young men, the familiars of the defendant. This, however, failed to ruffle the solemnity of a British court.
I shall permit no demonstrations. At the least lapse from proper decorum, I shall have the courtroom cleared.
And that settled that. The trial proceeded. Vivian Davis, in simple black, sat in the dock between the two wardresses assigned to guard her. On the witness stand, the pathologist repeated his evidence and his conclusions with the prosecution. There was no cross-examination. With Inspector Summers, it was another matter.
Inspector, you heard the prison doctor testify that when Miss Davis was admitted to the prison after her arrest, he found bruises on her arms and on one thigh.
Yes, sir.
And that such bruises might have been sustained in a struggle.
Yes, sir.
Very well. Now then, in your experience, have you found that when one person handles a gun, that person's fingerprints are usually found on the weapon?
That has been my experience.
However, if two parties struggled for possession of a certain weapon, would there be fingerprints?
In most cases, no, sir. They tend to smudge or eliminate each other's prints.
This weapon, which you've identified and which has been entered in evidence as Exhibit A, did you find this weapon at the scene of the alleged crime?
I did.
Did you examine it carefully?
I did.
Did you have it tested for fingerprints?
I did.
Did you find any?
Yes, sir.
How many sets?
Only one set of prints were on that gun.
Whose were they, Inspector? Now tell the jury, please, whose fingerprints were on that gun?
Only my own.
One more point, Inspector. You stated that you found a bullet in the wall of the bedroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you any reason to believe this bullet was fired on the night of the alleged crime?
It could have been fired at any time, I suppose.
Thank you, Inspector. That's all.
Mrs. Merritt, The eager next-door neighbor had her proverbial day in court.
Yes, sir. Just as I told the inspector, she screamed at him, hanging out of the window only half-dressed, and then she fired a shot at him.
Counsel for the defense spent little time in the cross-examination of Mrs. Merritt.
Madam, did you actually see Miss Davis fire a pistol or gun of some sort at the deceased?
I heard the shot after she yelled at him.
You said she was only half-dressed at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you must have seen her.
Well, I took one look, and after that I only listened.
Why? Why, Mrs. Merritt?
When a woman is in her condition, no other woman cares to watch her.
I see. This is your opinion.
It certainly is.
Your Lordship, I respectfully request that the answers to the last two questions be stricken from the record as constituting an opinion and not evidence. Further, on the grounds that opinions are not warranted, as the witness is not qualified as an expert.
Well...
The clerk will strike the last two answers from the record, and the jury is instructed to ignore the testimony. Proceed.
No further questions. Thank you, Mrs. Merritt.
Back and forth, the battle raged, a battle for a woman's life. The case for the Crown was ably presented. The defense, by cross-examination, by objections in the record, sought to upset testimony to establish points which could be played upon later, the climax of the trial, when Vivian Davis herself took the stand in her own defense.
Now, Miss Davis, you understand the seriousness of this situation.
Of course.
I refer to the testimony that you once fired a gun at Donald Martin from your bedroom window. Is this true?
No, it's not true.
What did happen that evening?
He'd come to see me. He'd asked me for money to pay a gambling debt, and I refused. We quarreled, and he left. I was furious, and I called to him from my window. Then I went back into the room and fired one shot to make him think I'd killed myself.
What happened then?
Oh, Donald... Mr. Martin came rushing back, and we were friends again.
Miss Davis, have you ever pointed a weapon at Mr. Martin?
No, never.
Have you wanted to?
No, never.
Did you shoot him the night he died?
No!
Have you any recollection of his having spoken to you between the time he was shot and the moment he died?
I'll never forget it as long as I live.
What did he say?
He said, I wish the doctor would hurry. I want to tell him that this was an accident. It's not your fault. He said it over and over. And then he was dead.
Thank you, Miss Davis. Your witness.
Pull yourself together, Miss Davis.
Yes, sir.
Very well. I submit, Miss Davis, that the truth of your first public quarrel is, as it was stated by a previous witness, that you did fire out of your window at Mr. Martin.
Oh, no, never. I fired in the room. I wanted to frighten him.
Miss Davis, is this your pistol?
Yes.
Is this the weapon which killed Mr. Martin?
Yes.
And on the night this gun, your gun, killed Mr. Martin, you had a quarrel, a second quarrel.
Yes.
You were, to put it simply, jealous of his behavior with other women.
Oh, I was so jealous, I threatened to kill myself.
You threatened to kill yourself?
Yes.
Then why did you shout, I will kill you?
No, I never said that.
What did you say, Miss Davis?
I never said I'll shoot myself. The other, I never said. Why should I? I was jealous, but that was because I loved him. Oh, you've got to believe me. I loved him. I did. I did.
There was more, much more, over and over, but they never managed to shake her on the essential points.
I never pointed a gun at Donald in my life.
And, of course...
I never said I'd kill him. I said I'd kill myself.
At long last, with Vivian Davis on the verge of collapse, the prosecutor let her go. Shortly thereafter, the defense rested. Summations were brief. For the prosecution...
This woman is guilty of the crime with which she is charged. There is no doubt in our minds, nor should there be any in yours, that she held the pistol and fired the shot.
For the defense...
It is clear that no woman kills the man she loves, despite the violence of their causes. This was an accident. It is clear that it was an accident.
The presiding justice was clear and concise in his charge to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, in conclusion, let me advise you there are 3 possible verdicts you may return under the present indictment. Guilty of murder, guilty of manslaughter, or not guilty of any offense. I commend the accused to your most painstaking deliberations.
The jury filed out. They stayed out for 2 long, weary hours. There was chatter in the courtroom. There always is. But even the gossip was subdued. Everybody waited. Waited.
It seems perfectly incredible. A murder trial, and I've been in on it since the beginning. I do hope the judge wasn't as much against her as he seemed to be.
It was really too exciting for words. I've had more dinner invitations because I know Viv. Oh, well, after all, the poor girl might be hanged, you know. Oh, grisly thought.
Well, for my part, even if she gets off, there'll be one advantage. She'll never be my neighbor again, and that will be an improvement, I'd say.
And at long last, the waiting was over. The prisoner arose in the dock, at the judge's request. The foreman of the jury faced the prisoner in the court. The age-old formula was intoned by the clerk.
Members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have.
Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of murder?
Not guilty.
Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of manslaughter?
Not guilty.
Yet, despite that verdict, the little blue 22 can be seen today among the exhibits in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
Yes, they let Vivian Davis go free. In many minds, the question was, and still is, did Vivian Davis get away with murder? Frankly, I don't believe anyone gets away with murder. Murder stays with the killer, twisting mind and heart and soul, even in the unsuspected and therefore unsolved cases. Where Vivian Davis was concerned, perhaps the real crime was insecurity and the kind of violent jealousy that grows from fear. I don't know. That's for the psychologists, not for you and I to decide. Meanwhile, the little blue 22 remains in its customary place in Scotland Yard, in the Black Museum. And now, until we meet again next time, in the same place, and I tell you another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions. The program is written by Ara Marion, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 10th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone in Mary of Scotland with Judith Anderson. Lux presents Hollywood, starring Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, and Judith Anderson. And as guest of honor, the head of one of the oldest houses in English nobility, the Earl of Warwick. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. These performances come to you through the courtesy of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap. And may we thank you for your enthusiasm for this fine soap, which of course makes the Lux Radio Theatre possible. Now, I'm sure you have all heard men say something like this. Pretty? No, not exactly. But let me tell you something. Boy, she's got a way with her. There's something about her that sort of gets you.
When a man talks that way about a girl, you can be sure she's learned the secret of being really attractive to men. That skillful and beautiful little screen star, Betty Davis, says this. You girls who want to be popular, here's something to remember. The man was never born who could resist the charm of perfect daintiness. The least fault against it just ruins illusions, spoils romance. The easiest, most delightful way I know to protect daintiness is to bathe with Lux Toilet Soap. The active lather leaves skin really sweet, fragrant with the delicate perfume you'll love. Try it. I turn our microphone over to Hollywood's celebrated producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The climax of tonight's play was created exactly 350 years ago, when in 1587, emissaries from the English crown entered the great hall of the castle of Fotheringay and read to a woman named Mary the memorable orders of Queen Elizabeth. Termed the most eloquent historical romance drama of our time, the story you will hear is the work of Maxwell Anderson. It brings us through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Joan Crawford in the title role, and Francho Tone as Bothwell, while Judith Anderson will portray Queen Elizabeth. Joan is one of the most earnest actresses in Hollywood. The next picture in which she will star with Spencer Tracy is named 3 Rooms in Heaven. From Cornell University, Francho Tone went immediately to the stage. We in Hollywood know him not only as a fine actor, but as one of our most civilized, charming, and best-liked neighbors. He comes to you shortly on the screen in MGM's They Gave Him a Gun. In Judith Anderson, Broadway lends us one of its greatest dramatic actresses, last seen in Hamlet, The Old Maid, and Come of Age. Now, back through history, back to the kingdom of the north, to Scotland, land of lakes and heather, of pibrochs and bluebonnets and bagpipes, of tartan and tam o'shanter, back to a day when one throne stood in Edinburgh and another in London, back to romance, as the Lux Radio Theatre presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone with Judith Anderson in Mary of Scotland. Scotland, in the year 1561, from France across the angry waters of the North Sea, Mary Stuart comes unheralded to take her rightful place upon the throne as Queen of Scots. It's a stormy midwinter night. On the pier at Leith, Scotland, 2 soldiers huddle in a corner seeking shelter from the wind and freezing rain. The Earl of Bothwell walks quickly along the pier and, stepping from the shadows, addresses them sharply.
Leg it over to the inn, one of you lads, and fetch a chair.
What on God him, my lord?
Curse your guard duty. The Queen of Scotland stepping out of a boat in velvet shoes.
I doubt there's a chair nearer than Edinburgh town.
There's one at the Leith Inn, as you well know.
Wouldn't have the silver for that in any case.
What the devil do you mean by haggling over a dirty chair? Seize it. Seize it in the Queen's name.
I'll fetch it.
And you go with him.
I will, my lord.
The Queen of Scotland with her velvet shoes. We'll want none of her here.
A very braw evening to you, Master Knox.
And to you, Lord Bottle.
It seems some here have heard of her coming, though not perhaps those she'd have chosen. You're not here by chance to greet Mary Stuart.
If I had aught to say to her, it will be for her own ears.
No doubt. And I have a little observe to make to you about that too, sir. I'm no such fool as to try to muzzle a minister. Nevertheless, whatever it was you were going to say, you won't say it. That's my observe to you.
I shall say what I have come to say.
Here at the steps for the Queen. She's coming off the boat.
But your Queen would be known if the world were stripped of subjects. The very trees and frozen mountains would bow down to you, Your Majesty.
I can well imagine. Body of me, I could wish the clouds would stoop less to their queen in my native land.
Oh, one forgets how rank dismal this Scotland can be.
Dismal? Traitor. Have you never plucked a gowan in spring? A very green gowan?
Oh, is there spring here in this heathenish climate?
They are sweeter than in France, as I recall. And all fruits are sweeter here. Well, those that grow. And the summer's sweeter.
Ah, they're short enough, in faith.
And when they come, they will bring excellent devices of masks and ornaments to deceive the eye, and soft words and perfumes to cumber the senses of mankind.
Who is this man?
Jigmasters and the like will come in authority with Mary Stuart, and their council will be whining and carousing the flowers and fruits of evil.
Surely this is some jest, sir. Surely this is not said in welcome to me.
And what other welcome shall we give the woman of Babylon? The leprous and cankerous evangel of the devil.
Stand back. Your Majesty, they're preparing a room at the inn. The chair will be here at once. If you would deign to take my cloak for your shoulder.
Thank you. I wish to speak to this gentleman.
This is Master John Knox, of whom your grace may have heard.
Nay, then I have heard of him, and I wish to speak to him. Master Knox, it is true that I am Mary Stuart and your queen. And I have come back from France after many years away to take up my rule in this country. It is true, too, that I am sad to leave the south and the sun. And I come here knowing that I shall meet with difficulties that would daunt many older and wiser than I am. For I am young and inexperienced, and perhaps none too adept in statecraft. Yet this is my native place, Master Knox, and I loved it as a child and still love it. And whatever I may lack in experience, whatever I may have too much of youth, I shall try to make up for, if my people will help me, in tolerance and mercy, and a quick eye for wrongs, and a quick hand to right them.
Hey, they told me you spoke, honey.
Your Majesty, if the old goat has said anything that needs retracting...
He shall retract nothing in fear. I will have all men my friends in Scotland. Can we not be friends, Master Knox?
Your Majesty, I have said what I came to say.
But you no longer mean it. See, I give you my hand, Master Knox. It is a queen's hand and fair. And I look at you out of honest eyes, and I mean well and fairly. You cannot refuse me. Do you still hesitate? It is clean.
Your Majesty.
And will you come to see me at Holyrood House and give me counsel? For heaven knows I shall need it. And I shall listen. That I promise.
I will come.
I will send for you, and soon.
Good night, Your Majesty.
Good night, Master Knox. Now I wonder, will he hate me more or less?
More, probably. However, it's just as well to have him where he can watch him.
You're an outspoken man yourself, Captain.
I am.
You will forgive me, but so far I have not heard your name.
The captain is James Hepburn, madame, the Earl of Bothwell.
Ah, you fought ably for my mother.
I have been of some slight service here and there.
You have indeed. Tell me, my lord of Bothwell, have I done well so far? Shall I not make this Scotland mine?
Madam, it is a cold, dour, sour, villainous country. And the folk on it are a cold, dour, sour lot of close-shaving villains. And I can only hope no harm will come here to that bonny face of yours. And no misery to the spirit you bring.
Now here's a new kind of courtesy.
You'll hear far and wide I'm no courtier, madam. But I have eyes, and I can see that the new sovereign is a comely lass, and a keen one. And I was for her from the first I saw her face. But from my heart, I could wish you a better country to rule over.
Enough. Solemnly and truly, sir, it may be that they are not a happy race. But they have beliefs. And what they believe from the heart. Why, even this Master Knox...
He believes whatever's to his own advantage. He split the country wide open over your coming and leads the pack against you. We'll have bloodshed over it yet.
Bloodshed?
And plenty.
No. If I thought that, I should turn now and bid the mariners hoist sail and put back for France. I shall win. But I shall win in a woman's way, not by the sword.
Let us hope so.
Hope so? But I shall.
I am no courtier, madam. I say, let us hope so.
And so Mary Stuart began her reign in Scotland. Meanwhile, in the court in London, the jealous Queen Elizabeth of England begins to plot the downfall of the young sovereign.
You said, Lord Burleigh, you had made some memoranda in regard to Mary Stuart.
They are not in order, but the main points are covered. First, Mary Stuart has crossed from France to Scotland against your advice and without your safe conduct.
Yes?
Second, she has been crowned Queen of Scotland. This also against your wish and in defiance of your policy.
Yes?
Third, she is next heir after your majesty to the throne of England and is held by some to be the rightful Queen of England at the present time.
Out with it, then. What must be done?
She must be defeated.
Truly, but not so quick. Not so quick with wars and troops and expenses. Have you no better counsel?
In all my reading, I have found no case of a sovereign deposed without violence.
My lord, it is hard to thrust a queen from her throne. But suppose a queen were led to destroy herself, led carefully from one step to another in a long descent, until at last she stood condemned among her own subjects, barren of royalty, stripped of force, and the people of Scotland were to deal with her for us.
Can this be done?
She is a woman, remember, and open to attack as a woman. We shall set tongues wagging about her. And since it may be true that she is of a keen and noble mind, let us take care of that, too. Let us marry her to a weakling and a fool. A woman's mind and spirit are no better than those of the man she weds.
She will hardly marry to our convenience, madam.
Oh, not if she were aware of it.
You have thought of someone? She is seen much with the Earl of Bothwell.
I have thought of Darnley.
But after herself, Lord Darnley is in fact heir to the English throne.
The better. He is handsome and a good bearing.
Yes.
And a fool.
A boasting, drunken boy.
If I give out that I am determined against it, she will marry him. And he will drag her down, turn her people against her, make her a fool in council, spoil her beauty. I tell you, a queen who marries is no queen. A woman who marries is a puppet, and she will marry him.
But this will take time.
It will take many years. I can wait.
And we shall need many devices.
You shall not find me lacking in devices. In the word to drop here, the rumor started there. It will grow up about her in whispers that she is tainted in blood. She will be known as double-tongued, a demon with an angel's face, a prophetess of evil. Her own people will rise and take her scepter from her.
But, Your Majesty, you...
However, I am not to appear in this. Always and above all, I am to seem her friend. You would say that I am in myself more nearly what will be said of her.
No.
Perhaps. But that is not what is said of me. Whatever I may be, it shall be said only that I am the Queen of England and that I rule well.
With expert prompting from Elizabeth in England, the court of Scotland fast becomes involved in a morass of lies, deceits, and petty intrigue. Lord Darnley, vapid of countenance, vain in bearing, has already begun to press his favor with Mary, Queen of Scots.
Mistress Beaton, is it true that our sovereign is inaccessible this day?
Quite true, I fear, my Lord Darnley.
Oh, heaven help the man who tries to woo a queen.
Lord Darnley is to remain within call. It is Her Majesty's pleasure.
Oh, well, that's something.
Oh, my Lord Bothwell.
I see my name's remembered, and that's a triumph. Tell the sweet Queen Lord Bothwell would see her alone.
Sir, she's closeted with her secretary. We're not free to speak with her.
Closeted? So? I like not that word closeted. Who is there here can speak with her and tell her?
My lord, she has spaced this day off into hours. So many to each, and I fear your name is not scheduled.
I've been sloughed off much the same way, my lord.
Run along, then. And practice wearing that tin sword you got hung on you before it tripped you.
Tripped me?
Aye, run and play. This one's been used. The nicks along the edge were made on tougher than you. Tell my lady queen I wish to see her, now.
My orders are strict, my lord. Her Majesty has great problems of state.
And they concern me more than some others. Now I've argued enough with women and women-faced men. A room's a room and a door's a door. Shall I enter without warning, or will you announce me to her?
Your Majesty.
I will speak with my lord alone.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Do I find you angry?
At these pests and midges.
You saw me yesterday.
I have been standing since this early morning. I and some 100 crows out in a coppice on the cliff's edge, waiting for the smoke to rise from your breakfast chimney. And by the Lord, these crows are a funny company. I've had 4 full hours to study them.
You come to tell me this?
I come to tell you I've never shown such patience for a woman. Not in my life before. When I would see my girl, why, I must see her.
Your girl? Give me leave, since I'm a queen with a kingdom to reign over, to queen it once in a while.
I tell you truly, I've the manners of a rook. For we're all crows here, and that's what's understood in this town. But I could be tame and split my tongue with courtly speeches if I could be sure of you. If I could know from one day to another what to make of your ways. You shut yourself up with secretaries and ministers, harking for weeks on end to that truffle, while I perch me on the rocks and look my eyes out.
Mm-hmm. When I was but 13, a pretty lad fell in love with me. He'd come, afternoons, late midnight, early dawn, sopping with dewfall. He'd stand there waiting for a glance. I've never had such tribute.
This is no boy. This is a man comes beating your door in now. It may be you're too young to know the difference, but it's time you learned.
You've had your way, my lord. We've spoken, though I had no time to give. And now, with your pardon...
You'll go about the business of marrying someone else.
I cannot marry you. I beg you. Ask it not. Speak not of it. Let me go now.
They've made a slave of you, this half-brother of yours, this fox of a Maitland, this doddering Châtellerault. What they'd like best of all is to wreck you, break you completely, rule the country themselves. And why they fear me is because I'm your man alone and man enough to stop them.
Yes, you are man enough. It's dangerous to be honest with you, my Bothwell, but honest I'll be. Since I've been woman-grown, there's been no man save you, but I could take his hand steadily in mine and look in his eyes steadily, too, and feel in myself more power than I felt in him. All but yourself. There is aching fire between us. Fire that could take deep hold and burn down all the marches of the West and make us great or slay us. Yet it's not to be trusted. Our minds are not the same. If I gave my hand to you, I should be pledged to rule by wrath and violence, to take without denial and mount on others' ruin. That's your way, and it's not mine.
You'll find no better way. There's no other way for this nation of churls and cravens. Here you strike first or die. Your brother Murray seeks your death. Elizabeth of England seeks your death, and they work together.
Nay, you mistrust too much.
God help thee, child.
Oh, be staunch to me. You have been staunchest of all. Let me not lose your arm, no, nor your love. You know how much you have of mine. I'm here alone, made queen in the set, hard, bitter time. Aid me and not hinder.
So it shall be. Lady dear, do you use guile on me?
No, sweet. I love thee. And I could love thee well. Go now and leave me. We've been seen too much together.
You must lay this hand in no one's else. It's mine.
I have but lease on it myself. It's not my own. But it would be yours if it were mine to give.
And now, to Mary's court comes an ambassador from England, in the person of Lord Throgmorton, whose purpose is to trick the Scottish Queen into marriage with Lord Darnley.
Come down to earth and speak without swaggering. What is it that Elizabeth would have me do?
There is some hope, Your Majesty, that when you seek a husband, you will not do so to bolster up your claim to the English crown.
That had not occurred to me.
But surely your choice in marriage will imply your attitude.
I have no intention of plighting my troth at once. But if I had, I've received enough advice already on that point. I'm more of it. And I'm tender.
Say no more, madam. And I will say no more.
Oh, out with it now. Give me the advice. I won't take it.
You see, Your Majesty, Elizabeth had a fear of this. The young Lord Darnley has come north against her will. Why he's here, we don't know. Nor whether by invitation or what plans you have concerning him.
I have none.
Then, if you will, forget what I have said. It was only that this Darnley combines to exactness what Elizabeth dreads in case you marry. After you, he's next to her throne. And if you had a son, why, he'd be heir to England. And I think the plain fact is that Elizabeth would rather choose her own heir.
Now, heaven forgive me. I am heir to the throne of England. And after me, whatever children I have. Is it part of her love to cut me off from my right?
In brief, my queen has wished that you might choose Bothwell or perhaps some
and
other.
And that's the message. We're down to it at last. Lord Throckmorton, I marry where I please, whether now or later. And I abate not one jot of my good blood's lien on the English throne. Nay, I shall rather strengthen it if I can.
This will hardly please.
I could hardly expect it would. But I, too, am a power, and it matters what pleases me. This was all?
This is all I am commissioned with.
I shall see to your safe conduct. Yes?
Will your Majesty see a gentleman calling himself Lord Bothwell?
He's in again?
There's no keeping him out.
The Doxy invited me in herself.
You may go, Beaton.
Yes.
Lord, I have heard from England.
Mary McQueen, what you heard I could have guessed. She's a demon. She bodes you ill.
I believe it now. Oh, would heaven I'd been born deep somewhere in the Highlands and there met you. A maid in your path and you but a Highland bowman who needed me.
Why, if you love me, Marie, you're my maid and I your soldier.
And it won't be.
Aye, it will be.
Look, Bothwell, I'm a sovereign and you obey no one. Were I married to you, you'd be king here in Edinburgh. And I'd have no mind to your ruling.
They'll beat you alone. Together we could cope them.
Love you I may, love you I have, but not now and no more. It's for me to rule, not you. I'll deliver up no land to such a hothead. If you'd been born to the blood, I'd say, aye, take it. The heavens had a meaning in this. The royal blood's in me. I will have no master. Nay, I am jealous of this, my Stuart blood. Jealous of what it has meant in Scotland. Jealous of what it may mean. They've attacked that blood, and I'm angry. They'll meet more anger than they know.
And who has angered you? Not I.
Elizabeth.
I thought so. She's afraid if I'm half a prophet that you'll marry me.
No, her fears run the other way. She's afraid I'll marry Darnley and threaten her throne, and so I might.
Will you tell me what that means?
I mean, if I have a son, he'll govern England.
And so he might if he were mine, too.
Nay, might. But it must be. She dares to threaten my heritage.
Does that mean Lord Darnley? Aye, lady, will you stoop so low to choose a weapon? This is not worthy of the girl I've known. Am I to be ousted by a papejay? An end of mouldy string? You take too much on yourself for the future. Think of us, and the hours close on us here we might have together. Leave something to the gods in heaven. They look after lovers.
Oh, what's a little love? A trick of the eyes, a liking to be set beside the name you'll have forever or your son will have? You don't offer enough, Lord Bothwell. You're not true in it, and I'm not true to myself and what I feel for you.
I'm no lute player to languish and write sonnets when my lady says me nay. But when the tug begins around your throne, you'll be lost without me. Try no threats toward England. It will tax a hardy man all his time to hold what you have.
We differ there, too. What I have, I'll defend for myself.
If you marry this Darnley, I take away my hand.
Oh, before heaven, he believes he's held me up so far, and that I'd fall without him.
I believe it, and it's true. Darnley, No miracle could make him a king. He's a fool, and he'll rule like a fool.
We shall see, Lord Bothwell.
Well, I'm sped. My suit's cold. But by heaven, lady, Darnley, he sticks in my craw. I can't go him.
Will you learn, Lord Bothwell, that this is not your palace, but mine? Or must you be taught that lesson?
There's been a bond between us. We'll find it hard to forget.
You may, not I. I've set my face where I'm going.
Last, God Fendi. You've seen the last of me.
I've given no leave for departure, Lord Bothwell.
I need no leave, nor leave-taking. You see no more of me.
Here in Hollywood, there's an apartment house with a view of the hills from the windows. On the top floor lives Miss Jane C., who came to Hollywood a year ago and is now an extra over at the Paramount Studios. Today, she's home early to greet a friend just arrived from New York. Let's listen in.
It's a break that Betty's away, so you can use this bedroom the whole 2 weeks you're here. I've cleaned out the top drawers there, and there's room in the closet.
Oh, thanks, darling. I'll hang my dresses up right away. We can talk while I unpack. Heavens, this bag was stuffed and something's dropped on the floor.
I'll get it. Oh, it's under the bed. Here it is. Wait. Well, there's 2 of them. 3 of them. For Pete's sake, Lux toilet soap.
Certainly, darling. Never go anywhere without it. No cosmetic skin for little Nettie. You know, unless cosmetics are thoroughly removed...
You're explaining to me, and after I've been in Hollywood for a year. Well, Ned, old girl, I'll have to hand it to you. We may be able to tell you something out here about how movies are made and show you the Coconut Grove or the Brown Derby, but we're not going to be able to tell you a thing about smart complexion care.
It's because Lux toilet soap has active lather that it guards so effectively against cosmetic skin, little blemishes, enlarged pores, dullness. It carries away every trace of dust, dirt, stale rouge, and powder. Use it before you put on fresh makeup. Always before you go to bed. Use it regularly. You'll learn why 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. At home in their own luxurious bathrooms and in their studio dressing rooms as well. Now, back to Mr. DeMille.
Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, and Judith Anderson return to us now in Mary of Scotland. An evening in the year 1566. Mary has been married to Lord Darnley for only a year, but already the vicious actions of the new king have reflected on the throne. The web of lies surrounding Mary has grown stronger. Malicious tongues have linked her name falsely with that of Rizzio, her secretary. In a hall in the palace, Mary is seated near the great hearth. Rizzio and the ladies in waiting form a circle about her. Mary is sad, and Rizzio knows the reason.
Oh, my lady, I shall never forgive myself. I favored Lord Darnley, and he's our weakness, not our strength.
None could have known that.
I should have known. Bothwell would have been better.
Bothwell?
Aye, Bothwell. He'd have held them off. There's no trifling with him.
Let's have no talk of Bothwell.
He's better away. The country's been much quieter since he left it, hasn't it, madam?
Much quieter.
You'll have a child, Your Majesty. You'll have an heir, and then you'll be happier.
With Darnley's child?
He will change, too. The man changes when there are children.
We must hope so.
His Majesty will return tomorrow?
He was to have returned 3 days ago, but the hunting may have been delayed. We may expect him soon.
Your Majesty, I have a request which you have denied before, but which I must make again. It is necessary for me to leave Scotland.
Oh, Rizzio.
I grow lonely for Italy.
We know why, Rizzio, and I won't have it. I won't have my friends driven from me.
I think it best.
Has His Majesty spoken to you?
Only by the way. Oh, I'm not wanted here. You know that.
The king is full of these whims and fancies, my dear Rizzio. If I gave way to one, I should have to humor him and all. You and I know that I'm quite innocent with you, and you with me. And I can't spare you.
Majesty, I tell you honestly, it's torture to speak of going away, and yet... Oh, I want no harm to come to you through me.
And none will. The king is jealous of everyone, Maurizio. Everyone I see or have seen. It's a brain-sick notion. I know that he has acted and spoken foolishly in many such matters. But as for danger, there is none.
I hope there is none.
His Majesty?
My lord.
I'm unexpected, perhaps. Too early. A thought too early. I'll retire. Come when I'm wanted.
No, my lord. You've been long expected and more than welcome.
Why, a pretty wife. A housewife with her maids. A pretty sight. And maybe a cavalier or two for the maids' company. That sit ye down all. I'll not intrude.
I take my leave, my lady.
Yes. So stay. Stay, Rizzio. I'm the one to go, it seems.
You're tired, my lord. Will you wish some service, something to eat or drink?
She sends me off to bed, you note. You noted, Rizzio.
My lord, I hoped you would have some other word for me when you return.
I think if I gave you the word you've earned, you wouldn't stay to hear it. Ribbon! Ribbon!
What is this? You will retire, sire. Who are you?
My good friend Ribbon.
Is this a place for armor? I will receive Lord Ribbon another time.
The gallant's there, Ribbon.
Hey.
This is my apartment, sir, and I ask you to go.
Not yet, Miss Sweet. Lord Douglas comes here, too.
I demand little courtesy, but that little I must have. Are these your friends? If so, take them elsewhere.
Aye. I'm to have my friends in my apartment, and you're to have yours here. That fellow Rizzio with the kinked hair there. That's he, the one we have in question. He, I tell you, that Italian spawn.
Your Majesty.
Take him!
No, Lord Douglas, Ribbon. Whatever you have in hand here, put no faith in this king I've crowned and set beside me. His word is a paper shield.
I'm king in this country, mistress, and I know my rights.
Let me pass.
Nay, lads, Miss Hood says
Take me, my queen.
I Rizzio.
We'll take care of him.
No.
Douglas, I'll remember this. Murdered him. You pack of filthy cowards.
Yea, and done well.
Done well. Oh, fools and cowards. Oh, Rizzio. It was I wouldn't let you go.
You might cover that sight.
Is he dead, Rizzio?
Yes, madam.
Oh, you do well. You do well, all of you. You shall answer for this.
There'll be no answering. We know what we know about you.
You pitiful dolt. To think such a calf should rule, and at my choosing. God may forgive you, not I, and Rizzio. Take yourselves out, you pollute the dead to stand there.
Come, we've done our work.
And well done, too.
Rizzio. He wanted to go to Italy.
Madam, take care. The blood will stain your dress.
Oh, if that were all. This blood will bring more blood after. Now I see. Before I reign here, clearly there will be many men lie so for me. Slain in needless quarrel. Slain, and with each one with blood to spill but once, like his. Oh, I tell you, beaten, my soul is aghast at this blood spilled for me. And yet it hardens me, too. These are their manners. This is the way they go to work. I shall work on them, and not too lightly. They think of me as a girl, afraid of them. They shall see. And yet my mind believes nothing of what I say. I'm weak as grief, stripped and wept out before them.
Your Majesty, there's someone here would speak with you.
Let no one enter. No one. In all this kingdom, I can trust but 5, and one's myself. And we're women, all of us.
But he's from France, and says that he has news.
From France? What is his name?
He gave me the token for you. No name. It's a crow's feather.
Tell my Lord Bothwell I have no wish to see him now or later.
Oh, madam, you'll see him. I brought him along with me.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you've had unwelcome company this hour, if I've heard aright. And I care not to be another. But I come to make an offer I made before. To be your soldier.
I have no time to talk, Lord Bothwell. Nor do I wish to see you. The time's gone by.
Queen, turn not away your friends. You're few enough. Too few, it seems, to prevent what's happened.
Oh, go now. I'm not unkind. But I'm cut off from you. You know that.
Aye. There's no need to hide. hide your weeping. He was over young to die.
It's not for him. No, it's for all I wanted my life to be, and is not.
Majesty, you have a fortunate star. It will come well yet.
If I have a star at all, it's an evil one. To violate my room, kill my servant before my eyes. Oh, how I must be hated.
They'll pay for that.
Perhaps.
I've taken an oath they'll pay for it. Your Majesty, I wearied of France and exile, wearied of the sun and wine, and looked north over the water, longing for fog and heather in my own country. Further, the news was none too happy from Scotland. They want your throne and plan to have it. But I mean to live in this land and mean you to be queen of it. The Earl of Bothwell is home and spoiling for a fight. Before day dawns, they'll hear from me.
Lord, I thank you.
Give me no thanks. I like a fight too well to pretend it's a virtue.
You have no army.
I have my border men. Lord Huntley's joined with me in his Highland kilties. If you'd call your clans, we could drive them to the wall.
It's a war, then.
It's war already. They've turned your Darnley against you. They'll use him as long as they need his seal. It's in the wind. This Darnley has not long to live.
I'd have no hand in that, nor you.
Lady, I need you and you need me. But I'll be cursed if Darnley's needed on this earth.
You have never yet learned how to take an order.
And never will, from man or woman living, sovereign or knave. I have not been conquered and will not be. But I offer you my loyalty, and it's worth the more for that.
You shall be my Lord Admiral and act for me. Yes. And to that let me add how my breath caught when I knew you were here. Hoping I know not what. Things not to be. Hopes I must strangle down. Oh, Bothwell. Bothwell, I was wrong. I loved you all the time and denied you. Forgive me, even too late.
I tell you, we shall be happy yet.
No, for I think I've been at the top of what I'll have, and all the rest is going down.
You're weary. You've borne too much. They shall pay for this.
Come no nearer, my lord. It's not ours to have. Go now.
Yes, your Majesty. Yet I tell you, we shall be happy. And there will be nothing not ours to have.
The Earl of Bothwell's prophecy came true, in part, for Darnley was mysteriously murdered, and some months after his death, the Queen and Bothwell were married. But their happiness was short-lived, for rumors again beset the throne. Rumors that Bothwell himself had murdered the king and set himself up in his place. Scotland was split in two, and the nobles arrayed themselves in battle against their sovereign. At a parley in Dunbar Castle, Murray, the Queen's half-brother, addresses the vanquished Earl of Bothwell.
We have little to gain, Lord Bothwell, by a conference with you. The battle is ours. The Queen is prisoner to us. But to spare ourselves further bloodshed, and spare you bloodshed, we grant this respite and ask that you surrender without conditions.
No. No, I thank you. Moreover, Murray, if your turn's to be foremost in this council, we'll stop now and argue the matter outside.
Be patient, my lords. We're here to make terms, as you are, Bothwell. The Queen and you have been defeated. We made war on you because you two were married, and because she planned to make ye king.
You make war on us like the pack of lying hounds you are by swearing in public and in court that we killed Darnley so that we might marry. You've won with that lie. May your mouths rot out with it. And now, what do you want? What do you ask of us?
First, that you leave Scotland.
That's easily said. What else?
Why, next, that the Queen should delegate her powers to the Lords of the Council, those you see before you.
I see them.
And bind herself to act with our consent only.
No more?
No more.
Then here are my conditions. I will leave and trouble you no more. If you pledge your word that the Queen's to keep her throne and her power intact without prejudice to her rights. But if you dare encroach 1 inch on her sovereignty, guard your gates, for I'll be at them.
Aye, you make your terms.
Aye, I make mine. Defeated, I still make mine, and you'll do well to heed them. I shall want leave also to see the Queen for a moment.
You know our answer.
Then look to yourselves.
Take his terms, my Murray.
Are we to fight a war and win and toss the spoils away?
Find some agreement, for I'm in haste. And if you say no to me, I've other plans.
I say let him go and leave her the throne.
And if you do, this sword stays in a scabbard, and lucky for all of you. You give your pledge? Lord Maitland.
I give my pledge, Lord Bothwell, for all here present. We have not rebelled against the Queen and will not. If you are banished...
Then give me leave to speak alone with her.
With the Queen?
Aye, for a moment.
Thank God you're safe.
And you are safe, my queen. Safe and set free, and may keep your kingdom.
At what price?
They made a bargain with me. God knows whether they'll keep it, but I think they will, for Maitland gave his word, and he's been honest.
What bargain? You've sacrificed yourself for this. What have you offered?
Nothing to weigh against what you'll keep. I've given my earldom. That's a trifle to what we save.
Oh, you shall have it back and more to put with it.
No, I've accepted exile. I'm to leave the kingdom.
Well, then, I'm exiled, too. I'm your wife, and I love you, Bothwell.
The bargain's made. You may keep your crown without me, but not with me. Do you abdicate your throne? What's left?
Call in the men of your guard. Cut our way through and ride. They'll never hit us. We can rouse the North, ask help from France and England, return with an army they dare not meet.
You'd raise no army, Marie. You forget what a drag I am on you. The North is sullen to the South toward you and me. What's left we must do apart.
What if we lost? At the worst, we'd have each other.
And do you vision the end of that? A woman who was a queen. A man who was the earl her husband. But fugitives put to it to ask for food and lodging. Enemies on every road. They, weary, heartsick, turning at last on each other with reproaches. She saying, I was a queen, would be one now but for you. And he, I have lost my earldom.
I betrayed you once and betrayed my love. But I learned by that. I swear, though it cost my kingdom, not again.
If you wish to thrive, break that oath. Betray me, betray your love. Give me up forever. For you know, as I know, we lose together. God knows what we'll ever win apart.
Nothing. Oh, Bothwell, the earth goes empty. What worse could happen than parting?
Can I stay? This once for the last, I can save you from yourself and me. There's something wills it. I go alone. This is your kingdom. Rule it.
You must not surrender. They'd serve you as they served Donald.
I'll not surrender. I'll see to my own banishment. Find my guard, force my way out, and go.
We must say goodbye.
Aye, girl. We've spent what time we had, and I know not when I'll see you. Let's have no pretense unworthy of us. It's likely we'll not meet again on this same star.
God help me and all women here in this world, and all men. And let all women and men drink deep while they can their happiness. It goes fast and never comes again.
Face these lords like a queen and rule like a queen. I'd help you if I could, but I'm no help. You must meet them now.
Yes, I'll meet them. Can you break your way through? They're watching.
It's a chance. Huntley. Huntley. I'm here. We ride at once for Stirling. Be ready for a fight.
We're ready.
I must take my moment.
I know.
Goodbye, sweet. But if they wrong you, if you ever need me, look for me back.
Goodbye to our two worlds.
Our horses, Huntley. Your lord. Away, then. Waste no time.
Who's there? It's Bothwell. Bothwell, hit him off. Uncle! Pistol him! Pistol him!
Well, brother?
The Earl of Bothwell. Is he gone?
He has.
You sent him off. That was your ruse.
Lord Bothwell will leave Scotland. That was what you wanted.
Lord Murray, he's escaped. Hey, clean away.
Madam, collect what necessities you require. You will change your residence.
That is at my will, I think.
You think so?
You're to be lodged in Holyrood House for the time.
I'm to be lodged. And your faith? You pledged your faith and word, all of you, to leave my power untouched. Leave me my throne if Bothwell and I were parted.
We'll keep it when Lord Bothwell surrendered to us.
Go out and take him. Go out and take him if you can. But for your queen, I warn you, never since there were kings and queens in Scotland has a liegeman laid hand on my line without regret.
What you need, gather it quickly.
This is betrayal at once of your word and sovereign.
We know that.
I need nothing.
Your Majesty.
I am a prisoner, Beaton. Come after me to Holyrood House. I may have my own room there, Lord Maitland.
Yes, madam.
You show great courtesy for a liar and traitor. You lied to us, a black and level lie. Blackest and craftiest. It was you we believed.
Aye, sister. It was that we counted on.
Aye, brother.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Kate.
Mary of Scotland, starring Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, with Judith Anderson, is resumed in a moment. In the 16th century, when our play was being enacted in real life, among the closest advisors of Queen Elizabeth were the Earl of Warwick, his younger brother, the Earl of Leicester, and Leicester's son, Essex. Tonight, it's my honor to introduce the present Earl of Warwick, member of a family which for centuries has been among the most distinguished in the British Empire. Nephew of Anthony Eden, England's Foreign Secretary, our guest recently arrived in Hollywood. Here, under the name of Michael Brooke, he makes his debut shortly as a motion picture actor. Ladies and gentlemen, Charles Guy Fulk Greville, Baron Brooke, and 7th Earl of Warwick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but think of what time you'd save if you called me just Mike, or at least Michael Brooke.
I'll take that advice, Mike. Queen Elizabeth doesn't fare so well in tonight's play. Do you think we do her an injustice?
All I can say, Mr. DeMille, is that Elizabeth did what she thought best for England, just as Mary did what she thought best for Scotland. My ancestors, as you said, were rather close to Elizabeth. About 10 miles from my home in England is Kenilworth Castle, which many of you will recall from Sir Walter Scott's novel. Elizabeth gave Kenilworth to the Earl of Leicester, and they'd visit there quite frequently, and often come over to my home. As a matter of fact, I still sleep on what was called Elizabeth's bed. It's a fine old bed with enough room for 5 people if we ever get crowded. I also have her fiddle. When she owned it, it was about 200 years old. So today it's really an antique. It's beautifully carved, and in spite of its ripe old age, can still be played.
Do you have any of Queen Mary's belongings?
No, but I've seen several. There's a house near mine which belongs to the Throckmortons. I've been there many times. They own one of the garments worn by Queen Mary when she met her death. Also near Warwick at Sulgrave is the ancestral home of George Washington. And Shakespeare's birthplace at Stratford. Shakespeare was alive at the time of your play tonight. It's a great romantic age, though many things were terribly cruel. To put it bluntly, it was an age of awful smells. In fact, a gentleman protected himself by carrying a gold or silver ball around his neck filled with perfumes which he could sniff whenever the going got rather tough. Women used lots of cosmetics, which had such funny names as Fat of Swans, Turpentine of Abazo, and one which might interest you, Mr. DeMille, called Soap of Cyprus. But I dare say they'd have given its weight in gold for a cake of Lux toilet soap. It's a splendid soap. I took along several cartons on an expedition I made in 1935 through Russia, Persia, Afghanistan, and into India. One of the comforts I didn't like to leave behind.
I don't blame you. After a trip like that, Mr. Brooke, even Hollywood must seem rather a dull place.
On the contrary, it's one of the world's most fascinating communities. Certainly the only place where one can learn the motion picture business. I'd like to stay here 4 or 5 years, acting and learning, and then perhaps I'll be able to make some better pictures at home.
Too bad that you're unable to attend the coronation.
I regret it tremendously. I know this program is frequently heard across the ocean and all over England. Although I can't be there on Wednesday, I can at least say what's in my heart. God save the King.
In which sentiment, I'm sure we all join you. Mary of Scotland, starring Joan Crawford and Francho Tone with Judith Anderson. Escaping from her enemies in Scotland, Mary fled to England, fled to certain doom at the hands of another enemy. Elizabeth. The jealous English queen was quick to seize her advantage. Mary was imprisoned in Carlisle Castle, there to await for help, which never came. In her room, the exiled sovereign turns from her barred window as the heavy door swings open.
I have seen but a poor likeness, and yet I believe this is Elizabeth. I am Elizabeth. May we be alone? Beaten. Yes, Your Majesty. I had hoped to see you. When last you wrote, you were not sure. If I've come so doubtfully and with slow step, it's not for lack of thinking of you. Rather because I've thought too long, perhaps, and carefully. Then at last it seemed, if I saw you near and we talked as sisters over these poor realms of ours, some light might break that we'd never see apart. Can it be as I've hoped? Can it be that you've come to me as a friend, meaning me well? Would you have me an enemy? I have plenty to choose among as enemies. What I seek now is only my freedom, so that I may return and prove in open court and before my witnesses that I am guiltless. You are the Queen of England, and I am held prisoner in England. Why am I held, and who is it holds me? It was to my interest, child, to protect you, lest violence be offered to a princess and set a precedent. You wish me here? You wish me in prison? Have we come to that? It's safer and better for both our kingdoms if you remain my guest. For how long? Until the world is quieter. And who will rule in my place? Why, who rules now? Your brother. Elizabeth, I have been here a long while already. If it's your policy to keep me, shut me up, I can argue no more. No, I beg now. There's one I love in the north, you know that. And my life's there, my throne's there, my name to be defended. And I must lie here, darkened from news and from the sun. Lie here impaled on a brain's agony. Then be advised. And sign your abdication. Stay now a moment. I begin to glimpse behind this mask of yours. It was this you wanted from the first. This what I wanted? Why, I'm no witch to charm you. I make no incantations. You came here by your own road. I see how I came. Back, each step the wrong way. And each sign followed as you'd have me go. It was you who forced Bothwell from me. You there and always. Your life was a threat to mine. Your throne to my throne. Your policy a threat. And you'd take my life and love to avoid this threat? Nay, keep your life and your love, too. The lords have brought a parchment for you to sign. Sign it and live. And if I will not sign this abdication? You've tasted prison. Try a diet of it. And so I will. I can wait. And I can wait. I can better wait than you. Bothwell will fight free again. Kirkcaldy will fight beside him, and others will spring up from these dragon's teeth you've sown. Each week that passes, I'll be stronger and Murray weaker. I wait for Bothwell, and wait for him here. Child. I studied this gambit before I played it. I will send each year this paper to you. Not signing, you will step from one cell to another. Step lower always, till you reach the last. Forgotten. Forgotten of men. Forgotten among causes. Wait then for Bothwell's rescue. It will never come. I may never see him? Never. It would not be wise. And suppose indeed you won within our lifetime, they still will find you out. Win now. Take your triumph now, for I'll win men's hearts in the end, though the sifting takes this 100 years or 1,000. Child, are you gulled by what men write in histories? This or that, and never true. It's not what happens that matters, but what men believe to have happened. They will believe the worst of you, the best of me. And still I win. A demon has no children. And you have none, will have none, can have none, perhaps. Leave me here and set me lower this year by year as you promise. Still, I win. I have been a woman, and I've loved as a woman loves, lost as a woman loses. I have borne a son, and he will rule Scotland and England. You have no heir. A devil has no children.
By heaven, you shall suffer for this. But slowly.
And that I can do. A woman can do that. Come, turn the key. I have a hell for you in mind, where you will burn and feel it. Live where you like and softly.
Once more I ask you, and patiently, give up your throne.
No, devil. My pride is stronger than yours, and my heart beats blood such as yours has never known. And in this dungeon, I win, here alone.
Then, good night.
Aye, good night. Beaten.
You will not see your maids again, I think. It's said they bring you news from the north.
I thank you for all kindness.
Year after year, the fateful missive came. Year after year, with head held high, the exiled queen refused to sign, until at last another document arrived, one with no need of Mary's name to make its fatal clauses binding.
This, then, my good lord, is the warrant?
The warrant for your death, milady.
Signed by Elizabeth, and by her my fate is sealed, and yet not death. For I have died these 20 years 1,000 deaths, with each one worse than that which went before. I welcome then these tidings, and I pray to God the end of all my bitter suffering is at hand. Tell your queen, my lord, that I am ready.
Many years before, Mary, Queen of Scots, had embroidered 6 words upon a piece of linen. 6 simple words, which were, "In my end is my beginning." Our play, ladies and gentlemen, is done. Leaving the royalty of ancient Scotland and England, we bring you the royalty of modern Hollywood and the stage in a brief interlude with our stars, Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, and Judith Anderson.
It's rather difficult to be original, ladies and gentlemen. And what you want most of all to say is simply thank you.
I think you might express our appreciation of the Lux Radio Theatre, Joan.
That's right. But personally, I feel indebted not only to the Lux Radio Theatre, but also to Lux Toilet Soap.
Well, I was coming to that, Judith. I think everyone should at least try Lux Toilet Soap. And if they're like me, they'll keep on using it. After all, it's the easiest thing in the world to have a smooth, healthy complexion when you let Lux Toilet Soap take care of it for you. And certainly there's no doubt that a lovely complexion is very important to women.
That's exactly the way I feel, Joan.
Mr. DeMille, what are we going to listen to? The Lux Radio Theatre next Monday night.
A play, Joan, that has a particular message and a particular appeal to every family. Maybe you saw it on the screen, or when it was entertaining capacity crowds on Broadway. It has a compelling honesty and a simple love story that I'm sure will keep you all very close to your loudspeakers. The title, Another Language, and starring in it will be Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale. Sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale in Another Language. As a special guest of honor, you will hear also from the mother of our president, Mrs. James Roosevelt. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
word of appreciation to those who were with us in the cast tonight. Edward Cooper as John Knox, Kenneth Hunter as Burley, Vernon Downing as Darnley, Walter Kingsford as Throgmorton, Vernon Steele as Maitland, Leo McCabe as Moray, Phyllis Coghlan as Mary Beaton, and James Eagles as Riccio. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents The Fitch Bandwagon, starring Alice Faye.
You'll never know just how much I love you. You'll never know just how much I care.
And Phil Harris.
Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy, and that's what I like about this song.
Let's go back to a few minutes ago. The Jack Benny program has just finished, and we find Phil Harris walking down the hall here at NBC.
Hooray for Hollywood. Ba-da-do-da-da-da-do, Hollywood.
Hey, Curly.
Oh, hiya, Frankie. Hey, where you going? Down the hall. Jackson wants to see me. Hey, Ukulele Ike. What's the trouble with you, kid? What's the matter? What was wrong with you on the show today? Why? Why? Oh, kid, you're murdering that guitar. Are you sure that guitar of yours was toned? Tuned? What's that? Oh, Frankie, what's the matter with you?
Oh, don't pick on me, Curly. I don't feel good. I ain't been able to sleep a wink for the past 2 weeks.
Well, then, Frankie, you ought to do something about it.
Yeah, maybe I ought to start going to bed nights.
Frankie, I don't know why I even put up with you. You're the worst guitar player I ever heard. You're tone deaf, you can't follow the beat, and you always play off key.
Yeah. Lucky I'm in your band, ain't it?
All right. Forget about it. Now, look, I want you to hold the band a few minutes because when I get through with Jackson, I want to run over a number.
Okay, Curly.
All right. Now, let's see. Here's Jack's dressing room. Look at this notice on the door. Wanted, use foxtail for 1919 Maxwell. Well, he wants to see me. I guess I better go in. Hiya, Jackson. You sent for me?
Oh, hello, Phil. Phil, where are your manners? Don't you know better than to barge into a dressing room without knocking?
Well, I'm sorry.
It might have been in my slip. My undershirt. Now, close the door, will you? My head is getting cold.
Okay. Look, Jackson, you wanted to see me, huh?
Yeah, sit down, Phil. I've been meaning to talk to you for some time. But you see, Phil,
Well, what's up?
Well, it's about your contract.
Contract?
Yes, you know, that piece of paper you have that starts out to whom it may concern and ends up with an X.
Oh, that?
Yeah, you see, this is March, and your contract is nearing its expiration.
Yeah? When does it expectorate?
Phil, do me a favor, will you? For once, try not to be stupid.
Huh?
Force yourself.
Oh, Jackson. The way you talk, I'm a moron.
No, Phil, you're not a moron. You haven't made that yet. I mean, don't get delusions of grandeur, you know.
What do you mean? I ain't got nothing. I'm as healthy as you are.
I'm not satisfied on my own show. I have to come over here for that. What I have to say is very important. Perhaps it would be better if we discussed it later. Say at your home.
My home?
Yeah, you have one, haven't you?
Oh, of course not. Me and Alice is children of nature. We're two carefree nymphs who gamble on the meadow with gay abandon.
Phil, remind me not to be invited over here again. Where'd you get an expression like that?
Well, on my show, I ain't as stupid as I am on yours.
So far, you've been holding your own, brother. Listen, Phil, I'll see you later at your house.
Oh, you're coming out the house.
I'll see you
okay,
later.
So long, Jack. Hey, Phil, the band's still waiting. Ain't we going to run over that number?
Yeah, Frankie, wind them up. I'll be right with you.
Okay, Curly.
Long ago in New Orleans, on a little street of dreams, there I heard a crazy band. That was where the blues began. There was Memphis Joe with his hidey-ho moaning on his saxophone. There was Slip-Horn Slim, you've heard of him, and his laughing slide trombone. Peg-leg Pete playing hot and sweet on the bacon powder can. Dancers swayed as they played, that was where the blues began. There was Dog-Faced Chet with his clarinet hitting high notes up and down. Smokey Moke was there with his slick black hair beating his drums like a clown. While the booga-booga-booga of the big brown jug by a hip cat dressed in jeans, that was where the blues were born in New Orleans. Peg-leg Pete and his violin, made of bacon powder tin, hollers out, let the folks come in. Dog-Faced Chet and his clarinet, the cutest pair I ever met, broke his reader, I'd been there yet. Memphis Joe and his saxophone, Slip-Horn Slim and his trombone, they tuned up and settled down, then they all went to town. There was Big Nose Tess from the greasy vest weaving in her glass of beer. There was Gambler Jake playing table stakes with a seaboat engineer. Natchez Lil, she was dressed to kill, singing love songs about her man. As she moaned, people groaned, that was how torch songs began. Then a cat named Sam in from Alabama started shooting up the flow. Everybody broke through, the pistol smoke filled the windows and the door, while the roar of the 44 busted up those happy scenes. That was how the blues were born in New Orleans.
Yes?
Hello, Miss Fay.
I beg your pardon.
Miss Fay, don't you recognize me? Julius Abruzio, the grocery boy.
Oh, of course, Julius. Come in. Gee, you're all dressed up. You look so nice in that blue suit, and your hair all slicked back, and your shoes all shine.
Yeah. Now smell me.
Must I?
Go ahead, don't be scared. I got on some cologne for men only.
You have?
Yeah. It's called Mad Bull number 5.
Julius, you're not delivering groceries on Sunday.
Nah, this is purely a social call.
Well, that's nice of you.
Yeah, ain't it? You know what I did yesterday?
What, Julius?
Well, when I heard you was on for Fitz shampoo, I went out and bought all I could. Just to help you, adored one.
You did?
Yeah. At home in my room, I got 48 cases of it.
That's awfully sweet of you, Julius.
Yeah. The only trouble is now I have to sleep on the fire escape.
Oh, that must be Phil.
Your husband?
Mm-hmm.
Take me in your arms, beloved. We shall die together.
Oh, Julius, don't be silly. You run along now. Go on.
Okay, farewell, soulmate.
Hey, you. Hey, Ambrosio, come here.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Look, what are you doing coming around here on Sunday?
Calling on my best girl.
Best girl? Listen, Brucey, baby Alice is only 5 years old. Now beat it.
Okay, Mr. Harris. Baby Alice. If that guy ever knew what was going on, he'd blow his brains out.
Oh, hello, Phil. I heard you drive in.
Hiya, kid. Hey, what's up, Jennifer?
Well, Jack Benny called you twice. He said he's coming out here tonight.
Yeah, I know. He told me.
Gee, it's funny, Jack coming here. He hasn't been to our house since the day we got married.
That's right.
You know, I've always wondered if he enjoyed himself at our wedding. He acted so strange.
Enjoyed himself? Oh, he must have. He's still wearing the shoes he cut off the back of our car.
Well, have you any idea what Jack wants?
No, I don't know what he wants. He said something, I don't know. He was talking about something about next year's program or something.
Next year? Oh, Phil, you don't suppose he's thinking of...
Firing me? Nah. Perish the thought, beautiful. Jackson couldn't operate without Harris. After all, who'd wheel him on and off?
Phil, don't be so sure of yourself. Think it over. What do you actually do on that program?
Do? Are you kidding? What do I do? What do I do? Well, I come in there every day, and I walk in, and and then,
My, how do you handle all that in a half an hour?
Yeah, I guess you're right. They have been spreading me a little thin over there. And come to think of it, Jackson's a little sore anyway, you know. He's sore at the band since we did that show from Nashville.
Well, what happened there?
Ah, wasn't nothing. Only each musician showed up at the broadcast with a coon dog and a jug.
That was awful.
Oh, Jackson didn't mind that much, but all through the program, the guys kept spitting watermelon seeds into the tuba.
I suppose Jack is thinking of dropping you. What are you going to do about it?
Oh, dropping me? I can't stand for that. I got to be with him. Hey, look. I got it. Maybe we can play on his sympathy. You know, tell him we're broke or something.
Oh, Phil, he'll never believe that. He knows I've been making pictures for years.
So what? Tell him you blew your wad trying to keep your brother out of Tehachapi.
Very funny, but it so happens Tehachapi is a woman's prison.
Well, that's why it costs so much. But you know, honey, seriously, I'd feel awful funny about not being with old Jackson. Gee whiz, I've been with him 11 years now. I got to stay with him, honey. I got to. Well, even if it means taking less money.
Well, don't feel too badly, Phil. It's always darkest before dawn. Though April showers may come your way, they bring the flowers that bloom in May. So if it's raining, have no regret, because it isn't raining rain, you know, it's raining violets. And when you see clouds upon the hill, you soon will see clouds of daffodils. So keep on looking for your bluebird and listening for his song. Whenever April showers come along.
be crossed of daffodils. So keep on looking for that bluebird and listening for his song. Whenever April showers come on.
Hello, Fuller Brush Man.
Oh, come in, Jack. We've been expecting you.
Oh, Alice, I wanted to fool you.
Gee, it's good to see you again, Jack. How are you?
Fine.
Phil's upstairs. I'll call him.
Well, no hurry, Alice. Oh, you have a nice home here. Tell me, how are your children, little Alice and Michael?
No, Jack. Alice and Phyllis.
Oh, yes. Phyllis is the girl.
No, they're both girls.
Oh, of course. It's so nice to have one of each. Two girls. Two girls, I meant.
Won't you sit down, Jack?
Thank you. My, it's a lovely fireplace, but aren't you folks a little extravagant?
Extravagant?
Yes, you have 2 andirons.
Well, just make yourself comfortable, Jack. I'll tell Phil you're here.
Thank you. My, Alice is a wonderful girl. So sensible, too. Wonder if Phil would want to sell her. Thinking of, I get the wildest ideas as I open that checking account. I hope I don't have any trouble with Phil, though, for next season. If he'll just understand my position. After all, I've got a big cast, Mary's mother.
Hello.
Oh, hello. You're little Alice, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
You remember me, Uncle Jackie?
Oh, yes. I talked to you on the telephone.
That's right. I don't believe I know this other little lady.
This is my little sister, Phyllis. Phyllis, this is Mr. Benny.
Hello, Phyllis. You're not afraid of Uncle Jackie, are you?
Are you really Mr. Benny?
That's right.
Well, prove it.
Prove it?
Yes, go ahead. Do something stingy.
You're Daddy's little girl, aren't you?
Sure, I'm Daddy's little girl. Whose little girl are you?
All right. Sorry I started. Maybe I'll have better luck with the other one. Alice, what do you have there?
Our piggy bank. It's full of quarters.
Quarters? Oh, well. How'd you get it so full?
Everyone who comes to see Mommy and Daddy gives us one. Are you going to give us a quarter, Uncle Jackie?
Well, I'd like to. Let me see if I have one in my wallet.
Oh, look, Phyllis. A pocketbook made like a little mattress.
No, it's not a mattress, honey. You see, I keep my watch in there, and the ticking fooled you. Oh, Jackson. Let me see here. I think this is a quarter. So hard to tell through the green mold.
Put it in the bank, Uncle Jackie.
All right. Here you are.
Well, drop it in.
My fingers must be sticky. I ate a Tootsie Roll on the way over here. There.
Hiya, Jackson. Hey, what are you doing? Robbing my kids?
Of course not, Bill. I just put a quarter in their bank.
Oh, shucks, and I missed Haley's Comet, too.
Don't be so smart, Phil. I would have put in $1, but I see it won't fit through the slot.
It will if you fold it.
I was talking to your father. All
right, kids. Now take your bank and run along because Uncle Jackie and I got business to talk over. Go on.
All right, Daddy.
Well, Jackson, what do you want to see me about?
Well, it's about the show, Filthy. You see, next year is a new season, and after all, you've been with me for 11 years now. And
Now, look, Jackson, I can explain about those coon dogs, and anyway, them watermelon seeds, why, they gave the tuba a rippling rhythm effect.
No, Phil, it's just that next year...
Hold it a minute, Jackson. I got to get the phone. It's in the den.
Oh, of course.
Hello?
Hi, Phil. It's Frankie.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I found out why Jackson come out to your house.
You did?
Yeah, he's afraid of losing you. I overheard him tell his producer he'd do anything to hang on to you for next year.
Oh, Frankie. Oh, this is great.
Yeah.
You know that Alice and I thought...
Hit him for plenty, Phil. Let him have both barrels. He's a sitting duck.
Oh, gee, this is great news, Frankie. Thanks a lot. And look, I'll let you know how I make out.
Okay, Curly, so long.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Jackson. As you know, it's business. And now, you were saying...
Yeah, you see, my sponsor renewed my program for next year, and I thought I might be able to squeeze you in somewhere.
Well, I don't know about next year. You know, after all, I got my own show now.
Well, I realize that, Filthy, but I might be persuaded to give you a little more money.
Yeah, well, that's nice, Jackson.
Now, look, Phil, look. Now, I've been paying you $85 a week this year. But considering, after all, you have a wife and 2 children, and prices are a little higher now, next year I'm prepared to give you an even 90.
$90? Oh, Jack, that ain't no money. Why, it costs us that just for food.
Food? Yeah. Don't you grow anything around here?
Stop it, will you? And besides, it's plenty expensive bringing up 2 kids.
You mean your children aren't working yet?
Of course they're not working. And anyway, Jackson, you don't need me on your program. You got Dennis Day.
What's he got to do with it?
Well, you know how he imitates everybody.
Well, yes, he's a clever kid.
Well, one of your writers told me as soon as Dennis Day gets my voice down pat, you're going to let me go anyway.
But, Phil, that may take him a year yet. Besides, you got to stay around to coach him. He can't do it alone.
I'm sorry, Jackson. I'm sorry, but it just ain't worth a while for that kind of dough.
Well, you're out of your mind. Think, $90 a week.
Jackson, it ain't enough.
Well, I might go just a wee bit higher. What figure did you have in mind?
$1,500.
$1,500. But Phil, hotshot, Petrillo boy, $1,500. That's more than I spend in a year.
I'm sorry, that's my figure. You can take it or leave it.
Now look, Phil, please, listen, Phil, listen, my boy, listen.
Jackson,
to me.
You're hurting me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now look, I'm willing to be reasonable. Now I'm a just man. I'm offering you 90, and you want $1,500. I'll compromise.
Compromise?
I'll give you $95. And your boys can spit in the tuba all they want.
I'm sorry, Jackson. It ain't no go.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll hurt myself. I'll give you $100 a week.
Well, I don't know. 100 you'll give me, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to put you in no spot because you need me, Buster. So I'll tell you what I'll do. Just to help you out, I'll take it.
Thanks, Phil. It's a deal. You have my word on it.
Do you 2 businessmen mind if I come in?
Oh, not at all, Alice. Come right in. Phil and I have just come to terms. Everything is settled and hunky-dory.
Oh, I'm so glad. Phil said he'd feel terrible if he wasn't part of your show next year.
Did he?
Mm-hmm. Why, he told me now that he has his own show, he'd even take less money.
Less money? In that case, the deal is off.
But, Jackson, we settled on 100.
I don't care.
You gave me your word.
Bill Harris, don't pull that on me. You've been with me long enough to know my word doesn't mean a darn thing. But, Jackson,
All right,
said...
go ahead. See if I care. Starve next year.
Starve? Oh, come now, Buster. This wife of mine has money upstairs we ain't even counted.
Wait a minute.
Yes, and it so happens Phil's doing fine on his own
Look, wait a minute.
Besides, Dennis Day promised me 2 guests.
Wait a minute, Phil.
Not only that, Phil has 6 pairs of yellow shoes.
But darn tootin', I just made 5 new records.
Wait a minute!
All right, I'll do it. You're not worth it, but next year I'll pay you $100 a week.
Well, that's more like it. Thanks. Gee whiz. I'm glad there's no hard feelings.
Well, I'll have to be going now.
Okay, I'll walk you to the door.
All right, I'll let myself out. By the way, Phil.
Yeah.
The first week, your check will be $99.75.
What's that for?
Yeah, I put a quarter in your kid's bank.
Gee, Phil, it was nice of Jack Benny to drop over here today.
Yeah, but I think all that talk about money got him a little rattled.
Rattled? Why?
Well, he just walked out smoking a bottle of Fitz shampoo.
Tune in next week when the F.W. Fitch Company again brings you the Fitch Bandwagon with Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This program was written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, directed by Paul Phillips, with original music composed and conducted by Walter Sharp. Included in the cast were Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Tetley, and Elliot Lewis. Alice Faye appears to the courtesy of 20th Century Fox.
Jack Benny appeared through the courtesy of Lucky Strike cigarettes. They're so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy.
Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic daily. It makes your scalp tingle with that feeling of new life and pep. Fitch's Ideal is not sticky or greasy, so pep up your scalp and give your hair that well-groomed look with Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic. Bill Foreman speaking.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with a new tune from the picture Swing Time, Mr. Bojangles of Harlem. Before we go on with the show, I want to remind you that now is the time to make your floors and linoleum beautiful as new with Johnson's Glow Coat. Until you've actually tried this remarkable no-rubbing floor polish, you can't possibly know how easy it is to apply. You merely spread Glow Coat lightly over the linoleum or floor with a soft cloth or the special Glow Coat applier. You don't have to bear down or rub it in. Glow Coat dries in 20 minutes to a beautiful polish that sheds dirt and dust and saves you hours of cleaning time. No matter how dull and dingy your linoleum looks now, Glow Coat will quickly change it to a bright, shining surface. Glow Coat is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Look for the attractive yellow can with the lettering GLO-COAT. Johnson's Glow Coat. Well, Fibber McGee's sporting blood pressure has gone up to the point where nothing will satisfy him but a visit to the racetrack. Molly has very reluctantly consented to come along. So here, standing in front of the grandstand at the gorgeous Wistful Vista racetrack upside down, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Ain't you glad you come out now, Molly? Oh, this is a beautiful track. Look at the nice park in the middle there. And look at the swans in the lagoon.
Yeah. And look at the geese in the grandstand.
I like to go to the stables and take a gander at the goats.
Who are you, brother?
I am an ex-jockey, mister. And I've got some swell inside tips, too.
You an ex-jockey? Why, you must weigh about 300.
You must have been an elephant jockey with Barnum.
Listen, mister. I've got a natural in the next race. Right from the feed box.
Go away and let us lead our own lives.
Yeah. We already had 3 tips right from the feed box, and none of them could have been fodder from the truth. Don't you get it, Molly? I said,
ain't funny, McGee.
Okay. What you got in the next race that's so hot, Bud?
Play Mama Dion to place.
Mama Dion? She's a famous mother.
Run along, Bud. We don't need no help picking our horses.
Okay. But you'll be sorry. I had 5 winners yesterday.
Yeah, that's when you guys always have them. Yesterday. You're no prophet. You're a historian.
All right. If you know so much...
I wonder if he really did have some inside information, McGee.
Go on, Molly. He couldn't get inside information with an X-ray.
The horses are on the track. The mutuals will close in about 5 minutes.
Have you got a horse you want to play in this race, McGee?
Well, I kind of like this horse, Leather Mignon.
Leather Mignon?
She's a tough little filly. The way I bet, Molly, I follow the form.
Yes?
I figure on how the nag's been running lately,
yes,
how much the jockey weighs,
yes,
whether the horse is wearing blinkers or not,
yes,
the condition of the track, and how many hay burners there are in the race.
Yes.
Then I look at the odds to see how it stands in the betting.
Hmm?
And then I pull out my money.
Yes.
And buy myself a hot dog. I love horses.
Look now, McGee, here at these next 2 races,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to bet Boo in the 4th and Francais in the 5th. A man over there told me it was a good parlay.
I see. You're going to parlay Boo and Francais.
Oui.
Won't you walk into my parlay, said the spider to the chump.
He gave me soldering iron for a hot tip, too.
The horses are at the post. The mutuals will close in 1 minute.
Incidentally, McGee, just what is a parlay?
Well, ain't that a woman for you? She's going to play a parlay because she heard somebody talking about it, and she wants to know what it is. You kill me, Molly.
That's an idea, but wait till after this race.
Well, I'll tell you what a parlay is. You have a friend, see, and he tells you to play a horse in the first race, and that horse wins. Then he tells you about a horse in the second race. So you take what you win on the first race and bet it on the second race. That's a parlay.
That's just what I thought it was. But what if you don't win on the first race?
Then it's parlay your fault and parlay your friend's fault.
The horses are at the post. Now, my mistake. That's Ted Weems' orchestra. And they're off.
didn't have so much luck in the last race. We find Molly trying to console him.
Oh, maybe you'll have better luck in the next race, McGee.
Oh, come on. Let's hunt up a hot dog.
The results of the last race are official.
Say, how can they be sure which horse wins when it's a close finish, McGee?
See that little coop up there, Molly? On
Yes.
top of the grandstand? You know what that is?
Sure, that's a pigeon coop. So they can send a message to the horses you bet on.
No. That's a camera house. That's the eye in the sky. They take a picture of every finish that's in doubt.
Well, there's no doubt about the finish on your car when you protect it with Johnson's Auto Wax.
Hey, Harpo.
Yes?
Do I look like a horse?
Well, let me see. Well, no, not very much.
Quit riding me then.
Oh.
Now, here we are, Molly. 2 hot dogs, sis.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. There's mustard in the bowl.
Okay. How much?
70 cents. 35 apiece.
Heavenly days, 35 cents for a hot dog.
We don't want them with pedigree, sis. A couple of mutts would do.
So that's the regular price, sir. 35 cents apiece.
Oh, boy. Here's $10. Give me some ketchup.
McGee, don't be like that. When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
It's okay. I wouldn't mind being rimmed by a Roman, but I hate to get tricked at the track. Here you are, sis. 70 cents. Who pays your next year's rent?
No, forget it, McGee. We come out here for fun, didn't we?
Sure we did. I was just wondering who figures the odds on the concessions out here.
Begging your pardon, lad, but will you move over and let me at the mustard?
Oh, excuse me, Scotty. I didn't see you buy a hot dog.
No, and you won't either, lad. I brought my own sandwiches. Hand me a paper napkin, please, lad.
Well, of all the nerve. Here.
Thank you.
You didn't bring your own horse and jockey, too, did you, mister?
No, but I'm a winner on the last race.
Yeah? What horse, Scotty?
I had Fan Dancer to show. She paid $2.80.
Well, even so, you made 80 cents.
No, lass, 8 cents.
8 cents? But it paid 80 cents on a $2 ticket.
Aye, but there were 10 of us in on it.
Oh.
Can I trouble you for a glass of water, lass?
Okay.
The mustard makes me very...
Heavenly days. Can you imagine that, McGee?
Well, I suppose it takes a close race to win a close race. I'll see the lineup for the next one, Molly.
Here. I picked Rabbit Hound to win.
Can't play him, Molly. Rabbit Hound was scratched this morning.
Well, I thought maybe he'd be healed up enough to run by now.
When a horse is scratched, they take him out of the race.
For a little thing like that?
Like what?
Like being scratched.
That is, Molly, they don't take a horse out because he's scratched. I mean, they do, of course, but it isn't on account of... Well, that is... When a horse... You hear that, Molly? She's got business. Cute, ain't she? What's the business, sis?
Listen, mister.
Yeah?
I got a good one in the next race for an ice cream cone, I bet you. Now, listen. Can we do business?
No, I don't believe so. But here's a nickel for your ice cream cone, anyway.
Oh, I guess you don't know much about racetracks, mister.
Huh?
Ice cream cones cost 2 bits around here.
Oh. Okay, here's a quarter.
Thanks, mister. Just for that, you better get on tiddlywinks in the next race.
What makes you think so, sis?
Well, the boy that rides him told his sister, and she borrowed my doll buggy this morning, and she gave me the tip, I bet you.
Oh, I see.
And see, here's another, mister.
What's that?
Play Elmo Tanner to place in this next number. So long, mister.
No wonder millions of housekeepers are so enthusiastic about Johnson's Glow Coat. This easy-to-use, no-rubbing floor polish dries in 20 minutes to a beautiful polish, without rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat keeps linoleum and floors sparkling and clean, seals the cracks and pores so dirt can't penetrate. Soiled spots can be quickly wiped off the shining surface. Use Glow Coat tomorrow on your kitchen linoleum and see what a difference it will make in the looks of the whole room. And then, as time goes by, you'll find how easy your cleaning work will be. Johnson's Glow Coat gives brighter luster, longer wear. And by the way, you save money by ordering Glow Coat in the larger sizes. Well, it's almost time for the next race. And while Fibber is scientifically figuring the odds and calculating past performances, Molly is praying for a good hunch. In other words, Fibber is doping and Molly is hoping.
You know, McGee, I still wonder if I hadn't ought to put something on alarm clock.
Oh, go on, Molly. Why, that horse is so nearly ready for the glue factory, he sticks to the track.
Well, don't you even think he might show?
The only thing he could show is a set of wobbly footprints. Lay off alarm clock now, Molly. I'm telling you, and I know my horses. Well, I mind the time I had me a small stable down in New Orleans.
Oh.
Small but good. I had me the sweetest little string of thoroughbreds you ever waved the eyelash at. I was trainer, manager, jockey, veterinarian, and everything else. Turf Topper McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh.
Turf Topper McGee, the Titanic trainer of trotters and tireless teacher of track tactics. Well, I mind the time, Molly, when my best horse was a little mare named... let's see now, what was that mare's name again?
LaGuardia?
I says mare, not mayor.
Hurry up. I want to place a bet to get even.
What do you like in this race?
Oh, I'm going to bet on alarm clock.
I think maybe you're right.
Do you hear that, McGee?
Huh?
Did you hear that? I'll bet that alarm clock will win hands down.
No, sir. That nag hasn't got a chance, I'm telling you, Molly. Now, I got a horse...
The horses are on the track.
Come on, Molly, let's go down to the stables a minute. Maybe I can check up on my bet before I lay the dough down.
All right, but who's the horse?
It's a little mare named Lily. She's in the field. From the dope sheet, she's all set to win and win big. She ain't been worked hard lately.
Lily of the field.
Yep.
She toils not, neither does she win.
Well, the odds on her ought to be kind of... Oh, hi there, bud. Oh, I see you got on an owner's badge.
Yes, my little horse fellas. I am an owner, sir. Horatio K. Boomer. Colonel Boomer to you, sir. One of the old Kentucky Boomers.
Well, how do you do, I'm sure?
I'm Fibber McGee, Colonel.
One of the old Peoria lower end McGee.
Yes. Very glad to meet you. Sorry you weren't here a moment ago. Had a fine chance to make you a lot of money. Not interested in money myself.
Oh, you're not?
No, my little nag-wag, I'm not. Colonel Boomer is only interested in improving the breed of horse flash. The Boomers have always been racing men. Racing here, racing there, just one jump ahead.
What was that big chance to make dough, bud?
Oh, it was just a little personal matter. Just a chance to clean up a fortune is all. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my...
Hey, wait a minute, Colonel. Hey, what's he talking about?
Oh, just a trifle. You see, I have a little filly out there on the
The horses are nearing the post. The mutuals will close in about 3 minutes.
Ah, yes, 3 minutes. Too late.
Too late for what?
Well, now that you insist, my little mutual friends, I'll tell you. My little filly out there is due to win this race, and the odds are 100 to 1 on her. Didn't get a chance to bet myself. Left my checkbook at my hotel.
Hot dog, you hear that, Molly? 100 to 1. We ought to get something down on that.
Oh, it seems like taking advantage of the Colonel, McGee.
Oh, not at all. Very glad to give you the information. Sorry I'm in such temporary financial straits myself. I'm very sorry.
Oh, so am I, bud. Woo. 100 to 1.
McGee, why don't you lend the Colonel some money and let him bet, too?
Oh, no. Thank you, my dear. No, thank you. I couldn't think of it. No, impossible, Perfect strangers, But if you insist, I would accept a small loan. Be very glad to give you my note, of course. Yes, of course.
How much you got with you, Molly?
$18. Here it is.
Thanks. Let's see, I got about, 32. That makes 50. Suppose I put down 25 for you and 25 for us, Colonel. At 100 to 1, that'll be something.
Well, sir, I take that very kindly of you, sir. Yes. But let me give you my note. Now, let me see. Where's my 24-karat solid gold fountain pen? Must have left that at the hotel, too. Well, here's a short pencil. Let me see now. I owe you $25. Horatio K. Boomer. There you are, my boy. Hurry and make your bag.
And may the best horse win.
No. Let our horse win, madam.
Okay, Colonel. See you later. We got to hurry to make that... Hey, Colonel. By the way, what's that horse's name?
Oh, yes. My baby.
My baby.
My baby on the nose, my friend. We can't lose. Or I can't anyway. Yes.
My baby.
The horses are nearing the post.
My baby on the nose. Come on, Molly. My baby on the nose. We got to get this bet down before the window closes. Here you are. A $50 ticket on my baby's nose, Bud.
Okay. There you are, mister. $50 on my baby to win.
Good, my baby. Now let's go and watch her come in, Molly.
Oh, dear, and I haven't even a dime left to play my hunch.
Oh, never mind the hunches, Molly. This is the real stuff. Oh, boy, 100 to 1. We ought to clear a couple of thousand apiece on this.
Oh, I know, but I've got a feeling, McGee, that alarm clock might have been.
The horses are at the post.
McGee.
What?
McGee, what if we should lose?
Go on. We can't lose. Didn't the Colonel say it was in the bag? My baby.
Hello.
Come on, my baby. My baby. My baby.
They're off to a good start. Straight car is on the outside.
Come on, my baby.
Alarm clock trailing by 4 lengths.
Come on, my baby.
My baby creeping along in the bunch.
Come on, my baby.
Now they're on the far turn. Now my baby is crawling up.
Hot dog, Molly. We're in. Look at my baby run.
And at the 3/4.
Come on, my baby.
Alarm clock is coming up.
Where's my baby? Where's my baby?
Here I am, McGee. Here
No.
I am.
Oh, the other horse.
What?
The horse. Where's my baby?
Oh, dear, I can't see. There's so much dust.
They're in the stretch. And alarm clock is coming up on the outside.
Come on, my baby.
They're nearing a finish.
Where's my baby?
Streetcar slowing down.
Come on, my baby.
And alarm clock wins by half a length. It's alarm clock. Jaywalker is second. And streetcar is third.
Heavenly days, McGee. Where's that Colonel Boomer that gave us the bum tip?
Yes, the dirty little... Oh, there he goes, sneaking through the crowd there.
Hey, Colonel Boomer. Where's my baby?
Yeah.
Yes, just what I was asking myself. Haven't the slightest idea what happened.
Well, I have. We're busted.
Can't imagine what happened to my baby. Ah, here she comes. Off that horse, boy. Put that blanket on her. Don't want her to catch cold.
Do you think she could?
Ah, there, my baby. You tried, all right. You tried. Yes. Oh, well. We can't always win, you know.
What do you mean, always?
Yes, and how about our $25?
Yeah, Bud, what you going to do about that?
Well, there's only one thing to do for the honor of the Kentucky Boomers, sir.
Sure, give us our $25.
No, I'll give you the horse.
Horse?
Heavenly days. We don't want your horse.
Hey, what's the idea, Boomer?
Here you are. Take good care of her. It breaks my heart to see her go, but needs must when the devil's rod.
Hey, come back here. You can't do that.
We don't want this horse.
Well, looks like we bought us a horse, Molly.
Yes, and what are we going to do with the horse?
What are we going to do with him? We'll take him home. Maybe we can sell him to the fire department.
Heavenly days. Well, come on, McGee. We'll have to walk home.
Come on, my baby. Let's go.
Well, how far is it to town, McGee?
Only 8 miles.
8 miles. McGee.
What say, Molly?
Step back alongside of the horse, McGee.
Oh, there, my baby. Like this, Molly?
Back farther.
Like this?
No, back farther.
Here?
There. My. A remarkable resemblance.
linoleum floors are very fashionable these days. The colors add brightness to any room. And if you know how to take care of linoleum floors, you can keep them looking like new with practically no effort. Here's the secret. Protect your linoleum at once with Johnson's Glow Coat. This easy-to-use...
You know, the best way to look beautiful is to feel beautiful. And making you feel beautiful is what Lux Beauty Soap can do for you. Tonight, take a long, creamy bath with Lux. Feel the rich, moisturizing lather like cream on your skin, fragrant with Lux's precious perfume. And as you're caring for your skin with Lux Beauty Soap, remember a good complexion is much more important than any makeup. Keep your complexion soft and smooth with the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Tonight, every night, every morning. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Then, when my hair was a bit longer, the ends started splitting. It just literally went to pieces. It didn't matter what I tried. Nothing worked. Couldn't keep my hair long anymore.
That was yesterday. Now, Harmony announces a shampoo breakthrough. Harmony's new protein shampoo washes away the look of split ends. The special protein ingredient coats the insides of split ends, brings them together again. Leaves your hair soft, shiny, and manageable. And you can grow your hair as long as you like. Don't cut away split ends, wash them away. With new Harmony Protein Shampoo. It brings them together again.
And now, Act 1 of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Good Night, Mrs. Puffin.
Hello, darlings, you're back.
Yes, Mummy. Oh, exhausted.
Shopping for a wedding is... Did you get your bridesmaids' gloves?
Oh, yes.
They're not quite the right shade, but Jackie liked them. It's her wedding. It's a pity it's all so rushed. If only we had a little more time, Jackie.
Mummy, we've been over all this before. We've got to get married quickly so Victor and I can go to Paris next month. We can't help it if his father suddenly wants to open a branch there.
Of course you can't, darling. But it's such a good match. So beneficial to the Fordyce family. That's no way to speak of it, Pamela. It's the uniting of two families in closer bonds. You mean the uniting of two firms in closer bonds? Oh, Pam, darling. Jackie's in love with Victor, aren't you, darling?
Of course I am. Oh, what are these, Mother? More acceptances and regrets?
Yes. The usual acceptances from those we don't want and regrets from those we do.
Good afternoon, all.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Mum.
Did you have your fitting, Nicholas?
Yes. Just wait till you see me in my morning coat. They'll think I'm the bridegroom instead of the best man.
I'm sure you look very handsome.
Thank you, darling. Tea.
Oh, at last. I'm dying for a cup.
Oh, thank you, Annie.
Excuse me, madam, but there's a woman outside who wants to see the family.
Did you say what you wanted, Annie?
No, madam. Just to see the family.
Well, you'd better show her in.
Yes, madam.
Perhaps she's from the dressmaker.
Then she'd have asked for me.
A friend of Victor's family, perhaps.
Mrs. Amelia Puffin.
Oh, good afternoon. How are you?
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Fordyce.
Yes, I know. And that's Mr. Nicholas, that's Miss Pamela, and that's Miss Jacqueline.
Well.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks very much, dear.
You'll have a cup of tea, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, I ever say I wouldn't say no to a cup of tea. Though I didn't call here for that. I couldn't get here before, and as it was, and he didn't come. Alf told me not to. He said...
Who did?
My old man. Mark my words, he said, no good will come of it. But I said I must go. So I did, and here I am.
Yes. Your tea, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, tar. 2 knobs, please. Now, I bet you're all wondering why I'm here.
Well, a bit.
Oh, I do think some explanation is necessary.
And you shall have it. Only first, is the wedding on?
Of course it's on. Of course it's going to take place. Really, Mrs. Puffin?
Ah, but who to? Who's the bridegroom? Now, let me think. Don't tell me. I know. It's Victor Parker.
Yes, it is, but really, Mrs. Puffin, I fail to see what business it is of yours.
Well, it's about this wedding. Oh, I don't quite know how to say it. I'm sorry.
Why?
It won't happen.
Bang goes my morning coat. Oh, well.
Oh, Mrs. whoever you are, how dare you come here and will you please leave at once?
Well, I like that. Here I am, come all the way from Clapham.
Junction or Common?
Junction.
Oh.
Well, of course, if you don't want me to stay, I'll go, but I must say...
There's no need to say anything. You've said far too much already. Goodbye, Mrs. Puffin.
Please, Mother. Mrs. Puffin must have had some good reason for coming here.
Yes. Mrs. Puffin, what does this mean?
The wedding's off.
It's not off. Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Now. Let's all keep calm and collected.
Calm and collected?
Yes, there's no need to get excited, you know. It's all happened before, word for word.
What has?
Puffin, will you please?
Explain something soon, otherwise my mother will have a fit.
So will I.
Please, Mrs. Puffin, and quiet all of you. After all, this does concern me.
Well, this here wedding will have to be cancelled, because it ain't going to take place. So I came to warn you to save you all that expense.
But, Mrs. Puffin, you haven't told us why.
Oh, you poor lamb, I haven't, have I? Well, you see, a couple of nights ago, I had a dream.
A dream? Oh, this is too much. I won't listen to such rubbish.
Half a mo. You ain't heard nothing yet. You ain't half got a shock coming to you, you have. 3 nights ago, I had this dream. I saw this house, this room, the family, everyone. And what happened in my dream is happening now. Word for word.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw this house, 23 Henley Road, as clear as anything. So I thought to myself, I'll go along this afternoon and have a look. And if it's there, then that'll prove it. Well, it was. And while I was waiting, a maid came out from next door, and I said to her, "Excuse me, that's the Fordyce house, ain't it?" And she said, "Yes." So I said, "Excuse me, is Miss Jacqueline getting married soon?" And she said, "Next week." Oh, you could have knocked me down with a coal hammer.
I never heard such nonsense. You came and made inquiries, so naturally you knew the wedding was taking place. Really,
Mrs. Puffin, you must admit that so far you haven't proved anything.
Oh, no, dear, but you see, a lot of this dream is very hazy, Miss Jacqueline. It was as clear as daylight when I dreamt it, but it's coming back clear every minute. For instance, I know what happens now. A telegraph boy comes with a telegram, and it's for him, Mr. Nicholas.
Who's he from?
Oh, cool, you don't half want your money's worth. Let me think. Who is it from now? Yeah, now I remember, it's from Stan. He can't come tonight. There.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
No, it isn't. I'm meeting Stanley Cooper tonight. He's coming up from Essex.
Then if this should be true, could this woman possibly know that Nicholas was meeting a friend named Stanley tonight?
For you, sir. A telegram.
Oh, thank you, Annie.
I don't believe it. Open it.
Right. Regret cannot come tonight. We'll telephone tomorrow. Stan.
There you are.
This woman's in league with the GPO.
What else do you know, Mrs. Puffin?
Well, dear, I know that you won't marry this bloke, Victor Parker.
Victor's a worthy young man, and my daughter will be very happy with him. And I'll thank you, Mrs. Puffin, to mind your own business and go.
But, Mrs. Puffin, if the wedding doesn't take place...
Jackie!
I said if. Why doesn't it?
Because you're swept off your feet.
Swept off my feet? Who by?
The other bloke what's coming.
What bloke? Who?
Oh, I can't remember.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Is this telegram ridiculous?
Yeah, is it? I remember that. And give me time, I'll remember the other bloke. Oh, yeah, and I'll tell you something else. In a minute or two, your husband's coming in, rubbing his hands and saying, well, seasonable weather we're having, who's this? And he'll mean me.
Oh, I've had enough of this nonsense. You must go now, Mrs. Puffin. Goodbye, and thank you for calling.
Too late. Here's Father now.
Oh, not a word about this to him.
But what do we say? Who is she? He'll ask.
Yes, she's the... Oh, who is she? Oh, can't anyone think?
Well. Seasonable weather we're having. Oh, who's this? I'm sorry, I don't think I know you.
No, not yet, but you will.
Yes. Henry, dear, this is Mrs.
Puffin.
She's just going.
Oh, well, goodbye, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, all right, I'll go. But you mark my words, I'm right.
Right about what?
Well, Henry, Mrs. Puffin, meant,
She says the wedding won't take place.
Jackie!
Won't take place? Well, of course it will. Everything's arranged.
No, Jackie's going to be swept off her feet by another man.
But she can't be swept off her feet by someone or other a week before she marries Victor. It isn't possible.
That's exactly what I said, dear. Now, don't let's worry over it any more. Goodbye, Mrs. Puffin.
Who is she? A fortune teller?
Mrs. Puffin had a dream.
A very vivid dream. And as I'm the bride, I want to hear more about it from Mrs. Puffin.
If I know Mrs. Puffin, we will. A lot more.
And if I know your father, we won't.
If it means cancelling the wedding, you're quite right, Ethel, my dear. Give me a cup of tea, please.
Oh, there. I knew you'd be sensible about it, Henry.
Excuse me, but, is that the best tea service or one you only use on weekdays?
This is our best. Jackie, please pass your father this cup.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, well, you want to watch out then.
Why?
Well, I can't remember who drops it, but there ain't half a crash.
Pamela, for heaven's sake, ring for Annie to come and take it away.
No, leave it.
This woman's a menace.
Daddy, do you think it'd be all right
If what?
if we cancelled the wedding?
Cancel the wedding? Certainly not. What will Victor say? What will his father say? Just because some woman comes here and says she's had a dream? Oh, we'd be the laughingstock of the neighbourhood.
Of course we would. But what about my tea service?
Nothing will happen to your tea service, and I'll prove it to you. Now, come along, Nicholas, and you, Jackie and Pamela. Each take a cup, saucer, and plate.
Oh.
I'll take the tray with the teapot on and the rest. And we'll all take them to the kitchen.
Oh, Henry, please, be careful.
My dear Ethel, keep calm. Now, come on, everyone. If the contents of the tray are equally divided, nothing can happen.
Oh, dear.
Right. Now, are we ready?
Ready?
You know, I bet we look awful fools.
Well, never mind about that. Now, lead the way, Jackie.
All right, Father.
There you are. All that's needed is a little organization.
Oh, Henry, you're wonderful. I'd never have thought of that. Now, we needn't keep you any longer, Mrs. Puffin.
There, Jackie, dear. Mrs. Puffin has been proved wrong over one thing, and she's undoubtedly wrong on another. Now, you don't need to worry your pretty little head any longer. You and Victor will be happily married next week. Go home now, Mrs. Puffin, and keep us out of your dreams in future.
Goodbye, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, goodbye, dear.
Thank you for coming. You meant well, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, dear, I did. But I think it's very funny. Anyhow, I hope you'll be very happy.
Oh, my goodness.
There you are, the end of plates, I knew it.
Oh, no, what's happened? I'm ever so sorry. I fell over Twinkle.
Oh, that confounded cat.
Why didn't you leave the tea things on the table?
But I had to wash 'em up, Mum, and I piled 'em on the tray and was taking 'em to the sink, and I fell over Twinkle.
Dear.
You'd better get back to the kitchen, Annie.
Yes, sir.
Oh, this is all your fault, Mrs. Puffin. I can't stand it any longer. I'm going upstairs to lie down, and I'm not coming back until you've gone.
Poor soul. The end of fate. I knew it was going to happen.
Why did it happen to us?
Mrs. Puffin, please. You must tell me who he is. This man who comes and sweeps me off my feet.
I'm sorry, love, but I can't see him. He's hazy.
Oh, do try.
I do know one thing, though, dear. He's connected with water.
Well, we don't know anyone remotely connected with water.
Mrs. Puffin, I'm sorry, but
Listen,
Father's right.
miss, I know I'm right about the water.
Now, who can that be?
Something more up your sleeve, Mrs. Puffin?
Excuse me, sir.
Now, what is it?
Is it a man?
No, miss, it's the dressmaker.
Oh, heavens, I forgot. Jackie, we've got a fitting. Come on. Excuse me, everybody.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Puffin. And if you do remember, you will tell me, won't you?
Now, don't worry, love. I'm on the quee-wee.
Come on, Jackie. All right.
Now, look here, Mrs. Puffin. I've been rather hasty. You know how it is. I spend a hard day in the city. I come home tired, and all I want to do is to sit down and have a cup of tea. And then, well, these things started happening. I was upset and... Well, I'm afraid I was rude to you.
Well, you were a bit snooty, I must say.
Well, I was taken unawares, bewildered. I was...
Thunderstruck.
Thank you, Nicholas.
It wasn't my fault, you know. I mean, I didn't make the things happen. I just saw them in my dream.
Ah, Mrs. Puffin, but haven't you ever heard that dreams mean the opposite? They're sent as warnings.
Oh, well, then it's a pity, isn't it, that you didn't need my warning about the tea set. Then it wouldn't have gone for a Burton.
Yes, if only we had. Well, I'm afraid that was my fault. But, Mrs. Puffin, now we know, and now we shall be prepared if any, strange man comes connected with water. Now, I wonder if a banknote or two might...
Ah, your wallet. Yeah, now, I remember you getting it out. It's coming back. You offer me a $5.
I thought of 3 as a slight compensation for your trouble.
Yeah, but you make it 5. Wait a minute, half a sec. It's all coming back. Yeah. Yes, Victor's father's coming round tonight about you and him going into partnership.
Partnership? What do you know about the Parkers?
I know 'em both.
Know 'em both?
Of course I do. Saw 'em in me dream.
Now, look here, Mrs. Puffin. See how much you can forget for £5.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Yes, at the moment, I take this
Now,
fiver.
goodbye, Mrs. Puffin. You've forgotten everything.
Oh, goodbye, sir, and thank you very much.
Show Mrs. Puffin out, Nicholas.
Goodbye, Mr. Nicholas, and I do hope that... Here, I say. Oh, that's queer. Something's gone wrong somewhere.
Oh, you don't say. What now?
Oh, that picture over the fireplace. In my dream, when Victor and his father arrive here, that picture ain't there.
Well, there we are, Mrs. Puffin. That proves you can be wrong. That picture has always been there and always will be. Good night, Mrs. Puffin. Oh, no!
Ah, that's better.
She's done it again.
It's hello to Mrs. Felicity Usher, known as Flick. Hello, Flick.
Hello, Mr. John.
Tell me, Flick, what's the biggest wash day challenge that you could possibly imagine?
My son's white shirts. Quite honestly, I think he's the dirtiest boy in the school.
Really? Now, if I gave you a challenge, just one chance to get these dirty white shirts of your son's perfectly white again, how would you do it?
I'd use surf, because surf contains super glue. I think it's most important that white clothes should be white and not grey and grubby looking. And to look smart, they must be white.
Obviously, whiteness is very important to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like Flick, most housewives I've challenged trust the experienced one, Surf with Super Blue for perfect whiteness.
You've got people coming to stay, so your bathroom must look specially clean. But is everything really clean? Not only where they'll notice, but in those hard-to-reach cracks and crevices, like around the tiles. That's the sort of dirt that's hardest to shift if you don't have Vim 99. Only Vim has deep cleaning bleach to get right down into cracks and deep-set stains, leaving everything really clean and germ-free. For total cleaners you can trust, use Vim. Vim 99, the strong one.
Oh, what a day it's been. Jackie, come back to Earth.
Oh, sorry, Pam. What did you say?
I said, what a day it's been.
Yes.
Are you thinking about Mrs. Puffin?
One can hardly forget her. Although Father spent the entire evening reminding us to forget before Victor and Mr. Parker come. It completely spoilt my dinner.
It's typical of Daddy. He spoilt his own as well. Jackie, did you really believe her?
No. Did you?
Oh, no, of course not. And there couldn't be anyone but Victor, could there?
Not connected with water. A week before the wedding. No.
But in any case, there couldn't be.
No. No, of course not.
Of course, he's not exactly good-looking, but he's got wonderful qualities. He's so fine and dependable.
Yes, he'll be a most popular brother-in-law.
Oh, yes. Here's your coffee.
Thanks.
Oh, Father's getting me so nervous I'm getting a complex. The more I'm told not to say a thing, the more I want to.
Coffee, Nick?
Oh, thanks.
Don't worry. Only one person will give the show away to Victor and his father.
Who?
Daddy, of course. He'll be so anxious to keep us quiet that he'll forget and talk about Mrs. Puffin himself.
I can see we're in for a very jolly evening, trying to stifle Father while he tries to stifle us.
Why should he be stifled?
What?
After all, it really concerns Victor and me. Why shouldn't he know?
But you don't tell a chap that you're going to be swept off your feet by another chap before your wedding to the first chap. He might be superstitious. Is he?
I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't tell him. He might be upset. I couldn't imagine Victor having a jolly good laugh over it.
Yeah, perhaps you're right.
Anyway, Mrs. Puffin's gone, I hope.
Coffee. Where's your mother?
Oh, she's in the study, checking invitations.
That's right. Now, everything must carry on as normal, just as if that woman never came.
Your coffee, Father.
No, thanks.
What's Victor's father coming here for?
On business. I have to glance through the final deed of partnership. That's probably them now. Remember, not a word about Mrs. Puffin.
Our lips are sealed.
Stephen and I will go into the study. Oh, and you too, Nicholas, as a junior partner. Oh, Annie, who was that at the front door?
Her.
You don't mean...
Yes, sir, I
I do.
Mrs. Puffin?
What does she want, Annie? To see the family, miss.
And what did you say?
I said it was more than my job's worth.
Quite right. Has she gone?
No, sir. She's parked herself on the doorstep and she says she's going to stay there.
What a carry-on.
The Parkers will be here in 10 minutes. Nicholas, go out to her.
Oh, no, not me.
I'll go. You needn't wait, Annie.
Jackie, I forbid it.
Too late, I've gone.
Oh, now what's going to happen?
Unless Jackie wants her marriage to be ruined, she'll get rid of her before the Parkers arrive.
Hello, I'm back.
Mrs. Puffin, I told you not to come back. Jackie, I forbade her to enter this house again.
Oh, now, just be calm, Mr. Fordyce, and let's talk the matter over.
We'll do no such thing.
But we must, Father. You seem to overlook the fact that this concerns me and my future.
Oh, very well. But look here,
Now,
Jackie.
Mrs. Puffin, why have you come back?
Well, you see, Dux, I had to come back. After he'd given me the money, After
what?
After your dad gave me £5 to keep my mouth shut.
Oh, Father. Daddy, you said at dinner time Mrs. Puffin had left because she was mistaken.
Well, all I said was... Well, what I mean... Well, if you must know... Oh, why did this wretched woman have to dream about us?
Yeah, that's no way to speak about a lady.
Carry on, Mrs. Puffin. My father bribes you with £5.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry about that, miss. But it happened in my dream. Well, I mean, I couldn't escape it. I had to take the money when I left. Well, I started walking back when... Click.
Click?
Click. A bit more of my dream became clear. I saw myself handing the money back. So here I am, and here's the money. I knew you, Miss Jackie, would open the door and let me in. And you see, it's all happening. The Parkers arrive in a minute, and I'll be pushed into the study.
And after that?
I'm blowed if I remember.
Then you don't meet the Parkers.
Oh, but I must do. I know what they look like.
Henry, did we send an invitation to the Tomlinsons? Good evening.
Yeah.
Henry, it's that woman again.
Good evening.
Now, keep calm, Ethel.
Henry, will you get rid of her before I have hysterics?
I want Mrs. Puffin to stay. I want her to meet Victor.
Are you mad?
You break Victor's heart. Oh, poor Victor. Loving you as he does, to have his cup of happiness dashed from his lips by this woman. Oh, Jackie, please be careful.
I am being careful.
You're not. You're being misled by a lot of superstitious nonsense. Mrs. Puffin, will you please go?
Well, I'd like to oblige, sir, but I can't, see? It never happened that way. Oh, there. That's the Parkers. Now what happens?
You tell us.
The study. I get shoved in there. Quick, come on, get hold of
Right,
it.
come along,
Come
go. And not a word from you now, and stay in there. Now, not a word. Do you understand? Not a word from anybody.
Sorry, Daddy. I shall use my discretion. Mr. Stephen and Mr. Victor Parker.
Ah, good evening, Fordyce. This is Fordyce. Hello, Jacqueline. Pamela, Nicholas.
Oh, hello, Parker. Glad to see you.
I'm so glad you both came.
Hello, Mr. Parker.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, Jackie.
Hello, Victor.
Come and sit here, Victor.
Well, Jacqueline, how are the preparations getting along for the great day, eh?
As a matter of fact,
they're going very well, Parker, old man. Extremely well, in
Oh,
fact.
yes. And the wedding dress looks lovely.
Glad to hear it. Must see that everything goes off all right. Wouldn't do to have any slips, would it, eh?
No, definitely not. Quite unthinkable. Look, how about a drink? Nicholas,
Yes?
get the drinks.
Right.
Has it been terribly cold today?
Cold? I thought it was very warm for this time of the year.
Oh, did you? Well, it isn't really that
Not
cold.
catching a cold, are you? Can't have the bride's mother with a bad cold before the wedding.
Oh, no, of course not. No, I just thought, Nicholas, haven't you got those drinks yet?
Just coming.
I suppose you're getting very excited, Jacqueline.
Well, to be perfectly honest,
the drinks at last. Put the tray here, Nicholas. Right. Whiskey for you, Stephen, old man. He knows your taste. Soda? Say well.
Thanks.
How about you, Victor?
Very weak for me. Thanks.
Well, here's to the happy pair. May the arrangements continue to run smoothly.
Thank you, Father. I'm sure they will.
Oh,
I think
by
I
the
will
way...
tell you...
Oh, I beg your pardon, Jacqueline.
I was going to say
Jackie?
No, please, Mr. Parker. Please go on.
Thank you. I was only going to say that a business representative will be coming here tonight. I hope you don't mind, but I'd like you to meet him.
Delighted. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, you know.
Oh, thank you. Very kind of you, I'm sure. Well, this has been delightful, but now to business. I have the deeds of partnership here. Oh, I'm a happy man, Fordyce. Immediately after the wedding, Parker and Son becomes Parker, Fordyce and Sons. As I said to Victor tonight, a love marriage and a business marriage.
Yes, yes, a great day.
Well, shall we adjourn to your study?
Yes, of course.
Henry! No.
What, my dear? Oh, no, not the study.
Oh, it's all right, dearie. You go in. I had to come out. That's the way it happened.
Who is this woman?
It's our help, yes. She was just cleaning up. Good night, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, I don't go.
What on earth does she mean?
It's no good, Daddy. Mr. Parker, Victor, let me introduce you to Mrs. Puffin from Clapham Junction.
How do you do?
Very well, I'm sure.
Mrs. Puffin says the wedding won't take place.
Jackie.
Oh, Jackie, how could you?
Here we go.
Well, I think Victor and his father should know.
But what on earth has it got to do with Mrs. Puffin?
Oh, nothing at all, old man. Nothing at all. Just a stupid joke.
Is she forbidding the banns? Well, in a roundabout way, I suppose she is. Oh, dear. Why?
It's all very simple.
Oh, simple?
Yes, simple. It's a long story, but what it amounts to is this. Mrs. Puffin had a dream, and in it she dreamt that Victor and I don't get married.
I never heard anything so silly in my life.
Well, that's exactly what I say, old man, and I'm delighted to hear you echo my sentiments.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Here, half a mo. My dream ain't been so very ridiculous so far.
What does she mean?
Oh, absolutely nothing, old man. Nothing at all.
Henry, how can you dismiss my tea service as nothing at all?
What has Mrs. Fordyce's tea service got to do with it?
Well, you see, dear, it got smashed to smithereens. Oh, there wasn't half a crash.
Did you break it?
Oh, me? No. I wasn't even in the room.
It was an accident, a pure accident. Annie tripped over the cat.
But she knew it was going to happen long before it did. Oh, if only you'd listened.
Be quiet about your tea service. It was just a coincidence.
There have been far too many coincidences.
No, not coincidences, ducks. My dream ain't finished yet.
Henry, I'm amazed at you. You're going to allow a perfect stranger to stop this wedding? To ruin the lives of my son and your daughter?
No, certainly not, old man. I'm against it.
So I should think. Your dreams are not welcome, my good woman. Good night. Now, come along, Henry. We'll go over the deeds of partnership now.
Have you got the papers, Mr. Fordyce? Because he ain't.
What do you mean by that?
What I say, dear. He ain't got the papers.
Madam, are you suggesting that I am a liar?
Oh, bless your heart, love, no. But you ain't got the papers.
Forgive my asking, Father, but have you got them?
Of course I have.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. Are you doubting my word, Nicholas? Fordyce, am I to be insulted in your house?
Do stop this bickering. Mr. Parker, you can very easily settle everything by producing the papers.
That's right, Mr. Parker. Mrs. Puffin can't be right every time.
Exactly, Ethel. Produce the papers, Mrs. Puffin will depart, and we'll settle down to resume our interrupted evening.
I should be most interested to see them, Father.
Please, Mr. Parker. Please?
Very well. Here's my dispatch case.
I've got my shirt on you, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, be quiet, Nick. This is serious.
In this dispatch case is a large envelope containing the proposed deeds of partnership. I received them 2 days ago, put them in this envelope, and placed it in my safe personally. This evening, my secretary, Miss Adams, gave the envelope to me at my request, and I placed it in this case. Now, you, Mrs. Puffin, assert that the papers are not here.
Yes, I do.
Very well, then. Here is the envelope. Perhaps you will be good enough to open it, Nicholas.
Right. £5 each way, Jolly Roger.
What did you say?
I said £5 each.
Let me see that. Oh, that fool of a Miss Adams.
Oh, why, Mr. Parker, what's happened?
My confounded secretary gave me the wrong envelope.
Up the Puffin.
Oh, now we're back where we started.
Well, I knew this was going to happen. I told you.
Oh, dear. You've ruined everything.
But I'm only trying to help.
But what I can't understand is why Jackie and I don't get married.
Oh, it's not your fault, love. She swept off her feet. Swept.
Good heavens. By whom?
Well, you see, that's the trouble, dear. I can't remember. I can't remember the other bloke's name. No, nor what he looks like. I'm real sorry for you, ducks. I am really, but what can I do? It's fate.
Now, I'll tell you something about fate. If you think I'm going to have my son jilted and made to look a fool, you're wrong. Nobody ever made a fool of the Parkers.
Nature had a jolly good try.
And I tell you, Fordyce, if I'm made to look a fool, the partnership's off. Off!
Just a minute, Parker, old man. Just a minute. There's one thing we've not considered. Victor, forget Mrs. Puffin and her talk about fate. As man to man, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, Mr. Fordyce?
Do you love Jackie?
Yes, Mr. Fordyce.
I knew it. Jackie, my dear, it's foolish to ask, but do you love Victor?
Yes, I do.
There, Mrs. Puffin. You can't fight love.
But I ain't fighting anything. I was only trying to help. I still can't understand it. Something's gone wrong somewhere. I ain't never been wrong before.
I congratulate you, Fordyce. Oh, my dear Victor, my dear Jacqueline, I'm exceedingly happy.
Oh, darlings.
Mr. Roger Vincent.
Ah, hello, Roger. Come in and meet everyone.
Oh, by heavens, it's him.
New Skip is the best powder for automatic washing machines. Ask any manufacturer about Skip's low-lather formula and how it works with his machine to give the best results. And ask any housewife about Skip's great new whitening power.
It's true. My machine manufacturer recommended New Skip, so I tried it. And it's fantastic. New Skip has oxygen whiteners and it gets my whites really white. And Skip is great for colors, too. Whichever program I use on my automatic washing machine, Skip gives me wonderful results.
Yes, Skip is best for your clothes and your machine. That's why it's recommended by all 16 top manufacturers of automatic washing machines.
Then, when my hair was a bit longer, the ends started splitting. It just literally went to pieces. It didn't matter what I tried. Nothing worked. Couldn't keep my hair long anymore.
That was yesterday. Now, Harmony announces a shampoo breakthrough. Harmony's new protein shampoo washes away the look of split ends. The special protein ingredient coats the insides of split ends, brings them together again. Leaves your hair soft, shiny, and manageable. And you can grow your hair as long as you like. Don't cut away split ends, wash them away. With new Harmony protein shampoo. It brings them together again.
Roger, darling.
Jackie. It's a lifetime since I saw you.
Lunchtime. 4 hours ago.
2 lifetimes, then.
Oh.
Where's the family?
Oh, upstairs dressing, all of them. I got down early.
And I came early, especially.
And now, Mr. Vincent, may I offer you a cocktail?
Certainly, Miss Fordyce. You grow lovelier every day.
You've only known me 3 days.
But it's true.
Thank you, darling. Here's your drink. Let's drink to...
Us. Look, Jackie, I feel like a heel.
So do I.
If Victor weren't such a darn nice guy... You see, I like him. I wish I didn't.
Oh, Roger. And to think I never believed in love at first sight.
Well, neither did I. Do the others know?
No.
I felt terrible yesterday when Victor invited me for lunch, and I found you with him.
So did I. I'm a terrible card. Oh, Mrs. Puffin, why didn't you dream some more?
I wish I'd had time to really meet that old girl. But she was bustled out so soon after I first arrived that I didn't have a chance.
If only she'd dream a happy ending for us. I can't hurt Victor, I can't.
Listen, honey. She said you would be swept off your feet by someone from over the water.
And I have been. She also said the wedding wouldn't take place. But it is taking place.
Oh, why is Victor such a nice person? Why can't I hate him?
Because he is a nice person. I can't hurt him, Roger. He loves me. If Victor weren't so... Oh, Roger, try to understand. If the wedding was in 6 months' time, it'd be different.
Well, could I speak to Victor?
Oh, no, Roger, you couldn't.
Well, he might understand.
Would Father or Mr. Parker? Father's set on the partnership. He needs it. Fordyce and Son aren't too flourishing. If there's no wedding, there'll be a scandal. And with Mr. Parker, a scandal, no partnership.
Oh, we need a miracle to help us.
Please, let's talk about something else. Anything. Otherwise, I'm going to cry.
Oh, I can't think of a darn thing. Oh, Jackie, I love you.
You're a great help. That's making me feel worse.
Oh, gee. Why was I invited here tonight?
Well, after all, you are the American representative of Parker & Son.
Oh, can't we just slip off somewhere?
No, darling, not a chance. Mother wants you to play bridge with her after dinner. Here, have another cocktail.
Thanks.
You know, I think I'll join you and have one too.
Okay.
Need it. Oh, I expect that's Victor and his father now.
Then I'll make mine a double.
Here's Victor, Jackie. His father's coming in a few minutes. Oh, hello, Roger. I didn't hear you arrive.
Hello, Pam.
Hello, Jackie, darling.
Yeah.
Good evening, Roger. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Help yourself to a drink, Victor.
Oh, yes, thanks, I will.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Have you seen the wedding presents, Roger?
No, I haven't.
They're in the study. Why didn't you show them to Roger, Jackie?
Oh, all right. Come along, Roger.
This cocktail's very good.
Yes, it's a Nicholas special. Have another.
Oh, no, thank you. I never have more than one. Well, it won't be long now.
No, it won't.
I hope I can make Jackie happy.
Why ever not?
Oh, I don't know. I just wondered.
Have you any need to wonder?
Afraid I'm rather a dull sort of chap.
Oh, no, Victor.
Oh, I am. Jackie's so full of life. You know what I mean. I like a book, slippers, and a fire. I mean, I'm not lively like she is. I can't make jokes. Though I can sometimes see one. I sometimes wonder what she sees in me.
Someone very nice, very kind and dependable. A shoulder to lean on. Someone that, whatever happens, is there, always.
Is that what you see, Pam?
Yes.
I never thought that I wonder...
What?
Well, I just thought
Good evening, Victor. Where's your father?
Good evening, Mrs. Fordyce. Father's been delayed. He sent his apologies. He won't be more than a few minutes now.
And where's Jackie? Oh, she's in the study showing Roger the wedding present. Oh, Sir Roger's arrived. Well, your father and Nicholas will be down in a moment. And as soon as Mr. Parker comes, we'll have a quick cocktail, and then we'll have dinner.
So I said to him, do that, and you'll regret it. Business, I said to him, is business.
Quite right, old man.
More coffee, Mr. Parker?
No, thank you, Mrs. Fordyce.
More coffee, anyone? Victor?
No, thanks. By the way, is your clock right, Mrs. Fordyce?
Yes, I think so. Why?
Oh, nothing really. I just wondered.
Have you an appointment?
Oh, no, of course not.
Help me with these coffee cups, Nick. Mummy wants to play bridge.
Oh, right.
Now, who wants to play?
Has Mrs. Puffin called again?
Mrs. Puffin?
What did you say, Victor?
I said, has Mrs. Puffin called again?
Well, that's what I thought you said.
Why did you say that, Victor?
Well, she struck me as a woman of very strong convictions. And right or wrong, she would abide by them. That's all.
Well, she's not going to have her convictions here anymore. Now, how are we going to play? Oh, who can that be? Just when we're going to start.
Please, madam.
Yes, Annie?
It's that Mrs. Puffin again.
Send her away. Send her away.
I tried, madam. I said you weren't in, and then she said you had Mr. Stephen Parker and Mr. Victoria.
Well, you can go back and tell her that we don't want to see her. Oh, the idea.
Exactly, the idea.
Poor old Mrs. Puffin, all the way from Clapham Junction.
I don't care if she came all the way from Netherwallop. She can go back there.
Nevertheless, it's very strange how she knew we were all here tonight.
She knew nothing. I trust you're not going to suggest we ask her in, because I warn you, Jackie.
No, Daddy, I'm not.
I'm very glad to hear it. Annie, go and tell Mrs.
Puffin...
Now,
I should like to see Mrs. Puffin.
What?
I said, I should like to see Mrs. Puffin.
What on earth's come over you?
Why do you want to see her, Victor?
Well, I can't explain, Jackie, really. But from what you've told me and from what I've seen, I think she has a great gift, and I think we ought to see her. After all, if it affects you and me, and even if nobody else sees her, I think we ought to. Don't you agree?
All right, Victor.
You must be mad. Think what the consequences may be.
Stop them, Henry. Oh, Victor, how could you?
Well, I'm really sorry, Mrs. Fordyce, but I do feel that we ought to see her.
Very well. It's on your own heads. Bring Mrs. Puffin in, Annie.
Yes, sir. If she comes in, I go to bed.
Good night, Mother.
Well, I might as well stay.
Well, let's make ourselves comfortable, preparing for some more startling revelations.
Mrs. Puffin. Hello, all. It's me again. Hey, how are you?
Henry, will you please find out what she wants?
Yes. Now, listen to me, Mrs. Puffin. You must admit that we've been very patient with you.
Far too patient.
Exactly. Now, why have you come tonight? Have you had any more dreams about us?
Oh, I had a lovely one a couple of nights ago. Oh, but what Dirk Bogart saw in me, I can't imagine. When the alarm went off...
Dirk Bogart, now. Nobody's safe from her.
But did you dream some more about us?
No, dear. Same old dream, clicking along. But you know, bits keep coming back. Oh, I know how you feel, I do really, but I can't help it. I go about my daily work, then click. Back comes a bit more.
How many more clicks before we are safe from your ministrations?
Oh, no more, no more. The final click came this morning. Click. Just like that. And I saw everything.
What did you see, Mrs. Puffin?
The lot, dear.
Well, for heaven's sake, tell us.
Just a moment, Mrs. Puffin, everybody. I don't know what other extraordinary revelations this woman's going to concoct, but
Yeah, I haven't cockled anything. Everything I said would happen has happened.
On the contrary, because the wedding is going to take place, so you are wrong. Secondly, if it doesn't take place, and I say if, there will be a scandal, and I don't like scandals. The name Parker stands for something. No wedding, no partnership. I'm sorry, Fordyce, you either listen to her or to me.
My dear Parker, of course we listen to you. Jackie and Victor will be happily married on Boxing Day. You see, Mrs. Puffin, your clicks are wrong.
Just a minute. We've had Mrs. Puffin in, and I think we ought to hear what she has to say. Do you agree, Victor?
Oh, most certainly.
Come on, Mrs. Puffin. Tell us. What happens now?
Well, dear, 8:30 0 hour. Someone's going to speak and shake the lot of you. It's just on 8:30 now.
Well, who is it? It's not me.
It's not me either.
Well, it certainly isn't me. Is it you, Henry?
No, it isn't. Is it you, Nicholas?
Oh, I know it isn't me. I know, it's Roger.
Oh, no.
No, it's me.
What are you going to say, Victor?
I know.
Yes, you do, don't you?
Well, we don't.
Well, I'll get to the point quickly. As far as I'm concerned, the wedding between Jackie and me, it's off.
Oh, but
what?
No, Victor, how could you? You can't.
No, please. Actually, this is really just between the two of us, but as everyone, including Mrs. Puffin, is affected, I'll speak openly. Do you mind, Jackie?
No, Victor, I don't mind.
We met 2 years ago, Jackie, didn't we? Our fathers met in business. The families became acquainted. We fell in love and got engaged, just like that. Well, everything was fine at first. I mean, it still is, really, but in a different sort of way. But we're not suited. I'm rather a dull chap, really. And Jackie... Well, you're just Jackie. Well, while I was wondering what to do, this new branch opening in Paris came up, and the wedding was put forward 6 months, and we were getting married, and... It was all so sudden. Everything seemed to pile up on us. It was a bit difficult, Jackie, particularly as this partnership came into it. But the important thing was, I thought you loved me. And hurting people doesn't come very easily.
No, Victor, it doesn't.
Then, 3 days ago, I met Mrs. Puffin here. I heard what she said, and I really was impressed, most impressed. If you remember, your father asked me outright if I loved you. And there you were, looking at me, and... Well, I just couldn't say no. Then Roger turned up, just as predicted. Well, since then, you've been different. I mean, you've been just as sweet, if you understand me. Well, so yesterday I invited Roger for lunch, and you as well. I saw the way you looked at each other.
Oh.
It was nice of you to try and hide it. You too, Roger. But you can't hide things like that. So I left you together for the afternoon.
Good heavens.
Mrs. Puffin was right, wasn't she, Jackie? You have been swept off your feet. You're in love with Roger, aren't you?
Yes, Victor. I am.
Well, keep the ring. For luck, Jackie.
Oh, Victor. Dear Victor.
Victor, I don't know what to say.
Don't you? Well, I do. Now, look here, Victor.
Good for you, Victor. Good show, old boy. Congratulations, Jackie. You too, Roger.
Oh, Jackie, I hope you'll both be very happy. Jilted. Just on the eve of her wedding. Oh, Henry, say something. Do you realize what has happened?
Now, look here, Stephen. My daughter's been jilted before the wedding.
Jilted? Confound it, she's fallen in love with another man. Just before her wedding to my son. Fallen in love with an American.
What's wrong with that?
This will be a fine scandal. Get your hat and coat, Victor. We're going. And, Fordyce, forget that partnership. It's off. Off!
Oh, no, it ain't.
What do you mean?
What I said. It ain't.
Well, that's where you are wrong. It is. My son and I are getting out of here as quickly as we can.
Mr. Parker, I feel kind of guilty about all this.
Guilty? You feel guilty? Let me tell you, Mr. Vincent, that I consider you the main cause of
this.
Are you addressing me, madam?
Yes, I am. Your son hasn't finished yet.
Not finished? Good heavens, hasn't he said enough?
No, dear, not by long chalk. You all want to pin your ears back and get this little lot.
Thank you, Mrs. Puffin. This bit isn't easy.
Oh, I know, but never mind. Carry on, love.
Thank you. Well, there's another reason why I don't feel quite the same way about Jackie.
What is it, Victor?
Well, you see, I'd fallen in love with somebody else.
He's a Mormon. That's what he is. He finds helpless females, charms them, and then casts them aside.
Oh, don't be silly, Father. I wasn't cast aside. I felt the same way as Victor, only I didn't have the pluck to say so. I think the girl will be very lucky, and I wish them both luck.
That goes for me, too.
Yes, jolly good luck, Victor, old boy. Who is she?
It's a bit difficult, really.
Parent trouble?
Yes.
What does the girl say?
She doesn't know.
Take my advice, old boy, and tell her. Who is she?
Well, it's Pamela.
Oh, there.
What? Who did you say?
Pamela.
Good for you, Victor. Pam, what do you say?
I don't know what to say.
I'm sorry, Pamela. I never meant it to be like this. No, not like this. But you see how it was.
It's not very romantic, is it?
No, it isn't really, but... Oh, Victor,
darling.
That's wonderful. Oh, Roger, isn't it wonderful?
It sure is. Good old Victor.
I don't agree.
Quiet, all of you. Quiet. That's better. Now, on my right, we have two supremely happy people, Jackie and Roger. And on my left, we have two more supremely happy people, Pam and Victor. And it's all due to a certain good lady that this happy state of affairs exists. Mrs. Puffin, I think you're wonderful.
Now listen to me, Nicholas.
No, you're listening to me. Or rather, you're going to listen to Mrs. Puffin. Come on, my old darling. What happens now? Any more clicks?
Oh, no, dear. There's nothing left to click about. The two young couples get happily married, and this here partnership is definitely on. Well, look at your American angle, Mr. Parker. I bet you're bursting to work for Parker and Fordyce, aren't you, Mr. Vincent?
You bet I am.
So, there's the end of me dream. You're all good friends.
Well, Father? Mr. Parker? What about it?
Well, Parker, old man...
Oh, listen, Henry, I think
Oh,
that...
come on, darlings, don't dither. Come on, shake hands.
Well, Stephen, old man...
Henry, old man...
Gee, that's swell.
Here's a kiss for each of you. Daddy, Mr. Parker.
Oh, I'm so pleased. You know, Roger, the first time I saw you, I said, what a nice young man.
Oh, thank you, Mother.
Mother? Oh, well.
Well, Roger. Come on, man. Congratulate him. He's got a very fine girl. And so has my son.
Thank you, sir. That's real swell of you.
I'm delighted, Roger.
Mrs. Puffin, it's all thanks to you. You're wonderful.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Mrs. Puffin, how far did you get in your dream?
Until Mr. Vincent came into the room, and your daughter, oh, the pretty dear, went straight to him like a bird from a cage. Well, it had to happen, because otherwise, why did I dream it?
But if you woke up then, what about tonight? Was that another dream?
Oh, I don't want to say, no. Tonight's another story.
Why?
Oh, well, he came round to my house this afternoon.
Who?
Your son.
My son went round?
Yes, I was going to tell you, really.
Victor, do you mean that...
Well, it took me nearly 24 hours to trace her. I called at her house this afternoon.
That's how she knew we'd all be here tonight.
Well, yes, really. His Nibs told me to be here just before 8:30 and told me roughly what he was going to say. Now, after that, I had to plug the partnership and everything. Well, I hope I played my part well.
Oh, Mrs. Puffin, you old fraud.
Oh, no, only about tonight, love. The rest was genuine.
Do you mean to tell me tonight was engineered?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes.
You see, I knew Mrs. Puffin was right, and I knew I was right. And I wanted to find out whether Pam felt the same. And I wanted to help Jackie and Roger.
Victor, darling, you're wonderful.
Victor, I didn't know you had it in you.
Neither did I.
Well, I think a few words from Mrs. Puffin wouldn't be out of place.
Hey,
come on, my old darling.
What a speech. I haven't made a speech since my wedding. When I said, I will, I do, I will. And I've done ever since. Wearing me gloves. I'll be getting along now.
Good
night, Mrs. Puffin.
Good night, Mrs. Puffin. And pleasant dreams.
But not about us.
Oh, blimey, no fear. I've given up having cheese for me supper in case I see your fizzog. But you know, I did have another dream last night. I'm just off to number 10 Downing Street.
Hollywood film stars like Claudia Cardinale and Romy Schneider, looking beautiful is very important. And to them, looking beautiful means having a soft, smooth complexion. That's why they choose Lux Beauty Soap for their skin. They know that Lux's extra rich lather with its precious perfume is the simplest and easiest way to keep their complexions looking young and beautiful. So tonight, why don't you let Lux's creamy, moisturizing lather with its precious perfume caress your skin to film star smoothness. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe. You've got people coming, and you want your kitchen to look specially clean. But is everything really clean? Not only where people notice, but in those hard-to-reach cracks and crevices like around the sink. That's the sort of dirt that's hardest to shift if you don't have Vim 99. Only Vim has deep cleaning bleach to get right down into cracks and deep-set stains, leaving everything really clean and germ-free. For total cleanness you can trust, use Vim. Vim 99, the strong one.
In tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Good Night, Mrs. Puffin, by Arthur Lovegrove, you heard Valerie Miller-Brown as Mrs. Puffin, with Margaret Milner-Smythe as Jackie and Douglas Bristow as Victor. Jackie's parents were played by Sheila Raymond-Jones and Tony Wood, and Victor's father by Harold Freed. Others in the cast were Glyn Day as Nicholas, Yvonne Bristow as Pam, Brian Darnley as Roger, and Greta Simmons as Annie. Good Night, Mrs. Puffin was adapted for radio by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
For 9 years, I managed to live on a communist diet. A diet of indigestible ideals and poisonous philosophies. But even I was shocked to learn that red poison came in cans. This story may save you from a violent case of political ptomaine.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked, Treason Comes in Cans.
I should have been used to darkness by now. My life had become a series of grotesque shadow dances for the FBI, with the commies playing the music. But you never get used to darkness when the shadows are alive with treachery, when the mist is like the breath of disaster. The fog hung like a soggy veil over this tiny waterfront town. The buildings, the bleary street lights, everything seemed without shape or form, swimming in a limbo of mist and darkness. And what was I doing here, walking the wet pavements of this waterfront street? I was looking for one particular building, the home of the Oceanic Import Company, a food importing concern that no one ever heard of. That is, no one but me and the commies who'd sent me here. And then, almost too suddenly, the fog swirled with movement. A light appeared over a doorway just ahead, and the darkness spoke to me.
Cvetic.
Who's that?
Wagner.
Oh, I've been looking for you, comrade.
Never mind that. This way, in here.
I stepped out of the darkness into the lighted doorway. A door closed behind me. When it stopped blinking, I found myself facing the distinguished director of the Oceanic Import Company, Comrade Eric Wagner. He welcomed me with typical commie friendliness.
You're late, Cvetic.
I know, that fog
Of course, the fog. Nevertheless, you're late, aren't you?
Well, I suppose I am.
Aren't you?
All right, I'm late. Do you want a note from my mother?
I suppose your record for competence makes up for your lack of discipline.
Yeah.
Come along. Here, sit down.
Thanks.
You've been briefed on this project, I imagine?
No. I was told to report to the Oceanic Import Company. I was to find you there. It looks like you found me.
Yes. This is the Oceanic Import Company.
This? Well, it's practically a barren room.
All we need. Now, about your reason for being sent here. You know nothing about it?
Well, nothing.
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, a foreign freighter will dock at Pier 2.
A freighter? I didn't think this port had any overseas traffic.
Very little. It's primarily a fishing town. But as I say, tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Pier 2, okay.
In that freighter's cargo is a small crate of canned tuna. It's listed for delivery to the Oceanic Import Company.
Canned tuna?
That's right.
What in the world does the party want with
Everything in time, Cvetic. Everything in time.
All right. Go on.
You will meet that freighter in the morning, comrade, as a representative of Oceanic Imports. You will check with the cargo inspectors to see that our crate is properly dispersed.
That's all?
That crate of canned goods must not go astray.
Why not?
Because, Cvetic, in those cans are microfilm of top-secret documents from the Communist International.
Oh, I see. Oh, what sort of documents?
The new revised plan for red action within the United States. The new timetable for the proletariat advance.
I see. Canned goods seem to be going up in value.
Yes. But if you should permit these canned goods to reach the open market, the price will be frightening.
Let's see here. Here we are. Oceanic Import Company. That it?
Yeah, that's it. Has the crate been checked through yet?
Not going to be checked through at all.
Hmm?
Crate's gone.
Gone?
Yeah?
What are you talking
Here. Here's a manifest straight from the ship. Says that the canned tuna was damaged in shipment. Started to spoil, went bad.
Here, just a minute. Let me see that.
There it is, black and white. Your crate of canned stuff went bad. Last night, the crew dumped the crate overboard.
It was there in black and white on the cargo report, all right. The crate of canned tuna had been tossed to the bottom of the murky harbor. Now the official red timetable had been put to sleep in the deep, out of reach of the eager commies. But I was still very much within reach of Comrade Wagner.
This report from the cargo inspector, Svetic. You're sure it's complete?
I'm afraid so, Comrade.
Get your coat.
What?
Your coat. Put on your coat.
Where are we going?
I'm taking you for a boat ride.
Now, look, Wagner, it's not my fault that the crate
You
was
needn't try explaining anything, Svetic. Just get your coat and come along.
Now, just 1 minute.
Are you afraid of the water, Svetic?
All right. Let's go.
Just like the American bourgeoisie, eh, Svetic? Our own little yacht and everything.
Yeah, everything.
Why so glum, comrade? Don't you enjoy the sea air?
I'm a little fed up with this mystery routine you've been giving me. My stake in this project is as great as yours, Wagner, and I don't know...
Relax,
I think I'm entitled...
Relax. I'm about to show you exactly where our crate was thrown.
Our crate is at the bottom of the
There's
harbor.
Point Frugas over there, the entrance to the harbor. Just beyond it, our diligent comrades tossed the crate off the freighter into the water.
Comrades? You mean we had party workers on the ship who...
Benedict, you really didn't think the party would let so valuable an item out of its hands for even a moment.
Well,
The crate was tossed overboard at a specified point by specially instructed comrades on the crew of the freighter. In this way, we avoided the risk of a possible cargo inspection on the dock. Understand now?
Yeah, I guess so. Seems like the hard way to do things, though.
Difficult, perhaps, but safe. Now, note this location carefully, Svetic. It will be up to you to get the crate with the microfilm out of the water.
Oh, I see. I see.
You'll hire a diving crew, dredge the bottom. Oceanic Imports will secure the permit.
Hey!
Now,
Hey, signore! Hey, you with the motor!
Who's that doing that hollering?
Go away with the motor, signore! Por favor, signore, go away! You scary fish!
one of those fool fishermen.
Better change your course, Wagner. You're heading toward his net.
Go the other way, signore! Go away with the motor, please!
Hey, take it easy. What are you doing?
Let him change his course. He's out to snare some measly fish. We're out to haul in the world.
Well, thank you, operator. Here you are.
Beaker.
Beaker, this is Red.
Oh, hi, man. Where are you?
Still sloshing around the waterfront. Listen, Beaker. My little chums have tucked away a crate of hot microfilm. The FBI can use it.
Yeah? Where is it?
At the bottom of the harbor.
At the bottom? Oh, fine. Can we reach it?
I'll give you the location. I've been ordered to dredge it out for the commies, but I'll stall it off till
We'll
you can...
put the Coast Guard right on it. Take it. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
What about you? Won't your red playmates get wise?
Well, if you get the job done tonight, they'll...
Look, Matt, we don't want to be fishing you out of the drink, too, you know.
get it done tonight. I'll keep Wagner away from the shore. Now, look, here's the location. Got a pencil?
Right. Let's have it.
The fog that night was thicker than ever. A sodden blanket that smothered all activity in the harbor. I kept Wagner away from the shore, all right, but the fog kept the Coast Guard away, too. When Wagner met me the next morning, the commie timetables were still asleep in the deep. Wagner, however, was very much awake.
The diver to get the crate, Spetic. All arranged?
Well, the crews around here are pretty expensive. I've been shopping around for a decent price.
Price? Spetic, do you realize what the price will be if we lose those microfilms? No time for false economy now, idiot. Just get that job done.
It just couldn't be done last night, Matt. If you can figure a way to sweep the fog out of the harbor, we'll get that crate lifted. But...
Beaker, I can't stall Wagner any longer. You've got to get that job done tonight, fog or no fog.
Well, we'll try, Matt. We'll do it somehow.
Spetic, just why are you in the office now?
I just got in. Why?
This is the second day you postponed the diving job.
I know. That fog's been awful soupy out
At night, yes. But the days have been clear enough. If you can't handle a simple task like this, comrade...
I can handle it, Wagner. Don't worry about that.
I'm not worrying, Spetic. But I suggest you start worrying a little more. If the crate isn't out of the water and in our hands tomorrow...
Beaker?
Well, this is Red, Beaker.
Oh, I've been waiting for you to call.
What's the matter?
Matt, are you sure you gave me the right location for that crate?
Sure. We checked it twice, didn't we?
Well, the Coast Guard had divers walking all over the harbor bottom. They combed every inch of it. No crate, no microfilm, nothing.
Nothing. Beaker, it's got to be there. I know it's there. Maybe the tide or the currents or something.
The Coast Guard knows enough to allow for that. The crate just isn't there, Matt. Somebody has picked it off the floor of the harbor, and it's not the FBI.
Oh, great. Well, keep your boys around, Beaker. They may be picking me out of the harbor next.
To Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Severik in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
The United States Coast Guard had spent the night scouring the bottom of that murky harbor, searching in vain for the creative communist microfilm. Now it was my turn. By early afternoon, I was on the barge with the diving crew and Comrade Eric Wagner, who had come along, evidently, to expose his nerve ending. We inched toward the area beyond Point Frugus, with Wagner becoming increasingly jumpy every bit of the way. I was wondering how he was going to react when he learned the bitter truth when one of the crew hopped from the deck of the tug to the barge.
Hey, which one of you is Mr. Svenik?
I am. What's up?
Well, I was up there checking these instructions with the pilot of the tug, and
They're all right, aren't they? Your crew can understand them, can't they? I mean, nothing is wrong.
No, everything's fine. You're sure you want the divers to go ahead with this job?
Well, yeah. That's what we hired them for.
Huh? Okay. You're the boss.
Now, just a moment. What's on your mind?
Well, this crate we're looking for, it's a crate of canned tuna fish, ain't it?
Yes, of course it is. Is there any doubt about that?
No, just that one of them Portuguese fishermen pulled in a whole crate of canned tuna the other day.
What? What's this? Where? Where was he fishing?
He'd spread his nets right out there where we're going. Leastwise, that's what I understand.
And you say he pulled in a case of canned tuna?
Yeah. I saw him tie up at the dock. He was one happy fisherman, that guy. No, I ain't sure it was your crate he hauled in, but...
Turn back. Tell the pilot to turn back.
Don't be foolish, Wagner. We've gone this far. We might as well
Turn back, I said. We can't let that fisherman... You. Who's the fisherman? What's his name?
How do I know his name? I just see him once in a while on the docks.
Who is he, man? For the love of heaven, who is he?
Quit yanking at my shirt.
Mike, we'd like to find that fisherman. What did he look like?
Well, like a fisherman. They all look alike to me.
Well, isn't there anything that... Well, you saw his boat. Did it have a name or anything?
Yeah. I come to think of it, in Spanish name, or maybe Portuguese. A pal, you know, like the song. Paloma, that's it, La Paloma.
Turn back. We have to find him. Turn back, I said.
Listen, will you quit clawing at me?
Tell that pilot to turn back immediately.
It'll be a pleasure. More ruckus about some crummy Kansas spoiled fish.
For the sake of that unsuspecting fisherman, I had to find him before Wagner did. If he'd opened those cans and found the secret commie microfilms, the Reds were licked. But if Wagner got to the fisherman first, he was in for trouble. Bad trouble. Searching the harbor area, we found that most of the fishing boats were out at work on the water and wouldn't return until about sundown. As for the inevitable fog, it didn't help a bit. The only thing I could find with no trouble was Wagner. He stuck to my side like a barnacle with a complex.
Static, I hold you fully responsible for this mess.
Me? Why me?
If you hadn't postponed the diving for 2 days...
Oh, cut it out.
I intend to file a complete report of your laxity with the Control Commission as soon
Look,
as...
Wagner, we're wasting time this way. We ought to split up. Go in different directions.
Might be wise.
Look, you search the south end of the harbor, and I'll cover this bay area. We'll cut the time in half.
Good idea. And Static, don't stop looking till you find that boat, the La Paloma.
Don't worry, comrade. I'm as anxious to find that fisherman as you are. The murky waterfront was well covered that afternoon. I roamed the bustling piers, creaking docks. I studied the flocks of fishing boats huddled at anchor in the crescent of the shoreline. But La Paloma seemed to have flown from her nest. I walked along the edge of the seawall, trying to read the names on the boats that swayed at anchor below me. One boat swayed more than the others, as if to keep time with the loud singing that flowed from her deck. That boat bore the name La Paloma.
Hey, mister. You call me, senor? Yeah, is that your boat? Si, she's mine. My bonita. Mind if I come aboard? Come down, amigo. You can jump from the wall, all right?
I can try.
Okay, amigo, take a chance. Leave. There goes. Buenos dias, senor. You know how to mend the net?
No, I'm sorry. I came to talk business.
Fishing's my business, senor. So we talk about mending nets, eh?
Well, I'm with the Oceanic Import Company.
Huh?
Yeah, we import food, canned goods, tuna fish, that sort of thing.
Tuna fishing? I import, too. I catch a whole crate of canned tuna in my net. Big importer, that's me. I give you competition, eh?
Oh, that tuna you found. That's why I want to talk to you.
You want some? I sell you some pretty cheap.
No, I don't think you'll want any either. The fish in those cans is bad. It's spoiled.
Bad fish in cans?
Yeah, I hope you haven't eaten any. Spoiled tuna can poison you, you know.
See, I know. You sure my tuna is bad, senor?
Look, I spent all day looking for you so I could warn you. I didn't do it because I needed the walk.
See. Maybe I'd better tell my wife, eh?
Well, look, I'll do it for you if you like. After all, my company's responsible.
See, you do it. You tell my wife I'm in the net.
Okay, where do you live?
Right down the bay shore. 221 Bay Shore. Over that way.
Okay. Oh, my name's Savetic. What's yours?
Tamorina. Pietro Tamorina. My wife, she's Marie. You see her. Make her give you up the canned fish.
I hope she won't mind my butting in.
Go on. You tell her. But, amigo, hey. You be quiet about it. Do not wake the baby.
Well, I was in the lead now. I'd found the fisherman, and I knew now where the crate was located. I was all set for the home stretch. I looked up to judge the distance for my little leap back to the seawall, and suddenly